the snap, the fake, the throw, on the screen, right, Matt Forte threw at the 10, steps out of a tackle, 5, goal line, end zone, touchdown! Matt Forte in from 14 yards for the score. What a play call.
It's now time to break down the action on the Majestic Star Casino postgame show. Presented by Motorworks. Live from Real Time Sports, 1120 West Devon in Elk Grove Village. Here are your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich.
Those highlights courtesy of WBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks. Motorworks. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. That's right. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 23 and Baltimore 20. And in overtime, let's hear it for the Bears. Yeah, baby. I'm telling you, what a football game. A lot of things went on out there. Ed and I were talking about who should get the game ball. And we come up with two things. The first one, the game ball, if you could give one to all of the fans that are out there watching that football game. No question. It was such a bad day.
And all of the fans here, too.
Everybody.
And the second game ball, to me, this is an easy one. The Bears' offensive line. Those kids played hard. They were terrific.
The game ball is brought to you by Al Piemonte Ford. Al Piemonte Ford. Visit apford.com. What a football game. Now we're finding out that, obviously, Pittsburgh beat Detroit today. We've got Green Bay Packers, I believe, still losing, I'm sure, to the Giants.
I think it was 13-6 they were losing.
At halftime? 19.
19-6.
That's good. 19-6. We pull these two things off. I tell you, what a big game this was to win.
You know what, Dougie? I thought the game last week was going to be basically the biggest game of the year. And I tell you, Detroit's been on the run. They've been tough. They put a lot of points on the board. I didn't figure them for a loss, especially against Pittsburgh. And you got, Green Bay obviously is struggling. But I'll tell you what a game this turned out to be. And believe me, there were a lot of bad things that happened with the Bears. And it's not a mystery where they happen. But I'll tell you what, as a team, as a coaching staff, Doug, damn it, they stayed in there. They fought. Nobody gave up. And I'm going to tell you, one more time, Doug, that offensive line, what a football game those guys played. They have two pretty good pass rushers, folks, in Doomerville and Suggs. Suggs came into this game from Baltimore Ravens with 9 sacks. I never heard their name the whole time, except for when Doomerville got roughing our quarterback late in the fourth quarter. Moron.
Well, there's no question now the Bears are in pretty good position. And you talked about, Detroit losing to Pittsburgh. I picked Pittsburgh. And the reason I picked Pittsburgh was I think Detroit's a stupid, dumbass team. And they will make mistakes and they will lose when it's all said and done with.
Doug, you think that Schwartz will be back next year as a head coach?
I would never brought him back.
That would be next when possible if they ever brought him back.
I hope they do bring him back.
Well, there you go.
It's our help. But you got to take a look, too, at McCown, what he did. He stays in the pocket. Boy. Those great catches by Jeffrey, to Marshall, to Martellus, Bennett. That's just phenomenal. You're coming with Forte running the football. The only thing we still have, we know we have the problem. We know we have the problem defensively. We know we have the problem stopping the run, and they did a hell of a job. Baltimore did running the football against us.
They gouged us pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty damn good. So we're going to get better in that position. But what you saw was defensive plays by Bass, who makes the interception, runs for the touchdown.
Right.
That was phenomenal. The interception by Bostic, that was terrific. So there were some plays made by the defense, but all in all, when it's said and done with, it was a team effort. They stayed together, they played together, and Trestman kept them together, and McCown did it. Came back to win this football game.
And I'm going to tell you what, Dougie, Forte, I tell you, what I think that kid is one of the better backs. He's in the upper echelon as far as I'm concerned. His ability to catch that ball out of the backfield, whether it's in a flat or a hook or over the middle, is incredible. His ability to run, his elusiveness, Doug, and he does have a set of power in a sense. He does run low. And I tell you what, I thought he was critical today for us, and I thought he gave us some great yardage when we really needed it, and it looked like, Doug, he wasn't going to get there, but somehow he got there.
The thing you brought up when I said, well, the football fans will get to one of the game balls.
Absolutely.
And the second thing you said was the offensive line. I am telling you, what they did, Ed, when they walled off, that center and two guards walled off at one time, McCown literally ran up into the pocket to throw the football.
Absolutely.
They did one hell of a job on the inside taking care of McCown. And the backs, the wide receivers, they made some tremendous catches. We're saying that, but what we have to improve, obviously, we have to improve some things on the defense, and it's going to have to be maybe through experience. I'm not sure what's going to happen there, but the fact is we have to learn how to stop the run.
Doug, here, listen. They have a problem, which is I'm not sure why it's not corrected. They play tall, our defensive line. When you're in a defensive line, ask any defensive line that's worth whatever that has played in this National Football League, and you play low. You play low. And as a matter of fact, sometimes the offensive guy can get you. He'll get up underneath you, and if he starts to run you out, you know that right away. So what you do, you collapse. You go down to the ground. And the reason why you go down to the ground, to make sure the linebackers and the backside pursuit can get across to the play. If you fight it and they blow you right out of there, you cut all the pursuit off. So when you get hit and you know you're going, and you do know you're going, folks, drop to the ground right away. But I'm going to tell you, Doug, how are they going to do it? They just still got to work on their fundamentals. They're still too high, and there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to get help. Except for, see the blitzes up the middle in the fourth quarter by the Bears, folks?
Pressure.
When the Bears, when they have to blitz, they've got to come from the middle, and maybe the other team knows it. So what? You got to come after them. You got to do it.
And the other thing, too, and the Bears can't afford to do this. You cannot afford to have penalties like they had. Now, I'm not so sure, but we're like around 90 yards worth of penalties.
Doug.
You can't do that. You just can't do that.
13 penalties for 111 yards, folks.
That's ridiculous.
And we won the damn football game.
And that's
next to impossible.
You can't be that good, to offset those kind of penalties. You just can't do it. Well, there are certain things to work on, but the great news is you win in overtime. The great news is Detroit lost.
Wow.
The great news is Green Bay is losing at this point in time. And the great news is McCown come in here and did the job that we all thought, me and Ed especially, last week, that he should have been in that football game against, taking Cutler.
Absolutely. Hey, Doug, now let me tell you the not-so-good news. Our next 5 games, 4 of them are on the road. 4 of them are on the road. So I'll tell you what, that's a tough way to go, Doug, in the National Football League. You got to go on the road, boom, boom, twice in a row. Then you come home. Then you go on the road for boom, boom again. And then your last game against Green Bay. And I hope the hell Rodgers isn't ready.
Yeah, the good news, too, though, on top of that, we won this game to go on the road with. Just think if we'd have lost this game to go on the road with.
Doug, oh, my God. And what a great victory. Like you said, Doug, you had mentioned what the hell happened to the Detroit Lions, because they were there. They were on their way. And boy, oh boy, look what happened to them today. Look at what happened to us, because some kids didn't give up. Coaching staff, nobody gave up. Nobody panicked out there. And again, Doug, before we go to our first break, I'm going to tell you what, that offensive line is, what a great job you guys did today. What a great job in the lousiest playing conditions I probably have ever seen in my life.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, live from Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our number 312-644-6767. Again, too, Ed and I want to take our hats off to the Chicago Bears and also to the fans.
Unbelievable.
This was a terrible, rotten, miserable day, and those people were out there. They were cheering them on. Congratulations,
That's
guys.
why
This is one hell of a town, boys.
That's why the greatest fans are right here in this town. And Doug, you and I know we played all over this country, and I tell you what,
the best.
Yeah, oh my God, to stand behind even years with the baseball teams, et cetera, and they're there. They're actually there. Doug, in the second quarter, the one thing I couldn't understand about Trestman, I know like on fourth down he likes to go for it, but Doug, we had that 88-yard drive, and it was in the second quarter, somewhere around the 8:30, 40, 50 mark. We're on a 2-yard line, first and goal, and we throw 3 passes. We have 5 guys that can root people out now. We've got a couple of backs that can get it done. Why the hell we did not, for 2 yards, Doug, get behind those monster linemen of ours and root them out and get the touchdown. Yet we go for 3 passes, bang, no 6 points. I thought it was poor decision calling, and I'd rather have 7 than 3, pal. I can tell you that. But how the hell you're on the 2-yard line, first and goal, and you don't attempt run the ball one time? Bad calls, babe.
Same thing happened last week. And only last week, if you remember correctly, we're on the 2-yard line. The ball is tipped and they intercept the ball instead of us pounding the football. Now, if you want to throw it. I
don't know why they don't run the damn ball when they're down there now.
If you're going to throw it then bring Bush in the game. You know why? Because now they're going to say, hey, Bush is in.
Isn't that why we got him?
Yeah.
Isn't that why we got him?
So you either fake it to him or give it to him. But I haven't seen this guy in this, in a football uniform to come in on situations like he was supposed to come here for goal line, supposed to come here for short yardage, and it's not happening.
Now, that's twice that's backfired on us, Doug.
Yeah.
That's enough, okay? Let's not have 3 times.
Let's go out to Colin in Burlington, Iowa. Is that Iowa? Colin.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Colin?
Been a Bear fan since '66. I'm 55. When I saw that interception by Bass, I thought that was Ed Obradovich.
I just said the same thing.
Running down the sideline.
I said, Ed, that's you.
And then Bostic got it. I could swore that was Butkus.
Yeah.
But the Bears never quit, and I'm so happy they won. And I think they get a few things corrected. I think they'll be all right to get to the playoffs.
Well, there's things that has to be done. There's no question about it. I'm not going to paint a picture here saying this team is the best team since whenever. But the fact is, though, they seem to come up with the plays to make it. That catch Martellus, Bennett made at the end of the game to set him up for the field goal. You're talking about the catches that Jeffrey made, that Marshall made. That's outstanding. Forte running the football. And once again, let's go back to that offensive line. That offensive line is doing one hell of a job. When you can get that quarterback, McCown, be able to step up into that pocket and throw the football, and he had time to do that, you're on your way to do something. You're on your way to be something better. So, again, I was happy with the game. The only thing I was not happy with, what Ed brought up, was the fact that we were on the 2-yard line, first and 10, and we throw 3 passes, and all 3 passes are incomplete.
The 8 years before, we had offensive linemen that couldn't block anybody. And yeah, you better throw the football. But we've got some kids here that have proven that they can get this done. And it's about time either somebody up there make a decision when you're first and goal on the 1 or the 2-yard line. My Lord, have at it.
That is it, because the thing you have to look at the defense, and here's the one other thing that I was not happy with, but it's been our problem, third down defense. Defensively, 44% against us in conversions. That's got to get better. There's no question about that. And then the penalties we talked about. Penalties are 13 for 111 yards. That's got to get better. You can't afford that.
We had 8 penalties in the first half. You're lucky the game wasn't way over by then.
And, of course, the offense for Baltimore, average running the football 4.6. That's got to get better. But all in all, when it's said and done with, those who had to come through came through to win this football game, and that's what it's all about. Let's go out to Carlos in Chicago. Carlos on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, I love your show. Listen, did Trestman redeem himself this week? Because last week he had a couple of hiccups. And how about will Cutler or McCowan start next week? And I agree with OB. They should muddy up the field every week because those offensive linemen played great. What's up?
All year was up with McCown. I don't know where Cutler's involved, but if Cutler's healthy, he's got to start.
Carlos, I have an answer for you. Cutler will not start next week, okay? And if he does, there's some miraculous thing going on because his foot, his ankle, and his lower leg were in a cast today, let alone the groin. Now, if somehow he comes up with another miraculous, marvelistic recovery, and there he is showing up next week, I don't think so. Let Cutler get well. Let him do his therapy. He's right there. He won't miss anything from day-to-day work. And keep McNown going until Cutler comes back healthy.
Let's take a break, Eddie. Chicago Bears win 23-20 in overtime.
You bet.
Let's hear it, boys.
You bet.
We'll be right back.
Waiting for Podlish. Extends his right hand. On the left hash angle, right. Robbie goal, 38 yards. It is good! Good as gold! And the Bears beat the Ravens in overtime. 23-20. They're 6-4 and very much a part of the conversation in the NFC North.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks. Turn your business. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
You know what?
Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767.
Douglas, before we run right out to the lines, I'm going to tell you what. You know that the Ravens, in this lousy weather, they had 78 plays to our 57.
That's right, they did.
78 plays, we had 57, and somehow we won the game.
Well, the fact is, and you said something, a guy come up to us and we were talking, you said something really I thought was apropos. We don't know what the hell's going on in the National Football League.
No.
You have St. Louis goes into Indianapolis and beats the hell out of them. Well, you know, you just don't know from week to week.
No, I'm going to tell you what, and like Colin Kaepernick out in San Francisco.
Right.
I mean, he was all world, all everything, and I'm going to tell you, I mean, he can't get out of his own way this year. And teams are coming back. Teams you think are on their way, and then all of a sudden, bang, a big roadblock comes. So who the hell knows? But you know what? We're truly and really back in the hunt. But these next 5 weeks, Doug, are going to be difficult, believe me.
Well, see, Ed, here's the key, and is the improvement. As you go along, you have to improve. You can't stay, status quo. You've got to get better, and especially defensively. They've got to get better.
As bad as our defense is, and we know where the problem really lies, I'll tell you what, these kids are still fighting hard, Doug.
Let's go out to Chris in Puerto Rico. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how are you, man?
How you doing, Chris?
New Jersey. Good. Normally I'm in New Jersey calling, but it just shows how much I love your show. I'm calling on vacation.
Thank you.
I watched the game from my Sunday ticket on my mobile phone, but, again, I watched Josh McCown, and I'm thinking to myself, at one point, are we just going to let this guy continue to play and play well? You don't have to be a starter to win a Super Bowl. You don't have to be a starter to get to the playoffs. And I think with him in, the offense just looks better. It runs better. Why are we so, forceful about wanting to inject Cutler back in the offense? And it's like the old adage says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave the guy in there. Let him continue to show you what he can do. Obviously, he's winning us games. And let's just put Cutler on the back burner until this guy either get hurt or we feel like it's time to make a switch because he's playing bad. What do you guys think about that? Because this is starting to be a thing now where I think we should really honestly consider him playing more than just being a backup.
Well, Chris, I can just tell you from the get-go here, there is no way, because Cutler right now, I think Doug had mentioned a little bit earlier in the show, he had a cast on his foot. And it's the same leg that he has popped or torn his groin. All right, now, he cannot, again, make one of these miraculous recoveries. But the key is Emery brings in McCown, and this kid has done way, way beyond a backup quarterback who really hasn't played in a long, long time. Matter of fact, a couple of years ago, he's coaching high school football. And I'm going to tell you, for him, under Trestman, to come in, learn this system, Cutler goes down, Chris. Cutler goes down, in comes McCown, and like we missed nothing. Nobody changed the game plan, running or passing, and the guy came in and did it. Here's the key. Cutler cannot play. It would be foolish to try to get him into the game this week, maybe even in 2 weeks. If we still have, 6 games to go? There's a lot left here yet. And the kid, McCown, has taken us. He hasn't let us down. And let's hope they stay with that, because there's no reason to bring Cutler in. None.
The fact is, you take a look at his numbers. You take a look at McCown's numbers. Today, he threw for 215 yards. His quarterback rating was 92.5 or something like that. So he's doing the job. He's getting the job done. There's no question in my mind that Cutler is a good quarterback. I have no doubt about that. But you got to be 100% healthy. You got to be ready to roll. If this kid now, if you had Haney backing you up, and Haney was the guy, and I'd put Cutler out there on a pair of crutches,
Doug,
I would say much it would play. But you got a guy that's doing the job at this point in time.
Listen, folks, it's tough enough to play this game at this level when you're truly healthy, okay? When you're nicked, and you're nicked pretty good, you got to be smart enough to take yourself out, or your head coach, or your doctor, or trainers. I mean, somebody's common sense has to prevail somewhere along the line. Jay was not ready. They can tell you whatever they want to tell you. I don't believe it. He was not ready, and they never should have played him last week.
There's no doubt There's no doubt in our mind that if he was in that football game, they would have won it if they'd have taken Cutler out earlier. So, but that's a story that's gone by. This is a new story today. And the new story is the fact that they put it all together to win it. Now, there's weaknesses.
On
Every team has a weakness.
Day.
Every team's got some problems. The offensive line is bad. Baltimore's offensive line is terrible. But the fact is, you got to adjust to what you have.
But they had Baltimore, even with Nada out, they still have they could rush the passer. With Dumerville and Suggs, Doug, which I mentioned earlier. Christ's sake, Suggs came in there. He's got 9 sacks. You never heard their name.
And we heard Dumerville at the end of it when he
That's all he did.
He hit the quarterback and got a penalty.
And that killed him, too, by the way.
Let's go out to Brad in Wisconsin. Brad, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Huge fan. Hey, watch all the games here at Mike's Garage, and we were talking about it and really concerned with the fact that there's a lot of penalties here from the Bears, and we were told at the beginning of the year with this new coaching staff that they're really going to address those things and are going to be a more disciplined team. We didn't see that today, and I want to know what your guys' thoughts are on that.
No, we talked about that, and you're absolutely correct. And a lot of times I saw in that offensive line, I don't know what the hell was going with the offensive line, with our defensive line. Every time they would make a move, we would jump off sides. We had penalties. There's no question about it. Well, how many penalties do we have, Ed?
We had 13 penalties. And let me tell you something.
And 111 yards. And you can't do that. You cannot do that. No team can afford to give up 111 yards and have 13 penalties. So they have to work on it. There's no question about it. Bernard in Seattle. Bernard, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
All right,
What's up, Bernard?
Hey, I just want to say I was born and raised in Chicago, man, and I love the Bears through and through. I live out in Seattle now, and I listen to you guys I listen to the post-game show after every game, every week, man. I love this show.
Thank you.
And, I just want to say, man, big ups to J Mac, Josh McCown, man. He's out there balling, man, for us. And I know Mark Tressel, I love him, but I know he's kicking himself because J-Mac should have started last week, man, and we'd be sitting up 2 games in the division, man, right now. But I called because I wanted to say I know the defense didn't play too well. They need to really work on that run defense, man. But when it came down to it, the defense, came through for us, man. Baltimore had the ball. First and goal, man, in the last minutes of the regulation, and they held them boys to a field goal, man, and that's what gave us a chance to win this game, man. That was a hell of a game, man. Go Bears, man. That's all I want to say, guys, man. Thank you, man. I love you guys.
Thanks, Bernard. The fact is that you talk about last week, and of course, this week has turned out obviously better, but the fact was last week, I wasn't against Jay Cutler starting. I was against Jay Cutler staying in the football game. Because if you remember correctly, the first drive he had was 65 yards or something, took him right down to score. And then he started limping. And then you couldn't move. Then he even go ahead and told Trestman, listen, how am I doing out there? Well, today McCown came in like he's done so far this year, and Eddie played very well, played extremely well.
When we come back, Doug, I want to talk about the defense and defensive line play, et cetera. And I got some things I'd like to mention that I think are important, my friend.
You're listening to Majestic Star Post-Game Show with Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks. They're in your business.
Motorworks.
Motorworks. We're live at Real Time Sports. What a beautiful place in Elk Grove Village and great food. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our number 312-644-6767.
Doug, before we fly out to the callers, I just want to, I go and get my annual physical. I went Friday to my Dr. Pat DeCillo. You know, I've talked to him about.
Yeah.
He's quite a football fan, and he has been. He's a great Bear fan. But he picked the Ravens to win because he thought defensively with Noda, Dumerville, and Suggs that they would overcome our offense. And, of course, you know the problems with our defense. And I said I like the Bears' chances. So, Dr. Pat DeCillo, nah.
Go back to medical school, pal.
I don't think so.
And this magazine, talking about medical, this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. I know, because I was a patient there, and look up Dr. Jones, one of the best in the business. Eddie, let's go back out to the lines. Let's go out to Greg in Lowell, Indiana. Greg, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. It's a pleasure to talk to you guys.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, I want to know if you guys are upset, or do you think it was a wrong decision for Trustin not to go for that 4th and 1 in regular time to win the game? I about went ballistic when they didn't go for it, and I just want to know what you guys thought.
Greg, myself personally, I didn't want to go for it. And I know you can go back and forth on this. Last week we tried it. We didn't get it. It cost us. The week before that we tried it. We did get it. But I just didn't feel like there was, I think it was at the 42-yard line, the 43-yard line, 43-yard line of the Ravens. I thought the deal there was to punt the football because a lot of things could have happened. Could have slipped, could have fallen, everything could have happened. So I'm glad they punted the football.
That's the old, you're damned if you do or you're damned if you don't. It all depends on circumstances, what happens. I mean, it's you never know, but I'll tell you what, when you lose everything, whatever the head coaches did, wrong.
And if it works, it works.
Yes.
The last week, Trustman took a beating on going for it and didn't get it. Let's go out to Dr. Patrick in Barrington. Dr. Patrick.
Hello?
Hello, you're on, buddy.
Oh, hi. How you doing? Hi, Ed. Hi, Doug.
Hi.
Thanks for the heads up. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I wasn't optimistic, but I'm glad. I'm pleasantly surprised that they won. Two quick questions, gentlemen. One is Josh McCown. We all love what he's doing, but my concern is that he doesn't seem to be performing too well in the red zone. And what you think can be done for him to help him improve his performance when he's in the red zone? He doesn't seem to do too well there. And secondly, real quick, how much Ed alluded to home field advantage, and the Bears are playing away next 4 games or so. How important, when you two guys played the game, how really important was home field advantage to you when you were on that field? Were you even cognizant of the fans as such? Or did that, how much did that impact on your collective performances as football players?
Well, I tell you what, absolutely. The fans make a big difference in a football game. The fans are there. The fans are screaming for you. And that's why home field is advantage. Look at Seattle, what they do when they play at home. Same thing when I used to play and Ed played. We wanted to be here. We wanted the fans to be behind us. And so I think it's very important. And I think it's very important. Plus, you have to travel. You have to do a lot of certain things. Here, when you play at home, you're back in your own place, your own home. You come down to the game. Everything is routine. A lot of times when you go on the road, certain things happen. Weather gets bad. They don't pick you up at the same time. You get confused. You get all kind of turned around. But main thing is you got fan support.
Yeah, I tell you what, Dr. DeCillo, here's the main thing. You get down there, we're talking about the red zone now. When you're down, and we alluded to this earlier, especially with this new offensive line, the size of these kids and their quickness, when you're down and it's 1st and goal on a 2-yard line. And the week before was 1st and goal, I believe, on a 3-yard line. And all you do is throw pass after pass. To me, that's poor play calling. Okay? That comes from Trestman. He's the one calling the plays in. So it's not McCown that's doing it. It's the play calling. You've got those monster offensive line now. Let them root the people out, and let's get to 6.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, if you're going to run it, you'll still bring in your wide receivers. I understand that. Now they got to play defense against your wide receivers thinking you're going to play them. If they're not in the game, everything tightens up. And everybody's, bunched in, so it makes a big problem.
And then even Doug say, like in the first 2 downs, if you run it, you don't get in, and then it comes down to 3rd down, and it's like a yard or a half a yard to go, and then what do? Play action. Everybody hopefully will dive in and get them, and then you pop it to the big tight end or Marshall out in the corner. Bang, 6 points there. But when you don't set it up, it's not going to happen.
Eddie, I think the mystery, and this is a mystery to me, why Bush is not being used more. They brought him in there for that particular reason, for short yardage and touchdown.
I couldn't even begin to give you an answer for that one.
I mean, I know it doesn't add up. I don't know. And that's why he's here. That's why they brought him in.
Well, they can't use the excuse he's hurt.
Yeah.
That's for damn sure.
Let's go out to the black physicist in Avalon Park. Physicist.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How you doing, buddy?
Listen, I want to talk Ed Obradovich off the ledge about the Bears' defense and a previous caller, again, talking about the Bears' waning defense. John Bostic had that big interception late in the second quarter. David Bass, again, in the second quarter, had an interception, took it in for 6 points. We had Cheetah Ozgop-New, knocking down the ball from Flacco's hand to end a progressive drive by them, and then Julius Peppers getting his 3rd sack of the season. Okay, I understand. There is some work that still needs to be done. We couldn't stop Ray Rice. He did run it in earlier. But what I see is something that is still positive. I would like to ask your assessment, gentlemen, of my opinion. Again, you guys play the game. I'm just a drunken fan calling in, as Boys and Bernstein would say.
Physicist, here's the answer to that. Very simple. You get a guy that comes in that has talent. All those guys got talents you just brought up. There's no question. I thought Peppers had one of his finest games today. He had 11 tackles. He had two sacks. Yeah, the younger guys are playing, but here's the point. The point is very simple. You cannot stay stagnant. You cannot say, well, geez, I'm a rookie. Every week, you got to get better. Every week, you got to step out into that field, and you feel like now that you can get better. And so by the time the end of the year comes, you're cooking, you're smoking. You can't stay stagnant, nor can you drop behind. You've got to keep going. I understand about that. We talk about certain things that needs to be done, and it has to be done. You're a professional. You get paid to play. I understand you're a rookie, but each week you got to get better.
Well, here today we got gouged for about 175 yards. Each week we have a hell of a time stopping a run. And let me tell you something. You know where everybody gains most of the yards on us?
Up the middle.
Right up the middle. And there is a reason why.
Yeah, and the reason why is Ed talked about it a million times. We have to get better defensive tackles. And the other thing he explained to you, in fact, if you're playing linebacker and you're getting wiped out and your tackle's getting pushed back into the linebacker's face,
that's happening more often than not. And when you
can't come out of the wash.
You can't. When you know they got you and you're a D lineman, drop to the ground.
Let's go out to Joe in Sagamore. Joe, you're on the score. Or Sycamore.
You guys are the best since Dick Van Dyke show. What I want to tell you straight out is I thought there was a prejudice today. A prejudice meaning the win. We took the ball in the halftime. We went towards the fourth quarter. We took the fourth quarter. We took one end of the end zone. We even did it in overtime. Now you say to yourself, what is our best attribute on this team right now? Is it the offense or the defense? Now we're leading by 3. Our offense is our best deal. Here he runs the ball down the line. down the line. And all we're doing is making plays by passing the ball. And you've got a wind behind you. I believe the wind played a big part of this game. That freshman played it safe. Why did he play it safe? If you scored that touchdown in the fourth quarter, it's a 10-point lead, they're going against the wind. Now they're coming back against the wind down 10 rather than down 3. Our defense absolutely is not a good run defense. They got the best run defense in the league, and we're trying to run it against them. So we give them the ball back. That's crap. I think Tressler was out-coached. Well, no, he wasn't out-coached because in the third quarter, their team did the same damn deal with the wind behind them. They ran the ball. I was just looking for them to pass the ball. They ran the ball. They didn't score nothing.
Well,
there was no point score.
Well, the point is, you talk about the win. The win is very simple. You can say, well, you got the win, or you're going against the win. Let me tell you something. It's still a big problem when you got the win because of the squirrel, because of the way it tosses that football every direction, up, down, inside, and out.
1 minute it's going against you, 1 minute
right.
It's not, and it's swirling around.
You lose the timing on the throw. And the fact is, though, I don't care how you cut it, what you're looking at, and you mentioned the running game. Yeah, there's no question the running game was there. I mean, in fact, Baltimore came in, they couldn't run the football. They had the worst running offense in the league. But the fact is, they ran against the Bears. We know what the Bears have. We know what their problem is.
That's going to happen every week, Doug.
It's going to have to get better, and they're going to have to work at it. They're going to have to find a way to get better to stop the run, because people won't stop doing it. They'll keep coming after you. Let's go out to Tom in Old Irving Park. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, heck of a game. These games are getting more and more tense each week.
They are.
I'm perplexed about something. Why at the beginning of overtime did the Bears feel like they had the squib kick? Why not just kick the damn ball deep? I mean, I can't understand that.
I don't know. I think with the squib kick, the fact is they figured they can cover it real quick. A lot of times if you have a guy that can put it down there, it works out well for you. All the time, too, a lot of times if you had the win. Now, you could probably kick it out of the damn stadium, I would imagine. But the fact is, today the wind was kind of hard to tab. It was just going every direction. It was swirling. It was moving. It was doing this and that. So consequently, they had to do the right thing. They won the football game. There's no question. And let me tell you something, guys. I know Ed and I, we become critical. We watch the game. You become critical. You watch the game. But I'm telling you, it's a hard damn thing to do, to play these games and win them. You're going to make mistakes. You think everybody's going to be 100%? The coach is going to call the perfect play. The quarterback's going to play the perfect game. The linebacker's going to play the perfect game. It won't happen.
Doug, I have something for you. I'm going to tell you what you said to Coach. They didn't call the perfect plays this week and last week. First down on a 2-yard line, and you don't run one time to try to get it in there. 3 passes this week, 3 passes last week. Are you kidding me?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The fact is, though, there are certain times in a football game you can question somebody what they did. On the other hand, you can question what the good things they did.
Doug,
when they went
and there's
down.
another side to that coin. You
Right.
know what it is? There's only 16 games to get this right. We don't have another 40 or 50 or 60 games to work it out. It's got to be worked out before the damn football is even kicked off. You better know damn well what you're doing.
There was no question. I agree with you 100% about running the football down there. My point is to make is very simple. You're going to make mistakes.
Well, that was just to answer his question, huh?
You're going to make mistakes as a coach, as a player, as somebody. It's not going to be the perfect
I don't
damn
agree
call.
with you on that, Doug.
Why, you can't make the perfect call.
I don't give a damn.
Yes, you do give a damn because
Listen,
you can't make the call all the time.
Doug, they have the coaches going, the quality coaches breaking the 3 games down before that they played, and offensively and defensively, where they're going to be in a certain field, what kind of play offensively and defensively they like to run, they're prone to run, and you know what it is, Doug. That game does not become a mystery to you. Quality control people have everything broken down for you, and you can't afford to make mistakes like this on a 2-yard line. And you mean to tell me you're not going to run the football in?
No, I
or
agree.
make an attempt?
I agree with running the football in, but let's say they would have caught the pass for
Doug,
a touchdown.
we're not
he would have
playing
been a genius.
82 games.
He'd have been a genius.
160-some games.
Just like he
for
was a
Christ's
genius.
sake, it's 16
Do you
games.
remember the first time you went for the for the first down 2 weeks ago, and he made it. And everybody says, what a genius. He comes back next week and tries it, doesn't get it, he says, the guy's a moron. So what I'm saying is, a lot of times you can't win.
I understand that, Doug, but when you're in a solid situation, when you have control to get it in, and what I am talking about, 2-yard, 3-yard line.
I agree
and you've got
with
first
that.
and goal, and you tell me, well, he made a mistake they don't know. No, you don't make mistakes at this level.
Yeah, well, you can't hang him by his balls from the ceiling because he did that.
Bye.
I'm going to take a break.
What'd
Bye.
you say?
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks. They're in your business. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767.
Speaking about Motorworks, as a matter of fact, Tuesday, one of the Bears, the great general manager of the Bears, when the Bears won the Super Bowl in 1985, Jerry Venisi.
Oh, Jerry?
And him, Paul Tammer and I, the three of us, were going to have lunch. And you remember when Jerry came on and did our show?
He did a hell of a
job. I think
job.
it was the second week he came in. I'll tell you, what a...
I'd have hired him right then and there.
Oh, my God, what a treasure this guy is. You talk about knowledge and know
what was going on.
And he was very instrumental in putting that 85 team, which I still think is probably the greatest team I've ever seen, all the way around.
I have no doubt about that. Let's go out to Steve in Waukesha. Steve, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, it's actually Steve in Arkansas.
Oh, Arkansas. They got Waukesha down here.
Oh, that's okay. I'm from Chicago originally, of course.
Well, no, you're not. You're from Waukesha.
I don't know what Waukesha is, brother.
I don't either.
And Steve, don't ever forget it.
Steve, I'll
hang a sign in there, Waukesha, in front of my front door. Hey, I love you guys. I don't want to hold up other colors, but I love listening to you guys. You guys tell like I've been here at Dan Hampton. I went to college with Dan.
Oh, that's good.
Anyway, so I'm a young guy compared to you, but hey, to cut to the chase, I'm going up to St. Louis for the Bears Rams game next weekend. Just give me your take on the game, and I'll let you guys talk, and I'll shut up. How's that?
Well, we talked about it, and Ed brought it up about the fact that in this league, you don't know what the hell is going on half the time. Who would ever have thought that St. Louis would go into Indianapolis and beat the hell out of them?
Crush them.
Not me. I mean, I didn't think that, but you're seeing this all around the league. So,
guess who's having trouble scoring points too is Seattle. I mean, weren't they last year throwing up 30, 40, 50 points week after week? Crazy.
They're fighting, and that's just the way the NFL is at this point in time.
But I tell you what they do, Steve. I tell you what, they've got a hell of a coach in St. Louis.
Yeah, and the thing about them, though, they play some defense.
Yes,
no
they will.
About that.
Listen, let me tell you something. They will come after the Bears offense, and they will come with every blitz and everything that you could ever think of.
Let's go out to San in Chandler, Arizona. San.
Yes, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, nice to meet you guys. This is the first time hearing the show. Just wanted to, tell you guys how much I love it and, talk a little bit about you guys' thoughts as far as the Lions and the Bears down the stretch.
Well, we saw the Lions lose today to Pittsburgh, which we thought that would probably happen because we think the Lions, every time when they get near close to anything, they shoot themselves in the foot. They're not the most intelligent football club around, and they will make a lot of mistakes. Now, but they beat the Bears twice. So what does that say? So the fact is, though, we have to keep after it. Green Bay, without their quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, is not the same football team. And fortunately for us, we're just as good with McCown.
Yeah, Doug, Green Bay, Clay Matthews, I don't know. When's the last time he played? Well over a month ago, wasn't it?
And he's back.
And well, I'm going to tell you what. You see a guy go down like Rodgers did, and totally, Doug.
Look at the difference.
Their total offense is missing. Totally.
Nothing. Zero. Nada.
Unbelievable.
We're going to go to update. We'll be right back. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win in overtime, 23-20.
Hey, where's the Chicago music? I got to tell you something, Doug. Chicago, the group, one of my favorite groups of all time, period, and actually number one. I'm finally going to go see them. I think it's January 25th. They're going to be at Orchestra Hall, I believe, with the Chicago Philharmonic Orchestra.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be my first time seeing Chicago group, and I'm going to tell you what, I can't wait to go and see it. And by the way, stop with the grave music here. How about a little Chicago, guys?
You know, Chicago had my first place that I opened up, they played in it.
The one out in Rosemont?
Yeah.
Or right around that area there?
Mm-hmm.
What I tell you, they're phenomenal.
Yeah.
That sound, that horn section, and what they've done, and those hits, one after another, is incredible. And by the way, they're not in the Hall of Fame, as I am to understand, and I also understand that Dick Biani is in the Hall of Fame, and he sent his plaque back to the Hall of Fame. Why? Because Chicago is not in the Hall of Fame. How the hell that? You want to talk about a misjustice?
No question about it. This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended.
How the hell did I get off on that one?
I don't know. You know, there are times you just go distantly from me, and I don't know how to pull you back in.
Well, Dougie, be a little kinder to me. Okay, Douglas Buffone?
I will do that.
You're a gentleman.
I apologize. Let's go out to Pete and Joliet. Pete, you're on the score.
Boys, I don't mean to stir up the hornet's nest again, but I want to talk about the first and goal on 2-yard line.
Yeah.
And ask you this, though. Would the footing have made a difference as far as the play selection was concerned? Because, you know, it was kind of rough out there. I don't know. You guys played. You tell me whether, you know, an offensive lineman with the footing and trying to run the ball is different than passing in that kind of situation.
You know, I've got let me set this up. Let's go back to the Chicago Bears, the 85 world champs, okay? Arguably the best team, best world championship team I've ever. Do you people remember, for years and years, Walter Payton back there, and with that Bears offensive line, and what they would do, you would not see them basically run traps or tosses or whatever have you. What you saw them do was those 5 guys with a tight end would get down there and dig it out, and what they would do was Peyton had them in an H-back set, either to the stronger to the weak side, and the quarterback would get the ball. Immediately, Peyton comes diving in the line, hand him off the ball, and Peyton would jump over the line, or the guys would just blow it out. Quick hitting, fast plays. That's what you do.
See, when you're down the 2-yard line, excuse me, and I agree with this. Let's say I think if you're going to do a play-action play, do it on the first down. You do the play-action play on the first down. It doesn't work.
Or the first or second, Doug.
Right. Then you
that
pound
really
them.
Sets it up.
Yeah, then you pound them. Then you come after them. And I agree. And it wasn't agreeable. Ed and I both looked at each other and said, how can you throw 3 incomplete passes on a 2-yard line and not score? Let's go to Joe in Kankakee. Joe, you're on the score.
I've been trying to get you guys for so long. I've never been able to get through.
Now you're here, Joe. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, it's a pleasure to speak to 2 legends.
Thank you.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. You know, I'm debating within myself about Josh McCown. I would really, after looking at Josh McCown, I would take him over Cutler. I mean, when you're talking about, because Cutler is just, you know, it's going to cost you a lot of money to sign him, and I think Josh McCown would be a lot better. I mean, he seems to know what he's doing.
Hey, Joe, let me stop you right there. Joe, what specific reason would you take McCown over Jay Cutler?
Well, one thing,
Right.
I think he's a better team player, and I think he would be if they draft a young quarterback, and I think the Bears now, with the people they have, like Trestman and Emery, I think they would be able to get a good young quarterback. I think Josh McCown would be a better teacher. You know, he'd be a better role model for a young quarterback coming up than Jay. I think Jay Cutler would just ignore a new kid coming up.
Well,
that's my feeling. I don't have any hard evidence for this, but that's just how I observe him.
Well, you take a look at the quarterbacks, and if you judge the quarterbacks, there's no question in anybody's mind that the fact is that Cutler is the better quarterback when it comes to arm, it comes to comes to talent. But there's another thing too that's more important. That it is very important. We saw what you can do with an offense. We saw what Trustman did with Gannon. We saw what Trustman did with a lot of quarterbacks. And see, sometimes maybe you have too much talent. And those who don't have as much talent depend or count on that happening from the coaches that tell them to do certain things. And they do that, and then they become successful. But the one thing, and Ed brought it up at the beginning of the show, there is no way in hell that Cutler should be back out on that football field unless he's 100% healthy.
Then I still wouldn't believe him.
Then it can't be done.
What I'm saying, Doug, that you pop a groin again like he did.
Yeah.
And now they're talking about that high ankle sprain and both on the same leg. My Lord, there's you could take all the shots in the world. That ain't going to help.
Let's take a break. We'll be right back. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Or better, it's in the phone. 312-644-6767.
Speaking about great managers, general managers, Pete Chivarelli. Hasn't he been their only guy, only manager forever?
I think so. The guy, you know what? I'll tell you, you're right about the Hall of Fame business. There should have
about
been.
Dick Biondi?
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm assuming that from everybody, what I've learned is they're not in. And to me, it's just mysterious to me, Doug. Crazy.
Let's go out to Nick in Mancino. Nick, you're on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm a long-time listener. Love your passion. You really inspire me to watch the Bears games. But anyways, I just got 2 points, and I'll hang up and listen. Number one, we were talking earlier about the lack of the defense in the middle, and I hate to say it. I hate to play the devil's advocate, but anti-tail, that's the answer. Number two, and this is quick, like I said, I'll get out. Tebow is also an answer for you. Don't have to worry about signing Jay. He can play linebacker. He can kick. He can run. He can do anything. I'd love to hear your thoughts, and God bless you both. Thanks.
Nick, without being an asshole.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. You didn't mean to say Nick, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, Doug. You got
it. Tebow, every time somebody brings this thing up to me.
If he gets fined, do I get fined too? We don't know. Okay.
All I know is that, no. Tebow, tight end, wide receiver, center, guard, no. That's not the answer. I mean, there's no question about that. And, I don't want to be a jerk about this. I've gone through this before, and I try to respect other people's, thoughts about that. But no.
Doug, there's always going to be people like that think that Tebow.
Well, I get
it. I mean, it just is. Now, Manti Te'o, I have no idea. But the other kid, Tebow, let me tell you, I don't know how many chances you can get. He's been afforded time after time after again to prove that he can play somewhere and do something in this league. And the fact of the matter is, Nick, no, he can't. He just can't.
No. And I think right now he's going to go to, he's going on air, Ed. He's going to become a sports announcer. He was going to talk of football. That's fine. And I admire the kid. I respect the kid. I really do. But it's not football. It's not going to be his life. And you can tell me about any position you talk about, it's not going to be there, and I wouldn't want the Bears to do that. Let's go out to Pat in Westchester. Pat, you're on the score.
Hey, Ed. Doug, great post-game show in the business.
Thank you.
I got 2 quick points, and I'll listen for you guys' answers. The first one is, why don't the Bears, instead of getting the Park District to do the field, get Pete Toma to check the fields out and keep them in good order? And then my second point is, on the penalties, I think Peppers had 2, one for hitting the quarterback, roughing penalty, and then he was offside on another one, and Jennings had 1 or 2. And then I think they were holding it a couple of times. Why so many penalties? And I appreciate it, guys. You guys are the best. Thanks.
Yeah, you're right about that. There was 111 yards worth of penalties, weren't there, Ed?
Yeah, 13 of them.
So you had 13 penalties, and you're not that good. You could overcome that. You just can't do that.
That's a huge number to overcome and say you won a football game.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I was really pissed at Bowman for making that one play, too, hitting on the return of the punt, hitting somebody in the back. He lost 16 yards in the deal. You could have been at the 33 or so, and you end up in the 15. No, you got to be smarter than that. There's one thing of playing the game, playing the tough, playing the physical. You still got to be smart, and you got to stay away from stupid penalties.
You know what?
The Bears got to do that.
Let me jump in on that a little bit. Like that hitting from the back, Doug. You see that on punt, kickoff returns. Now, let me tell you something, folks. If you think for a minute that who's ever doing that, like he doesn't know while it's happening that he's doing it, you're mistaken. You're mistaken. Like he doesn't know. He's trailing this guy. He's running behind him, and he has no way to get in front of him or on the side of him, and he whacks him and knocks him down. Like he didn't think of that, or he didn't know that was going to happen.
I would be. If I was a special teams coach, I'd bench him.
Oh, Doug, or either that or run him off, pal.
No, because I wouldn't accept that. I would not accept that. I would not accept that. You work your ass off to get 15 yards or 16 yards. You're going to turn around and be one play because you block somebody in the back.
I didn't mean to. Yeah. Or was this? No, you didn't. You're exactly. A stupid football player.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Rick in Rogers Park. Rick, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Pleasure to talk to you, gentlemen. I was at the game, and I just want to congratulate the Bears and the way that they actually were able to tell everybody in a very peaceful, calm, and congenial manner. They gave us a lot of time ahead of time on when they were going to actually ask us to leave. And we were all sitting around for almost an hour and a half. I think people were getting a little bit antsy, and everybody was drinking their beer, eating their hot dogs. And I think it was kind of fitting for a game that was delayed an hour and 45 minutes by not rain, but, we're talking tornadoes that ravaged parts of central Illinois. This game actually ended up going into overtime. And we're all looking at each other going, this is the best way a game should end like this. But from an ex-player standpoint, both of you guys, have you ever seen a game played where there was so much gut, so much guile, and just so many different plays formulating a team effort and eventually into a team win?
Myself personally, no. The fact, not only the game itself, but the situation. You just mentioned it. The fact is, we were giving out the game balls at the beginning of the show. I said, well, the offensive line. Ed says, you know what, Doug? The fans.
You damn right. They deserve. Fans deserve the game ball
for being there. For again too, it had to be scary. If you're evacuating, you're saying, okay, fine, we have to go take cover. There's storms all around the place.
How about hanging out there forever to watch them?
So, take your hat off to that and to the fans for sticking it out and being patient and working through it. But all in all, it was a great day for everybody. And again,
especially the way things are turning out.
Oh, absolutely.
In the North Division.
You think, the Packers, I think they're going to lose this football game, I believe. And the Lions lost, so that's good. And so now you have the Bears winning. So we're sitting in pretty good position. Let's go out to Jimmy in Atlanta. Jimmy, you're on the score with OB and Doug. Jimmy,
you're up.
How you doing?
Go ahead.
First.
Is Jimmy there?
I think he's breaking up. He's gone. Let's go out to John let's go out to Ed in Rogers Park. Ed, you're on the score.
No, what's up, guys? It's an honor to talk to you guys. A couple of callers ago, you asked the guy what specifically about McCown makes him a better choice than Cutler.
Yeah, well, I thought it was a fair question to ask him.
Very fair question, and I would like to throw out an answer. It seems like McCown is just a very good game plan, stay with the game plan kind of guy. He doesn't take risks. Doesn't throw interceptions. He just manages the game. It feels like the way Trestman wants him to. He does a great job. This game, we had a couple of drops. Marshall dropped some big ones, but he could have probably had more passing yards if those drives would have kept on going. But that's to me, that's what makes him a very viable option. And I would rather not pay Jay Cutler $100 million to kind of do the same thing that Jay McCown is doing week by week whenever he's in there. Thanks a lot, guys.
First of all, take a look at tonight's game with Denver, with Alex Smith. That's who you're talking about. They're 9-0. Let's see, though, what they can do with Denver. In other words, there comes a time when you have to call on special talents to win the game. And I would consider Alex Smith just like McCown, someone who actually manages the game, which is good. But there are times, though, you need that guy that can make a big play, make a long touchdown throw, make something happen during the course of the game.
Well, I'll tell you what, on that particular point, Doug, kudos to Emery for going out and getting McCown.
Oh, absolutely.
And having some faith in something. I mean, there are a lot of other quarterbacks on the Heat that are around, and he went specifically and got him, brought him back. And, boy, I'll tell you what, that kid has obviously worked as hard as probably any quarterback the Bears have had in a long, long time, because he wants to stay. He wanted to learn the system, and Trestman was the right guy for McCown. Obviously, you see it's right in front of you.
And it shows. We'll be right back. We're going to take a break. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win in overtime, 23-20 over Baltimore.
Timely win, my friend.
Oh, boy, this was a perfect win.
Oh,
let's go out to Jimmy in Atlanta. Jimmy on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, OB and Doug. How you doing?
Let's go ahead.
Excellent. Nice to talk to you. First-time caller. Never talked to a radio show before.
Well, thank you for calling.
I got a question and a comment. Question is, Ed, do you believe that having a snap count is a definite advantage to the defensive line? If you know the snap count in advance.
You mean the offensive line? Or are you saying the defensive
line?
line?
Yeah, if you're a defensive lineman and you understand when the snap count's coming, you know it's on 2, you know it's on 3, is that an advantage for you?
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I played the game long enough, and a lot of times we will get in the scouting report that, be ready to go. He goes on 2, or he'll go on 3, and they'll tell you that. And guess what? You go up there and you jump off on 2 or 3, and bang, you got a penalty. So, no, they make that. You basically have the guy you're playing against, whether you're inside or outside, and you go on the first movement, and if you're good enough, when you're at the end position where you can keep an eye on who you're playing against and see that snap of the ball. If you're good enough, then you can do it.
Here's my comment. Since the Redskins games, it seems to me that the Bears have a very consistent snap count. They do this snap count that starts with ready, and it's a long ready, and then they'll do some blah, 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 and then it's ready hut. Every time it is ready hut, and the ball is snapped.
He also says, Jimmy, hurry, hurry.
But it's a bop, bop every time. It's almost like a one count. Every single time, it seems to me.
I don't know. I don't recall seeing that as a.
I'm obsessed with it. I listen to it every time now because it's driving me crazy.
Well, personally,
sorry.
I don't have an answer for you. All I know, when I played in all the years, every guy I knew that played, I never to move. And when that first move that guy makes, whoever it is, that's when you go. If you can see the ball snap, that's when you move.
Yeah, anytime you try to anticipate, a lot of times you get yourself in trouble.
Blows up in your face every time.
They will know that, and they will come back after it. I think the one thing important about defensive linemen is to figure out that guy in front of you, is it going to be a running play or is it going to be a passing play? And Ed will tell you this. You can a lot of times look at a guy with his stance.
Right.
If he's knuckles.
How intense, how intense his arm, his hand is.
Right.
And how much is he leaning
forward,
forward,
a big advantage.
et cetera. Play long enough, again, you pick up on all those things.
Let's go out to Benny in Hazelcrest. Benny, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and Ed. Hey, you guys are the greatest, man.
Well, thanks for calling, Benny.
Yeah, I'm going to get right to it. Right now we're 6-4, and to me the season is just starting again. I would like to hear you guys comment on right now, it looks to me like that McCown has a better read of Crestman's offense than Cutler does. Not saying that I know Cutler can make plays and he's got the greatest arm, he got the better arm, but I'm saying from now on, it looks like that with the Crestman offense, McCown has a better read. I see the way he reads the defense. I see the way he moves up into the pocket. What do you think about him for the rest of the season? And I'll hang up and listen to you guys' answer.
Well, myself personally, I trust the guy. And I trust that he trusts Trestman. And I trust the guy that obviously, that knows He needs Trustman to be successful. You want to take a look where McCown has been? How many places he's been? The situations he's been in, how many teams? I think there's 6 or 7 teams. He was in the United Football League. You know how many times around the corner? Maybe this is something like Trustman. Trustman's the same story. And so when you get somebody who counts on somebody else, who says, look, you know what, I don't have all the ability in the world. So what's going to happen to me is I need help. And we saw Trustman do that for other quarterbacks. And we saw Trustman do that for guys that he made them very good quarterbacks. So right now, the way I look at it, I mean, the kid's quarterback rating today was 91, Ed.
Yep.
I mean, he was 91. I don't think he threw any interceptions today, did he? Has he thrown any interceptions since we've been playing? I don't think so.
Actually, Doug, it was actually 92.9 or
92.9.
basically 93%.
And
and playing in a unbelievable weather storm all day long, it's incredible. He did a great job. I'm going to tell you, you're going to see this kid be playing. And, Doug, I would truly believe not until Cutler is 110% well, you will not see Cutler. Make Cutler well and whole. So when he comes back, it's there. There's no hesitation in his arm. There's no hesitation in his movement. Okay, and he's ready to go mentally. If you put him in and he's not ready, it's a bad move. Why? Because you've got a guy that's steady, that can run Trestman's offense, can throw the damn football, intelligence. He's doing a good job to change it because maybe Cutler might be ready or whatever. Not on your life.
See, I think, Ed, it's confidence factor. If I told you...
I think his own teammates, as
Right.
far as McCown you're talking about that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think that offensive line and Forte and the receivers,
Coaches,
I
everybody.
think they're behind McCown 100%.
And see, that's how I look at it. Because the fact is, you and I went through this with this team when Haney was the backup guy. We knew damn well that wasn't going to work. No chance. So, but you say, wait a minute, McCown starting next week, you say to yourself, yeah, we got a good shot at this. Just like thought we had a good shot at winning this football game and the football game before that. So, yeah, he's really the confidence in the players, the offensive line, and the coaches, and Trustman, and what's going on with him. So, you say, let's say Cutler can't come back. Will I go out and say, hey, woe is me? No, I won't.
Hey, in the 360 view of things with McCown, everything is positive, Doug. So why make a change? You wait till the other guy is totally and completely healed, physically and mentally, and ready to come back. Then you make your decision, but not until then. The kid has earned the respect of the coaches and his fellow players.
Let's go out to Electric Black Man. Electric Black Man, you're on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Hey.
Hey.
It's Electric Black Man. How you doing today, Doug?
How you doing, buddy? I haven't heard from you in a while.
I ain't called to talk about nobody like I talked about Kanye last time.
Yeah, I know.
But why we playing a 4-2-5 defense when we can't stop the run, Doug? I mean, we can't stop the run, but we ain't got no line. We only got 2 linebackers in there. That's my first. I want you to talk about that. Secondly, we didn't even cover the field. I mean, I can see. I mean, we got big wide receivers and all that, and that played out to our benefits. But we don't cover the field. Plus, we can't stop the run. We're playing a 4-2-5 defense. Make a decision, Mel Tucker. Thanks, Doug. Later on, brother.
Yeah, well, the fact is that when you take a look at, you say 4-2-5, you're talking about the nickel defense. And when you take a look at what's going on out there, even with a 4-3, major problems. And most teams that can't stop the run, a lot of it goes back to the defensive lineman.
It's not a mystery, Doug.
No.
It really isn't.
No. And I think, you need penetration. You need somebody to go in there to cause havoc. You can't be driven back. You can't be driven back into the linebacker's face. You got to grasp, as Led says, if they got you, you grab the ground. You pile it up. You do everything you can do to stop it. But that's something they're going to have to get better at. Can they? I don't know the answer to that. I really don't.
Well, they do have a problem, Doug, of our inside guys about getting blown off that defensive line.
Yeah.
Okay? And again, this would be the third time I'm saying it. And our guys get blown off, and Doug, and they're I mean, they really get blown off. Your middle linebacker doesn't have a chance. Your Sam or your Will linebacker, they're not there. Or your strong side safety, you don't have a chance because one or both of them are getting blown off, and they block off the linebacker pursuit and the backside pursuit, and that's what this game is all about. And Doug, to have that happen and how to stop it, I mean, do you get better, get in your gaps quicker, be tougher, all those things. But boy, when they got you, you dropped to the ground immediately.
Yeah, the other thing too is discipline. Ed and I were watching when they scored a touchdown. When Rice ran for a touchdown, we saw Conte up in the middle, almost like as a weak side linebacker. There are rules, no matter what's going on. There's called force and fill.
First, Doug, it's containment, force, and then fill. That's on every play, stronger, weak side, no matter if it's a blitz or what defense is called. Somebody has containment, somebody has force, and somebody has fill.
And what happened in that play, there was no force.
They had nothing.
And so, consequently, you got to get better at that. That's what we talk. Part of the discipline is everybody's got to handle what they have to do. And that, in case, a lot of times in running, that's why you get gashed. Let's go out to John in Bridgeport. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, thanks a lot for taking my call. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, I just wanted to say that it just goes to show you, no matter how badly the Bears start out or who they play, that you can't give up on them because they're going to find a way. They're going to find a way to make things happen and claw and scratch their way to a win. I mean, that shows you the kind of class of the players that we really do have. And no matter who they play, no matter what they're contenders for the Super Bowl still, no matter what their record is also.
Well, two things, John. This league is very crazy this year, and I'm sure you'll agree with that, and everybody will. I mean, people are going in like Colts getting ripped apart. I mean, every week it's something that's absolutely unbelievable.
Well, that's the whole deal, and that's why you have to adjust from week to week. And, and let's face it, weather has a lot to do with it. If you're playing home, you're playing away. There's so many things.
Yeah, and I think the number one thing about, to follow up on what I said, Doug, I think is that you've got Josh McCown coming in, and he's not a lame brain playing quarterback. He's smart.
Legit.
He's got athletic ability. He has quality, and he doesn't make mistakes. And that's a hell of a thing to have for a backup quarterback. I'm glad we have him.
Our thank yous go out to Ethan Shaw, Mark Joliffe, Wayne Randazzo, Dominic Mendocino, Callie O'Connor, and Rick Camp. Up next, you're going to have the football game between the Denver and Kansas City. And don't forget about our guy,
Lester, the Graff.
The Gropper. We'll be on right after that game.
I'll be listening to him.
Oh, absolutely. Never can't miss Lester.
Yes. You got to love that guy.
Yeah. Thanks for listening. Next week, St. Louis. They'll see what we can do and bring home a win again.
Bye-bye.
35-yard line. Clemens pitches it left. Now they reverse field, coming right to the 35, to the 40. Room at the 45 to midfield. Down the sidelines to the 30. Tavon Austin to the 10 to the 5. He's in the end zone. Tavon Austin as a running back takes the pitch, spins around, reverses field, and goes 65 yards for the touchdown on the third snap of the game, and the Rams are in front. A handoff to Forte, breaks a tackle, gives up the ball. It's recovered by the Rams inside the 10-yard line at the 7, recovered by James Laurinaitis. Fighting for yards, Forte stripped, Rams football, and the Bears defense, well, their backs against the wall, starting this from the 7-yard line. Shotgun. Snap is back to McCown. McCown with time. Throws right side of the end zone. Pass is caught at the 1, and they give him the touchdown. Touchdown, Martellus. Touchdown, Martellus Bennett. On T.J. McDonald in from 7, and the Bears around the board. In the shotgun, Stacy on the right hip. It's back to Clemens. Clemens looks to the end zone. Wide open between a trio of defenders. Nobody. Not one of them. Bostic, Anderson, or Isaiah Fry got to the receiver. It's a touchdown for the Rams. An easy pitch and catch from Kellen Clemens, and a touchdown. He just settled in about 3 yards deep in the end zone. And Cook has the touchdown. Jared Cook in from 6 yards. Shotgun snap is back to McCown. Throws left side. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears to Brandon. Brandon Marshall on Janoris Jenkins. Inverted wishbone for the Bears. McCown takes turns, giving left, and he is down at the 5. They blow it up. Michael Bush had no chance. Blown up by the Rams. They sniffed it out. And Michael Bush denied on 4th and 1. The football resting at the 5-yard line. It's Jolon Dunbar on the plug for St. Louis. I believe this is the 8th red zone snap on this drive. Michael Bush, the back Fiammetta in motion. McCown takes turns. Given to Michael Bush. Shoulders in. Touchdown. Finally. Amen and hallelujah. Snap. Running right. Cunningham to the 5. Reaches for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown. The Rams extend their lead, 33-21 with 3:05 to play. They are unable to stop the run today. That's a 9-yard touchdown for Benny Cunningham.
It's now time to break down the game on the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, live from Chuck's Southern Comforts Cafe at 8025 South Cass Avenue in Darien. Here are your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights were courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe in Darien, Illinois.
They're here, Doug. They're here.
They're here.
I hear them. They're right there.
My buddy Obradovich is under the weather, but we got Mark Grody with me that do this show.
I can talk like him,
Yeah,
though.
you can talk like him. First of all, let me say something. This has been a disastrous day for me. I mean, watching this piece of crap that I just watched today. But the good news is this. I've never in my life, and I will drive back out here from the city, this food in this place is gigantic. It is the best. But other than that, I have no things. I look at a football game today. I watch a defense get mauled, 260 yards running against them, 260 yards. You know, Mel Tucker better also, that's the defensive coordinator. They all better get in the room. Him and D. Camillus, the guy who does their special teams, because there's so many damn penalties going on out there. You can't do that. You can't win football games because you're not that good to do what you have to do to give up these penalties. I mean, stupid stuff. I'm talking about stupid. And the other thing is discipline. I'm talking about discipline. McClellan on the defense and that reverse back there. He's supposed to be on the outside. Be where you're supposed to be. Do that. It doesn't take a genius. It really doesn't. I mean, when you watch a game like this, you want to commit suicide.
It's a bit harsh, maybe.
Well, it is, Mark. But you know what? You know what I'm talking about? I mean, saying Detroit loses. Okay, so you're getting a chance to move up now. You're getting a chance to take the position. I have nothing against our offense. We held the football I don't know how long. It's a good thing we held the football. If that defense would have been back out there, it would have been disastrous. They beat us, 42 to whatever the hell it was, 25 or what? But the thing that pisses me off the most is that you can let a team run the football right down your throat. And there's another little tidbit for you. What the hell is Bush doing on this football team? He went to the same school I went to at University of Louisville, but what's he doing here? He doesn't have nothing. He had his whole today, he had a -5 yards. You know, he finally got the one touchdown in. The other ones he could have got in. I mean, there's just so much going on out there when you say to yourself, hold it. You know, you can say, oh, well, Cutler's not in there, or McCown's doing this. They're doing good enough to win. And that offensive line and that offensive backfield. That defense is atrocious. And I never thought in my life, all the years I played with the Bears, that ever I would say something that way, that defense is atrocious. It's always been the other way around. Why can't we get a little bit of best of each one of them? So what's going to happen now is that we're not going to win nothing if we play like today. Who now are we going to beat? Who are we going to beat? Nobody. You can't play defense like that. You can't let teams gash you for 260 yards. It might even been more than that. So anyway, Mark, how you doing?
I am wonderful. And if you guys could have heard the conversation that Doug Buffone had with Ed Obradovich, I couldn't hear Ed, but I could hear in the background, Doug, what's with Michael Bush back there? You can't put this guy in time after time. You can't do it, Doug. It's terrible. It's awful.
Remember, Mark, I said they tried to give us the game. We were down there for, 2 hours of going in and trying to score. We had 2 hours and 22 minutes to score. And then we didn't want to get the score. We didn't want to do the score. But the play that Ed called up about, which is absolutely true, they hit that quarterback. That wasn't a penalty. I mean, that was not a penalty. We got the benefit from that. But other than that, I'm trying to pick the okay, let's go, Hester. Run the back for a touchdown. Yay!
Yeah. Craig Stelz, if I say those words right now, will you say the same thing you said backstage?
Thing. Stupid. They ought to take them out, and then I don't want to get into that. They ought to take something because you can't play football that way. Here's a guy, takes all these blocks, Hester just running down the sidelines, going in for a score, and you decide that you're going to hit somebody from behind, which was not even an important block. Even the game here, hold it. To play the game, I understand you got to be physically strong, fast, and all those things. But you cannot be stupid. You can't be stupid to play the game. I'm telling you, trust me, I played 14 years. I understand it. I was never the greatest athlete in the world or the biggest or the strongest, but do what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be in this spot, be there. Our linebackers, I don't know where the hell they were. They were on the sidelines having cigarettes. Who the hell knows?
And penalty after penalty. Second week in a row. This is not a good week for Mark Trestman, the head coach of the Bears. All the penalties they had. The play calling was a little bit. The fourth and goal. I was
wanted it.
I was actually comfortable with a field goal right there.
Yeah.
You wanted a touchdown.
Yeah.
But the play call right there, given to Michael Bush, who's been pretty much out of the game plan throughout the season, why they do that, and then continue to give him the ball until he does score. The numbers were eventually on his side to get a touchdown, but just time after time, I didn't understand some of the play calling by Trestman. On the other side, Brian Schottenheimer with some excellent play calls against the Bears
great
defense.
Calls, yeah. And the reason I wanted to go for it because I could feel what was going to happen. We're not going to stop nobody. We needed points. We had to go up for points. And we're going to try to play that cat and mouse game where we're going to play defense. We can't play defense. So why don't you admit to it and take a look at it? And then, you know what, Mel Tucker, I understand it. You're a defensive coordinator. You figure it out. Let's go out to James in Iowa. James, you're on the score.
Hello?
James.
Yeah,
James,
how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, I was at the tornado game of 2013. I was there.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was. But why is Chris Conte still on the field?
Who are you going to play, Stelz?
No, somebody. You got to put somebody in besides Chris Conte.
You have nobody. I can go through this room and find somebody that can play better than those guys.
This guy right here.
Here, I'll take this guy right here.
Yep.
I go down a rush street at 2 o'clock in the morning and find somebody better.
We'll have you talk to our producers after the show. Just hang in there.
Yeah.
We're going to set you up.
No, there's no question. There's major problems. So what happened to the here it is. There's major problems with the defense. It's not only the tackling. It's not only the defense stopping the run. It's everything.
It's up the middle. It's Shea McClellan.
Shea McClellan. What'd they do, Mark? They'd run right at him.
Every single time.
If you're going to do anything, you're going to run at the guy.
Even when he had the opportunity to use his speed, he was getting beaten today.
It's just, you look at it and you say to yourself, oh, what happened? 9 years we have great defenses. 10 years we have great defenses. This year, nothing.
Well, there's first-string running back Zach Stacy goes out, and then a guy named Benny Cunningham comes in.
All-American.
And just bursting left and right. Comes into the third quarter, back-to-back 10-yard runs. In the fourth quarter, he has a big run. That's what running backs have been doing to the Bears defense for the last 6 straight games or so. It's those runs. It's not even the big one by Tavon Austin, the 65-yarder that pissed me off, of course, but it's those bursts late in the game that Reggie Bush has had, that Ray Rice has had, and now Benny Cunningham as well.
Absolutely, and Benny Cunningham's undrafted, and so is Stacy.
Of course.
Both guys are undrafted, and we make them look like All-Americans. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Mark Brody and Doug Buffone. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe. That's right. In Darien, Illinois. Beautiful place, great food. Well, Bradovich is not here today. He's taking some time off. He has to get well. Had a little problem, but he will be back next week. With me is Mark Grody, and our phone number is 312-670-1414. Bears lose 42-21. And Mark, you look at some of these stats.
Yeah.
Which one jumps out at you? Really
Well, the
jumps
rushing
out?
total jumps out at me as far as what they were able to do against the Bears today. 261 total yards rushing. Pretty amazing, too, that the total yards actually favor the Bears. One thing you can't complain about was really, until I guess suppose the end, is the way Josh McCown played again today. Forte was all right. He had the early fumble, which was obviously bad, but he was decent today. So overall, the offense was okay. It was the rushing D and just giving up big plays, and then all the penalties on the Bears were astounding today as well. Really, both teams played sloppy in that regard.
You know, you take a look at that, and you're absolutely correct. Look at the time of possession. The time of possession, you know, the Bears had the ball 36 minutes.
Yeah.
36 minutes. You know, the Rams had a 23. Just think if the defense had been out there more longer. We kept our defense off the field. It was like they're overtired, they're overworked, they're this or that. They would have got murdered. The offense held the football for 36 minutes, 74 plays, compared to 53 plays that the Rams had. So when you take a look at that, you say, look, what's going on with the defense? Somebody better do something real quick, Mark.
Yeah, you tell me what's going on with them, because I mean this is 4 or 5 weeks in a row where you have the middle just wide open to teams where they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want in any quarter of the game. Like I said, it's those fourth quarter runs by Cunningham and in the third quarter that get me going the most, and why that exists. Why are teams just able to blow those guys up?
But, you know, you take a look, obviously there's been injuries, but let me tell you something. You still got to play the game. If you're on the team, that means you're at least good enough to play a certain way. They're playing so bad it's ridiculous. I'm not so sure that Mel Tucker's got to take part of this problem too with the defensive coordinator. What's going on? Because you can't play that bad. I mean, you still got to play them. You're talking about 200 and what was the total, Mark?
261.
261 total yards against you running the football. It's totally embarrassing. And it's also embarrassing you weren't even on the football long enough, on the field long enough to get 261 yards.
And right from the very beginning, Tavon Austin with a 65-yard toss. And I know you said it because I was actually driving here when that occurred. That was about Shea McClellan again.
All about him.
Shea McClellan overplaying that particular play, and then the rest of the day either getting blocked or faked out or not able to run down guys, which is the one thing he was supposed to be able to do.
Is run. And the fact is, when you got a defensive position on the outside, you know what they call a guy, you wait until that ball is gone from you, then you go and pursue. You make sure that nothing's coming back. What does it take to learn that? I mean, what do you have to learn? Where does it say that you can't learn that? Was it, well, I'm a rookie or I'm a second year? I don't buy that crap at all.
No, the youth is on the Rams.
Yeah, they're 24 years old.
Yeah.
You know, and you hear, well, they're young yet. They're young. You just don't buy it. You're a professional. You're getting paid as a professional. Act like a professional. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys? Always a pleasure. And watching that penalty that was called and taking up the horse collar by Forte. Last week, the same exact play happened last week. I can't remember which cornerback it was. I think it was on Bowman. And the play stand. I could not see why they would take up a penalty like that. I can't figure out the NFL rule book for that matter. But let me talk about some other things on the offense side of the ball. Nice to see with some consistency there. Difficult on the road, as we all know. But being as though the defense played this bad, they need too much on the defense, and I can't see them bringing Cutler back for that point. I mean, not with McCown playing as the way he's playing right now. But I'll listen to what you guys have to say.
The one thing we do know for sure, and when you take a look at what's going on with the Bear defense, you have to say to yourself, we've got to score a lot of points. We've got to score a lot of points. And that's why you to look at Cutler, because Cutler's a deep guy. He'll throw the big one. He'll throw the play. You got to take, you take, for example, you need to McCown, the first half, his quarterback rating was 125. That's not the problem. The problem is the defense. I would like to have the defense that we've had in the last 8 or 9 years to go with the offense that we have right now with McCown at quarterback. I will guarantee you a win in that division. I will guarantee you that. But it's not happening. It is not happening. And so I don't know how in the hell you change that. I mean, what would you do?
At this point, there's not a whole lot, because like you said, there's already the injuries that they're dealing with, and next man up not necessarily working out for the Bears, although Bass has looked pretty good.
Bass looks good, yeah. Bass,
another play.
Come in there, yeah.
Why he has looked more impressive than Shane McClellan at this point, I'm not really sure. But early in the game, too, on the Tavon Austin play that we said, Shane McClellan botched that play, heard a report from the Score's very own Zach Zabin on the sister station, WBBM, that Julius Peppers was going after the linebackers on that play, that they should have seen that coming, and that they did not see that coming. So I'll ask you, evaluate the linebacker play.
Well, see, here's the deal. It's called force and field rules. You have rules like for anything. When you play football, I can go out there and play any football, and there's certain rules of plays accordingly. The play goes away from you. You're a defensive end. The general rule is you are the one that stays there until you find out for sure that ball is going around the other end. You will protect this weak side, and if it's a reverse or a return guy, you are there, not the linebacker. The linebacker is chasing. He's chasing the football. He sees the football going away, he's chasing. So he has to have confidence that McClellan is on the outside waiting for anything that comes back. It's called force and field rules. If you want to do it the other way, then you bring the defensive end down real tight, and you now, the linebacker, will scrape outside.
So Pepper's scolding was misguided.
Yeah, if you scold at the linebackers, he's talking to the wrong guy. I think that's the way I look at it. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Mark Grody and Doug Buffone. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe. Buffone and Mark Grody. Now, Eddie's under the weather. He's not feeling
Doug.
Doug.
Dick Duran.
We talked to Ed during the course of the game, and his feelings are probably the same way as my feelings. In fact, we have to give out a game ball, and it is brought to you by Al Pamani Ford.
I'm looking forward to this.
Al Pamani Ford. Visit apford.com, and I decided to give the game ball to Ed O'Bradovich. I thought that would be the one to do it.
Good idea, Doug. It's about time. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's about time.
I'll tell you what. Let me tell you this right now. I could put a helmet on that guy right now, and I know damn well you would get about 10 good plays out of him.
It's funny to hear his voice just shouting on a cell phone while watching a game with Doug Buffone, which I want to tell everybody out here, you should have the opportunity to watch a Bears game with Doug Buffone. It is a treat. It was the most wonderful thing that's ever happened in my life today. Well, it was cathartic, let me tell you.
The thing about it is, and I'm probably like most of the people in here, even though I played the game, even though I played 14 years for the Bears, I know people out there have been long years fans, and I understand. I'm a fan, and I watch this, and I say to myself, I just won't. I will not take stupidity. I will take getting beat. Somebody physically punches me in the head and knocks me out. That's all part of it. That's it, but not stupidity. Not just so much of the damn stupidity.
On the Devin Hester punt return touchdown, all he said was, "Who was it? Yeah. Who made the penalty?" And Craig Stelz was in trouble with Doug Buffone. Let's go through some of these numbers, Doug. I want to get your reaction because if you look at some of them, you think that the Bears won the game. Total yards, Bears 424 to the Rams 406. Passing. The Bears, 36 of 47, 344 yards. A pretty good day for Josh McCown until the very end. And on the other side for the Rams, 10 of 22, 148 yards passing for one. Kellen Clemens, who's been around for a while, which I didn't realize. Let's move our way to the rushing yards. For the Bears, 26 yards, 26 attempts and 80 yards. 29 attempts for the Rams, 258 yards. They averaged 9 yards per carry on the day, Doug.
I've never seen that. The years that I played, the years that I've watched, the team averaged 9.8 yards per carry.
That's the one thing.
That's a joke. It's a joke. It's something that you said nightmare that you had. You jumped. Hey, that team had 9.8 yards per carry against the Chicago Bears.
The Bears' defenses in past years have been a lot of bend but don't break, even under Lovie Smith and Rod Marinelli and all that, but they did not give up those 10 to 12-yard rushes in the third and fourth quarters as they have done all season this year, and that frustrates me more than anything.
Well, the fact is, he said bend, don't break. Right now, they're just breaking.
Oh, yeah, at every possible corner.
Yeah. Let's go out to the phone lines, Mark. Let's go out to Patrick on the north side. Patrick, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug, I'm with you. I'm out of my mind with this. I mean, I've been a Bear fan since, for 59 years or so, and I remember offenses where you guys would come off the field and say, hold them. tell the offense. Now we got a good offense and we got a defense that they make stupid plays. One minute they look like world beaters when they hold to a field goal, then the next minute they look like idiots. Another thing, Bush, get off the field. I wouldn't even let him take the plane home. And I got another comment. All these fans that keep coming, you hear them all the time about how we got to keep McNown and get rid of Cutler. And you know what? These guys could stand on their head, whistle Dixie, and spit quarters out of their ass. It ain't going to happen. So why don't they get off the subject? The Bears need help defensively, and it ain't going to be because they got rid of Cutler. They need help. They need guys that can think out there on the field that will actually move around, think about something, and then make a play.
Well, that's right. If you take a look at McCown, his quarterback rating was 102. The quarterback rating, Kellen from the Rams, was 86. As we said before, we had more yardage than they had. If you take a look, though, down through these things, but the fact is, when it comes down to it, our defense is really, hey, hold on, all we had to do is be average. Just be average. You can't be 31st mark against the run in the league. You just can't be that way. We just can't do that. Again, too, there's a lot of injuries. Every other team has injuries. Mm-hmm. Everybody has injuries. If you put a helmet on, he makes the team, then he should be not as good as the guy in front of him, but good enough to take over and do the job.
And I question, too, he brought up Michael Bush as well.
Oh, please.
Now, obviously, on the drive after the Devin Hester punt return touchdown called back because of the Craig Stelz penalty, just giving it to Bush, giving it to him time after time after time, you blame Trestman on that one. But the one that I really questioned as far as Mark Trestman was the 4th and goal play that you and I debated backstage over whether they should have gone for it there or kicked the field goal. They rush the play. They give it to Michael Bush, blown up by Dunbar. It reminded me exactly of when the Bears were going for the 2-point conversion a couple of weeks ago against Detroit, when Matt Forte got the pitch and Nick Fairley blew it up. And they didn't learn from it. It was like the exact same looking type of play where they completely sniffed it out, completely blew it up. And I don't get the Michael Bush at the goal line anymore. No, Matt Forte is just fine running it in.
And the other thing, what you're doing, you're telling the defense that you're going to run the ball. You bring Bush in, you bring all the elephants in. They're going to run the ball. They're not going to throw it. The elephants are all lined up.
It's going to go to that guy.
To Bush. That guy's going to get the ball. How about this one? Leave your 2 wide receivers out there, bring Bush in, and how about doing a play action pass coming up if you want to do it that way? Everybody thinks Bush is going to get it. Well, fine. Now they've got to respect it because you got your tight end and you got your 2 wide receivers out there that can beat you. But no, we don't do it. And so, but I understand why he went for it, because he knew down deep his defense couldn't hold anybody. Let's go out to James on his north side or south side. James, you're on the score.
Yeah, I was watching the game, and I agree with you about the defense, because I know if we had kept Brian Erlich and paid him and respect him, we would have a better defense. And number 2, the offense is fantastic. We got the best offense in the world. And the last one, I don't know what to say, that we need help. We need help on the defense, and I'm going to say it again, the defense look bad. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no question about the defense. The other thing that surprises me, too, the penalties and the stupidity in the penalties. A lot of that's coming with the return teams, the punt return. How much you got a kickoff return, right? You got a kickoff return, next thing you know, flag. So now you go half the distance to the goal. You're sitting on the 12-yard line or the 10-yard line, whatever. That's twice that happened. Then the real kicker was the fact that you got, all of a sudden now you jump up, you get life. Hester runs for a touchdown up for punt return. What? Holding. Stelz hit somebody in the back. In my opinion, there is no reason whatsoever to block anybody in the back. None. Because when you see it's going to happen, then get the hell out of the way. Then leave him make the tackle. Because all you have to do is screen him. You don't have to push him in the back. And this is something DeCamillis has to do with his specialties, because that's getting out of hand also.
Penalties all day were unnecessary. And they were big penalties. They were just blow-off penalties. The Craig Stelz penalty, which we've talked about a lot, of the Devin Hester kick return. Chris Conti, the pass interference in the end zone. He didn't need to do that.
No.
Earl Bennett with a hold on the Forte touchdown. Fiametta all day. Kyle Long kicking people, although that was kind of entertaining to see.
I kind of like that, though. I don't mind that. Yeah.
Go ahead and kick.
If you're going to do something, do something that's going to be destructive.
I'm trying to be serious, but that was absolutely entertaining to see a large man kick somebody on the ground.
Yeah, good, exactly.
And then Brother Chris came running, so it made for good TV.
You're right.
It was entertaining.
Mark, you're absolutely right. You push somebody from behind. But when you kick somebody in the face, that's really what counts.
More kicking in the NFL. You need that.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Billy. in Saulville, Illinois. Billy, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. You know, they say that Mark Trestman is a statistician type of guy. Well, what's it going to take for him to realize that Michael Bush stinks? How many statisticians do they need to know that this guy stinks and he cannot run the ball, period?
Now, here's the problem, Billy. Who else are we going to put in there? Now, we got the young kid, Michael Ford, that can go in there, but the fact is that's why they brought Bush in. They brought Bush in for short yardage and for touchdown runs. It has not been successful. I don't know why it's not working. And then here's the other little tidbit. He dropped that football. I know it wasn't a perfect football, but, a pass to him when he coming out of the backfield. That ball was dropped. I said, well, he
went through his arms.
Yeah. It's not a perfect throw, but you make plays like that.
NFL players catch that.
You make the exact good ones.
Right.
Do that.
I don't even know if you have to be good. You have to be. If you're an NFL football player, you make that catch right.
Like
there.
I said, I'll go down to Rush Street at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll find a guy to make that catch.
I think we got 3 already signed up.
All right.
Yeah. Talk to our producers. We'll
Let's go to the black physicist.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello,
physicist. You stole most of my thunder. The Bears lost this game because, number one, they can't stop the run. I mean, my God. Tavon Austin making that 65-yard touchdown run. I'm like, uh-oh. Then we see that the offense, they're getting goofy. You have Tony Flametta holding, taking away score, equally Earl Bennett with a block in the back, taking away another touchdown score from Devin Hester. I mean, and then we have undisciplined play.
Yeah. There's no question about it, physicists. The fact is that a lot of stupid things happen out there. But here's one thing you take a look at with the Bear offense. On third down conversions, they were 60%. 60%. They held the football for 36 minutes and 9 seconds compared to 23 minutes and 81 seconds for the Rams. Come on.
You're supposed to win when you win time of possession, period.
Absolutely.
Especially that lopsided. 3 turnovers, though, for the Bears to 0 for the Rams.
That goes to tell you how bad your defense is. If you can hold the football that long and still your defense can't hold the guys off, and all of a sudden now you're giving up a lot of yardage. That's why he thought probably the best reason you and I disagreed on it was to go for that field goal. I wanted to run it because you could almost feel like the fact that they know they needed points.
Right.
They couldn't hold them.
Right idea, wrong play call in that position.
Well, I agree 100%.
That's all.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Mark Grody and Doug Buffone. We're live at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe. That's right, in Darien.
Delicious.
Mark Grody and Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-670-1414. And let me tell you this right now, that the number I gave you was not correct. I was just testing you and seeing if you were alert.
32 people told us it was incorrect,
That's
so
right.
they were on the ball, Doug. I'm happy to report.
Every 5 minutes, I make a test. 312-644-6767. And Mark, we talked about the game today, and huge disappointment. I mean, there's one thing you're getting beat, and the other thing when you look at this team, you say you had an opportunity to do something, to be somebody. Especially what happened to the rest of the teams in that division.
Absolutely, yeah. Packers ended up in a tie today, so that complicates matters. Should be no tying in football.
No.
But there is. Detroit loses, which is not a shocker. They lose to Tampa Bay today. I mean, the Lions, you can't trust what they're going to do. So the Bears and Lions, both 6-5. Since the Lions swept the Bears, they do have the tiebreaker right now. So all this stuff, and the Bears are still very much alive.
You know what it is, though? You're very much alive, but the thing that's bothering me is that you're not going to beat anybody the way you play today. You're not going to beat anybody. And that's part bothers me a lot because, you say, well, you still got a shot. You're 6-5. Like, you look at it, you're 6-5, all right, but your defense is so bad, so horrible, that it's just almost like you can't even talk about it. You can't even, here's the part, Mark, you can't correct it. I don't know how you correct it.
Because it's week after week. I mean, this is not a new problem.
Right.
It's not just a fluke thing, as you might have thought originally. This is for real. This version of the Bears
defense. This is who we are.
This is who they are. They cannot stop the run. They're at Minnesota next week, so Adrian Peterson there. Home against Dallas on Monday night. At Cleveland, at Philly. and then home against Green Bay to end the season. That's the rest of the schedule this year. By the way, this segment on The Score is being brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended.
All right, Mark, let's go out to Zach in Roselle. Zach, you're on The Score.
Hey, guys. I listen to the post-game show after every game.
Thank you.
It's amazing how David Batch, who was cut by the Raiders, made a bigger impact than Shea McClellan, who was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
I don't understand the mentality behind going for the touchdown when you're in the red zone and you're only down 10 points. On top of that, anyone could have predicted that the Bears would run it. This is the second time that he's done this. Made the gamble on the fourth down. I understand the defense sucks, but going for the points gives us the best chance to win, especially with Cutler out. Can you trust Trustman at this point?
Yeah, I think you can trust Trustman. I don't think that's our problem. And I agree with you. You can discuss about that fourth down position.
Right, you can question him.
You can make facts on either side. You know, there's no question about it because it didn't work. If it had worked, it would have been a genius. It didn't work, so he's not a genius. When I looked at it, I said my reason went for the back of my mind was, and you're correct in what you're saying, and so was Mark. That's what you do. You take the points, you get off the field. But you look at the situation, you say, I'm looking at my defense, they're not stopping anybody. So I got to have points if I'm going to win this football game. And that's why I thought they should win after. But again, too, was the play call.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean,
I didn't agree with the play call.
The going for it, although I would have preferred the 3 at that time, the going for it to me was not outrageous, but it seemed very un-Trestman-like you bring in Michael Bush, so it's obvious that Michael Bush is going to get the ball, and they sniffed it out right away. Like I said, it was like 2 weeks ago going for the 2-point conversion, and that I realized was more Josh McCown because he had choices. He could have passed, but he decided to hand off to Forte. It was blown up by Nick Fairley against Detroit, which they ultimately lose that game. And how do you know, Doug, as a guy who played linebacker, how do you know when it's that obvious? Because this is twice now where we've seen this, where defenses, there's absolutely no doubt about it, sniffed out exactly what Mark Trestman was going to do, and that doesn't make him look very good in that position.
No, it's film work. You take a look in situations, and they computerize all this stuff. When it comes back to you, they'll say, look, when they're down there on the 2-yard line and all of a sudden they're 4-yard line, and if they're going to go on 4th and down, and you see them make these big changes, and they bring the elephants in and take out the guys, the giraffes, then you know there's a problem. Then you know they're going to run the football. So consequently, what you do is you play the run. So a lot of times, to set yourself up in that 4th down position, maybe you should do a play action. Fake it to Bush and have a wide receiver that you can throw the football to. No, we didn't do that. If he thinks we're going to blow everybody out, we didn't do it. And not only that, I'm really disappointed the way Bush is running. That one time you saw him, he didn't go up into the offensive line. I understand the first time he got smoked, he was no chance. But I've seen him all year, and he's not really doing anything he can do. Plus, too, that drop pass kind of really aggravated me.
Yeah. Like you said, not a perfect throw, but a catch that if you are an NFL player, you make that catch in that position.
Absolutely sure. Let's go out to Pete in Minneapolis. Pete, you're on The Score.
Hey, guys, a couple of things. I just wanted to say, first off, I've heard a lot of callers, and I've listened to the station for over 25 years, including your host, who have a lot of fun trying to establish the fact that Josh McCown is nothing, and will ever be anything but a backup quarterback. But he's doing a darn good job at that. I got news for you, fellas. This is 5 games. 5 games, 0 picks, over 100% quarterback rating. If you want to act like we're mouth breathers, the people who support Josh McCown and somebody who can manage the game, here's the thing. There's a math algorithm that goes along with signing Jay Cutler. It goes $20 million a year, 15, 20 a year, 60, 80, 90 long term. You saw our defense? I've been watching since I was 4 years old. I'm almost 40, okay? I was fortunate enough to be at the Super Bowl in New Orleans with my mom and dad when they won it. I'm going to tell you right now, this is the worst defense I've ever seen. You want to go with Jay Cutler for another half decade for 60, 80, 100? Expect nothing but mediocrity at best. So hang up and listen.
Well, that's the key. The key is how they're going to handle both of them. What are they going to do? There's no question. I never questioned McCown whatsoever when that kid went out there and the way he's playing. And I'll give you, if you want to look, if you believe in quarterback ratings, well, believe in him because the kid today was 100.
It's been a really good backup quarterback.
Been terrific really backup
good.
quarterback.
That's what you want.
And so the fact is, can you find these players? Can you go out and get some more players? Because I'm going to tell you something right now. Peppers, you're not going to be here next year. I'm not so sure that even Lance Briggs is going to be here next year. I'm not so sure that Tillman's going to be here next year. They're going to revamp that whole defense. Take a look at it. We're going to go to an update. We'll be right back. Mark Grody and Doug Buffone. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe. Fantastic place in Darien. Great food. There's no question about that. And it's Obradovich and Buffone. Obradovich is not here today. Mark Grody is. And Mark, let's say Ed was here. It would not, and if I said to you, I said, what was the problem? What was wrong?
I'll tell you what the problem was. Here's the problem right now. Michael Brockers should not have been penalized, Doug, for that play. That was a good hit on McCown. I don't care what they say. This league has gone soft, Dougie. You saw it.
That's what he was most terrified about. That was a hell of a hit.
Brock, you saw it, Doug.
It's amazing.
Dick Duran.
It's amazing, Ed, though. It doesn't either give you side there. It's football. When he sees something that's blatant, that is wrong,
oh, yeah.
You don't care which side it is.
It insults your football sensibilities.
Exactly, yeah.
And that was a crucial play down there where Michael Brockers just nails Josh McCown before they eventually did score on the touchdown. That's one of those plays where you go, oh, football hit, and then it was a penalty, Doug, and it shouldn't have been. I don't care what they say.
That makes me feel better. I feel like Ed is still.
Go to the break, Doug. You see the sign.
We're taking a break. We'll be right back. We're live at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe in Darien, Illinois. And once again, I will say this, and Mark Grody will also say this, who was with me. Fantastic. I know, I'm in the restaurant business, and I've been in the business, and I've done it for years, and I'm telling you, this is just phenomenal.
You ate like a whole chicken.
I ate
took that. You pretty much slammed it.
I slapped that chicken around. I took the feathers off him, and I ate them. But I got to tell you one thing about it. Is that you almost feel like you're in New Orleans. I mean, the way they have all the food they have here and all the way it's prepared and everything.
And then you had some pie, too, didn't you? Like a banana cream, coconut, cream. Looked like a whole pie as well.
Well, you know what? The thing about it is that I got a soft tooth for some sweets, but my biggest problem is, I have diabetes. I got to be careful with that stuff, but I thought the bananas would take away from it,
That justifies it completely.
Well,
macaroni and cheese.
You ate the macaroni and
cheese and French fries. Perfect, wonderful, creamy, lovely.
And talking about foods, this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care.
That's right, Doug.
Dr. Paul Jones, who is from Mercy Hospital, is my cardiologist, and he probably heard me talking to us about this, the pie and the chicken and the whatever.
It's not the food, it's your stress level when the other team is running for 261 yards against the Bears. That's really what I worried about as far as any palpitations are concerned backstage.
There's no question about that. It's a big influence of what happens to me. The fact is that you get so aggravated when you see these games. And you say to yourself, why do they do that? I understand you make mistakes. Hey, hold it. I played 14 years and I made mistakes. There's no question about it. But some of these are just stupid. I mean, you can't do that when you call yourself a professional. Now, you want to do it in high school? You're a professional. They're paying you money. You get paid a lot of money. Do the right damn thing. I mean, just do it.
And when you have to say for a second week in a row that making impact plays is guys like David Bass. And God bless David Bass. I hope he continues to be what he's been, and that's a pretty decent fill-in player for the Bears. But when you have to keep saying that, who played well on defense today?
No.
Bass. I mean, he made, a play.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody else who actually was a plus on defense today.
Well,
that's a problem.
And the other problem, too, is penalties. You had 10 penalties for 84 yards. Last week you had, 13 or 11 penalties for 111 yards. You can't make those kind of mistakes, those stupid mistakes. That one with Hester, that was brutal.
Craig Stelz.
That was brutal.
Doug backstage saying, "Who was it? Who made the penalty? Cut him immediately."
I got a phone call from Ed right away. Fire him.
Get rid of him, Doug. You know it.
Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, Doug and Mark. I just want to know who's going to, honestly, it's been almost a year now. Who's going to take Urlacher's place in the middle, because that's where they're killing the Bears, in the middle.
Who's going to take her place? They're counting on the Bostic is going to be the guy that increases his stealth, his experience, and that he can take over that position. And you're right about one thing. There were a couple times today when they played that cover two. He's got to be down in the middle on the tight end. Was not there. There's no doubt about it. And also with the runs. Again, too, you can always blame it on the linebackers. The linebackers are skating all over the place. But the fact is, though, if I'm drafting next year, I will draft myself a 340-pound Coke machine that I'm going to put a defensive tackle. That's who I want. I want somebody in there that just smashes people all around. I want somebody that squashes plays, not somebody on roller skates. They go flying out of there and get into the linebacker's face. I need somebody with stability in that middle, and we do not have that stability.
And you know what stinks is the Bears are going to have to think about drafting or getting these again. And I can't tell because Chris Conte wasn't bad last year. He hasn't been bad since being a Bear until this year. It looked like Major Wright had turned the corner last year, but both appear to be clueless this year. So now you're going to have to think about addressing that position again, which, of course, was Jerry Angelo's tenure, just drafting safeties year after year after year. And now it looks like you're going to have to do the same thing in this regime unless you deem that that's sort of a fluke and you give those guys another chance to say, all right, maybe you had a bad year. Or are they bad safeties? I don't know.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at it, like, for example, you say to yourself, like, well, should Conte made that mistake in the end zone? He shouldn't have made that mistake.
He didn't need to interfere on that play.
No, he did. And number two, you always should be taught. Let's go back to the Bear coaches. You teach these guys. And when you're back there, take a peek toward the quarterback when you get near the end zone. And that way, the referee, he can't say anything. He won't say anything. But if you stick your hand up in this guy's face and your back is against him with the football, you're going to get called 99.9% of the time.
And isn't that where you get paid to be a coach, too? Because a lot of people are enabling Mel Tucker and saying, well, the guy's had injury after injury after injury. Poor Mel Tucker. But isn't that where you actually finally get to see a coach and turn guys who might be mediocre, who might be inexperienced, into good players, and you don't see that happen? That's the essence of coaching, and Mel Tucker hasn't done that.
And that's a fact, because the fact is simply that you can't be this bad. In other words, you can improve a team. You won't be the best in the National Football League, but you will not be the worst.
Right, and you can't make the same mistakes week after week. You cannot have guys
improve.
Rushing up the middle in the fourth quarter, a la Benny Cunningham, the second-string running back behind Zach Stacy, who was bursting behind Tavon Austin, who had a 65-yard run to start the game. It's the same mistakes over and over. That's the problem.
Let's go out to Ed in Texas. Ed, you're on the score.
Good afternoon, man. This is actually Ed from Maywood. I'm in Texas visiting my mother.
Okay. All right.
I wish Ed a speedy recovery. We actually went to the same high school.
Oh, good. Good.
Yes. What I would like to say is that we have bad news. All of the Bears' losses have been in the NFC, which means that's going to make for awful tiebreakers if the Bears want to get a wild card spot. I think the only chance of making the playoffs is going to be to win the division. And, the problem is the Packers have failed to win a game in the whole month of November, but they're still in it because the Lions and the Bears are playing around. And so it looks like the Bears are going to have to run the table to make the playoffs.
I agree with you. I don't think there's any way they're going to get in there the way they played today. And here's what we're looking at. We're watching this football club, and we're not questioning whatsoever McCollum. We're not going to question him.
Pretty good today.
Pretty damn good. And he's been pretty damn good since he played from the time they put him in. That's not our problem. Our problem is the defense. And our problem is our defense that can't hold. And our problem is the defense that can't stop the run. That's our problem. And if that's not going to change, if that's not going to get better as we progress into the season, then where are you going? You're not going anywhere. You know what? You get an opportunity. You got an opportunity twice to beat Detroit, which you didn't do. You had another opportunity today when you had Green Bay tying and Detroit losing. How many opportunities do you want? It's just even fact, remember the opportunities they had just trying to go in and score. We must have had the ball for 20 minutes on the 3-yard line. So you're going to have all these opportunities. You're going to take advantage of them. And right now, I don't know what the hell he changes, what he does. The fact is that right now we are not stopping anybody. We knew going into this football game, there wasn't a doubt, not one single doubt, that the Rams were going to take the football and run it. And run it all day long. There wasn't even a doubt. Everybody that talked about it, the first thing they said, Rams will run the ball against the Bears. Rams will run the ball against the Bears. Why? It's very simple. The Bears are 31st in the league against the run. And so you're going to see the next people that we play. They're going to say the same damn thing. Why should they change? Why should they go to something else when they know this is the formula to beat the Chicago Bears?
Right, so I'm giving way too much credit to Brian Schottenheimer, the offensive coordinator, in saying that his game plan was genius because, well, you run the ball. That's what you do against the Bears. You run the ball in the first series, the second series, no matter who it is. And that's just what it is. It's pedestrian running backs that have been doing this, or guys who had, like Ray Rice last week, had been really nothing up until that point.
He couldn't play dead before that.
Nothing. And he was doing it throughout the entire game. And then you had it, you had Zach Stacy in this game. And then I keep having to look down to see his name, Benny Cunningham, who got over 100 yards rushing. He was over 100 yards on the day, which is crazy. And then to the point, too, of winning the division. That's going to be tricky, too, because he mentioned Detroit. They lost to Detroit twice this year, so they own the tiebreaker. So the Bears, every opportunity that they've been given, they have sort of handed back.
Yeah, and today would have been a day to get even with that. And today would have been a day if they would have beat the Rams and with the Detroit losing at Tampa. See, Detroit's got some problems, too. Tampa comes into your stadium and beats you, you got problems.
Oh, yeah.
Green Bay has problems if Aaron Rodgers doesn't get back. I mean, there's no question about that. We basically said, okay, Collar went down. Everybody said, oh, it's the end of the world. So did I. Until this kid came in there and he started playing, he said, we can win like this.
It's not the problem.
It's not the problem. The problem is what we thought was going to be the problem was the defense. Let's go out to Pat in Davenport. Pat, you're on the score with Mark and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
Yeah, people are always talking about, lately people have been bringing up the question of whether Cutler should come back. And I don't know, I've been thinking, what if the Bears were to bring back Cutler and McCown, and then rather than draft the quarterback, use all those draft picks on the defensive side of the ball. And, I mean, you guys even said yourself earlier in the show, there's a chance that Peanut might not be back. There's a chance that Briggs might not be back. And I agree with you guys with think that Peppers won't be back. So why not use those draft picks and the money that we'll save from those players out of the defensive side of the ball and then bring back Cutler and McCown for next year?
I think they probably had planned to do that anyway because of all the money and resources they put into the offense this year with Jermon Bushrod this year, the drafting of Kyle Long, the signing of Martellus Bennett. I think that Phil Emery was smart enough to know that this defense was capable of spontaneous aging, which may be occurring just by injury. So I think that their plan was anyway, luckily, to put their resources into defense in this offseason, regardless of what has been happening, just because of aging alone. But now it's because talent is a problem.
Well, let's not forget, they did draft high. Bostic was what?
Second rounder.
Yeah. What was Green? Fourth rounder?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I mean, right there, you got two guys that you put in there right away. They got this other kid named Cornelius Washington. And this guy here was what, the seventh pick or whatever he was. I mean, the guy looks like an Adonis. So they knew what they needed to do as far as getting a defensive player in. Now, do you go out and find this player? In other words, let's see what's homegrown. What made Green Bay so successful was with homegrown people, players. They got guys that they drafted and they brought in. We went out, we had to buy guys. I mean, we had to buy.
Julius Peppers, right, exactly.
Bushrod, right?
Well, Bushrod, Bushrod as well.
Slauson?
Slauson.
Martellus
Bennett.
Right.
Absolutely, because they fell behind as far as having a tight end who could actually catch the ball since they got rid of Greg Olsen, and that it was just an absolute – we talked about this backstage, too, about Kellen Davis.
Well,
and because let's give some credit, actually, to Martellus Bennett, because every single play that he makes – is a key play, it seems, or a key catch. Now, he's kind of upset over the quantity that he's involved in on the offense, but every play, it's either a third down play or a touchdown play. He is a big play tight end, and that's a good signing right there.
Yeah, he's quality. In other words, quality catches. You know, it's not bad up to you.
Doesn't have to be quantity.
Exactly.
And he's not going to like that, but the plays he makes are big, and they're important to every win that the Bears have had.
Let's go out to Neil in Oak Park. Neil, you're on the score.
Hey, this is Neil, driving with Neil's wife eastbound on the Skyway, 10-year season ticket holder and long-time Score fan. Okay. Got 3 points. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, 1 point is agree with what people have said about the defense we need to reinforce the linebackers somehow, and we need to clean out the safeties. And then number two, agree about, don't we have the best receiving core that we have had in like years, right? And Cutler couldn't make it happen with them. And I don't know, to me that spells bad for him at the end of the season. And then just one more point, if you'll bear with me. We got a lot of bad calls. We got a ton of bad calls. Did anybody see in the third quarter? There's a big push on Jeffrey in the end zone, and then they carried on pushing him out of bounds. You could say that ball was uncatchable, but that was not the call on the field. The call on the field was no call. That was so wrong. I'm gonna hang up and listen to you.
Yeah, for every one we got, they got 10 bad calls. That's exactly what happened. That has nothing to do with this football game, and we saw things happen there. There's no question about it. We know what the hell happened. We got our ass kicked, and they did it offensively, and they did it by running the football down our throat. That was something the Bears have been known for in the past, and playing hard defense and big defense, but they haven't done it.
And I agree, too. Maybe, at least in my lifetime, definitely one of the best wide receiving groups that the Bears have had, with Alshon Jeffrey, Brandon Marshall, Martellus Bennett, obviously. And then Alshon Jeffrey, amazingly, always successful on that end-around play.
Yeah.
How he does that, we were talking about this, too, that the guy, he's the most lumbering-looking runner you see, but he gets it. That's a very successful play for the Bears, plus on that.
We're going to take a break. Mark Grody, Doug Buffone. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. Earn your business. We are live, and now we can cheer again at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe. That's our. Yeah.
They're all here too.
They're all here too.
You guys look great. You guys really.
That's in Darien, Illinois, and Mark Grody in for Ed Obradovich, who was a little bit under the weather, and we've been talking about the game, talking about how the Bears, got swamped. What was it, 42-21? Is that what it was? The final score, and talking about how the defense could possibly give up 160-some yards rushing. Looking at how the offense, held the football, time of possession. The defense couldn't do what they did. Mark, I don't know what else I can say.
I got one for you. 23 penalties for 195 yards over the last 2 weeks for the Chicago Bears. And we're not talking about like small little, stall the drive holding penalties. We're talking about like real penalties where touchdowns are negated, and Devin Hester's touchdown is, and I don't know if that was the hold that enabled Hester to score the touchdown right there, the Craig Stelz penalty, but that's pretty big. The Matt Forte had a touchdown. That was called back on an Earl Bennett hold. And on the other side, too, you brought this up, Doug, that if the Bears don't win this game, they're stupid, because the Bears were the beneficiary of a lot of dumb penalties on the other side as well.
Terrible.
The Brockers penalty, which you could say was a bad call, and we know that OB would say it was a terrible call. But the Bears had that 3rd and 22 at one point in the game, too, and then there was the penalty.
Yep.
And they weren't able to take advantage. Or they were, but it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, I guess on both sides. But the fact is, when you're cheering from one team, you say to yourself, this is their opportunity to move forward. Again, like we talked about, Detroit loses, Green Bay ties. Bear wins a football game, I'll tell you, they're in great position. Now they're back, but here's the scary part. The scary part is, I don't think, and I hate to be this way, be a pessimist, I don't think we can correct the defense. I don't think we can stop anybody from running the football. I don't think that could be happening. And that part scares me to death, because the fact is, if it doesn't happen, there's no way in hell we're going to win. It won't do it. It will not do it. So we'll see, but you're going to see, okay, well, we got to work on our fundamentals. I'm tired of hearing that story. I don't want to hear that story no more. You're talking about you're in your 11th game of the season. I don't want to hear about fundamentals, learning fundamentals. It's too damn late if you don't know by now. And so when you look at this is why you get discouraged. Yet again, on the other side, I thought the offense did a hell of a job as far as picking up when Cutler got hurt. You look at them today. They held the football a long damn time, 37 minutes. They had a quarterback that had a quarterback rating of over 100. They did a lot of good things. They have wide receivers that catch the football, a tight end that catch the football. They got a guy that can run the football. So there's some things they're doing on offense to make it good. But here's the point. The point is, no matter what they do,
they're going to have to score at least 40-some points to win the football game.
And isn't that the way Mark Trestman wanted it? Isn't that the way it was? As good as they played today offensively, isn't that what this team knew they were going to have to do? And that was the first Bears team in a long time that was going to have to outscore the opponent. That they knew that this was an aging defense, that they knew that this was a defense that was going to be different. They didn't know that there would be those kind of injuries, but they had to know that Julius Peppers might be losing a step, that any of the aging guys might lose a step, and then injuries you always have to make room for as well. As good as the offense played today, aren't they designed to outscore teams, and then they failed to do that today?
They did. And the other fact is, though, here's the other part. As bad as the defense has been, the one thing you could always count on, the defense getting takeaways.
Mm-hmm.
We had 0 today.
3 turnovers for the Bears, and yeah, exactly, 0.
Anytime you get a 0, in other words, it's a -3. -3 turnover ratio. We didn't have any takeaways. And that's what the one thing this defense did do, even though it was poor stopping the run, poor in certain situations, they always ended up with the football somehow. Either on a fumble recovery or intercepted a pass or scored touchdowns. How many touchdowns have we scored defensively? It didn't happen. Mm-hmm. And so since it didn't happen, then that offense is going to put a lot more pressure on them. Let's go out to Murray in the south side. Murray on the score.
Murray.
Hello, Uncle Doug. It's been a long time since I talked to you, buddy. How's it been going?
Going good. How about you?
All right, so far. But look, I hate to say it. I truly believe this might be the worst Bear defense in the history of Chicago Bears. And I would just hope you do me one favor, Uncle Doug, before I go to bed. Can you tell me a Joe Fortunato story?
Joe Fortunato. Joe Fortunato was a linebacker before me.
Okay.
And he was an all-pro. He was everything. Guy, I learned, and this is a funny story. So I played behind Joe. I was a backup my first year as a rookie. We're playing the Green Bay Packers. And we're out there. All of a sudden, I heard, and George Hollis was our coach, and he started screaming, "Buffon!" I said, "What the hell? Get in there!" So Joe Fortunato got hurt. So I go running into the huddle.
Yeah.
There's 10 guys now, like, kneeling there. The one on the far left is Obradovich. Doug! And he looks at me, and I swear to God, this is what he said. "Doug, you know what the hell you're doing?"
And he still says that to you this day, doesn't he?
You know, I said to myself, well, thanks for the encouragement, Ed. But I didn't say that because, I was a rookie. And I got into that huddle. But Joe Fortunato was a hell of a linebacker. But the guy is right. I've never seen a defense this bad. I'm telling you, I've never seen a defense this bad.
It's been a long time, too, since it's not even like a defense being bad because it's been bend but don't break. But when you see the rushing yards,
terrible.
That's what kills you. That insults your football sense of stop the run. That's what you're supposed to, especially in this day and age of the NFL. It's okay. There's going to be a lot of passing yards because that's the way offenses are designed. But the running game is supposed to be slightly obsolete these days in the NFL, and it's not against the Bears offense, not at any time. Doesn't matter who the running back is, whether it's the starter or the backup.
Well, that's the point. The point is if you can run the football, then you got something going for yourself. I remember coming up, I used to say to myself, there was 3 things: stop the run the football, and pressure the quarterback. And I believed in those 3 things. As we progress into the years lately, you saw where you had to score points. There was no question about that. But the fact was that you could not just throw your defense out the window. I'm talking about an average defense. I'm talking about a defense that could be maybe ranked, the Bears go to the Super Bowl, they were ranked 15th offensively, okay? So you want the defense to be at least be up like around 20, something that's going to be, competitive. Today wasn't competitive.
Nope.
It wasn't competitive. And that's the part of it.
And my question to you, does Ed still question, do you know what you're doing when you're doing the radio show to this
all the
day?
time, all the time. Dog!
You know what you're doing? Where's your radio discipline? Go to the break, take some calls.
I'll tell you what. I used to do the games with him at the studio. At the studio, we were alone.
Yeah,
I was scared to death.
This is former Bears linebacker Doug Buffon saying that he feared somebody, but it is Ed Obradovich.
He said one time, I got on a rate, I got on a rant, and I started talking, and he after we go into a break, he goes to me, he said, "Listen, let me tell you something. And this is the truth." He says, "If you have a heart attack, I am not giving you mouth-to-mouth recitation."
I love you, Dougie, but saving your life is out of the question. Not that way.
No.
If you got a defibrillator or whatever that is, that's fine.
Let's go to Norm and Skokie. Norm, you're on the score with Mark Grody and Doug Buffone.
Oh, hi, Doug. I've been watching. I never thought I'd say this, but I think I've talked to you guys before. But I've been watching the Bears, watching and listening to the Bears since 1944.
Yeah. Wow.
And this is an embarrassment, what I saw today, an absolute embarrassment. I remember the Butkus and Sayers and you and Obradovich and your Larry Morris and Joe Fortunato and I can go and name after name. Dave Witzel once said, no matter how bad we were, when you came into Wrigley Field, I would go back to Wrigley Field. And
yeah, that was that was a cry.
Dave Witzel.
Yeah, Dave Witzel, free safety. Yeah.
Okay.
And the fact was, I think what happens is Bears look at this, and it is embarrassing. It's embarrassing to me to see a team that give up that many yards. We're not talking about Peterson running the football. We're talking about those two guys. One was Stacy, who was undrafted. The other guy was Cunningham. What was his name?
Cunningham.
Benny Cunningham.
Rushed for over 100 yards.
Undrafted.
Had back-to-back 10-plus yard runs in the third quarter. Another burst in the fourth quarter. Yeah, those names aren't supposed to be doing that. Not anywhere on the field either. You can understand if it's a well-blocked play to the outside, but up the middle, come on now.
Well, that's the part, and that's the part that bothers me the most because, like I said, how do we correct it? Maybe you can't.
Not at this point.
You just can't correct it. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We are live at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe in Darien. Mark Grody, Doug Buffone, Ed Obradovich taking the week off, a little bit under the weather. And our phone number, 312-644-6767. And, Mark, you and I were talking about it, but this place is just phenomenal. And
absolutely.
This is not an advertisement. I'm not out here to, say, oh, well, great. I am legitimately telling you this is the best food I've eaten since I've been to New Orleans.
Right, and you know what, I just had the simple macaroni and cheese, and it was just absolutely awesome. And you could also tell a restaurant by simple things. If their mac and cheese is good, if the fries are good, and they were absolutely delicious. And this place was wall-to-wall, too, packed.
Unbelievable. I mean, they were just people everywhere, and it was terrific.
So, we have that lady, so that's good.
Yeah, we want to thank them, and the people were nice. I mean, they were very nice to us, and I really appreciate that. Let's go out to James and Dalton. James, you're on the scorer with Mark Grody and Doug Buffone.
Yeah, it's really John. But anyway,
Hi, John.
I feel like, how you doing? I feel like they're going to use this year to show that, or this is going to be the catalyst for the reason why they switched to a 3-4. I just feel that for some reason. I also feel like, and another thing, why is Bush still on our team? You're telling me we can't find a backup running back. All these other teams find undrafted backs, and we still got Bush. And I keep hearing, Cutler can make the throw. He can make the throws McCown can't make. Yeah, he can make the throws McCown can't make, but he seems to throw it to the wrong person. I can't remember a game where he didn't have an interception, but you got to keep Cutler because you don't want him to end up on the Vikings or whatever, so you got to keep him, but don't pay him. But I just want to hear what you guys had to say about that.
Well, first of all, when you talked about the 3-4, the fact is that even in the 3-4, you best have as I always put it, a defensive tackle that looks like a Coke machine because that guy is going to get hit from every direction. And everybody that plays the 3-4, you watch and see who they have up front. That's the guy is big. And I'm telling you, big meaning 350, 360.
Not Henry Melton.
No.
That's not as good of a player as he might be. That's not your 3-4.
No.
Okay.
No chance. You're right, Mark. No way in hell will that work. And as far as Cutler's concerned, yeah, he makes all the plays. Right now, that's not our problem. I'm not even thinking about Cutler. I'm thinking about McCown's doing a good job. But when they come back, they all agree that should belong to Cutler. He'll be the quarterback.
Absolutely. He was having a pretty good season.
Yeah, he was having a damn good season until that happened. Right. So I'm not worried about that. That'll work itself out one way or another. They'll franchise him. They'll do something with him. That's the point. They got McCown there. They can step in there and play this offense. They'll look at that. I'm worried about is this defense, if they can get these guys, get these defensive players, get these defensive linemen. And you had mentioned the 3-4. I love the 3-4. But I'm telling you something. You don't get that guy to play in that middle, you can best trash it
because it's not going to work.
I feel like the only reason people talk about the 3-4-2 is since Shea McClellan was drafted
Right.
here. That for him and for him, so that Shea McClellan can thrive on defense. People want to switch to a 3-4. They simply don't have the personnel at this point to pull something like that. Now, the point that he made about Michael Bush was the best one, I think, because at this point, he's not been a huge part of Mark Trestman's game plan,
Not at all.
which has been good, and why he became such an important part today of it, that he insisted on putting him, especially on that 4th down and goal play, where he goes directly to Bush on that, and he gets completely blown up. And then later in the game, after the penalty on the Devin Hester TD, the drive that took forever because of all the penalties, he kept going to Bush but kept missing. He finally scored on it. But at this point, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how good Michael Ford is. He was kind of a preseason Bourbonnais hero. But maybe you give him a look and see what he can do in a backup capacity. Or maybe give the damn ball to Matt Forte on the goal line.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, the other thing, you could left your regular offense in there and have your wide receivers in there and have Forte in there and let the defense guess what you're going to do. You're either going to run it, you're going to throw it. You have the tight end you could throw it to. You have the 2 wide receivers to throw it to. But let me tell you something. Even though we watched Bush where he ran, I thought the one time he had no chance, he got blown up. The other couple of times you see where he wasn't hitting up in there. And the other thing that really pisses me off is he drops that football on that pass.
Mm-hmm.
That was huge.
Well, right between his hands.
Right between his hands.
You got to make that play.
That's, he's gone on that play if he catches it. So all those things that happen, that says to yourself, wait a minute, maybe I should give a shot to Michael Ford. Maybe I should give this guy a chance. I don't have the answer to it. All I do is I know this, that if you had to take a look at the Bears, what's the first thing you have to look at? You have to say to yourself, what's going on with the defense? What's going on with the defensive line? What's going on with the linebackers? And then what's going on with your safeties? So in other words,
you can start any of those positions.
Right.
This is scary.
What's going on with the defense?
Yeah. What's going on with every single player on the Bears defense?
That's it. Let's go out to Tom and Carroll Stream. Tom, you're on the score with Mark and Doug.
How you doing this afternoon, Doug?
Good, buddy.
I don't want to pour any more cold water on it, but as bad as it was, we lost to a team with a really bad quarterback, too. Everybody's thinking about that. This wasn't Aaron Rodgers we were facing. That guy really isn't that great of a quarterback, and he
didn't have great numbers. He was 10 of 22 for 148 yards. So, I mean, you're right, but it's not like he won the game today.
Yeah, he didn't win the game. I mean, there's no question about it. I think he came in, and Bradford obviously is their guy who got hurt, and this kid stepped in. But that's one thing that you take a look at, and Jeff Fisher said this. I'm going back to the running game. I'm going back to running the football. Boy, wouldn't it be nice? He had to choose it now. Why did he have to choose it? We'll go back to the running game now before we play.
Right from the beginning, too, because of course they're going to run the ball, and of course the Bears defense and Mel Tucker should expect that, and they should also be expecting that Tavon Austin, who, when they had last played a game, the Rams, a couple of weeks ago at Indianapolis, Tavon Austin scored 3 touchdowns.
Sure.
2 of those on special teams and another one as a wide receiver. They might suspect that Tavon Austin's going to be a huge part of their game plan because he's kind of their gadget guy who can line up just about anywhere. He did. He takes the toss runs at 65 yards for the touchdown. It was the exact right game planning for the Rams and exactly poorly played by everybody. Shea McClellan, the linebackers, if you ask Julius Peppers, everybody on that play not ready for it. And shame on the Bears for not being ready for it.
Yeah, the other thing, too, I would have done, too, Mark, I would have put a guy up in the box, the extra guy in the box, the safety in the box.
Yeah, why are they not doing that?
I don't know. I have no clue whatsoever what was going on there. We're going to take an update. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are at Chuck's Southern Comfort Cafe in Darien, Illinois. Mark Grody, Doug Buffone, Mark in for Ed Obradovich, who's a little bit under the weather. And our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Jerry on the west side. Jerry on the score.
Okay, Doug and Mark, I just wanted to know when somebody going to call the coach out for continually to divert, to put the weakest link on the weakest unit on the field to start the game. I think this got a lot to do with the Bears' downfall also. They're starting from behind every game. And then, with the Bears offense, they'd be discombobulated his first 1 or 2 series. So how do you think they're going to catch up when they get behind? And then the other point I want to make, Doug and Mark, is that these safeties,
They come and fill the gaps, but they hesitate. They won't continue and blow the play up like a Doug Plank or a Gary Fenster.
Well, you mentioned two of the best.
Yeah,
Gary
you mentioned
Fenster.
the 46 defense
Yeah,
is
right.
what you just did.
You know, there's no question about it. You see here, the first three possessions for the Rams were touchdowns, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Each one with first three possessions,
rather dramatically to begin the game too.
And the Bears they script for the 15 yards. He said put the best team in there. He had his team in. We have nobody else to put in.
Right. I'm not sure what he meant by that. Because
Yeah.
they don't have their best. Unfortunately, I don't know that their best team is on the sideline at this point.
No, that's not. This is what they have. Now they have to go back to their coaching, find out what they can do, what they can change. There's going to have to be something done because you can't go on for the rest of the season like this. With the same thing where they're going to gouge your eyes out. Then if you're going to do that, then plan on being wide open and plan on trying to score 50 yards or 50 points. That's going to be the whole deal.
Got to outscore them.
I want to thank you. Thank Wayne Randazzo, Ethan Shaw, Rich Wyatt. Oh, Miss Lexi. Thank you so much
Miss
for Miss Lexi. Yep, very much for her. Rick Camp, our producer, our crack producer, as we put in. Mark Grody at the last instant coming out here and spending some time with me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, man. This has been a blast, actually.
Okay, up next, Wayne Randazzo, the Dazzler. We'll be talking to you, and then there's a football game tonight, New England and Denver. So thanks for listening, and next week we'll try it again.
Stelz comes up to the line of scrimmage. He's going to come on the blitz off the right side, picked up by Peterson on the blitz, and they storm the Bears, bring down Ponder, and down he goes. Peppers, Wooten, blitzing, Stelz, you name it, they all get home on Ponder. 3rd and 7 blitz sack for the Bears. Ponder down the takeaway. Pocket starts to close. Paya's got him by the jersey and slings him down to the ground. Sack for Paya. Second 1 in 2 series for the Bears. Drops Ponder for a 9-yard loss. They bring 4 and drop 7 as Ponder goes to throw. He's hit and dropped again. Julius Peppers sacks him inside the Bears. Are in the Vikings 15. Pep with his second sack. That's 3 series, 3 sacks for the Bears. Pitch to the right, Cordero Patterson out of the backfield as they miss a tackle, and now he's free at the 10. He running away to the end zone. Couple of missed tackles, and bam, he was gone like the wind. Cordero Patterson, 33 yards on the pitch. Snap is back to McCown, a little shoulder shrug. Hit as he throws down the field. Cook, Jeffrey 45, Jeffrey 30, Jeffrey 20. A dive of the 10, he's out of it to the end zone. Touchdown, touchdown Bears, 80 yards. McCown to Jeffrey. Bears take the lead. McCown needs the ball, he gets it. Back to throw. Pocket stays clean. Lofts a deep, tight spiral down the left side, up in the air. Catch Alshon Jeffrey. Touchdown Bears. And a marker fly. What a catch by Alshon Jeffrey. Unreal. 3rd down and 4. Castle takes it out of the shotgun. Backpedals under pressure. Down he goes. Sack. Midfield brought down on the blitz.
Is that Peppers lying on the ground? Yeah, it's Julius on the ground. Getting up slowly.
6-yard loss. McClellan gets Peppers up on his feet. So here's Blair Walsh. Snap placement made for the win. And this one is right down the middle for the win, and the Vikings have beaten the Bears in overtime. 34-yard field goal, 23-20 Vikings over the Bears. And this loss hurt.
It's now time to break down the action on a Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks, live from 115 Bourbon Street at 3359 West 115th Street in Marionette Park. Brought to you in part by UV Vodka, BUV. And here they are, Doug Buffone and Ed Obranovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. And also our friends UV Vodka, BUV. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. And we got Mark Grody with us. We got Alex Brown with us. And my name is Doug Buffone. Obranovich sends his best to all of you. He's not feeling well. He's under the weather. So hopefully probably be next week he'll be back. But we are here, and witness a football game that I suggest that the NFL take this game and they condemn it and they burn it. And that way, when you take a look at this game, no one should be able to win this football game. I never saw such stupid playing all my life on both sides.
I completely agree. Both teams tried to give away that game, didn't want to take the win. Both teams tried to hand the other team the win, and nobody wanted it.
I mean, even in regulation, what really burned me up the most was after the Kasim Green interception in the red zone after the bad John Bostic penalty. Gets it up to about the 50-yard line, and the Bears don't take advantage of that. Not only did they have opportunities in the overtime, but in regulation as well. That was the play that burned me up the most. They have all the momentum. They have field position on the Kasim Green INT, and they don't score a single point on that drive.
Now, you're looking at the game, you say to yourself, and, Alex and I were talking, looking at each other, former players, and saying, you know what? That damn Peppers looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And so you see some bright spots there, and you say, wait a minute, this is going to be really great for the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
Peppers played well. I don't know how many sacks we ended up with. But the fact was we do stupid things. We make dumbest things. Bostic, that was just uncalled for. That was uncalled for.
Right, hovering over the guy. And then you can even go back to the first quarter, because that's what you have to do at this point, look at blown opportunities. The dueling penalties by Brandon Marshall and Martellus Bennett, that should have been a touchdown drive right there. It turned out to be a field goal, so you have to go back and look at that. The penalties were down, but each one of their penalties was extremely costly in some way.
Did you like to play the defensive line today?
I did. I thought they were very active. Peppers, that was a thing for him. He was active. He was all over the place. It wasn't just the sacks. It was him running down the field, running down the line, making tackles on Adrian Peterson. He was doing it all day. It wasn't like spurts. He was all over the place, and him getting up slow off the ground. I think that was due to just him being a little tired. Because he was actually getting after it today, and it was great to see.
I thought he played extremely well. I also thought, though, the defense let us down. When the chance came at the end of the game there, and they let them drive 90-some yards to kick a field goal, it just seems like we never can come up with the stop we need when the time is right during the course of a football game. Now, our offense I thought the offensive line did a pretty damn good job for a while. Got plenty of time for, McCown to throw the football, but he also made a huge mistake. Trying to throw the ball away and it bounces up in the air. Then all of a sudden, Kyle Long bounces off of him, and then next thing you know, they intercept the ball and whatever. But the fact was we just made too many mistakes again.
The best thing about McCown is that he never you never saw him get out of his comfort zone.
Right.
And on that play, I think he tried to make too big of a play and toss the ball. The Vikings defensive back or linebacker, he made a great play in tipping that ball and long. He's just trying to make a play. It was a very unfortunate play, but McCown needed to just stay inside your comfort zone and make the plays. Hey, sometimes you got to take a sack.
Well, he got a little cocky, I think, because he was for the first time playing like the pass, the 80-yard pass, I should say, to Alshon Jeffrey was just incredible. That was unbelievably thrown. The ball on the 80-yarder was as well. The pass to Matt Forte over his shoulder was wonderful. And then even the biggest Forte run, I think it was like a 22-yarder in the third quarter, where McCown does a little fake on the pass and then hands the ball off. Forte goes 22 yards.
Yeah.
This was the most explosive I had seen McCown, and I think at the end that he kind of came out of himself, like you just said, Alex.
Well, that's the thing about him, and Alex is right. A lot of times what happens, I guess, too, in this game, the more successful you are, the more you think you can walk on water.
Right.
You have to learn that you can't walk on water in this game. This game will take advantage of you if you try to make spectacular plays. Now, we've seen Color do that all the time.
I was going to say, that's a play on Color's book. Totally.
That's a Color move whatsoever. So I don't know. But my biggest concern, my biggest thing that's eating at me now, and I know that there were some good numbers there, but the defense just is not there. I don't give a damn what you tell me. When you got a good defense, you stop those long drives. You got to win. You can win the football game, Alex.
Yeah.
That's up to you to win the game.
But see, coming into this game, we knew
we
didn't have a good defense.
Yeah, right.
So that's the problem. We don't have a good defense. We don't have anybody that's going to step up. When Briggs was talking about Hart on his show, that's what he's talking about. When these situations come up here where you have to get a stop, you have to make a play, nobody's there to make that play. And that's the problem with this defense.
Let's go out to the phone lines, guys. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Chris?
Hey, Alex, I got a question for Alex. I want to know, how do you feel about the defense buying into this system? Because Tucker is saying that he's using Lovey's verbiage But how do you feel as a player, another guy using another coach's verbiage? Do you think that point is being conveyed to the defense? Because to me, it appears that they're off. They're not clicking. The offense is up by 10. They're on the road, which is difficult to win in Minnesota, and they still can't pull it out. What do you think about that?
Don't get me wrong. Now, I think that this defense is taking a hit with all the injuries now. I think that's played an effect. But to get guys in position and to make plays, the difference between Coach Tucker and Coach Smith is you have to understand when to make calls. You can make the same. I mean, you can have it the same verbiage. You got to know putting guys in position to make plays is the biggest key. And I'm not sure that the guys are confident that Tucker can put them in the right position. But sometimes, I mean, the guys is missing tackles. I mean, that's not on Tucker.
He was coaching hard, though, today. They kept on putting the camera down on
see
Tucker.
The emotion
Look
on
at
him.
how hard he's coaching today. So.
Mm-hmm. See, my problem is real simple. And defense, we'll go back to defense. You can make it very simple. And there's simple rules you have. You have simple rules at a defensive end. The thing goes away from you. You make sure it doesn't come back. You're the outside guy. You know, you're supposed to be in the gap. Be in the gap. Let me ask you something. They say, well, Doug, there's rookies there. You've played, 11 games now? And you've played 4 exhibition games, and you had 300,000 practice sessions. Now, you're trying to tell me that you can't get into a position where you're supposed to be? A position supposed to be in the gap? We know this, playing this game. We know this, that everybody takes care of their own little spots. This thing becomes 11-man unit, and you block everything off. When you start getting acute, when you start not doing your job, it ends up catastrophe for everybody else. Now, for this kid to run for 200-some yards, I understand Peterson's a good running back. But come on, give me a break. 200 yards?
200 yards on what, 35, 36 carries was? I mean, they fed him the ball. They came in here with that. With that game plan to run the football. That's what Adrian Peterson, he didn't break any like crazy long ones either. He didn't. It was just pound it. And honestly, if we didn't have Stelz in there today, he made a lot of tackles on Peterson that, man, he could have gone a long way on those plays.
You know what we did, too? We put everybody in the box. Everybody was in the box, even the tuba player from the band.
If you could be in the box, you were in the box.
Everybody goes to the box.
What's in the box? That's in the box. What's in the box?
Meanwhile, I still run for 250 yards.
Yeah, it's unexcusable.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Carlos on the west side. Carlos, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, I love your show. I'm just very frustrated with Trestman. I'm almost thinking we could have gone with Bruce Arians as a coach. Our defense, I thought, held up okay. You know, they got run over a little bit, but still, that's 23 points. Our offense should have won. Trestman went way too conservative. What do you think?
Well, no, the fact is conservative. I mean, the kid caught, Jeffrey caught an 80-yarder. He caught a 46-yarder for a touchdown. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, that's not our problem. And I know you think this is because we only gave up 23 points. Baloney. We give up more than that. We gave up the damn game when the time came down to crunch time, when it's time for us to step up and make a damn stop. That's all what this game is all about. It's when you do it. And at the end of that game there, you saw what happened. What happened? They just folded over. They just literally folded over. We're going to take a break. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. We're live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. We'll be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks, live from 115 Bourbon Street at 3359 West 115th Street in Marionette Park. Brought to you in part by UV Vodka, BUV, with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Also, UV Vodka. Our friends at UV Vodka, BUV. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Mark Grody, Alex Brown, Doug Buffone, no Ed Obradovich. Ed Obradovich is under the weather, and we'll talk a little bit about more about that later. And we are looking at this game. Bears lose 23-20, and everybody's figuring the game was really should be burned. All the film should be burned. Everything should be thrown away because I never saw so many stupid plays on both sides, by the way, on both sides. But the Minnesota Vikings did what they had to do, and what they had to do was run the football against us. And they ran for 246 yards, which Peterson did, I believe, and we had a total of 135. So they outran us by 100 yards.
That said, Doug and Alex, the game ball being brought to you by Al Piemonte Ford. Al Piemonte Ford. Visit apford.com. Pretty fitting that it's AP, but it's not AP. The game ball goes to, guys, I think you'll agree, Alshon Jeffrey, 12 catches, 249 yards, a couple of TDs. He had the 80-yarder and that incredibly impressive 46-yarder, the go up and get it, where he went up with both hands and kept both hands up and somehow stayed in bounds, too, and there was no doubt about it on that play.
What an absolute waste of a game by McCown and Jeffrey. I mean, Forte had a heck of a game, too, I thought. I mean, it's a waste of a performance by those guys to go out there and lose, right? Especially to this team.
Yeah, Forte rushed for 120 yards. He had the 41-yarder on that sweet-looking fake pass.
And I got to tell you, guys, I'm telling you that McCown was pretty well clean for the whole game. They took care of him. You see him step up into the pocket. How many times make those long passes?
A ton. I mean, it takes time.
It takes time
for them guys to get down the field, and that's what you have to do. You climb the pocket. Make those throws. I mean, he was dropping dimes out there today. I mean,
it was beautiful. It was absolutely gorgeous.
And this is the best we've seen him play. Hopefully, it only gets better. I mean, you keep this guy in. I mean, he's just getting better and better every week.
Let's go out to John in Tinley Park. John, you're on the score.
Guys, how you doing today?
Good.
Good. Let me preface this comment with, I understand that Robbie Gould is one of the most accurate kickers ever, especially in Bears history and throughout the NFL. But in the overtime, why would the Bears not try to make the field goal attempt more manageable? Why would they decide to try to kick it at 47-48? Why not try to get it in the 35 to 43 range? It seems like they just settled for that and said, send Gold out there and let's just see what he does. It just made no sense to me.
You know what, John? I asked the exact same thing after the game. Why do this? Because they kicked it. For people who don't know, they kicked it on second down. You at least, I understand you want to be conservative. You want to be able to take advantage if there's some sort of botched snap on the play and have extra down. One extra down is enough. I don't think you need two extra downs under that scenario. You do go for a few more yards, as good as Robbie Gould has been.
I don't know. I don't think it really matters. I mean, you kick it on first, second, third, it doesn't matter. I honestly don't. If he makes it, nobody says anything. It wasn't the down. He just missed it.
But don't they usually do that on a third down?
Well, but usually it doesn't mean you have to do that. I mean, just because people do it, don't mean you have to.
Usually NFL football games are better than this one.
You feel. I mean, Robbie, everybody and their mom thought Robbie was going to make that kick. I mean, he's done it so many times. He just missed it. He missed that one. I mean, we're not getting rid of Robbie because he missed the kick.
Now, that's what the key was. The key was the pass. His pass, that's what's shown there. And they said, listen, you know what, he's done this many times before, and they'll do it again. Although, when Walsh tried to kick that one, and Alex looks at me, he said, this guy don't miss.
Oh, yeah.
He missed his way to go, Al. You condemned the guy.
And it worked for a little bit longer, yeah.
Thank God for Rhett Ellison with that face mask penalty.
Oh, gee.
And I've been told that actually OB was going to do postgame for Minnesota if they had lost. Rhett Ellison, this guy should be fired immediately.
I hope you're listening, Ed.
Rhett Ellison.
His name is Mark Brody. You'll find him downtown.
I thought you had my back.
Yeah, I do have your back. While Ed's on top of it. Let's go out to Jeff in Chicago Ridge. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, well, that's a lie. We know that. This is just ridiculous. This is, 2 games in a row I think Trustman has lost for us. You know, on the other end of the spectrum last week, you got him talking about how he wants to get as many points on the board as possible, and they go for it on a 4th and 1 where they could have had an easy 3 points. Here, they're sending Gold out there for a 47-yarder on second down. And you're not going to tell me that it doesn't matter what down you kick it on. It does matter, because if you can get even a few more yards, that's going to matter. That kick 5 yards closer probably gets in. I'm sorry, but that's just a fact. You don't send him out there on second down to kick a 47-yarder. That's ridiculous. He's losing games now. He's imploding.
Yep.
Sick of it. The playoff hopes are dwindling. You can't be making these bonehead decisions.
Well, you say it doesn't matter. Well, you say it does matter. I'm saying it doesn't matter because when Minnesota, when they came out and they did, I think they got that penalty. I think they tried to run the ball and they went even further back with Adrian Peterson when he was tackled for like a 3-yard loss. So, hey, just because you run more plays, don't mean it doesn't mean those plays are going to be positive plays. I mean, you could fumble, you could lose yardage. I mean, instead of a 47-yarder, it could have been a 52-yarder. So, just if he makes it, everybody's happy. He just missed. That's it.
Yeah, boys, take a look at the game. The game was it was in the defense's hand. The Vikings had 496 yards. Total, 496. The Bears, 480. So you're saying right there and then the fact is that defense can't hold. They let them drive the football down your throat. That's what they do. When they got the ball on the 8-yard line and they drove it all the way down there for the kickoff to tie the game, you shouldn't be able to do that. We talked about it many times. And what we talk about is when you make these plays. It's up to you as a player to make the plays at the most crucial times. Those were great catches, by Jeffrey. Those are big plays. All of a sudden now you have guys not making big plays. You have guys that are making missed tackles. They're all the way down the line. So I wouldn't say anything about our offense. I'm telling you, they better do something about this damn defense. That's where the problem
Doug,
is.
you go back to the second quarter even. For the second week in a row, your special teams wide receiver type guy, Cordell Patterson in this case, gets the little flip in the 33-yard touchdown, just like the Tavon Austin play. Yeah. How are you not guarding against that for a second straight week?
I don't know, and I'm going to come to Alex about the defensive line. I know Ratliff was in there. I don't think he played that well. I don't think he played that much either, by the way.
No, he didn't. I mean, there was some flashes. I mean, I think he was in on a couple tackles maybe, but I think he'll get better as it goes on. He's not in football shape just yet.
No
He's not ready.
Chance.
He's not ready. But other guys on that defensive line play, I thought, was active today. I don't know if they played well. I'd have to go back and watch the film again. But I know Peppers, he was active, very active, made a lot of plays. But it's just like you say. You have to make plays when it counts the most. And on those drives where they drove down and kicked the field goal to tie the game, and then in the overtime, somebody got to come up with a play.
Sure they do.
And if you can't come up with a play, then that's the difference between a good defense and a great defense, or even a good defense and a bad defense. And right now, we're a bad defense. It's giving up 500 yards a game.
You got to admit to what it is. I mean, here's what it is. This is exactly what's happening out there. I mean, I don't care if there was just 23 points, just like we were talking about. You got to make that move when the time is to make that move. If you don't do it, then it's going to cost you. And that's exactly what happened to us. Now, I will say this, and talking about what Alex was saying, we started doing more tricks. It looks like we did more stuff with guys moving guys around. Because you can't just line up McCallum and say, here, go get the quarterback. That's almost impossible. Because, he's not big, he's not strong, but he's quick. So you use that. You saw Peppers come inside, making moves like that. So you have to do a lot of that stuff. And then you see some dumb plays. I think Bostic's play was stupid. I mean, doing that. Why do you want to do that?
Because he hadn't been there before. That's it. I mean, you make a big play, guys. I mean, you tend to say act like you've been there before. Well, he hadn't been there before. There's no excuse. But he don't know how to act. Yeah. He don't know you're going to get fined. He's a rookie. You're going to get fined for standing over the guy.
Man. I mean, he was great in the preseason. He got away with all. Well, I guess he didn't actually get away with it in the preseason, but it didn't matter then. And he's acting like an idiot, hovering over the guy.
He's learning a tough lesson right now that even a bad step in the regular season, you can be that far behind and you'll miss a tackle on Adrian Peterson and you'll make a tackle on a guy that's not going to be in the league. Right. So, I mean, it's unacceptable, but somebody has to do something. We see these guys every single week. We see the same guys and we're saying the same thing about missing tackles, and they're still in there the next week. Somebody, I mean, where's the accountability at? Where's that at?
And there was one point, too, Alex, and you made a great point, that the Bears, instead of, it was like 10 yards into his run, and Adrian Peterson did the spin move, and they were still going for the strip, which is all good in the first 5 or 10 yards, but at some point in time, you got to make the tackle. Never mind trying to strip the ball, stop him from getting 23 yards, which is what I think he did on that double spin move.
There's only one Charles Tillman. Okay, right. let's all not try to be Peanut Tillman. Hey, just make the tackle. I mean, that's what we should have done. I think Adrian had over 100 yards after contact today. That's ridiculous. Make the tackle.
That is ridiculous. You can say a guy can run a football. There's a hole. You go and he goes flying. But after he runs you over and stamps on your face and goes another 20 yards, I think there's a problem.
Yes.
Let's go out to Mike in the Burbs. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. I respect all of you and all of your opinions, but I'm going to disagree with you, Mr. Brown. I think you're a great player. I appreciate what you did for the Bears and what you did for the league. You're a great guy. But I just want to say I disagree with you. If the Bears are giving out Christmas presents, I want Mark Trestman's press conference for his firing tomorrow morning. I'm sorry. This guy has done blunder after blunder, week after week. I know he's a rookie head coach, but it's not like he's never been in the NFL. He was a quarterback's coach for a number of years. He played in the CFL. The guy just makes these blundering, boneheaded calls. I agree with that other caller. You get a few more yards. If it was third down, if it's 40 yards, 35, I could see going for it on second. But you want to get a few more yards just to get a little more comfortable for that field goal. And the thing is, why, before the end of regulation, the Bears had 3rd and 1. They ran it straight up the middle with Forte, stopped for no gain. 4th and 1, same play. He does this over and over and over again. The guy doesn't do anything like a bootleg, or he just doesn't have any creativity, and that's what's bothering me about him. And, I mean, this is the scary part. We could say, well, he's a rookie head coach, give him a chance, but if he's making these kind of stupid mistakes this early, God knows what the next 2 years are going to be like. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
I just think that every coach, I mean, every play, we can sit down and we can look at it and say it's a dumb play after the fact. But if Robbie makes that kick, I don't know if we were having this conversation. And I just think Robbie missed it. When a play doesn't work, if it's a 4th and 1 and you go for it and it works, nobody says anything. But if it doesn't work, then the coach has to take that. So I just think that if Robbie made it, it would have been all good.
I think, too, also you have to look at everything. I mean, you look at everything, what's going on out there. And we can't, a lot of times we all want to be, everything wants to be perfect. Why didn't he do this? Why didn't he do that? Why didn't he do this? Why didn't he do that? I'm going to tell you something. And I understand where you're coming from, because I leaned away toward the direction, too, he's trying to get more yards so they get closer where the field goes. But the fact is, he did enough. He's doing what he could. When they brought him in here was to get that offense cooking. That offense is cooking. That offense is cooking. But the fact is, though, that's got to hold him responsible, though, for the defense. Just like I held Lovie Smith responsible for his offense. He had the great defense, but he didn't have the offense.
Right.
But he is the main guy, so he is responsible for that. So that is where I'm getting on Trestman, not on the offense. I'm getting on Trestman because he's not jumping down the defense's throat and make this stuff stop for them to be a better football team. Let's go out to Mike in Des Moines. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Great show. I just had a point. With our secondary having so much problems out there over the past couple weeks, when Ed Reed was a free agent, why wouldn't we go after him? I mean, give him a couple $1 million. We were obviously having a lot of problems out there. I think Stelz had a heck of a game today, making a lot of tackles, but we obviously need secondary help. If Bowman or somebody would go down in the secondary, I don't even know who they would put in. What do you guys think?
I don't know. I don't know if Ed Reed is really, if he's the answer. I mean, why would they let him go in the first place? I mean, that's no question about that. I'm a firm believer, and this is what I see in the National Football League what's happening. And if you start getting up in those late 30s, in middle 30s, that's when the old piano jumps on your back. And you don't know it until it does happen,
Oh, yeah.
So when it does happen, it happens. I'm just concerned about why, they don't have enough guys back there. And hey, hold it. I'm taking into consideration the injuries. I'm taking consideration.
Well, you have to. You have to. I mean,
you got to do that. But here's the other thing. You are a professional. You should be able to coach somebody up to be at least be decent. I'm not talking about being all pro. I'm talking about being decent. And a lot of times I look at this Bear team, especially the defense, I say, what are they doing? I mean, you don't know your plays. At least have enough to learn your plays.
You got to stay in your gap. If you're going to run a gap defense,
what do you
everybody got to be in their gap. There has to be accountability on that defense. And you got to make tackles. I mean, that's it. It's not that hard.
It's not that hard. It really isn't. And especially, when it's not that hard? It's not that hard if you're an ordinary player. If you're an ordinary player, you will do all those little things. You will be in your gap. You'll tap dance when the coach tells you to tap dance. You'll stand up and salute. The fact is that when you get beyond trying to be ordinary and try to do somebody else's job or trying to be a hero, it costs you. And so most of the time you'll find out. That's why I think that Trestman did a good job, with the quarterback, because he is ordinary. He's not going to take any chances like Cutler did, but he did today.
He did today.
And it cost him.
He took one today.
It cost him. You're listening to Majestic Start Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. We'll be right back.
McCown needs the ball. He gets it. Back to throw. Pocket stays clean. Lofts a deep, tight spiral down the left side, up in the air. Catch Alshon Jeffrey. Touchdown Bears. Oh, and a marker flies. What a catch by Alshon Jeffrey. Unreal.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. And also UV Vodka, BUV. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Mark Grody, Alex Brown, Doug Buffone in place of Ed Obradovich. Eddie's right now she's a little hurt. We'll talk about that.
I'm fine, later. Doug. Let it go. Leave it alone.
I told you if he's listening, you're dead.
What the hell, man?
Don't ever come to me and say I got your back again. All right?
We started the show today. Says we're gonna do a few things with Doug.
A lot of times I'm alone with him in the studio and I get scared. Don't do that.
Oh, man, you're hanging me out to dry, man.
Yeah.
By the way, this Doug and OB segment on The Score is being sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended.
Let me say this about, we're talking about offense and defenses. And again, too, I think up here, we all agree about our defense is just crap. I mean, that's to be honest with you. I don't care what happened today, what's going on, but our defense is not good. And he said, okay, what about Trestman? Trestman makes all these mistakes. Trestman's done this, Trestman on fourth down, Trestman done this. Let me tell you about the mistakes that Trestman's made. The quarterback situation. When you got a quarterback that can do 8.6 yards per attempt. Now, I know a lot of you don't look at stats and all that, but 8.6 yards per attempt is right up there with Manning. It's all up there with the big dogs. That's what they do. And you have a quarterback rating, which he had today, of 114.9. You tell me that's a problem. It's not the problem. The problem is the damn defense. And I don't care how you cut it, what you look at. I don't care what plays are made. The fact is the defense. Anytime anybody wants to do anything against the Chicago Bears, they do it. And that means driving the football 90 yards. And that's the part that pisses me off.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that said, people are ripping on Trestman. I thought he actually had a really good game plan today in terms of opening it up a little bit against a really bad pass defense by Minnesota. So he took advantage of that. He knew that Alshon Jeffrey was going to be the open man. He let Josh McCown do what he usually lets Jay Cutler do, and that is do the go up and grab it catch, throw the ball down the field, throw to Matt Forte in the open field. Now, he got a little bit too gutsy towards the end when he made the fumble, but I thought the game plan was pretty good. I disagree with the kick on second down. I thought they should have ran one more play, but other than that, I didn't have a problem with the offensive game plan.
Yeah, and you also, too, Alex, you heard, I don't know if you saw the article with Briggs, and Briggs talked about the defense.
Yeah.
He talked about Hart, talked about guys. Yep. There's something to that. There's one thing about, you have to know the fundamentals to make the tackle. You got to do this, you got to do that. But you got to have steam. You got to have something going for yourself. You got to be going after people and doing certain things. You got to build a reputation as a defense. And once again, I don't see that.
Well, you know what? It's very easy. When you're talented, I mean, you can. A lot of guys, you make it to the NFL, you have some sort of talent.
Right.
But to play this game, you got to love football. And when it gets hard, and that's what it is right now, it's hard. Because we can't stop the run, and when people can run the football on you, it takes a little bit out of your inside. It takes some heart. You got to be able to stand up and make a play when you need a play made. And these guys right here cannot do it. Nobody's standing up. I mean, people are making plays throughout the course of the game, but when you need it the most, we need somebody to be able to stand up and make a play. And that guy, I don't know. I think that guy's number 55, and he's just not there.
He's not there. Right. There's no question about that.
That's who I think
Lance
that guy
Briggs is probably one of the best linebackers, even though he's wearing my old number. Lance, give it back, okay? Let's go out to...
especially if he's hurt, he might as well just give it back.
Give back while you're out there. All the way around the house, okay?
Yeah.
Let's go out to Rick in Rockford. Rick, you're on the score.
What's up, Rick?
Rick.
This is Rick from...
Yeah, Rick, you're on, you're gone.
Sounded great, Rick.
Yeah, Rick, way to go, Rick.
Call the show.
Let's go out to Donnie.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Donnie?
Hey, I'm giving a call because I think Trestman's gonna be exposed here on this game. I'm watching him in the post conference, and he's just showing that I think this is too much out of his league. He's done 3 decisions now in 3 games that cost us the games. I mean, how do you go second down, you kick a field goal on second down, and then call a timeout immediately after you attempt to kick a field goal? I mean, I just think that what's going to start happening now is the team is going to start seeing his confidence that he's not ready for this league, and they're going to start imploding in-house, and they're not going to follow him all the way through.
Look, they're 500. They're not 0-12. I mean, let's start with that.
Speaking of 500, we gave up 500 yards on defense. Why is everybody still talking about this one play? That cost us the game?
Like I said, Alex, I did think they should have run more play, but Robbie Gould has been absolutely automatic. You probably can't assume that he would make. You can with an end assume that he would make a 47-yard field goal in a dome, because that's a kick he makes at Soldier Field too.
He makes that. I mean, Robbie's made that kick over and over for us. Everybody's talking about this one play. There was a ton of plays throughout that game where we lost that football game, and probably had something to do with the 35, 36 times Adrian Peterson carried it, and we couldn't stop him. You have a guy run for over 200 yards. Most of the time, that team wins.
Right.
Well, yeah, 246 yards they had rushing. Stop yourself. The other good news was we saw Bush go for 15 yards.
Yeah, that's right.
One play, and that was it. All right, Bush, sit down. I know you're tired. Get some rest.
See, now that's game plan. And just make sure he's not in the red zone. Keep him out of the red zone, and he can rush for 15 yards.
He was able to bounce it outside. I mean, that's what he's trying to do. We're switching it right now. We're making Forte run between the tackles, letting Bush run outside.
Who is that guy? That's Michael Bush.
Well,
wow.
It's important to understand your personnel. Let's go out to Rashard in Hyde Park. Rashard, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Rashard?
I'm with you guys step by step as far as a defensive standpoint. I don't really think there's anything we can do about this late in the season. However, what I'm starting to see and what's concerning me is the trend offensively in short yardage, especially in the red zone and in critical third downs to continue drives. We can't get short yardage for whatever reason. Forte looks like he's not the type of back to put his head in there between the tackles and make that yard. And Trestman isn't dialing up coverage to get Marshall the ball on third down. I'm baffled why, with the weapons we have, Martellus Bennett, not able to get 1 yard. That changes the game. Even with giving up 4,000 yards defensively, we can get 1 yard. We keep them drives moving. What you guys think, though?
Well, no, there's no question about what you're talking about is the fact that, specific situations. When you got something that's going on, and I agreed on the time on the fourth down pick, I didn't agree with the run. I didn't agree going sideline to sideline. I agree when it's close like that, you take a bull and you put him right up the gut. You go right at somebody. You don't sidestep. You don't do those kind of things. And there's definitely been calls by Trestman. I mean, that I thought you could have been changed or could have been better. But you're not going to get that perfect game, boys. If you think you're going to get that perfect game, you're crazy. What I'm looking for is an 80%, 85%. And that'll give you a winner. And that's why you look at that defense, it's not there. It won't give you a winner. They will not give you a winner. I have said many times last year, we have to get an offense going. We have to have an offense. I said, fine. We did get an offense. And I didn't mean for our defense to blow up. I didn't mean for our defense to average giving up 496 yards.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
it's brutal.
It's brutal. Welcome back to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. And also UV Vodka, BUV. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Mark Grody, Alex Brown, Doug Buffone. We're all here talking about the Chicago Bears loss. 23-20, I believe that's what it was. It went back and forth so many times in my mind because I was erasing it. This is going to be the score. Nope, no, this is the score. Nope, this is the score. But it finally ended up Minnesota winning. And we're talking about the game itself and talking about how and why the Bear defense can come around. We gave up 496 yards. There are those out there that says Trestman didn't call a very good game. Well, he made some mistakes, I thought, maybe on the calls. But the fact was the overall offense put enough up there and did enough. And like I said before, when you have a quarterback has a yards per attempt of 8.6 and your quarterback is 114.9 quarterback rating, you should do a hell of a lot. And you had your running game going with Forte. What did Forte have? 100-some yards?
130.
130 yards, something like that?
120.
So that's plenty.
And since both of you guys are former Bears defenders, you'll be hurt to know that the Bears are on pace to give up over 6,000 yards total, which would be a franchise worst. We're not just talking about worst of the last 5, 10, 15. Worst ever.
Honestly, I mean, you really didn't have to tell me that for me to guess that.
Yeah.
You know, I knew we were on pace to do something historic.
6,000 yards.
Right.
It's brutal.
6,000 yards.
Oh my Lord.
Well, I don't know what we would have done back in 05, 04, 06. Hey, even in those games, I got to look it up, but I don't think Peyton Manning came in here in 2004, and I think they scored over 40 points. Not sure if they had 500 yards offense, though.
I doubt it. I mean, this is the first time
Jeez.
I've seen. I played a long time with the Bears, 14 years. We had some sieves. I mean, there's no question about it. But not like this. This is, they have an offense to go with this. I don't care what anybody says. There's an offense there that can score and put points up.
This Doug and OB segment on the score being sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care.
As you know, Mark, that's where my doctor is, Dr. Paul Jones.
And Doug's been great today.
Yes,
Nothing but healthy celery, just celery all day. That water right there, it's been perfect.
No desserts.
No desserts.
No drinks.
I saw no ice cream. I did not see 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream on the table. I did not see shrimp scampi anywhere in existence. No, none of that stuff.
Okay.
Nope.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, Mark.
I didn't see it. It wasn't me.
Let's go out to Dave in South Bend. Dave, you're on the score.
Defibrillator.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, I have seen, I'm not going to bash Tristman here like everybody else says, but at the same time, I'm seeing some tendencies from him throughout the whole season that I don't like. And it's called, I think you guys have brought it up before, is when you get your hands around a guy's neck, you got to twist it. You got to end it. You got to have the kill at the end of the game. You got 4 minutes left. You just intercepted the ball. You got the ball on your 45-yard line, and you run the ball 3 straight times. The last 2 times that you run, there's 10 men in the box. Now, the only time that works is if you're going against the Bears, and you got 10 men in the box.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and I've seen this over and over again. I've seen it at the end of halves where Trestman has decided with 1 minute and 35 seconds left, he's not going to try to score. He's not going to try to score. He runs the ball, runs out the clock, and then starts over the second half. You don't see good teams that are constantly in the Super Bowl, good teams that are constantly in the playoffs. You don't see a New England do this. You don't see the Broncos do this. You don't see. And I don't know if you base that all on the quarterback, but it's kind of come down to, I think, trust. And if Trestman doesn't trust his team that he can pull this off with 2 minutes to go, with 1.5 minutes to go, there's a tendency there. And I'm just saying it's not good. When you got a bad defense, you got to keep the offense on the field.
That is why he went for it on 4th down so many times, because he knew he has to keep his offense out on the field. Now, I'm going to agree with you here a little bit on this, with the fact that there are a lot of times I thought that maybe he should have went after it. He should have went after the game, put more points on board, do a lot of certain things, and I think that's it. But I don't think that's going to be a downfall for this team. No question. See, but here's why I say maybe you do it, right? You don't do things in this game unless you have the weapons to do them. Mm-hmm. He has the weapons.
Yeah,
he does.
He does have the weapons,
and he's doing it. I mean, these guys are. I think the offense is playing well. I mean, we're not talking about a Peyton Manning offense here. I mean, these guys, from what we've seen over the past, I've been here for about 10, 12 years. I mean, this is by far the best offense I've seen.
I would have died to have this offense. I played for 14 years. I wouldn't have complained one iota.
Like I said, the only drive that got to me was after the Kasim Green interception.
Yeah.
In the 4th quarter, you get the ball at about the 50-yard line, still in regulation, obviously, where you have a chance to put that game away. And they don't put anything together with beautiful, wonderful field position. That also, and if they don't intercept that, we're talking a lot more about John Bostic right now, and that little hovering penalty that he had.
There's no question. Let's go out to Jim in Palatine. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, fellas. I'd say good afternoon, but it's not a good afternoon.
Not a good afternoon.
I'm making this call from my bathroom because I'm not sure I'm done throwing up yet.
Okay.
The defense stinks, okay? That's granted. But then again, they don't have the players they used to have. You take any defense going back to Abe Gibran to be better than what we had. But my point is the defense has kept us in games. They played well enough to win. Here's my beef, okay? It's 20-17. They're on a Minnesota 41-yard line. 3rd and 1. They run an I formation. They haven't run an I formation all day. It's obvious to everybody. It'd be obvious to an 8-year-old playing Madden on a PlayStation. It's going to be a running plane. They stuff it. They got a punt. But here's what I want to know. What the hell happened with 9 seconds left when McCown throws the ball to Bennett? Bennett catches the ball. He rolls out of bounds. Nobody touches him until he's out of bounds. Yet the clock keeps ticking. It ticks down to 2 seconds and then down to 1 second. What the hell happened? Why didn't Trestman challenge that? Here's my problem with Trestman. He'd be a great offensive coordinator, but as a head coach, when it comes to calling clutch plays and clock management, he's the worst Bears coach I've ever seen. In the Detroit game, he keeps running his formation where he's got single back, shotgun, Forte on the left-hand side. The play ain't been working all day. But yet when they go for 2 points and they need a play, what do? They go right back to that play that hasn't been working all day.
Yeah, there's no question. I think you can question a lot of things that's happened with Trestman. And I think what's happening here, too, is the fact that maybe myself, Mark, Alex, we've never seen a decent offense. We see a decent offense now. Mm-hmm. When's the last time you saw a guy catch an 80-yard touchdown pass or a 46-yard touchdown pass or a guy run for 140 yards, which Forte did do? There's just too many good things out there. What I'm trying to tell you is the fact that, you can try to be the perfect guy, the perfect play caller, and this and that. But when it comes down to a lot of the stuff, and Alex is right, if it works, you're a genius. Hey, boy, that's the smartest guy I ever saw. You see that play? When it doesn't work, you're a moron. But what you have to look at is the overall play. In the overall play system, either the Bear offense is playing decent.
And real quick for that, what he was talking about challenging. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the game, under 2 minutes, you can't challenge it. It always has to come from the booth.
Right.
So
exactly.
you couldn't challenge that anyway.
So that's out. All right, we're going to take a break. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. We'll be right back. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Also, UV Vodka, B-U-V. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Mark Grody, Alex Brown, Doug Buffone, and in for Ed Obradovich, who is under the weather a little bit. In fact, I just now got a call from OB. And he said the same thing we're saying. He said, Doug, go ahead, Doug.
He had 1 sack. He should have had 10.
No, you know who it was? He said, and he's correct, too, on this one. He said, if it wasn't Peppers wasn't playing today, it would have been really a rout.
Yes.
He said if it wasn't for Peppers being in that football game, there'd been probably about 700 yards on that deal.
Peppers played well, and I got to say, and maybe I'm just saying this considering the circumstances, but I thought Craig Stelz had a pretty good game. He wasn't perfect, but
he came up, though. There was one time, I think, we looked at each other and said, if he didn't make that tackle, he's gone. He's gone.
Right. There was that, and there was the one where Matt Castle tried to plow into the end zone from about the 5-yard line, and Craig Stelz stopped him right there. You're supposed to stop the quarterback at the goal line probably, but at least he made a play that Major Wright probably wasn't making, or even Chris Conti for that matter.
Well, how many plays have we seen this year where you're supposed to make the play, and the guys come down and they don't make the play? So, and Stelz did that. I mean, I would like to know how many tackles he actually ended up with, because he made a lot of solo tackles on AP. And he had to, because 12 tackles. Stelz had 12 tackles today. And he made them, it wasn't 30 yards down the field either. He was making them up at the line of scrimmage. I mean, the guy, did he do anything spectacular?
Right.
No, he just did his job.
And I love watching Alex Brown, too, when guys are trying to tackle. He's just like, hold on to him. Hold on. Don't let him break the 80-yarder. Hold on for dear life and bring that man down. This hour on The Score is being brought to you by Sport Clips Haircuts, with 70 Chicagoland locations to serve you. Sport Clips, it's good to be a guy. Doug.
Scott the West in Chicago. Wes, you're on The Score.
Hello?
Hello, Wes.
Hello. Yes, I wanted to say that Robbie Gould was not Gold. He was more like Fool's Gold. In 1974, the Bears won at Old Metropolitan Stadium. Outdoor stadium. Robbie Gould had a baby, and Pluto is a planet.
He's doing the grabber. It's more like the Metro dump. It's not a dome. You shouldn't play sports in that. It's the Metro dump, sir.
I got to tell you, I played in that Metro place, and I am telling you, you want to freeze your ass off? Play there. We played there one time. Oh, please stop
in the dome?
yourself. No, this is outside. We actually played when the field used to be outside. Then they went inside. But we played on the outside, and both benches were on the same side. And so we're all sitting on the same side. Now, you got heaters if the home team, decided they want to use heaters. If they didn't want to use heaters, then you weren't allowed to use heaters.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I am telling you, I played one game, and I swear to God, I thought I was dead. Guys had mustaches that were like frozen solid across their mouth. The guys, I got to admit, one time we had brandy in the halftime.
That'll work.
That'll work.
That'll warm you up. Well, good luck to the Vikings and all teams in the NFC North for the next, 2 years?
2 years, yeah.
Playing outside until the new dome or whatever it is.
You wait till somebody gets up here. Let's go up to Steve in Chicago. Steve, you're on the score.
How you doing, Doug?
What's up, Stevie?
I'm doing well. I got a couple of points I would like to make.
Sure.
And I think this is the reason why people are upset with Trestman. His situational calling has not been good for about the last 3 weeks. We have opportunities to put our hands around someone's neck, and he won't go for it. He holds back, like in today's game. Perfect opportunity for us to choke the life out of Minnesota when we get that interception. We all know we have a bad defense. We've had a bad defense all year. So that means every opportunity you get to score points, you score points. That's how you're going to win. You're not going to win on defense. We haven't done it the whole year.
Well, there's no question. I mean, what you say is correct. There's no question that if the offense is going to have to do this deal, they're going to have to go out there and score. And maybe that is why a lot of times you saw him go on fourth down. Why do you think he went on fourth down in the last couple of games? And took his team out there and said, look, we're going on fourth down. I'll tell you why. It's a simple answer. He doesn't have any faith in his defense to hold anybody. He knows he needs points. He knows he needs to put points up. So again, too, we can point the finger at Trestman. We can point the finger at a lot of people. But the biggest finger that you're going to throw is going to be at that defense. And I am telling you, if that defense was just half better than it is now, you wouldn't be talking about all this crap. Let's go out to Tiny Burger in Des Plaines. Tiny Burger.
Hey, fellas, how are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I got a couple things to address. First off, Groves, keep it up, man. One day at a time. All good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, officiating absolutely despicable. Four plays in particular. The one where they got Bostic for taunting last week when Cook, that wide receiver from the Rams, made the catch for the first down. From the camera angle, it looks like he was feeding the geese in Conti's face after making a reception.
Never heard it put that way.
Me neither.
Yeah.
That's one. I thought a horse collar tackle was a direct engagement at the rear of the jersey to pull the man and take him.
That one, yeah.
Take him immediately to the ground.
Right.
You know, and that same thing came up when Forte got taken down last week and it wasn't called. Next one, Bushrod throwing the ball back after the fumble recovery. I mean, the officiating is absolutely despicable. But the last one that's a key point.
Show's over at 5:45. Go ahead.
I know the Bears caught the ball, and they're up on the Minnesota sideline. The whistle blew twice. I heard the whistle blow twice. Then Jared Allen comes in there with a late hit. I said that's a late hit. They threw the flag. You looked at it on a replay. Whoever had the ball for the Bears was stood up, and Allen came in with a helmet-to-helmet contact.
That being said, and those things you just mentioned did not cost us the football game. I understand it could have been better. It could have been better calls. That had nothing to do with the Chicago Bears losing this football game. Not a damn thing. We're going to take a break. You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. They're in your business. Also, thank you to UV Vodka. BUV. We're live at Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. And talking about the Chicago Bears loss 23-20 to Minnesota. And with me, Mark Grody, and also Alex Brown. And boys, it was a disastrous day. And I don't know where the schedule's going and that, but Grody been working a little bit to maybe can tell us what the hell we could do to win this thing. Or do we have a chance?
I don't know if I can tell you how they can win this thing, but I can tell you what the schedule looks like. So the Bears, with the loss today, they're 6-6, and they host Dallas on Monday night, at Cleveland, at Philadelphia, and then they host Green Bay to end the season. The Detroit schedule, they're 7-5, and you know they swept the Bears this year, so they have the tiebreaker if that was to occur. The Detroit schedule, at Philadelphia, home against Baltimore, home against the Giants, and then at Minnesota to end the season. And the Lions, as we said it before, they are capable of losing games that they should win.
Yeah.
So to say it's completely out of the question, I wouldn't say that, but the Bears put themselves in a really dark spot today with that loss.
You know, and it's sad, Alex, because we were a couple games ago, we were in great position. We were in great position to make a move to do something. You would think that would, example, the defense has been taking a lot of flack. When somebody should have called a meeting, all the guys say, listen, you know what? We're the problem here. We got to correct this problem. It has to come internally, too, from somebody to say stuff like that. And, I don't see the sense of urgency from these guys. You know, and again, too, I understand about, being young. I understand maybe not being as good. But I don't understand about doing what you're supposed to do. Like I said before, it really doesn't take a genius to do what you're supposed to do. They give you a game plan, they give you something to work out, and then do it.
If you can't do it, that's one thing, and that's something the coaches have to figure out.
Right.
But if you're out there, the coaches are saying that you're the best person for that job. And what we're not seeing, or what I'm not seeing, is that accountability that you have to have.
Bingo.
And you got coaches. I mean, you look around the league, and Ridley, the running back for New England, fumbles. He is inactive.
Gone
out of the game, because if you're not accountable, you have to be accountable. It has to be some type of punishment for not doing your job week in and week out. We have not seen that. I mean, I've watched our safeties play like the worst two safeties in the league all year, and it took an injury to get somebody else in there to play. I think that's ridiculous.
Was this something that maybe Bears fans should have seen coming for a couple of reasons? Because of the aging, I know that people get sick of hearing about that, but there is a spontaneous aging factor which may have been occurring. And then last year, remember all the pick sixes they had? Like, to a point where, yeah, a lot of that is coached, and there is a certain skill to getting a pick six, but there's also luck involved with that. There is some degree of luck with that, and that luck maybe has sort of run out to some degree this year. There's obviously problems X's and O's wise and being in your gap and form tackling and stuff, but isn't there a degree of luck that they just don't have this year that they did in past years?
I'm not sure it's luck. I think it comes with confidence. That's what I think it is. I think the corners have confidence in the defensive line that if this guy runs out and up on me, they're going to hit the quarterback. They're going to get there. This year, that confidence isn't there. Last year, they knew somebody was going to be in his face. He was going to be – you can't run double moves and stuff like that because we had Peppers. We had guys that was getting after the quarterback. And today, Peppers showed up. There's a lot of guys that had either a sack or half sacks today. And that's – you have to get after the quarterback. Our biggest problem now, we can't stop the run. Why is that? And people are running the ball up the hole. It's fitting. It's accountability. You have to trust the guy next to you. There's not a whole lot of trust on that defense. There can't be, because that's what guys are trying to do too much. When you try to do too much, you're not doing your job. You have to do your job. 11 jobs on the field. There's 11 people on the field. Everybody do their job. The job gets done.
And if you could be in the box today, you were in the box today. So I can't complain about Mel Tucker for his schemes anyway.
Well, it's better than you being in the box.
I don't know, man. I don't know. So I think OB's going to want to put me in a box and throw me away for the year.
You can count on that.
You hit it there.
But who is this guy anyway?
Who is this guy?
Get him off the air. Mike Doug is a combination, by the way, of Tom Thibodeau and Harrison Ford, I think.
Yeah.
You find this man.
Let's go out to Lionel on the south side. Lionel, you're on the score.
What's good, gentlemen?
What's up, buddy?
Not much. Alex made a comment about accountability and made reference to Edelman from New England being put on the inactive list. My whole thing is this. We have insufficient talent to replace any of our starters, which is why we are in the situation that we in. Now, this is something that's not new. The reason why the general manager was let go was because he didn't put enough talent to replace or to back up starters type players. And this is no different. And, you know, we can put this on the offense or try and point the finger. But until we get the talent level straight, people, we're going to continue to have this type of problem. Case in point, you know, one of the players from the Bears referenced about Green Bay losing a lot of their defensive players yet going to the Super Bowl. But go back the year before that when they lost that game to Arizona because they didn't have the correct type of talent on defense. Until we correct that type of situation, we're going to continue. I resign myself to the fact at the Baltimore game when Ray Rice couldn't, as you say, Doug, hit a bull in the ass with a banjo.
I know.
And then all of a sudden, on us, he do what he do.
Yeah.
Lionel, I honestly believe that when you have guys in there and they're not doing the job, hell, you can get anybody in there to not do the job right. You know what I mean? Okay, if our starter isn't doing the job, well, he's not the starter. Put somebody else in there. The worst you're going to get is somebody not doing the job, and that's what the starter's doing. He's not doing the job. So that's why I think you should give somebody else a chance. We didn't know McCown could play like this until he came in the game. Now, I'm just saying that you sometimes have guys on the bench that maybe you evaluated poorly. Maybe that guy can do the job. Maybe he can get this job done, and we saw it today. Stelz coming in and got 12 tackles. He was making, I thought he was making great tackles on AP. I mean, the hardest running back in the league to tackle. He's making tackles on this guy all over the place. So I thought he did a great job.
And as far as like the way Phil Emery has built this team, or since he's been here, I think he thought what I thought, that is currently constituted that this defense had at least 1, maybe 2 years still as it is intact, minus the injuries. You could still live with this defense. And so he has done nothing but go after the big boys on offense, from Brandon Marshall to Martellus Bennett to Jermon Bushrod. And that's the way they've built it, and I think that they had planned to address the defense more during this offseason. Now, you can say it is starting to look like Shane McClellan was a big mistake as a first-round pick by Emery, but I understand what he was trying to do, and that was to build up an offense which had been neglected by Jerry Angelo more than anything.
Yeah, there's no question. When you get drafted, number one, you best better be ready to play. I mean, you're coming out. It's not like a guy that says, okay, we're going to take a shot at guy number 5, 6, 7, 8. When you drafted number 1, you got to be ready to go. And don't forget, too, though, they made another draft. This kid, Brandon, what was his name? The kid with the defensive back with the bad shoulder?
Safety, yeah.
He was third-round pick.
Brandon Harden.
Harden,
yeah.
Him. Yep, Harden.
Didn't do anything. And
No.
here's the guy, but he had a bad shoulder there. So that's a third-round pick you blew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point.
On the other side, you say, wait a minute, Jeffrey came in. What a hell of a pick that was.
And they traded down to get him, too.
And that was a hell of a pick. There's no question about it. There's some guys down in later rounds that are not panning out. But I believe in exactly what Alex says, is that when you play this game, there are those who take accountability by themselves. They'll go out there, they'll work out, they'll watch film, they'll come back inside, they'll talk to the coaches, they'll work hard. I got to do it this way, I got to do this way. I'm going to do everything that coach tells me to the letter of the law. And now there are those who get wishy-washy. They'll do it half the time or maybe 75% of the time. But meanwhile, if you're not doing it 100% of the time, what happens is somewhere along the line, someone's going to gas you. And you're going to be going, oh, well, I wasn't in my gap. That's not good enough.
No, it's not.
It's not.
But in a gap defense, one guy
There
can
it
make
is.
the whole defense look bad. And that's what we're seeing. It's not everybody on the defense is not doing their job.
Absolutely
but
not.
A lot of times it's like 2 or 3 guys on this particular defense. That's why we look so bad. I mean, when it was one guy, you got one, you can get that guy. Okay, we're going to replace this guy if he don't.
dust
we
him,
got to
yeah.
see that. We got to see somebody being replaced as opposed to just taking an injury to get somebody in there. I mean, if you're not doing your job, you don't need to be out there.
And the other thing, too, and there's no question about talent. And, and OB and I talked about this all the time about the defensive tackles. I want a Coke machine in there. I want a guy that's, is bigger sideways than he is long ways. I want a guy in there that's just going to manhandle people. That in itself makes a big difference to that middle linebacker, as you know.
Absolutely.
They had, when you guys had Urlacher when he first played here.
Yep.
And they had the 2 big guys in
Trailer
front of
in
him.
Washington.
Oh my God.
Now you talking about some big Coke machine.
Big Coke machine.
It's like Coke Extra.
Coke and Pepsi put together.
Yeah.
I almost went and found my helmet so I could play. I wanted to play behind these 2 guys.
At Washington, that rumble. There was a trailer. One of them had the
Against
trailer, the rumbling,
Jacksonville,
stumbling. Big
Those
guys running.
Were huge. I mean, they was huge because Urlacher didn't have to touch anybody. The only person he touched was the running back.
That was fun to watch early. As great as he was throughout his whole career, that was the most fun I had watching Brian Urlacher when he was free to roam.
And that's why when you get to look and say, what we're going to do for next year, defense, They go for Nix, the kid from Notre Dame. They're different. I still believe in linemen. Linemen make a difference in a football
What do you do
game.
with Henry Melton? I mean, he's
I don't
not a
know.
Coke machine, but
I'll tell you one thing. Here's what I do know. Jim Finks was an outstanding guy. He was a GM for the Chicago Bears. And the one thing that Jim told me, and this is as true as it is now, give me an offensive line, give me a defensive line, I'll give you a winner. That's where it's all at. A linebacker can play behind certain guys, and he can look like the world. Look like the world. The guys used to play in Pittsburgh. You look like the world because the guy's up in front. Same thing with a quarterback. He's got the protection to throw. He's got time to throw. So that's where you have to emphasize on is the offensive line and the defensive line. And particularly this year, defensive line. And that is where the problem is. It's up inside. See, football to me, Alex, starts out inside. What I mean by starts out inside is defensively, for example, that's where you get your pressure on the quarterback. And so what happens offensively, and Trustman teaches this thing, this was taught in San Francisco, the center and 2 guards block the two defensive tackles off. Why? So that quarterback can step up into the pocket. When you see that quarterback stepping up into the pocket, you know damn well that what's happening outside is that defensive end is going by him. When he can't step up, that's when you
get the sacks.
That's when you
start
nail
to
him.
see. Oh yeah, that's when you start to see those sack fumbles. And
right,
because the quarterback, if he does step up, then it's a sack by one of the big guys.
Big guys.
It works for everybody, you know. When Wale and myself, Adewale Ogunleye and myself, we were coming around the corner, and we didn't have pressure, we go talk to them in a hurry.
Absolutely.
Because if I'm having a great day and I'm whooping my guy, I need you to push that pocket to keep this guy from stepping up.
Absolutely.
And on the flip side, that's exactly what you want for your offensive lineman. You want to keep that pocket so your quarterback can step up.
You put the wall up.
It starts everything starts on offensive line, defensive line. You run the football and you stop the run. That's where it starts.
You know, again, too, it's so simple. You say to yourself, well, it is simple. But maybe getting the right guys, I'm not quite sure, but you're absolutely correct. I can remember watching you guys play and watch the defense play and the linemen play. And I also knew when the defensive tackle, Tommy Harris.
Oh, yeah.
When Tommy was on fire, well, I tell you what, everybody was on fire. I saw Anderson get 12 sacks.
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't play dead.
He ripped off your starting job for crying out loud.
The guy couldn't play dead.
Tommy made it all go. I mean, he did. But we had other guys. I mean, and then when Tommy went out, we had a Tank Johnson. We had an Ian Scott that could come in. You know, we had guys that can play.
Yeah.
Right idea.
Where are our guys?
We're offensive, remember? That's what we do
right.
now.
Oh, yeah.
We do offense.
Yeah. Never mind the defense. There's an opportunity cost if you want an offense, Doug.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. UV Vodka, BUV. We are live at 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Mark Grody, Alex Brown, and Doug Buffone. And we're talking about the Chicago Bears loss 23-20. And our phone number 312-644-6767. And I hear you talking here, just Alex, about your fantasy football. Now, here's what I want to ask you.
Losing his mind over there.
Do you have anybody on the Bears on your fantasy football?
You know what? Alshon Jeffrey got me 48 points.
Oh!
48. My God.
That's why I saw you scribbling.
That's why you were jumping up and down. I thought you were excited because the Bears are winning.
He scribbled the word monster down.
Yeah.
Monster.
You're kidding me.
Yes, he got 48 points.
Wow.
By the way, does this mean Brandon Marshall is going to be angry tomorrow? Because the last time Alshon had a huge game, he was sort of pouty the next day, and they did lose. So
you know what? And every time, I mean, we talked about it this morning. Every time Alshon goes over 100 yards, Bears lose.
0-4, right?
What is going on? 0-5
now.
That is strange. 0-5 now.
0-5 now.
0-5 now. I don't get that.
Put Earl Bennett back in the game.
I heard that, and I was ready to say to you, how about this big guy? Look at this one. What's going to happen now? He's over 200 yards.
He went over 200
Stuck
today.
it right to us, yeah.
Over 1,000 yards for the season, too.
Oh, my Lord.
When Alshon
what a
Jeffrey is
year.
over 1,000 yards for the season, the Bears are 6-6 and losing overtime. That's a fact.
Is that a fact?
That is a fact.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what has occurred.
Burn it. Robert in Rock Falls. Robert's on the score.
Thanks for taking my call, Doug.
All right, buddy.
This is for OB. Let me tell you, gentlemen, I'll tell you, this is ridiculous. We can't go up to the Roller Dome and get a win from that pathetic team called the Vikings. It is ridiculous. Their defensive backs are terrible. They lose one because he bumps into referee, and we don't go after him late in the game. I don't believe it. We're only a half a game ahead of the Green Bay Packers. It is ridiculous. Thank you.
Robert, you couldn't put it more distinctly.
It's like a Jeff Joniak hybrid there at the end. This is ridiculous.
Well, most people are going to think that. Most people are right. And I think most people, what really hurts Chicago, there's no question about they have a problem with, always the offense and that. But what really hurts Chicago is the fact, Chicago's based on defense. It's based on beating people. I mean, even when I played, they didn't care if I won or lost. They just want us to beat people up, They could care less.
That's why it hurts so bad to watch the defense just struggle so mightily. Because the whole city, that's what it's about.
That's it.
It's about defense. It's never been about offense. And now we're about offense and have no defense. Zero.
And as I say, in this day and age, like today in 2013 in the NFL, I think it's kind of assumed that teams are going to stop the run because it's such a passing league. And for the Bears to be the team that is worse than the NFL at stopping what is supposed to be stopped by all NFL teams in this day and age, that's kind of tragic.
Well, not only tragic, the fact is it's very simple. We go back 10 years. Lovie Smith is the head coach, right? Our defense is phenomenal. Our defense is good enough to take us anywhere. No offense. Can you imagine if we had this offense with that defense that we had the last 10 years?
Bring Trestman in as maybe the offensive coordinator.
Bingo. That's where they made their mistake. Mm-hmm. That's exactly where they made their mistake. They brought the wrong guys in to be the offensive coordinators.
But even last year, 10-6. We go 10-6. We win in the beginning, then we'll fall off at the end of the year.
Right.
It just that wasn't good enough. Now, wow, we don't have anywhere to fall off from.
Oh, exactly.
Right, we're already there.
That one guy that called in and said that this was the worst play calling he's ever seen by a Bears coach apparently did not live through Gary Croton or Shoop. Oh, my God,
Oh,
Shoop.
my God.
Larry Mike Tice, for that matter. And
Terry Shea.
Are
you kidding
Bingo.
me?
Yeah.
Oh,
like
those were brutal days. I remember some brutal days, and this right here isn't it. Not for the offense.
Not at all.
Not for the offense.
Let's go out to Brett in Oakwood. Brett, you're on the score.
Hello?
Hello, Brett, you're on.
It's Brett? Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, couple points here.
Go.
I feel like we did not win today because of a few things here. Okay. I felt like we run a bunch up offense against the worst pass defense in football today. I don't understand that. Second point I want to make is 2nd and 1 with 4 minutes to go, don't get a first down. 3rd and 1, don't get a first down. I don't get that at all.
Well, here's what I don't get. When you get to you're down talking about 2nd and 1, 3rd and 1, or whatever it is, didn't they go out deliberately bring in a running back named Bush to be the guy that does the short yardage? And you didn't see him. You saw him one play and he ran for 15 yards. Now that wasn't on a short yardage play. I'm pretty sure
it was in the middle of the field, not the red zone either.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Outside run too.
Your guess is as good as mine. Let's go out to Chris in Elk Park. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, how's it going? I heard you talking about numbers before, and then I was wondering why they brought Tucker in, and I went back the past 3 years when he was in Jacksonville, and his numbers are horrible. He had another 6,000-yard year last year, and then he bookended one. He almost said he had 5,900 yards that they gave up. The average, this is what I did with an average. Running games against him averaged over those 3 years almost 130 yards a game. So they got gouged a few times. So what is his credentials for coming in here other than he knows how to run the cover two, supposedly?
Chris, it's an excellent call. And it's the first thing that I put down and the first thing I thought of.
First thing you said to myself.
First thing I said to him today. I said, their defense last year was 32 or 31. Before that, it wasn't as good. But I'm thinking, well, maybe it's personnel. Maybe he didn't have the personnel. But my theory, my thought is, I'm going to go hire a guy that's been successful as a defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Just like we hired a guy that was successful as an offensive coordinator.
There has to be something that the players say.
There's something.
I can run through that. I can run through a wall for that guy. When Ron Rivera walked in there, he played on that 85 team.
Right.
There wasn't nothing that he said that we didn't think was right.
Right.
And that's what you have to have. You have to have a defense that no matter what the coach calls, they're going to run. You think it's the perfect call.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He called it.
He called it. It worked. It will work because Ron Rivera called it.
There's no question about it.
Chico.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. UV Vodka, our friends. And also we are live at 115 Marionette Park not Marionette Park, 115 Bourbon Street in Marionette Park. Mark Grody and talking with, what's your name again? Alex
Brown, baby.
I was thinking ahead, Alex, and I'll tell you why.
Number 96.
You come up with something really good during the break. He said, if Lovie Smith would have got a good offensive coordinator, let's say Lovie Smith went out and said, I'm going to find myself the best offensive coordinator, and he was going to handle the defense, and so he'd still be head coach. What a difference that would have made.
Yeah, but his idea of hiring the best offensive coordinator has been Mike Martz and
that
Mike
was
Tice.
the problem.
Yeah.
The problem, I think Lovie thought he owed Mike Martz because they were together in St. Louis. Yeah.
I didn't hate that hiring, actually. I kind of liked it because if you bring in a guy who has had success and he can think outside of the box and things like that, I mean, it was an epic failure, but I didn't hate that hiring, and I think I'm the one person that didn't hate that hiring.
Well, the thing about it is you look at how good. You have no idea until you look back how good this defense was. You have no idea. I even myself, they were up there every year. Every year ranked. Every year they're against the run, against the pass, takeaways, the whole 9 yards.
You had to find stuff. You had to look for stuff. to get on them about, But that was love. I mean, he couldn't pick offensive coordinator. So the president, the GM, take it in your hands. If you know Trestman is the guy, take it in your hands and get an offensive guy in here. But the offense has gotten better, and there's no question about that. It's just the defense have fallen off so far.
Right.
It seems like there's no attention going into the defensive side of the football, and that's. I mean, we're going to be a 500 team. We're going to have to outscore people scoring 40 points a game in Chicago.
Yeah.
No, when it gets cold, you have to run the football. You got to stop the run. That's how you win when it gets freezing outside.
Can't you turn that around rather quickly, though, in this day and age of the NFL? I mean, whether it be through free agency, whether you trust Phil Emery in the draft, you obviously are going to have, hopefully, ideally, a healthy Henry Melton next year if they re-sign him to a multiple-year contract. You're going to have Lance Briggs back healthy. Not sure about Charles Tillman, but can't that be remedied rather quickly, realistically, for next season?
I think a lot of things, too, though, is in the pipeline. What do you have in the pipeline? What do you have down there?
What's the depth right now?
Right, and you look at
we're
pipeline,
seeing it, 0.
Yeah, and you would think your number one pick and Shea, you think he'd be the guy that was in the pipeline. He's going to be going. He's not there.
No.
And so, they lost their third-round pick. So when you take a look at this, and again, too, the whole situation, I forgot the numbers, guys, that when you look at the Green Bay Packers, out of the 53-man roster, I think 45 of them are homegrown. That were their own guys. The Bears are going on and getting free agents. Look at what we got. What's our team composed of? All free agents.
We got to draft better. That's
Absolutely.
Been our Achilles heel for a long time.
No question about it.
And that's the thing. We have to draft better. Bringing in older guys, free agents from other teams, I mean, yeah, it works for a little bit. But if you can get guys that are in the pipeline that can actually play football and come out there, and when that old guy, when he moves on, you got another guy that steps up and he's ready to go. He's itching to get out of that cage. That's what you need, and we don't have that right now. I mean, I don't know if we can get that.
Well, I got to tell you, going back in time, everybody said to me, Doug, the Chicago Bears are cheap. So they're not cheap, they're stupid.
Which is worse in life.
Well, because the fact is, he's just what Alex said. How many guys came through here? How many guys, Mano Maliuna couldn't play dead? We had the guys in the back. Marion Barber made that big mistake. Chester Taylor. We had them all. Roy Williams.
My God, we had Roy Williams here. That's right.
And we got Hurd, who's in jail. What the hell we got? Exactly right. You can't bring these guys in. You've got to go out and you got to draft them to make good football teams down the road.
Then you have to have the coaches that can actually
train them
and develop these guys.
Bingo.
Because you can have guys that are talented, but then they're not developed well.
Correct.
And then it turns out you don't have a good football player wherein it was just the developmental process that failed us.
Boys, it's been a great night for us. Love talking about the game. Too bad about the football game. We talked about it, tried to give our best views on it. I want to thank Wayne Randazzo, Ethan Shaw, Brett Lyons, Wes Evans, Dominic Mendocino, Danny Colangelo, and Rick Camp. And I don't know. I just think that basically, if I said I was being optimistic, I'd say we're in it. I don't think we are in it. I think we're out of it.
I think we're done.
Yeah. Bears have to win the rest, and Detroit have to lose the rest. I think that's exactly what really, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
All right, thanks for listening. We'll see you next week.
It's now time to break down the action on the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. And here are your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Trailing 7-0. McCown under center, 2-2 on the receivers. Takes the snap, back to throw. Nice clean pocket, throwing left side. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Earl Bennett the catch. His third red zone touchdown this year, and the Bears an extra point away from answering the Dallas Cowboys opening drive with their own opening drive touchdown. Trips to the right, staggered with three receivers. Takes the snap, stepping up the middle. He goes for the 5, dives into the end zone, helicoptered in. Touchdown McCown, touchdown Bears. Shotgun snap is back to Josh McCown, stepping up, gonna lob to the end zone. Up in the air, Jeffrey makes the catch, right corner of the end zone. You have got to be kidding me. Touchdown, touchdown Bears on the deepest edge of the right corner of the end zone. We'll see if it stands, but my goodness. McCown brings Jeffrey on his right hip, fakes the handoff to him. McCown now throws right to Forte at the 2. He got the goal line, right side end zone. Touchdown, touchdown Bears. One safety deep for the Cowboys, 3 on the play clock. McCown pulls from center, sidestep the pocket, gonna throw right, push the catch. 15-10, head of steam 5, unstoppable into the end zone. Touchdown, touchdown Bears. Michael Bush on the swing pass, in from 17.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. Bears win. That's correct. Bears win 45-28, beat the Dallas Cowboys, and I can see why. The Dallas Cowboys have a defense that's ranked 32nd. We dismantled them.
Doug, you can't get any worse than that.
No, we dismantled them. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. We did do that. Right. I don't care how bad they are, Dallas defense. We took it, but I'll tell you what scared the hell out of me the first quarter, though, Ed.
Yeah.
They were running the football against us and shoving it down our throat.
Well, number, Doug, being in 32nd, actually the worst defense in the league. You know what? What we did, what good teams do, is they dismantle them.
That's right.
And that's what we did.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I'm going to tell you what, Doug. You go back and we're looking where we're at right now, and Detroit blew the game yesterday. And as long as they had that Schwartz, that coach up there, Doug, that guy's dumber than dumb.
He's dumber than a bunch of rocks.
Oh my God!
But the thing about it is the fact is tonight's game. But there were some people worried about tonight's game because Dallas is fighting for their position too against the Eagles. But what I saw out there today, especially offensively, what I saw was that offensive line do one hell of a job. And the time that McCown had time to throw, that was just phenomenal. He could step up into that pocket.
Doug, his throws for 4 quarters, only one time did you see him try to force it, and he really had fire on it. And he threw it into the end zone.
Zipping it.
In about a 15 or 20-yard rope. That's the only thing that looked like a mistake to me. But I'll tell you, he was spot on. strong side, weak side over the middle. He did. He played one hell of a game, my friend.
Yeah, and the fact is, too, you look at that offensive line and the problems they had with, they said, oh, look out for Ware. Ware's a hell of a defensive end.
Marcus Ware you're talking about.
Yeah, Marcus Ware, defensive end for Dallas. But Bushrod did a heck of a job against him. So that gave him a chance to throw. Those catches that Jeffrey made were just phenomenal, especially the one in the corner of the end zone. But again, too, it was a phenomenal catch. But the throw was phenomenal, too, because that's the only spot on that damn field he could have caught it was in that corner.
Exactly, Doug. And you got a receiver, and what do you pay him to do? You pay him to catch the damn football. But I'm going to tell you, and this goes back again, Doug, to last year, what they have done in 1 year. This new general manager and new coaching staff, what they have done offensively in 1 year, to me, is phenomenal. To bring in basically a whole new offensive line, basically a couple of 2 or 3 new receivers, obviously a whole brand new offensive set, plays, passes, etc., and to put it to music, Doug, I think they're doing a phenomenal job. It doesn't look like they're running out there scatterbrained. They don't look like know what they're doing. They're not getting plays in on the time. Au contraire, the plays are in. They're on time. They're breaking the huddle. And they're demolishing the defenses they're playing against. It's a great thing to see.
Yeah, the offense is clicking. And in fact, you saw some plays there tonight. The one that I really liked was the screen pass to Rosario, the tight end. They brought that out there. And the fact is they're using their back coming out of the backfield. They're using the tight end. They're using the wide receivers. And here's the other tidbit that I think that just offense is really – those wide receivers that are blocking people, they are knocking people on their ass.
Absolutely.
They're going after them. Did you see the crackback block by Brandon Marshall on Sean Lee? I thought he killed him. He came back there and he just whacked him right out. So yeah, you're getting the blocking from the wide receivers, the catch from wide receivers, and I guess I said to myself, I don't know how can Cutler play any better than him that he's playing right now. This is going to be really something you got to think about here. Let's say Cutler's healthy. McCown is playing extremely well. There's no question about it. So what do you do?
Unbelievable, Doug. I'm going to tell you.
What do you do? And I think right now the way that offensive line is blocking. There's no question that's giving him time to throw. He's stepping up in the pocket. He's finding his ball players. But once again, they've said it on the broadcast. Those wide receivers you got are 6'3", 6'4". You got a tight end that's 6'4". That's a big difference than what you called last year. Remember the Smurfs?
Here's right. Yeah, the Smurfs.
Yeah.
Here's what it is. You got the Bears today. Put it on the Dallas Cowboys, who they obviously are still in the hunt. Put 45 points on them. 499 yards. In this miserable weather, 499 yards, and we have our quarterback with a passer rating of 141.9, 9.7 yards per pass, 32 first downs. I'll tell you what a job this kid did, and what a job the offense did. Kudos to all of them, Dougie.
How can you beat that? How can you beat that quarterback rating of 141.9? And the other thing, too, that 9.7, a lot of people don't know about this one, but they don't look at this stat. But this stat, that's yards per attempt. 9.7 is out of it. I mean, you're talking about Manning stuff. That's what all the great quarterbacks do. The great quarterbacks put up a lot of yardage. Tonight was really, really impressive. Again, too, he had time to throw. Again, too, the offensive line did it. And Forte did a hell of a job coming out of the backfield. Once again, though, I was worried about the defense in that first half, especially that first quarter. And the defense has got to toughen up, though. That's one thing I'll say. You're not going to get away with it. Some of the things they got away with tonight. So they're going to have to toughen up more defensively. There's no question about it. But that offense that can put yards up in points now.
You totally blew me away tonight. Even though Dallas is really defense, but I'm going to tell you what, the job they did through the air and on the ground was really terrific. Now, defensively, Doug, I don't know. I think we might have given up roughly around 200 yards. I think we're in that area.
198.
We gave up 198 yards rushing.
7.1 per attempt, Ed.
Doug, it's week after week after week. And I can say this, Doug. The guys that we have that are whoever's on injured reserve that's a defensive tackle or the people that we have here, when this season is done and over with, Doug, they've got a clean house there. These guys have to be gone. Defensive ends, I think we have quality there. Wooten and Peppers. But inside, Doug, we have got to make some large, huge moves. That is a gigantic problem that's got to be fixed.
And the other problem that has to be fixed is their linebackers. And their linebackers are having a hard time recognizing whether it is a play-action play or a run play, and they're not getting back in time, especially if they play that cover two. Now, they're going to play that cover two. I don't like that cover two, but they play it.
It looks like to me they're hesitant.
Well, they don't.
They're hesitant.
They're not coming up. They're not filling in the hole. That's a big part of it. The other part, too, is the fact that we know it. They go to cover two. They're going to run the football against you. You put a guy in a box, they're going to pass it. Use your head. And so that's exactly what they're going to do. And so what our linebackers are not doing is that on that cover two, they're not getting back there, and especially Bostic. We saw Brian Urlacher do that all the time. Not only did he get back there, the guy was 6'4", and it was hard to throw over his head. But the fact is, on the run, they've got to be more dominant. They've got to be coming up more. Green on the weak side. He's got to be coming more up on the football. They've got to read their reads. They got to read. The line will tell you what they're doing, Ed. You know that. They tell you exactly what they're doing. We're not getting that out of the linebackers. There's no question about it.
They're not, Doug. They're when they're going left, they're going right. They're not coordinated. Either they don't understand their keys, or they can't read their keys, or they're just playing not good enough. But I'm going to tell you something. They've been missing all year, and from week to week, Doug, you think they'd get a little bit better. But I don't see the improvement.
That's the point. That's exactly the point.
I do not see the improvement. And I'm going to tell you something. They've got to stop having our two deep backs, and I know about this cover too, but at least try to play inside on the football field. I mean, Doug, they're 16 yards back. They're 20 yards back. But even if it's a run, they try to come up. They can't even get to the run before a guy's tackled. They're so damn far back.
Yeah, like I said, they play down by the science museum industry. I mean, there's no question. It's how deep they are, and that's a problem. There's no question. And here's the other problem, too. This is a problem with Dallas. And, Monty Kiffin, that's a problem because he's the Tampa 2 genius. He started the Tampa 2, this and that. That's why they're getting murdered, too. The same fact is they don't have the front line they need. So consequently, what happens, that's why they're ranked 32nd. We weren't ranked much higher, maybe 27th or 28th. But all in all, when you take a look at it, you look at this football game, you say to yourself, what won the football game? What won the football game was the fact that Trestman made some great calls in there, for that offense to put points up.
Okay, hold on. I'll go up one a little bit before that, Doug. Should be Cromer. He's the offensive coordinator, and he came up with that game plan, and obviously Trestman calls the plays in, but Cromer's the one that set up that game plan, and he did one hell of a job. There's no question about that.
Well, they're probably working together on that game plan. They're putting it together, but once again, I look at this team, Ed, and I get baffled, and I'll tell you how I get baffled. I never in my wildest dreams, the thought that McCowan could come in here and do what he is doing. I never thought that, Ed. I mean,
he never showed it before.
Well,
he's been around for a while. That's why he was back coaching. So I don't know. Could it be under Cromer and Trestman that this kid has found a new life, a new way?
I think you're right.
Obviously,
he did.
I mean, because that's what he's doing.
Yep. There's no doubt about it. Because you take a look at it. You can't tell me that a kid has 141.9 passer rating, 9.7 yards per attempt, that Cutler could do better than that. I don't think so. But the fact is, though, when it comes down to it, they got a big decision. And the guys talked about it on the TV. They've got to make a big decision on the short term, what they want to do. Let's say Cutler's ready for next week, Ed. What do you do?
Well, I would tell you what I'm going to do. If he is totally and completely ready, you start him.
Okay.
You start him. You have to start him, Doug. At least that's the way I see it. You have to start him. If he has problems, you go the first quarter, the second quarter, and if it starts in the third quarter and we're still having problems, you take him out. Why? Because we only have 3 games left, and we're in the hunt. So if he's not doing well first, second, into the third quarter, you take him out, you put McCown in. And again, the reason why, because after that game next week, you only got 2 more, so you don't want to take a chance of blowing the game. in Cleveland.
This offense tonight, like you said, had 499 yards. They had 32 first downs. 32 first downs. And there was 2 sacks. There were no turnovers again. He didn't turn the football over, which a couple times he almost did. And the other thing they have is a time of possession. They held the football 36 minutes and 33 seconds. I mean, I don't know how much better you get than that. And with a quarterback rating of 141.9. But that's down the road. But the fact is what it is. They had to win this football game tonight. They did do it. That's exactly what we were looking for. Now they're still in the hunt, like you said.
Yes.
Cleveland's next week.
Yes.
Philadelphia's going to be a tough game.
Those are 2 away games, and then we come back here against Green Bay.
But here's what I'm worried about Philadelphia. Is that McCoy, Shady McCoy, leading the league in running. This guy could, and if they decide they want to, he could run for 250 yards. I mean, that's how good this guy is, and that's a good kind of year he's having right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's look at Cleveland, because I'm going to tell you what Tom Brady and the bunch up there, what they beat him by 1 point today? Yesterday, I mean.
But it wasn't that many points. They were down. They were down to Cleveland by 20-some points, I think.
But I think they won the game by a point in Cleveland. Now, we're going to Cleveland to play these guys. But then again, to ask that question, Doug, and not to talk in circles here, but I'm going to tell you what, if he's ready to go, Cutler, you put him in there.
Play him.
And if you come late in the third quarter and it's not happening, again, because where you're at, you still have a shot. And if it's not happening because you only got 2 games after this, and if you still have a shot at Cleveland, you make the change. You make the change. Don't worry about hurting somebody's feelings.
No, well,
that's over and done with now, my friend.
You can't do that.
You know,
you can't do that.
You're paying guys $6, $7, $8 million,
right.
And you're going to hurt his feelings.
I don't think they're looking at that, too. They're
whack
looking
him
at
upside his head.
Down the road, because now that you heard where Tennessee come out and said, geez, we'd like to have Cutler. You know, well, sure, a lot of guys would like to have Cutler. But the fact is, you've got some time left here, you know, and he's got to, first of all, be 100%.
We're still in a hunt
That's
here.
right. You got to
ridiculous.
make sure he's 100% if you're going to put him back in that football game.
That's right, Dougie. But I'm going to tell you what, again, the call would be to bring him in, start him. But, boy, I'll tell you what, things are going bad. Make the change, baby.
All right, we'll be right back. Chris, Zach, Joel, we'll get you when we come back. We'll talk more about the Chicago Bears win.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. Chicago Bears win 45-28. Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by Al Pamani Ford. Eddie, let's go out to the lines. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, what's on?
What's up, buddy?
Glad to have you back, brother.
Thank you, Chris.
Let me say this, and I've been calling in for weeks and talking about the performance of Josh McCown.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I don't think he's going to be expensive to bring back to Chicago. And what more does people need to see in terms of his production and his play? The guy continues to exceed expectation, and he continues to break his own numbers every week. 4 touchdown passes, 1 run-in score ran in by him. I mean, he's elevating the play on the offense. All the components now are together. We've never seen this before. And all of a sudden now we're still talking about re-signing Jay Cutler, bringing him back. Oh, give him a chance. Look, let me tell you this. It's unfortunate what happened to him with injuries, but let me say this. We have to go another route. We cannot afford to continue to play this game. It's over, guys. Talk to you next week.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris. Let me just say something, and I understand what you said, and it's hard to argue about anything you said, but I will bring up one point here. Let me tell you something. Where we're at right now with 3 games to go and we're still in a hunt, this is not about McCown. This is not about Cutler. This is not about Tressman. This isn't about anything like that. It's about the team. What is good for the team? Personalities, egos, check them. Put them on the side, boys. whether you're a coach or you're a player. It's so seldom you get a shot to get into the playoffs, let alone have a shot to get into the Super Bowl. So I hate to see that it's now all of a sudden going to be McCown, Cutler, McCown, when we have 3 games left and have all this going on in the press, media, et cetera, et cetera. I hope everybody's smart enough to understand it's about the team and it's about going to Cleveland and it's about winning.
What makes it tough, though, Eddie, is the fact that McCown not only has done an adequate job as a backup quarterback, he's not playing like a backup quarterback. He is playing like a first-string quarterback that's been around a while. You can't have these kind of numbers, and here's where the problem lies.
Yeah, but Doug, you can't put your focus on McCown and Cutler. You can't. I mean,
well, then how do you choose, Ed?
It's a team thing.
How do you choose?
It's what Trustman said. His guy is Cutler.
Okay.
So if Cutler's ready to go against Cleveland, Cutler starts.
Well, that's it. But the fact is, though, you can't close your eyes to what's going on here.
I understand you can't, but also there's a whole big scope to this thing, Doug.
Yeah, I understand
and it's about winning the damn Super Bowl.
Well, here's the fact. Do you want to win the next 3 games? You know, can McCown do this in these games? Yeah.
Doug,
can Cutler do it? Probably,
He's played phenomenal.
Right.
Nobody's going to argue that. But damn it, I don't want one guy or 2 guys all of a sudden take over this team. Who should be? What should we do? I don't know. What do you think? The hell with that. It's about winning.
It is
3
about
games
winning.
left.
Let me tell you something, Ed, and you're right. And the fact is, if they think that he said that, Cutler is their first-string quarterback, that's what you're going to go with.
Yes.
I agree with that. But the fact is, don't overlook what this kid is doing.
I don't think they have for a minute.
They
Doug.
should not overlook what this kid is doing.
And I will tell you that. And if it goes into Cleveland and things aren't going well, and they stay with Cutler through 4 quarters, Doug, now you got a problem.
Yeah, because I saw this little act. I saw this act, and you want to talk about the team. I saw this act with Cutler being hurt that game he played, couldn't even walk, and they left him in the damn game. I saw that. Now, where's the team? Where's the team involved in that?
That was bad, pal.
That's right, because the fact is,
that was right on Trestman.
Everybody's trying to cover their ass down the road and trying to figure out what's going on.
That's exactly correct.
You know? So, okay, fine. If Cutler can come in and do what this kid is doing, I'm all for it. I'm with you. I'm all for the team. But the fact is, when it comes down to it, I'm looking at what was decided before in the past. And in the past, I did not like what Trustman did about leaving him in the game. And I'm sure the Cutler didn't like it either, because he's the one who went to Trustman and said, how do I look? What's going on with me?
The key here is, Doug, is let's not make this a debate over 2 guys, okay? Let's not overwhelm the team. Let's not the press go crazy. It's all about the team. The team wins. Right. One guy doesn't win.
And I say this, the fact that if Cutler was playing tonight and he was healthy, he would probably have these numbers too. Because that offensive line did one hell of a job. There's no question.
They keep getting better and better and better. And I'm going to tell you something. And you know, you sometimes you get frustrated with what you see and what goes on. And we've been doing a show for quite a long time. And to see that defense, Doug, that we had here for a decade.
How many times do we think we would have been to the Super Bowl?
God.
How many times do you think we would have been to the Super Bowl if we had the offense like we had tonight or during the course of the year? You know, it's disgusting, but it's there now. That defense is there. Now, the fact is, like I said, we're looking at a team, the Dallas Cowboys. No matter you may hear about the Cowboys, America's team, they're not that damn good, Ed.
Well, they're the worst damn defense in the National Football League.
They're not that good. So let's try to take that consideration. But that being said, we did exactly what you're supposed to do. The teams are not that good. Dismantle them. No question. Let's go out to Joel in Rockford. Joel, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, what a game. I thought I was watching the 89 49ers out there for offense. It was unbelievable.
Unbelievable. It really was, Joel.
Yeah. I tell you what, McCown's got my head spinning, but the truth is it's not about McCown. It's not about Cutler. To me, it's about Trestman and ultimately about Emery. If you think about it, the last 2 years that Emery has drafted, We saw all 4 of his first 2 picks out there as starters. They're all playing pretty well, and I love the direction this team is going. And I got a question for you about the defense, because we know the defense is not playing well. Do you think Emery has got an eye for the defensive side as well as he seems to have an eye for the offensive side? I'll hang up and listen to your response.
Yeah, Joe, did he go?
Yeah, he's gone.
You mean does he feel that Trestman and his coaching staff and Emery and all the scouts, are they capable of bringing in the defensive talent in 1 year like they did with the offensive talent? I assume that's the question he was asking.
Yeah, he said, are they going to probably, and they're going to do this.
Does he think they're good enough to do what they did offensively?
Right, and to make a defensive move on it, exactly, and go out there and get some defensive players, and you and I know it, and everybody knows what they need. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
Doug, we've been saying this for year after year after year. It is not a mystery, my friend.
And the fact is that if they want to have a team that put together, their drafts have got to be real good. That first and second draft has to be good. That first and second draft, in my mind, I wouldn't care if you took two defensive tackles right from the word go.
Absolutely. You know what? What I'd love to see, and for all the people I remember back in 85 in that era when Coach Dick was here, you had the great, the unbelievable Dan Hampton, and you had Ming the Merciless.
Think about what you had there.
Steve McMichael, defensive tackle. Dan Hampton, defensive tackle. For a decade, they mauled people.
And William Perry.
They were double team, triple team, meant nothing. These 2 guys went after people. Take a look at what we got.
And that's where I think that Joel said, will Emery look at that? Sure, he's going to look at that. He's going to look at that and say, what's going on with the defense? And the other thing he's got to look at, and it's a little earlier, but Mel Tucker, he's got to look at Mel Tucker. He's got to look at the coordinator, because when I'm doing these shows or we're talking, you and I are talking, somebody says to me, well, Doug, what about Mel Tucker last year? He was in Jacksonville, and they were dead last in their defense.
Right.
And the year before that, they were 31st. And I'm saying, well, he probably didn't have the people there to play. And then you say, wait a minute here. What are these coaches supposed to be doing? What are they supposed to come up with? He came up with one good play tonight defensively. And that was when he sent his linebackers up the A and B gap.
Right.
And they got the sack with Boston.
Doug, how many times have I said, what do you have to do? You have to move the defensive lineman, go back to fundamentals and get the gaps, and you've got to blitz. And when you blitz, you got to blitz up the middle, because that's where the pressure comes from. And that's what they've done. They did it this week, and they did it last week. When they blitzed, they came up the middle. Now, another thing here, Doug. Defensively, Mel Tucker's the defensive coordinator. You sit and you talk, obviously, with your assistant coaches, everybody from week to week, what's going on. Tampa 2 is based on 4 down linemen that can hunt.
And 3 linebackers.
That can absolutely hunt, absolutely. And if you don't have the 4 down linemen that can hunt, that Tampa 2 is a disaster. A disaster. So you've got to have the ability to see what you've got, your front guys, your 4 guys. You know what? Sometimes, like Doug says, they can't even play dead. So what do you have to do? You have to make adjustments. You got to adjust on the Tampa 2. You got to bring your safeties in and make them play football.
And that's part of the problem the Dallas Cowboys have, because they have Monty Kiffin, who with the Tampa 2. They all fell in love with the Tampa 2. And they're getting gorged every time you run the football against them. That's why they ranked 32nd. You're going to run the Tampa 2. Remember when the Tampa was run? They had Brooks at weak side linebacker. Who was the defensive tackle there? I can't remember.
Sapp.
Sapp's the defensive, and you need a strong safety. Those 3 guys.
That's right.
Will get you making plays.
But if you don't, but Doug,
if you don't have them, you're dead.
On that 2 deep, if you don't have the guys that can hunt up front, brother,
you're dead.
You better change that defense. You better become aggressive, very aggressive, basically like Pittsburgh does. Pittsburgh, you don't see him playing too much of that. What does Pittsburgh do, Doug? They come with you. They throw everything but the kitchen sink at you every time.
And the fact is that it's very simple. The quarterback goes up to the line of scrimmage. He looks and he says, ooh, there are 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers. That means we can run against this. That means they're playing a cover 2, which they usually do. Next time he comes up to it, he sees another guy in the box. Now they got 8 there. Now we're going to throw the damn football, because I know the guys on the outside are man for man. It's as simple as that. But when you have the horses like you were talking about,
Yep.
Those horses make a difference in that playing at Tampa 2. Did you get away with that? We can't get away with that right now because we don't have the horses.
Dougie, you go back to that team, Richard Dent, Dan
Think
Hampton,
about it.
Steve McMichael. Oh, my Lord God. How would you like to be a linebacker and the 4 deep backs playing behind those animals?
Us to be playing now. I mean, I put my helmet on, go out there and play.
Oh, my God.
And that's something they're going to have to adjust to.
That's what they have to look for.
Yeah.
They got to look for people that absolutely tear people apart. They're out there. Let's go find them.
Let's go out to Baby Fabs in Atlanta. Baby Fabs, you're on the score.
Hey, OB, when I first started listening to the score, they had this former linebacker came on, and he gave these 3 keys to win the football game. And I see the Bears, they have one of the keys right now. They can run the football. If you try to stop the run, we got Alshon Jeffrey and you got Brandon Marshall. The one thing we can't do, the 2 things we can't do is to stop the run and sack the quarterback. Now, this game against Dallas, I don't want people to be fooled. Josh did a great job. The Bears beat them. They did what they're supposed to do. It was a great win. I'm happy.
Right.
But this is the worst defense in football.
Right.
And so here's what I learned from the night, is that I don't want to spend $20 million on a quarterback when we need to get our defensive line. You just brought up some names that I was shaking when you were bringing up Hampton and McMichael. And, we need that first before we can spend $20 million on the quarterback. What Josh has shown me with the weapons and the studs that we have is that we can get a quarterback that can not turn the ball over. We're good, but we have to stop people. We have to put pressure on people because Seattle and San Francisco are not going to be like Dallas. They're going to stop us sometimes, but you've got to be able to stop them too, and we can't stop the run. This 5, when was the last time I think Tirico said that this is the first time in NFL history that a defense have given up 5 100-yard rushers in a row. This is horrible. The defense is horrible, but this is a great game. But I really think that it showed me that we don't need to spend $20 million on the quarterback. Thanks, guys.
Well, that's again
to
us a decision. That's it's a good call, Fabs, because you're looking at it, and we've all said it. We all said one thing: this the way football is going right now is that your quarterback is the key. That's why they're paying $120 million. They're paying $100 million. They're paying a ton of money. But all I'm looking for is a decent. I didn't say great. I said decent defense. Somebody that's going to be there decently. We're not decent. I don't care what happened tonight.
Do you think, Doug, defensively, offensively, I know we agree about the coaching staff.
Right.
Mel Tucker, what you've seen going through 13 games so far.
Ed, you got to adjust, adapt or die. You got to play your guys according to what you have.
Doug, that was my point.
Yeah,
we're playing at Tampa 2, and we have no business playing at Tampa 2.
Because you can't get to the quarterback with a Tampa 2, and you can't stop the run with the Tampa 2. We saw that in the first drive.
Doug, this is what I question also. This is the 13th game, and that guy hasn't figured it out yet. What the hell are you looking at up there?
Not only that, Ed, and here's the other thing that irritates the hell out of me. And you come up with something. It's the 13th game. I don't want to hear that you are a rookie anymore. That's garbage.
Forget about that.
You've got 13 games under your belt. You've got 4 exhibition games and 2,000 practices. And the mistakes that they make, especially on the edge a lot of times.
Right.
You see that defensive end, you played it, you know exactly what you're supposed to be doing there.
Funny you mentioned that. The first or second play of the game, the play went away. Where do you think McClellan went down?
Crashed.
He went down the line. He didn't go in and as deep as the ball and trail it like he's supposed to do it. If something would have happened and he came back, it was wide open.
Absolutely. And that's fundamentals of the game.
That's basic, Doug.
Welcome back. Maybe not welcome back, but we're going to be back. The Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears win 45-28.
It'd be interesting to hear somebody's theory about defensively, what they think. What our listeners, what the hell they think.
Yeah.
Kind of defense they should be playing. I mean, obviously what we got is not working. Should we be blitzing more? Should we be coming with weak side or strong side safety blitzes up the gap instead of the linebackers?
The best thing for us, Ed, right now, when I take a look at this football club, is to do exactly what we did tonight. Hold the football for 36 minutes and 33 seconds. Because that's the only way, because you saw what happened in those first 2 drives. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
We were like butter. He went right through us.
But I'm going to tell you, we're getting down to, we're going to Cleveland, Doug, and then we're going into Philadelphia.
Oh, please.
And we got to
McCoy?
play Philadelphia. Then we got to come home here to our arch rivals. Obviously the Green Bay Packers, and probably Rodgers will be back by then. So if we're still in this hunt, which I think we are, and I still think we have a chance, they got to do some tightening of the belt here up in Lake Forest, Doug. I'm talking defensively, because I still think we really do. I think we got some kind of a shot somewhere along the line here.
We'll be right back.
Victory formation. Josh McCown, 4 touchdown throws and a touchdown run. The Bears scored on their 8 possessions. That one, you take a knee and that's it. But 45-28, Bears are 7-6, and you can fade to black.
That was Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. Bears win 45-28. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended.
I like it when you speak foreign language. Recommended.
Recommended.
How about this? 8 possessions, 8 scores. We did not punt today. We didn't punt.
8 possessions in absolutely brutal conditions with your backup quarterback. So how good is it? How good is it, guys?
I'm going to tell you something.
Those kind of conditions with a backup quarterback, what that kid did, it's unbelievable.
McCown had 4 touchdowns and ran for 1. Is that what it was? I'm not sure. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And so we didn't punt the football all. And we held the football, and this is why I'm saying why I think their defense, that Trestman knows the defense is not strong. We held the football for 36 minutes and 33 seconds. That was like almost 13 minutes more than
basically almost
Cowboys.
a quarter. Well, basically almost a quarter. Right.
So what does that tell you? Your best defense is going to be your offense, keeping the football, keeping everybody else off the field, and your first downs, the Bears had 32 first downs. Unbelievable.
Okay, real quickly again, for us going these last 3 games, Mel Tucker, please adjust the defense.
There you go.
Do not sit back there in that Tampa 2, those 2 guys sitting back there playing tiddlywinks. Get them involved in the game. You need help up front, bring them up, get them involved.
I'm telling you something. You play Tampa 2, especially against Philadelphia, that McCoy kid, that Shady McCoy, he will drill us. He may get 250 yards. If you got 2 defensive backs playing way back and you're asking the 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers to handle it.
Bring them up, make them play football.
Let's go out to Rashad in the south side. Rashad, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug and OB, I'm glad to hear you guys back on the radio together, my man.
Thank you, my friend.
Yes, sir. Let me first of all, I got a couple things to say, and I got a question for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Alshon is something special.
Oh, he's unbelievable, isn't he?
This kid, you know what? I know Brandon worked with him this offseason, but this kid is the deal. He's the goods. My call is about defense. The loss of Lance Briggs and Peanut Tillman from a leadership standpoint, not only from a playmaking ability, because we can't turn the ball over, but from a leadership ability, it's so evident now. Like you guys just touched on with Mel Tucker, he has to go in to talk to Trestman and say, since you guys have a capable offense of scoring points, to complement that, you need an aggressive defense. And I don't see anybody in there pissed off because they're letting 200, 300-yard games a week.
Sure.
Somebody's got to get pissed off and say, you know what? We're going to go down fighting and settle. We're going to go down with 1,000 cuts.
Rashad,
that's not fun.
Our safeties are sitting back there 20 yards while everybody's getting mauled up front. It doesn't make sense.
20 yards back, it doesn't even matter because when they come up for run protection, they're whiffing.
Yeah, they're missing the tackles. Right.
I just want to know who in that locker room, and this is why Briggs means so much. Hold someone accountable. You got a bunch of kids out here playing. I want Peppers. I want Briggs. I want these veterans. That somebody put somebody's foot in somebody's behind and say, let's go out here and hit and be aggressive. because that's the only way this defense is going to do anything.
Rashad, it's not up to another player to tell
It's Mel
another
Tucker's
player.
job to
It's
put
not,
the foot up his
just
rear
got
end.
believe what I am telling you. And you don't want that to happen. You know, trust me, that'll blow up on you as fast or quick than anything you could think of. Whose responsibility is? It's the coach.
That's right.
That's his responsibility.
And he should be putting the foot up somebody's rear end.
Exactly.
That's his job. Let's go out to Bob, North Riverside. Bob, you're on the score.
Bob, you're on. You're up.
Guess not. Let's go to Mike in Beecher. Mike, you're on the score.
Dougie,
Mike.
OB.
Hey,
I'll
Mike.
tell you, I'm 64, and I can tell you, it was a privilege and honor to watch you fleet-footed gentlemen play when you played. And the thing that amazes me is that what the Bears did today, they should have done automatically on the worst defense in football. But the difference is that what I need to see from them is the defensive line. And the thing is that a classic example last week in the last drive that their opponents had, there was a fumble within their own 20. And the thing is, there was only one Bear that could have got to it, and he was on his back. There was nobody. I mean, I can't see any penetration toward the backfield of anybody that they played against. Whether they're, so I mean, there's nobody. Their point of contact with a tackler at that line is always like 1 yard behind the line of, behind our line, instead of, in their backfield, or at least at scrimmage. The thing is, what we can do is somebody's going to have to, craft and say, okay, listen, we've got one guy that we're going to pay a ton of money for, and we got another guy that we don't have to pay as much for. We get the same results. That money we can save. We could build that line quicker than going through the draft. So what we need to do is just come back at it, and say, once, if you're in Vegas and you roll 3 sevens in a row, do you pass the dice right away?
Well, no.
No, you take your chances.
Yeah, but here's the fact with all of that. You're going to have to find that player. There's no question, or that player's they're up. Here, give me an example. Anybody could have played defense tonight. When you play out front like that, you're forcing that offense to come to you. But here's the point. You come up out last week that he played. It's 4th and 8, or 4th and 11, something like that. The Bear defense let them get a first down. This is last week. They drove the football all the way down the field. So the key is, when do you play the defense? When do you go out there and play it and stand up and make a play? It's easy to play defense when you're on top. The problem is with the Bears right now, if things get tight, we're going to get run over. It's going to be miserable. You've got to come up with plays. Once again, how many takeaways we have tonight?
None.
There you go.
0.
And so that's what's happened to this team. What covered their ass for a couple games is they had some takeaways. We haven't getting takeaways now. Since we're not getting takeaways, we got to say, okay, now the offense has to hold the football for 36 minutes and 33 seconds so we can keep our defense off the field. Once again, we can't go out and find these players. We can't go out and say, hey, hold it. Ratliff's come up. Did you see Ratliff play? He played a little bit, Ed.
He played basically throughout the game.
Yeah.
Did he do anything? No.
He didn't do anything. So this is where they are, and this is exactly what Ed is talking about and what I'm talking about. You adapt or die. You have to use what you have. And right now they have an offense that can control the football, so you do it. You play it for 36 minutes. Then you have a defense that basically you're going to have to go after some people and make things happen because you can't sit there and keep taking the damn beating.
Doug, that's absolutely correct. They have to, defensively, they have to change the philosophy, okay? And you just can't sit there and get your brains beat out week after week after week after week without making some changes. Bring those two guys up and make them play football.
Absolutely.
Get aggressive.
They had 5.8 yards per attempt against us. They rushed they had 7.1 yards against us per attempt. They gained 198 yards. So, it's a fact.
Bad. That's real bad.
That's bad.
Real bad.
Because that team is. Where did we finish Philadelphia? I mean, I'm telling you, Cleveland almost beat New England last week. How's that sound?
Well, New England had to fight and come back from behind. They won by a point.
They were down like 20-some points, weren't they? Something like that.
They won by one stinking point over Cleveland.
So that's not going to be no walk, in the park either, by the way. Let's go out to Calvin on the southeast side. Calvin, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Earlier, Ed, you put up a great point about how the Bears, how fans need to understand that the Bears should focus on what's best for the team. It's not about Cutler. It's not about McCown. It's not about this bickering about if McCown should be the starting quarterback. Yes, McCown, his numbers will not be disrespected. But at the same time, if you take a look at what's going on in New England, or if the situation was happening in Green Bay, where a backup quarterback comes in and put up the same kind of numbers that McCown is, you wouldn't have anybody talking about that backup quarterback should replace a starting quarterback. I'm not comparing Rodgers or Brady's to Cutler, but I'm comparing them to a parallel situation. The parallel situation is that the starting quarterback he's just starting quarterback for a reason. He's a starting quarterback for a reason because he's earned that position and he has certain qualities. There was a couple of throws that McCown made that McCown didn't make that Cutler would have made. And another thing, Bears fans have to understand the transition that's going on. We have now a big boy NFL offense. There's many things that we can do now. Those two big wide receivers forced Dallas to put so much pressure on them that the running game just totally opened up in the middle of the field. And we never had that opportunity before. So when we have a huge NFL, a big boy offense, you're going to have something that.
Well, the fact is, and Ed is right. I mean, that's the problem is this: to make the decision which ball player is going to be out there. We're just talking about the quarterback now. Which ball player is best for the team at this point in time? I don't know what the situation was, Cutler. I don't know how bad his leg is. I don't know none of that stuff. The only thing that irritates me, like I said, I'm going to go back a couple games where I knew it, Ed knew it, we all knew it, that he should have been out of that game.
That is absolutely correct, and I'm surprised Trestman and Cromer didn't get burned more for that.
And they went around it. They went around trying to answer that question.
Yeah.
And so the fact is, if Cutler's 100%, yeah, you put him in there knowing exactly like what you said was the fact that if something's out there, then McCown can play. I get scared to the fact that we all saw that Cutler couldn't play that one game, and he should have been on the bench. So, yeah, the thing about it is that is right. The team is the team. And right now, they know they need an offense before because their defense is not taking them anywhere.
I mean, boy, you got to be a complete moron to figure out that you got big problems in that defense.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Michael in Hinsdale. Michael, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, Marco.
I think tonight was a great win, as far as just motivation and, after two losses. But I want to ask you guys this question. If the Bears make it to the playoffs and they get Briggs, Tillman back, and Cutler, do you honestly really believe the Bears can go through the NFC, either beat the 49ers, Saints, Carolina, and I don't think nobody can beat Seattle to get to the Super Bowl. I don't think nobody can beat them in NFC. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
I would say no, Michael, because fact is, you still, for example, Peanut Tillman. I mean, you're out. You haven't played. You're not in shape to play the game what should be played. And you're talking about, even Briggs. You're coming back. I understand you have more experience out there in that, but you missed a lot of football. And now on top of that, you have not improved your defensive line by them coming back. So the problem I see right away, and Jim Finks taught me this, taught Ed this, we all know it. And he said it. Give me an offensive line, give me a defensive line, I'll just fill in the rest of the players.
There you go.
That's the answer to the whole damn thing.
That's how you build a world champion.
Absolutely.
And that has been, is now, and forever
always
will be. I've said it for decades, Doug. There's no doubt in my mind. If you think any different, you're an idiot.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino post-game show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. The Bears win 45-28. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago sports station.
Today's play of the game is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance, the auto owner agent. The week is Fazio Insurance in Joliet, Illinois. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit their website at fazioinsurance.com. That's 815-727-2611. And also Mercy Hospital. This segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. I should know. My Dr. Jones, cardiologist, takes care of me, and I'll tell you what, you won't find anybody better. You won't find anybody better than Mercy Hospital. So if you have a problem, go look up Dr. Jones. All right, now we're going to talk a little bit more about the Chicago Bears and talk about what happened to them, and nothing happened to them. What happened to them was good. It was the fact that they won the football game. There's no question about that. But what we're doing is, Ed and I, as we usually do, we try to find out the good things and the bad things. And we still say, the bad things, obviously, it's happening with the defense. But we're so proud of what happened to the offense, what they did. And Ed went through those numbers with you. Ed, give me some of those numbers again. So,
Doug, it's unbelievable. I mean, what stats? Wow! You talk about total of 499 yards, putting 45 points on the board. I guess I don't care what. That's a lot of points. And McCown's quarterback rating of 141.9, 32 first downs, third down, 8 for 11, folks. In third down conversion, that's phenomenal.
And time of possession, that's the key too.
36 minutes. Well, actually, it came down to basically, Doug, about 13 minutes, or you want to stretch it out almost a quarter more. You had the football than Dallas.
You can't do much more than that.
No, you can't.
Let's go out to Alan in Lombard. Alan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, thanks Alan.
Good. I just have a quick comment and a question. I know that the defense gets a lot of rap because of how bad they are, but I've noticed, in a few of the games that we've had the lead in the second half, we've kind of been conservative, trying to hold on to the lead, and our defense isn't what it used to be to hold the lead. And I'm just wondering why tonight, when we had the lead, we were able to, put the foot on the pedal, but we didn't do that in the other games where we had the lead to take some of the pressure off of the defense. I'll hang up and listen to your guys' answer. Thank you.
Alan, one of the reasons is we were playing against the worst defense in the National Football League. And if you're a good offense, what you do to a pathetic defense like that, you bury them. And that's exactly what the Bears did. That defense was just god-awful.
Yeah, it was worse than Minnesota. Minnesota's not that damn good either. But the fact is, though, when you come down to it, you're right about one thing. They're going to be asking more of the offense. More of the offense to score points, obviously. The short yardage plays were a lot better today than it was before.
Yeah.
I mean, that was last week. They weren't very good. But the fact is, you still got a defense that can't hold. See, there's times during the course of a game that defense has to hold, and especially in the fourth quarter. And I'll go back to the Minnesota game. They did not hold. It was 4th and 8, 4th and 11. You're supposed to stop them then. Can our defense stop somebody when they need to stop somebody? That's what scares me. And so far, I've got an answer of no. They can't do that. So consequently, what happens is you have to make up for that by taking an offense that puts up more points or kills the clock. Or like tonight. There's no question about what happened tonight. We jumped up so far ahead of them, they had to try to throw the football. If that had kept up what they were doing in that first quarter, they annihilated us as far as defense-wise, as far as running the football-wise. So they knew that too. They knew that coming in.
Well, I just think personally, defensively, we've got to change it up a little bit. I'll take that back. Change it up quite a bit. And I just think we have to become completely aggressive. We cannot. We're not strong enough up front. We can't take on blockers. Our defensive people, our defensive front, they get mauled. They get turned. They get pushed around. whether they're single team, double team, it doesn't matter. And that's week after week. So we don't have the strong people up front to do what Mel Tucker and they want to do is play that Tampa 2. We don't. We get beat. We can't rush the passer, and we can't stop the run because we can't come off a block.
There's no way, in what I've seen so far this year, when we get into cover 2, we can stop the run.
Right, and the only way that you can do that is you got to change the defense. Sure. You got to change the philosophy.
Because you're not going to get
Well,
any
I'm
more
going to tell you
players.
what, this one isn't working, my friend. I'd rather see him come in and bring those two
Take the
safeties
shot.
up, and that's right, and get a little damn aggressive out there.
Take the shot. But I'm going to tell you something. Cleveland, decent team. Philadelphia, and I keep saying it, that Shady McCoy, he could run for 300 yards against the Chicago Bears. If you
And
play
we're
that cover 2
playing in
against
Cleveland,
them.
and we're playing in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go out to Roger in Beverly Park. Roger, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
What's up, Raj?
I just, I'm done drinking the Jay Cutler Kool-Aid. Tennessee stiffing around. They say they're interested in him. I was wondering what you thought about if they're stupid enough to give us a first-round pick. They're 5-8 now, so we might end up with a top 15 pick, and give Mark Trestman, the quarterback guru, blue chipper and a quarterback first round, and they play all the time now. Andrew Luck, stuff like that. I was just wondering what you guys would think that if Tennessee would give up a first round pick for Jay Cutler. I know it's a little far fetched, but what the heck? Why not?
Well, Jay Cutler, in fact, Tennessee. Obviously, he went to Vanderbilt.
Right.
Vanderbilt in Tennessee. Jay still has a home down there. And they kind of, respect Jay for what he did. Jay's a tough kid, a tough quarterback in my mind. But the fact is, when it comes down to it, though, you said give up a number one. We paid what, two number ones, Ed, for Cutler?
Two number ones, 3.
Right.
And about, they robbed Fort Knox for some gold bars also.
And so the other thing you have to look at, and there's one thing here is, okay, McCown. McCown obviously is doing very well, but he's 34. He'll be 35 next year.
Right.
So you know what happens when you hit 35. You have no idea. Because we all went through this. Ed and I went through this. When you hit 35, it's like a piano jumped on your back. You had no idea this was coming. And you say, I am not the same player. Well, 35, again, that's why they have to look down. Now, is there a quarterback out there? I haven't done enough to draft yet to find out who's the best quarterback out there to be, to pick at number one. But you're right about one thing. If you get a guy, you hope that he can play right away. It's not like Aaron Rodgers did when he came in. With Favre there, he had a couple years to learn and whatever. That guy you're looking at, you want him to play right away. You saw Wilson do it, Kaepernick do it. So you get the young quarterbacks that can do it. If that's the case, then you got to make sure in your mind that you can find the right quarterback.
Well, here, Roger, if we're talking about ifs, what if we sit here and Emory signs Cutler and Cutler's happy with the contract, whatever, if it's a 4-year or a 5-year deal or a 6-year deal, and we've got him, and we make a deal to keep McCown. I mean, that's not in the picture? It sure as hell is. So I don't see why Bears management and ownership can't work out a deal for both Cutler and McCown. Because that's not our problem right now, folks. That's not the problem. But again, why can't they work that out? And I think that can be worked out. I truly do.
Well, the fact is, even if you franchise Cutler, it's going to cost you. In other words, it's going to cost you with trying to pick other players up. And they're trying to get into it. But here's the other thing. McCollum's going to have, his agent is going to have a lot to work with next year. A lot to work with. He's going to walk in, and they're going to say, no, it's not going to be $1 million, $2 million. They're going to be looking, because what's going to happen is the outside sources are going to look at McCollum too and say, look what he did in Chicago. It's the same thing what happened with Campbell, who's with Cleveland now. He's doing a hell of a job in Cleveland as far as throwing the football, doing a good job of doing that. So, you know what? It's a big decision to make, because the Bears have not, Eddie, They got how many guys under contract? I don't know. There's maybe 25 or
some was around that 20 mark, 19 or 20. Yeah, somewhere's in that area.
So
they got to sign.
They got to sign the rest of these guys. And where are they going to put the money to? Who are they going to pay the money to? You certainly don't want to lose your wide receivers or your tight end or your running back.
Well, I'm sure, Doug, they have a good idea right now where the money's going to be allocated and what it's going to be. And I think the only reason why it would not get done, I think McCown wants to be a Bears. They gave him a chance. They brought him back from North Carolina, and I think he owes something to the Bears. But I think the only thing would screw it up, Doug, in my opinion, to blow this whole thing up, would be Cutler's agent. If he comes in and gets greedy and gets pushy, you don't push these franchises around too often. These franchises have been here since day one. There is no football without them. And you don't come and push them around. And if Jay's agent makes it ugly, then they do make a deal for him and he's gone, then so be it. But my point is that I think the only one that could screw this thing up would be greed, or however you want to put it, by Jay's agent or Jay himself taking it way, way, way too far.
Or someone else making an offer that Jay can't refuse. Let's say, for example, Tennessee makes that offer. And may say it's in the $100 million offer. That's something else, That's a whole different ballgame.
I'm going to tell you what, Doug. If you were Tennessee, would you come in and pay a kid $100 or $120, $50 million? You know what he's won? Nothing. Mm-hmm. And what has he been? Hurt.
And they drafted Jake Locker, number 1, too, and he has done nothing.
Okay.
So, again, too.
The point is that you're going to go out after that happening to you. You're going to go out and pay $100+ million for a guy that hasn't won anything. And lately, the last 2-3 years, he's hobbled around pretty good, Doug. So
it's amazing to me, though, Ed, how the price of quarterbacks gone up.
Price of quarterbacks?
Unbelievable.
Doug, they got guys playing today. Some of them are even on special teams or whatever. For Christ's sake, they couldn't be an assistant equipment manager back in the day.
That's $800,000 million. You're talking about $120 million for 4 or 5 years. Some of these quarterbacks they're signing them for.
I know.
And it's, you say to yourself, what the hell? And a lot of them just bust out.
I'll tell you what, if you're going to go out, that's Tennessee. Come and offer him $100 million, $120 million. I'll tell you what, he better be the second guy that walks on water.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show. Obradovic Jumbo phone. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. Bears win 45-28. Obradovic Jumbo phone. 312-644-6767. Ed, through all the excitement tonight, what's going on with the football? The Bears are winning and scoring all the points. Congratulations out to Mike Ditka.
Absolutely.
I know it was a great ceremony. I watched it. You did too with me, and Mike is an icon in this town. There's no question about it. As a Hall of Famer, there's no question about that. And you played with him. I played with him. We know what kind of a ball player he was and what he did do. And in fact, that night, 85, taking that football team, obviously the Chicago Bears, to win the Super Bowl.
Absolutely. When he came here, he was the right guy with Mike's attitude, and his attitude was Super Bowl, nothing less.
Yep.
And I, you could see when he came in, and you go out and watch practices, and you had some of these guys sucking on lollipops they've been doing around here for years, and walking backwards up to the paycheck.
Yeah.
How fast they were gone.
Yeah.
They were out of here. And that's what you got to do, because it's about winning the Super Bowl, World Championship, nothing less. But I tell you what, congratulations to Mike. His whole life has been football. So, God bless him. It was a great thing. Nice thing for the Bears to do. And kudos to him.
Yeah, because it shouldn't have ended that way. I mean, I'm glad they brought him back into the fold. I mean, it should not have ended that way. And I, myself, from the same area.
Well, I think that took George McCaskey.
Probably.
Reached out and with the olive branch, et cetera, and he did it. So, and matter of fact, kudos to George, too, absolutely. But, the Bears, again, are the footing and foundation of the National Football League. Very proud franchise, and Mike exemplified as a player and as a coach. And again, kudos to him. Congratulations, pal.
Yeah, Mike is from the same area I'm from, right around Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
Aliquippa. And I remember coming here. And I remember because, Mike played 2 years here, and I said, who is this guy?
Well, Bill George was from Pennsylvania, wasn't he?
Bill George was
I think
too,
Dodysburg, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Dodysburg.
So all of us, get together, and I'm playing against Mike in practice. And I know why they call him Iron Mike. The guy was just all out all the time. So congratulations to you, Mike, from Ed and I. And, geez, I tell you, I wish that would have happened some time ago, but it did happen now, and that's good. Let's go out to Brent in Bloomington. Brent, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. I have an observation, and from that observation, I want to frame a question, see what you guys think. Each of the past 3 years, the Bears have started out relatively hot. They started out 7-1 and 11, 7-3 and 11 rather, 7-1 last year, 3-0 this year. Down the stretch, they were in contention for a playoff spot each of these past 3 years, and in the final 5 weeks, they suffered what many would consider a devastating loss. 2011, there was Denver. Last year, there was Seattle, and then this year was the Vikings game. Now, in the past 2 seasons, they went on to respond to those 2 losses. They lost the next 2 games in Denver. They got outscored something like 70-33. And in 2012, they lost each of the next 2 games, which all but eliminated them from playoff contention in each of those years. This year, they come back and bounce back from that. And so my question within that observation is this: to what degree do you attribute a team's ability to handle adversity and bounce back from tough losses to a head coach? And if that is the case, is it unfair to say that Lovey did not handle adversity or bouncing back from adverse losses in the same way? And Trestman, obviously, it's just this year, so it's a small sample size, but I just was very impressed by the way they responded this year. And I know the last 2 years they kind of went down the tank after they suffered those losses, and I thought those were both devastating losses. So just wanted to hear what you guys thought about that. Thanks.
Yeah, the fact is, and let's go back, and like you said with Trestman, it's too soon to tell. I mean, there's no question about bouncing back. What we saw that 1 year that they started out so well, then all of a sudden, Cutler goes down, they have injuries, they have a quarterback problem. Not only did they have a quarterback problem, they had an offensive coordinator problem. And they had that problem with Cutler. And whoever the offensive coordinator was, Mike Martz or be it whoever, Mike Tice. And so that's where the problem was. We couldn't win a football game at the end that year. We couldn't do it. They asked the defense to do it. You lose 10-6, 16-10, whatever it was. And the fact was that our offense just could not do it. And once again, that goes back to the fact that Lovie Smith was in charge of trying to find somebody who could do it. Now, Ed's philosophy is we couldn't get another offensive coordinator because no one wanted to come here.
That's a fact.
Okay, and so now we got to put up with this with Mike Tice, who hasn't got a job yet, Mike Martz, who hasn't have a job yet, and if you're so damn good, then you're obviously going to catch something somewhere along the line, and all the coordinators we've had, and so that is not something that belongs to the guy that's head in charge of it all, and Jerry Angelo's got something to do with this too, by the way. So now comes a time where we're going to find out what's going on.
Jerry Angelo. My Lord.
Isn't that something?
Wow.
Think about what they brought in. They're trying to say Haney's got to be the quarterback, the backup quarterback.
Doug,
had no chance.
Yeah, you could go for a decade, year after year after year after year, and nothing but excuses and not answering questions and being sarcastic and it's a little refreshing now, and it's obvious that who's ever running our offense, Cromer, offensive coordinator, line coach, Trestman calling the plays, the head coach. On the offensive side of it, it looks like they know exactly what the hell they do, what they're doing, and how to win, and how to attack a defense. Defensively, I'll tell you what, we've got 3 games here left, and we got a very important week coming up now, Doug. And if they are going to make some changes and switch up that defense a little bit, it's got to be done now. 3 games left. And the reason, Doug, you sit there and you look, here, let's go back with Ditka. Back with that phenomenal football team in 85, how many times they win it? Once. They had the youngest team in the National Football League and won it once. It's tough to get back there. In 63, when we won it, we had some of the greatest players that ever played this game. We thought we'd be back in 64-5. We were going to be on a roll. Hell, we couldn't get across Chicago River. It was awful. So when you're in the hunt and you've got that chase like we have now, take advantage of it. Go after it, whether you're a coach or a player.
There's no question that it's there to grab.
Yes, it is.
And you don't have any idea.
But you're not going to grab it, Doug.
No, not
playing at Tampa 2 when you can't stop anybody.
Not playing safe. I mean, you can't do it. There's no question about that. The fact is, though, when it's all said and done with, a lot of things have to be done with the Chicago Bears. We know that. We know the defense has to be upgraded. We also know, too, and I watched this game tonight, Ed, and I'm going to want your opinion on this. I watched Shane McCollum standing up, okay?
Yeah, now they got him in a stand-up instead
position.
Of a 3-point. Oh, no, I don't know. Go ahead.
And these guys stand up, hand down on the ground, and it's not there. I don't know what these guys are thinking about. It's not there.
Let's say he's a speed rusher, okay? Let's say he's a speed rusher.
Yeah.
So you've got him in a 2-point stance. If you're a speed rusher, you better be down in a 3-point stance. You can get off the ball a hell of a lot quicker with that first stance, that first step, that burst you being down low. It's amazing to me how now they've got him standing up and still making the same fundamental mistakes. And if you don't believe what I'm talking about, folks, just look at the opening series of the game and watch Shane McCollum. Where the hell is he when the ball goes away? He's going right down the line where he has to be. He has to be as deep as the ball. As deep as that ball. Where if that ball goes 10 yards deep, that's where he goes. So they can never wheel around back or a runner can cut back. You're there to stop that play. You're not going to stop it on the other side of the line. That's for damn sure where they're running to. But you do your job. You go as deep as that ball, and you follow it.
And the other thing, too, ineffective standing up, rushing the passer. I mean, it's like a ping pong ball in her head.
I know, Doug. That poor kid. I feel sorry for him. They throw him around like a rag doll.
Exactly. You stand up, go down. One time they remember they had him watching the quarterback. So whoever the quarterback was running, he was the guy in the backfield. I'm saying to myself, come on. The guy is what position you want to play this guy? Originally, I thought the guy was going to be a middle linebacker.
I remember when they drafted him because everybody was shocked. You drafted who to play what?
What? And I said, we said maybe be a middle linebacker, but it's not working. It's not working. And somebody says to me, well, again, I'm not going to go back to it. I don't want to hear about young ball players. I don't want to hear about first year, second year, that kind of stuff. How long does it take for you to understand what the hell's supposed to be going on out there? And the good ones, they're coming right away. They're moving. Sticking, third round guys in me, they're moving. They're going. I don't see it. And I don't see it. Let's go out to Bob in Northbrook. Bob, you're on the Score.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Bob.
I hate to disagree with you guys, and I don't mean to scare you.
No, go ahead.
But I was at the game, and I was watching the safeties.
Yeah?
And this is going to frighten you.
Go ahead.
They were rolling safeties up. Sometimes it was Conti. Sometimes it was Wright. Sometimes they brought both guys up into the box. And guess what? It didn't matter. Conti was rolled up one time, went right into the hole, absolutely in a perfect spot, and whiffed. Twice, he took an inside rush, got beat to the perimeter. One time he did get out to the perimeter, and I think it was about the 12-yard line, made a nice tackle. But the reality is we've got 3 defensive backs, at least 1 linebacker, and at least 2 defensive linemen who will not start on any roster in the NFL next year. And OB, you said it best.
I would agree with you there, Bob.
And you said it best 10 minutes ago. What do you do when you go up against a really bad defense? You bury them. You go 8 possessions with a score. And the bad news is we're one of those defenses. And the only solution is not rolling up the safeties more or blitzing more, which I thought they did a lot of today, is a new draft and new talent. It's not going to change you next week. It's not going to change in 2 weeks.
But it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you this year, though.
Bob, listen,
come on, Bob.
Don't give up on this year.
You're quitting. You're putting up the white flag. You don't.
It's
you understand?
Not up to me. You can make them as angry as you want. But Chris Conte's a bad NFL football player.
I understand that. Maybe
it's
some things.
It's not going to change. You can put him anywhere on the field you want.
I understand that, but the fact is, though, you have to do something different. You're going to have to go and be attacking. Next year, you worry about that. You wipe them all out. But you're sitting here now. Sit down. This is why you have coaches. This is why they're generals in the Army. Somebody's got to think. Just think a little bit and try to do something different because you know why? You got an offense that can do something. You got an offense that's going to be out there. It's not like it was in the past 9 years where they depended on the defense to score 20 points a game, to get 16 turnovers or whatever. I understand, Bob, you're absolutely correct. You're going to have to wipe all that crap out. But what do you do for now? Can you do something for now to make it better?
Well, I think, Bob, he's got a point. 2 guys there, 3 guys there, they wouldn't start for anybody.
That's
true.
He's
absolutely correct. But I think what he wants to do is, forget about this year. No. We got 3 games to go yet, Val.
And you got Francis Cook, and you got an offense that went up 499 yards. You had an offense that held the football for 36 minutes. So try to help out somewhere along the line.
Well, Bob was correct in what he said.
No, he is correct in what he said. But he's putting the white flag
up. But the disagreement is the fact that, wait a minute, we got 3 games to go yet.
Exactly. I ain't giving up yet. No, that's why I'm saying you have generals. Let's go out to Cliff in the West Side. Cliff, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, Cliff.
Hey, I'm gonna disagree with you, Ed. Don't jump to the phone. But I'm gonna disagree with you on they should start Cutler if he's healthy, and I'll tell you why. What I saw tonight, I always watch other games because, we as Bears fans, we haven't seen a good quarterbacking, good play from that position. So when I watch other games and I see good quarterbacking, making little short passes, checking down is so important, utilizing the pocket and not just running out of the pocket, but utilizing the little circle around the pocket, little things like that. More than likely, I'm just guessing that McCown has learned this over his career, and now is a great time for him, and he's with a great coach. That being said, I don't see Cutler doing that. He hasn't done that since he's been here. And I love his potential. But potential doesn't get you anywhere if you don't actualize it. That's my whole problem with Jay Cutler and this Jay Cutler conversation is that are we paying for his potential or are we paying for what he's done? I know he's had bad offensive coordinators. I'll give you that. But this year, everybody keeps talking about it. Well, he scored more points. The defense scored 4 touchdowns with him in there. And tonight, the defense scored now 1 touchdown. Even though Dallas' defense is bad, this guy did everything you want to do with the exception of 2 passes, which I thought he was kind of feeling himself a little bit, kind of Cutler-esque. But one thing I liked about it was that when he noticed it, he came back and started doing the regular things, dumping off the screen, checking down over the middle. I mean, what I saw was quarterback play tonight, even against a bad defense, that I don't think Cutler could do consistently.
Well, I'm going to tell you what,
That's
Cliff,
my problem with it.
I don't think anybody could have played quarterback in the National Football League this year, 2013. Nobody else could put up a bet. He had 141.9 rating as a quarterback tonight. Now, what he did was phenomenal. But Jay Cutler has proven also through the years, I mean, he makes some unbelievable throws. And Trestman and Cromer believe Cutler is the quarterback. And if he's ready, Cliff, he will start this week. And everybody will be fine with it. The only thing, Cliff, because of the situation we're still in the hunt, if Jay's not doing it. Just like when he was hurt and they left him in, and they left him in. It
was a mistake.
Gigantic mistake. If he comes, Cliff, out against Cleveland and he stinks it up for 2.5, close to 3 quarters, pull him. Pull him. Don't worry about hurting his feelings, hurting about anything. Pull him. Sit him down. Put a guy in there because why? Again, it's a team concept. It's not a one-man concept. It's not one man's feelings. There's 40-some guys out there that are relying on everybody to do their job, and that's what it's about.
Here's the other problem, too, Ed. The fact is that coaches, once they start looking at a guy, and once they start trusting a guy, once they start saying to themselves, boy, I really trust this guy. This is what's happened with McCown. And the coaches are looking at that way.
Just like what Cliff was talking about, and some of the other guys, Doug, is, you can make a great case for McCown
Oh, absolutely.
Staying in there.
I know. Please.
For going until something happens to him.
Yeah.
And keep Jay back there. But unfortunately, that's not how it works in this league.
Well, they said it. They come out and said it. Jake is our number one quarterback, and McCown said it, I am the backup quarterback.
That's right. And again, I'll say it one more time, Doug. If we go into Cleveland and things are going tough for us, and that guy's not having a good day, God, I mean, oof, whoa, that was close.
Yeah.
I mean, you better be able to make that change. And I'm talking about Trestman and Comer.
Yeah, because he didn't do it the last time.
No, they didn't, and that was
a
bad.
mistake.
Yes, it was. Huge mistake.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, presented by Motorworks. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. Chicago Bears win 45-28 over Dallas Cowboys. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Let's go out to the airwaves. Let's go out to Mitchell in Culver City. Mitchell, you're on the Score.
Yeah, I just want to bring up a few points about the obvious here, guys. You guys are veteran players. You played in Chicago. I'm in L.A. I've always heard about the great big times. Let's talk about the facts, okay? Josh McCown came in, and the Chicago Way showed the Chicago fans that Josh McCown, a 12-year veteran who played in the UFL, has a higher percentage rating than your Golden Boy Cutler. Yes or no?
I don't know about the percentage rating. I think they're as far as the quarterback rating. You talking about that? The quarterback rating is higher, but the percentage rate, there's no question about McCown, because McCown is the typical West Coast offensive guy. In other words, the short passes.
So my question to you guys is, like in the last 4 years when Cutler came from the trade from Denver, he comes in, he gets hurt. You guys have a guy named Todd Collins, 17-year pro, can't make it. Then you got a guy named Caleb Haney, can't do much.
Right.
Then you bring in this guy last year, and he's quarterback for now Cleveland.
Campbell.
And all of a sudden in 2011, Josh seems to get his hands in the game somewhere. He wins a few games. I always felt like this guy had what I call lights on, like quarterback. This guy could really take it to the next level. He works with Trestman because he likes him. They have like the similar frequency about how to do things. And all of a sudden, the statistics, the mathematical stuff that people love to debate are all in favor of McCown. Explain that to me.
Well,
Explain to me, how does that work?
Well, exactly right. I mean, that's what you have to bring up. There's no question about that. If you take a look at their quarterback rating, McCown's quarterback rating is higher. His percentage rate is higher. But they're saying that, the fact is that you take Cutler, you put him up against a good football club, that maybe he'll do better. I don't know if that's the case or not. But here's the thing that you have to really look at, though. The fact is, Mitch, that he started to come around. Cutler's coming around to Trestman. This was going on. This is what was happening. He started taking the check down. He started taking the tight end. He started making those throws. And so that's what they're looking at right now. Let me tell you something. If there was a problem between Trestman and Cutler, they wouldn't even be talking about Cutler coming back on that field. And so I think what it was that Cutler bought into Trestman. Then he got hurt. This is what you have to worry about Cutler. You have to worry about his injuries. You have to worry about, how many times this guy's been hurt. And then you have to worry about another thing, his concussion. The kid, gets a concussion. What if he gets racked up? And now you've got to pay $100 million to a guy doing this or that. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration.
Well, again,
here.
Mitchell, I think there's an answer to it, and I talked about it about 10, 15 minutes ago. I don't know why, and I don't know why in the world we cannot sign Cutler and McCown for 14. I really don't.
If McCown wants to.
Somebody's going to have to come up. I think it can get done, but if the only way it can't get done, if somebody comes up, McCown's agent or Cutler's agent, and comes up with this $150 million or this deal, that deal, then could things blow up? Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I don't think it is. I think they're going to work this thing out for 2014. I really do.
Yeah, and again, too, Ed, you're correct on that. I think they will work it out. But let's say somebody off the top of your head says, hey, did you guys see the McCown play in Chicago? He said, well, look, take a look at his numbers. Take a look at what he's doing. Take a look at what's happening with him. There's a shortage of quarterbacks in this league,
Big time.
Big time stuff. Especially backups are bad. I mean, they don't have that many good backups.
Oh, my God.
But these guys, McCown's a starter. He's a starter for somebody. So what if they come up with the money? It doesn't have to be a ton of money. Ton of money is not $8 million, $9 million, $10 million. If you do that, if the Bears want to sign him for that, then they have to sign Cutler for another $100 million. What happens to your defense? Where's your guys you're going to buy?
You know what, though? We could do a whole day about this thing.
Yeah, I know.
Because I could just come back and tell you why. Look at who they're throwing to. They made in the draft some phenomenal. I mean, we have a tight end, 6'6". We never had a tight end here. They didn't. This previous regime, they couldn't spell tight end. Try to spell it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now we have a tight end 6'6". We have one receiver 6'4", another one 6'3", another one 6'3". We have receivers, and also they can play football. And also, guess what? The receivers, they're paid to do what? Catch the football, and they can catch. So we've got a hell of an arsenal here. And if I was a quarterback and I was with the Bears, I'd love to be thrown to these guys.
Absolutely. But the fact is, if you were the quarterback and the guy comes up and you say, listen, the Bears offered me $2 million, I'll offer you $10 million. You're going to be thinking about the $10 million. You're not going to say, there's a receiver there.
The Bears have the money. They've never, although people think they're cheap, but they're not.
It's not cheap.
I tell you what, Doug, I'm telling you, I think they're smart enough to work all this out. I truly do.
Well, I hope so, Ed. I hope so, because that's what you need. You need two quarterbacks in this league. You need what's going on. Look what happened to the Green Bay Packers.
Well, here's the thing.
Rodgers is out. They lost 4 in a row or something like that.
All right. They couldn't find a quarterback.
No.
All right.
No. They got Matt Flynn, who the guy got a fortune, who went somewhere else, couldn't play dead there, but come back to Green Bay, and obviously for some odd reason he plays well at Green Bay.
The only way that this could get screwed up if somebody comes in, because it's all about like Cutler, well, McCown, everybody likes him, he should be starting. Do you really think there's a team that's out there, McCown, 34 years old, Doug, that they're going to come in and they're going to offer him a 5-year deal or a 6-year deal at $80 million,
no,
90,
no,
100 million?
$80 million.
That's not going to happen.
No.
That's why I think this deal can be worked out.
But they're going to have to pay. The Bears are not going to pay no $1 million or $2 million. It's going to cost them $8 to $10 million.
You're here to win the damn Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
So guess what? You've got them in-house. You've got them here. Keep them here.
Here's the problem, Ed. You pay him that type of money, $8, $10 million. You pay Cutler all that big money. What do you got left for a defense that's been annihilated? We didn't get any.
Do like Jerry Jones and the rest of them do. Okay?
What's that?
Play real fuzzy math. Real kind of crazy math.
I got to tell you, that's the other thing, too. We bought all these players that came in here, basically. We only have 2 draft choices. That Jeffrey was outstanding, and Jordan Mills, the tackle. But the rest of those guys we brought in from the outside free agent and paid them a ton of money.
That's what you should do, Douglas.
Eddie, next week, Cleveland, we can do it.
Yeah, we can.
Sure we can.
Yeah, we can.
No questions about it.
Don't take them for granted, though.
No. Are you kidding me? The Bears can't take anybody for granted.
No.
That's a fact. Thanks to Joe Ostrowski, Herb Lawrence, Kevin Zepak, Rick Camp, Obradovich and Buffon.
Is Lester's on?
Lester's up next. Yeah, Lester's up next. Yeah. That'd be,
I tell you, when I get home, Doug, it's hard for me to go to sleep, and I put on. I listen to Lester. There's nobody better than that guy. Yeah. He's terrific.
Especially when he sings Bear Down, Chicago Bears.
Oh, my God, stop with that.
Have you ever heard him sing that song?
Oh, yeah. That's enough for us. Let's do once or twice, but every morning, give me a break.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week.
It is 3rd down and 8. Here is the blitz. Cutler stepping up, rolling, throwing over the middle, caught at the 30. Marshall, stiff arm, and then walloped at the 25. And another Bears first down. They were bringing bodies. And 18 yards later, Brandon Marshall has a chain-moving catch and a first down. Wing left, in the gun. Cutler to throw, they drop 7. Cutler arches back, going for Marshall, down the field, snags it inside the 25 to the 20, stiff arm to the 15, and down the 13-yard line of the Browns. Earl Bennett and Brandon Marshall to the right, snap with pressure coming from his backside, throws right side end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears to Brandon Marshall. He is in, and the Bears are an extra point away from tying the game with 24 seconds left in the first half. Cutler from center, play fake to throw. Jay climbs the pocket, hit high in the head as he throws it downfield, jump ball up in the air. Alshon got the ball to one. It was a total jump ball, touchdown Bears. Alshon just went up there and got the ball. Motion out of the slot right, Earl Bennett. Gun. Cutler takes the snap. 6-man rush, throwing, goal line, end zone. Touchdown, Earl Bennett. Touchdown, Bears, who've taken the lead on the Browns. Cutler takes and gives. Michael Bush now running away. 30, 25, 20. Bush is going to go. 10, 5, end zone, touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Michael Bush, the closer, with 2:17 to play, just takes off for 40 yards and a touchdown.
It's now time to break down the action on the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, live from Mr. D's Sports Bar at Arlington Park. Here are your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights. O'Bradovich and Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 38. Cleveland 31. Eddie, how's that sound?
Well, that's I'll tell you what. We needed this one.
Big time.
Big time.
I wish, to me, in this football game, of course, everybody was worried about Cutler. And they started out the first couple interceptions he had. He wasn't really on. He looked a little rusty. The ball was flying on him a little bit. They come back in that second half, and, I mean, they look good. The running game was good. The defense, now I understand. Cleveland's offense, they can't run the football. There's no question about that. But still, we hung in there defensively. We get a turnover for a touchdown. There was a lot of great things that happened out there, good things happened out there. And somebody says, well, Cleveland's not that good. I understand that. But the fact is, you got to take who you're playing, and you got to dismantle them. Now, they scored 38 points against them. And that last play, Josh Gordon scored a touchdown, and he was dead all game. Here's a guy that was catching everything in sight, but he got that last play for a touchdown.
Well, Doug, the one thing I don't understand, Cutler took us down. I think we were somewhere around the 10-yard line. And almost first and goal, and we don't not one time, Doug, do we go to get 6 points. We wound up kicking a field goal and taking 3 points. That reminded me of the old days there, the last 10 years, the way that coach and their system went with it. Don't try to score points. Let's just get the field goal and let's be happy with it. I hope that didn't. I was real worried, Doug, about that play coming back to haunt us, but it didn't. We stayed in there. We hung in there. Everybody played. Nobody got hurt today. Did we have an outstanding offense or an outstanding defense? I would say no. We did the right things. And the other thing, Doug, when why I couldn't understand why they didn't go in the end zone in that opening drive down there. I mean, we have 6'4", 6'3", 6'6" receivers, and they've got small people, short people, playing in the cornerbacks and in the defensive backs. And why we didn't go to the end zone, throw the ball up in the air and make it work, I have no idea.
Well, probably a lot of things has to do with Cutler himself. They wanted him to get himself, his feet underneath him. Because when you go into this football game, they didn't want mistakes happen, which happened in the second, the
right,
interception
exactly.
happened on the second drive. But when you take a look at this football club, I think Cutler I thought he moved around pretty good. I thought he moved in that pocket real well. And I thought he tried to get a lot of times, which he usually don't do, dump the football off to Forte coming out of the backfield. In other words, controlling the football. But, that play that Jeffrey made, that football, and he threw him down there, two guys were on him. I mean, that's just, I haven't seen that in a long damn time from anybody. Even Jeffrey's made some great catches this year.
The week before he did it.
Yeah, but this was like a Hail Mary. I mean, there were two guys all over him. And yet again, he uses his size. He goes up and he comes down with the football. That is phenomenal. There's no question about it. They're receivers. Marshall, and the way they blocked, too, they blocked very well. Martellus Bennett, that tight end. And then you get Bennett, the other Bennett, wide receiver, catching a 4-yard touchdown pass.
Absolutely. They took advantage of I tell you what, Cleveland. No wonder they were 4-9 going into this game. They're not a very good team, Doug, offensively or defensively. I mean, they got Jason Campbell. What is it, Jason Campbell at quarterback?
Right.
I mean, give me a break, would you? So we did what we had to do, and it seems like the last 3 weeks, each game has been a must-win game. And we're going into Philadelphia this coming Sunday night, and I'm going to tell you what, that's going to be a hell of a football game. Philadelphia's a pretty good football team, well coached, and they're ready. They don't have too many guys hurt, and it's going to be a tough game for us. But boy, I tell you what, when you come down to this time and place in the season, there's nothing to hold back for, Doug. You got to let everything out. You can't play scared to death football, whether you're running it or passing it. You got to make things happen. They sure as hell aren't going to let you get away with anything. So you got to make things happen.
You know, the other thing too, I saw it, and I don't know, how great he was, but Ratliff did some good things in there. I saw him in the middle, which you always worry about that middle plugging up something, doing. He had a couple pass rushes inside the middle, was just outstanding. And then he also had a couple penetrations where he caught the back in the backfield. So this is only his third or second game or third game. He's come back and played since 2012, whatever it was, when he was laying on the couch. And so now the fact is that I think he could be a help in there. And it seems like he is healthy too, by the way. Doug, and they're playing him more and more and more.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on that. I sat there and watched the middle of that line on a pass rush. Campbell had all day to throw the football. They never caved that line up in the middle, Doug. And he moved around in that pocket. Campbell basically did what he wanted to do. I didn't see the pass rush by our inside men or our outside men.
I saw it by Ratliff.
I saw some blitzes, and Cleveland picked the blitzes up. But I saw it different than you did. I don't think our pass rusher was there. The guys in the middle, Doug, if play after play, quarter after quarter, they couldn't get off the line of scrimmage.
You said the guys. I'm talking about Ratliff. I'm talking about one guy.
He's one of the guys.
Yeah, but the fact was I saw him put pressure on that quarterback, Ed. Come on. I know he didn't do it the whole game, but he did a hell of a lot more times than the other guys that we had in there.
Doug, if that's the way you see it, that's fine. I didn't see it that way. I didn't see it that way at all.
Well, the fact is, though, there were some things done real well on the inside. Not a lot of things because we don't have the ball players for that inside tackle position. But what I'm saying is there's hope with this Ratliff. There's hope with this guy that we've got 2 more games left that this guy could be ready if we go to the playoffs.
With that, I agree with you. He is by far the best that we have.
Exactly.
Okay, the rest of these guys get rolled up.
Here's the other thing I'm going to ask you, too, about McClellan. Every time I see him, he's standing up. He's down. He's going in pass coverage. What does he do out there?
Doug, I have no idea what that kid is doing. First of all, I have no idea what the hell he's doing out on that football field. That's number one. Now, most of the time, if you've seen the last 2-3 games, they've got him at left defensive end, and he'll be standing up. Then he'll get down in a 3-point stance. He'll take a step in, try to engage the tackle, and then he drops back into pass coverage.
Right.
All right?
Yep.
Here, Doug, that Bass and the other guys there should be over there playing that in. As a matter of fact, Wooten should be playing there, not Wooten playing in the inside. We have guys that still Cohen, the guys that can still play in the inside. He is so much better at defensive end, and all you're doing is taking away from him, getting better and better from week to week at left defensive end, and you're basically hurting that kid because he's not a defensive tackle. He's an O-man from the outside, Doug.
There's no question his best position is outside, and there's no doubt about that. And you got to hand it to the kid for going inside because you know what? They pay money for kids like that when they come up. They'll look at him on the inside, whereas he is an outside ball player.
There's no question about it.
That he's doing it for the team, so you got to hand it to him. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. We are live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights. We'll be right back. Obradovich on the phone.
38-31, Bears beat the Browns. Here in Cleveland, you can fade to black. Bears are on their way to Philly for Week 16 against the Eagles.
That was Jeff Joniak on WBBM Radio, Fading to Black. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business We are live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights. Obradovich and Buffon on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And the game ball is brought to you by El Pamani Ford. El Pamani Ford. Visit apford.com. Game ball is going to go to Jeffrey. And the catches especially the one catch he made was just phenomenal. I mean, he went up and got that football, and it was like a Hail Mary down in the corner. But we're going to give Jeffrey the game ball, and there are those out there that think that that maybe Cutler spent too much time trying to target Marshall. Ed,
I basically, you want to know what, Doug? That's what I saw. Pretty much for most of the game, and I couldn't figure that out. I mean, that ball should have been thrown all over the ballpark. Jay should have accumulated a ton of yardage today, because again, Doug, their defensive backs are not. I mean, oh my God, Doug, there's 4 inches, 5, 8 inches difference in height.
Yeah, on all corners.
We should have attacked those corners. I mean, every play we should have went after them.
And it's hard to figure what the hell's going on in the National Football League. And when I see Minnesota beat Philadelphia, and I say to myself, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Not only that.
Who the hell would ever thought Minnesota
would beat them?
3 games to go?
Right.
And they're out of it. They're a horrible football team. Philadelphia's in the hunt, fighting for everything, and going to Minnesota. And Minnesota beats them without Adrian Peterson? You got to be kidding me.
That's what I'm saying. This is really weird. This is the strangest thing in the world.
When you ask me what I think about the game, what did I tell you?
Yeah.
I'd have them going there. They'd all be on the box, I guarantee you.
Let's go to the phone lines. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show.
What's up, buddy?
I'm having a tough time because all of this talk of injecting Cutler back in the offense, and what we saw was pretty much a predictable offense. We go from having the food buffet McCown out there to a one-course meal Jay Cutler with Brandon Marshall. The offense looked bland. 10 points he gave up. Should have been more picks than that, but I'm calling for those. I mean, you guys, if this was your team and you guys played, honestly, would you want this guy to be your starting quarterback? Because let me tell you something. Forget the franchise. He's not a franchise. He's not rusty because McCown played 3 years sitting on the bench. It didn't look like that. I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys.
Well, first of all, take a look what they did today, the Bears offense. I mean, they had 472 yards offensively. They had 261, with the pass, 22 for 31. Cutler's rating was 102.2. And so you're looking at that in their rushing average. They averaged 5.8 yards per carry, and they had 23 first downs. Their third down percentage was 64%.
9 of 14.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And not only that, they held the football for 34 minutes and 48 seconds. I understand we're not getting exactly what we want to get. We talk about Cutler and that, but these numbers are equivalent to what McCown was doing. What he was doing with the football, controlling the football, holding it, getting third down percentages, getting a good running game, 472 yards total. I just think that's pretty damn good myself.
Doug, I really don't want to put a downer on this win. I mean, it's great, and we still have a shot at it. But I'm going to tell you what. If we played a team, and I know how this league has been, you got Philadelphia losing, you got Miami beating New England today, but I'm going to tell you what, those interceptions that started that football game, that first half, Doug, I think if we were playing a fairly decent football team, we'd have had a hell of a way to get a victory out of this game today.
Well, the fact is, you're right. You can't start out that way. And then we're going to say the fact that Cutler was a little rusty. Cutler got this because the one pass he threw, he had 3 guys around the guy.
He forced it, and there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
The other one over top of the head. But the fact is, when you take a look at this, when you take a look at that offense, what's going on, this is why you have to believe in Tristman a little bit here. Total 472 yards. You don't see that with the Chicago Bears with an offense with 472. And McCown did the same damn thing. They did the same thing with that. And not only that, you got the 5.8 average running the football, which is a hell of a lot better. And you got to figure that Cleveland's defense was ranked 7th in the National Football League.
Doug, this is a team that I'll guarantee we should have had minimum 6 sacks today against that Cleveland team. 6 minimum. You know how many we had?
2. 2 sacks. I think that's what we had. We had some pressures, but with 2 sacks. But when it's said down, we know the defense had. Geez, we've talked about this defense how long? I mean, we know that that something's missing there. We know that. They came up today because the fact that Cleveland's not that damn good. When I say not that damn good, not that good running the football. So consequently, all they had to do was play pass defense, which they did do.
To be honest with you, that guy really couldn't understand this game. I mean, we won the damn game. I mean, what were we trying to accomplish? I thought we should have been throwing more. It was there for us. Didn't happen. The game just, I don't know, it was kind of like flip-flop. There was no great things offensively we did. No great things defensively. There was no pass rush. They ran the football. They ran the football on us for what, almost 100 yards, Doug?
Yeah,
they had a 5.5 yard average.
Mm-hmm.
They had 20 first downs, and this game there wasn't a statement made today. Although we won, but I didn't see anything that said, "Oh wow, watch out, we're going into Philadelphia. We're really working on all 8 cylinders." Well, we're not.
Yeah, I guess you could take a look at it that way, but I guess
that's what's bothersome about this game. We won it, but boy, I'll tell you what, how we won it, I don't know.
Well, the fact is, you put up 472 yards offensively. Somewhere along the line, you're doing something right. Now, I don't know what the hell you think is right, and a lot of times you take a look to make mistakes. The way the game looked, Doug. Well, the game did not look good. There's no question about that, but you go through this stuff and you go through these numbers. You say, well, your Bear offense had 23 first downs, 64% third down percentage.
They had 20 first downs, Doug.
Yeah, they had 20. We had 23.
Yeah.
So we had 3 more than they did. We had a turnover for a touchdown. They had a turnover for a touchdown. So there was a lot of things going back and forth, but the main thing was we won the football game. How good they're going to be, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, I was shocked as hell the Minnesota Vikings beat Philadelphia. If the Minnesota Vikings can beat Philadelphia, then we should be able to beat Philadelphia.
Doug, the best thing, that first half, Jay did convert on third downs. He kept us in the game. That game could have been a runaway.
Sure.
It really could have been, but Jay converted on third down, and if he didn't, especially in that first half, Doug, we're in a hell of a lot of trouble.
And we controlled the football for 38 minutes. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. To get your business, we're live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights.
Callers, hang in there, guys. As soon as we get back, we're going to go right to you.
Yeah, the professor, John, Mike,
we're going to go right to you.
Pete. We'll be right back.
Cutler from center, play fake to throw. Jay climbs the pocket, hit high in the head as he throws it downfield, jump ball up in the air. Alshon got the ball at the 1. It was a total jump ball, touchdown Bears. Alshon just went up there and got the ball.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights. Obradovich Emba phone on the score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And Ed, I got to say this real quickly. And I want to congratulate my son, Ryan, who graduated from Purdue, who went down there with aviation. 4 years out. My wife, Dana, and my daughters, Heather and Haley, all were down there to graduations. Obviously, I was there with the game. But isn't that something? Love you, Ryan.
We have somebody that actually went through school in 4 years. This is usually 5, 6, 7 years. I don't care what they take.
But he did a great job, and now he'll be flying somewhere.
Well, congratulations. Yeah. That's a very nice accomplishment.
Good job, Ryan.
You're damn right.
Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Guys, how are you?
All right, Mike.
All right, listen, guys, I want to say I'm not one of these guys that's, I know Cutler's a starting quarterback, and you're going to get all kinds of phone calls all next week on the score talking about how he made the mistakes. This is the one thing I'm going to say. I think whoever you have in there at quarterback, McCown has proven that he's a manager, game manager, and a little bit better than that, obviously. But here's the point. The one thing that McCown has on Cutler, and I don't care what anybody tells me, is the guy has a better poise in the pocket. He has better decision-making. He comes out of that pocket. He knows when he's got to scramble. He knows when he's got to run, and he throws the ball away. Cutler, for whatever reason, and this has been since he's came to the Bears, he's done this time and time again. All he does is he throws that. He's always looking for one receiver. He's always targeting Brandon Marshall. Those 2 interceptions were being thrown to Brandon Marshall.
I'll be done.
I mean, the one
No,
thing
go ahead.
about,
Go ahead, Mike.
the one thing about McCown is that he distributes the ball better, in my opinion. And I know we can say who has better mechanics, who's better, but I think when it comes to the brains, just the decision-making in the brain part of the quarterback, I think McCown has a better edge there.
You know what, Mike? It was during the break. Doug and I, we were sitting there talking about it, and Mike, especially, Marshall was targeted 13 times. That's a lot. I think he had 6 or 7 receptions, but targeted 13 times. And if you looked at the game, which obviously you did because you brought it up, when they broke the huddle and when the snap of the ball came in and he dropped back to pass, he never took his eyes off Marshall. Now, if you had somebody that was a smart defensive coordinator for the Browns or smart players back there, they should have picked up on that. There should have been more interceptions by the Browns than they had. And that's exactly what he did. He didn't look at anybody else. All he did was look at Marshall. And for all those people, for you people who taped the game, take a look at it and see if that isn't what happened.
And I guess, too, this is
good call, Mike.
He's done this in the past. There's no question about it. But, again, too, I'm not going to take it away from the kid.
Doug, I'm not saying that. It is.
No, I understand. I understand
what he did.
I understand what about Marshall. There's no question about that. But the idea is to win the football game. The idea is to win is how you can win it. And I'm telling you, what I'm looking at right here, and I'm looking at these numbers, he actually found Jeffrey for that long touchdown that he made. He made that play. He found Bennett for a touchdown inside, the wide receiver Bennett for a touchdown.
Right.
So, there's a lot of things out there, and I understand about, Cutler, because he will try to force the football. There was no doubt in my mind he tried to force.
In the first half, Doug, there was only one player that he was going to, right. And that was Marshall. Come hell or high water, it didn't make a difference. That's where he was going. And we got bit a couple of times.
Yeah, we did. But the fact is, when the smoke cleared and when everything is gone away, the Chicago Bears win and put up, 41 points, although the defense put up 7 of those. Let's go out to John and Joliet. John, you're on the score.
How you doing? Love the show.
All right, John.
Hey, I just really agreed with Doug when he talked about Radcliffe.
Uh-huh.
And I know I'm a defensive guy. I know how mad you guys can get about defense. But I think maybe he's just a presence or maybe helping out in the locker room or something. But the defense looks a lot better than it has. And hopefully when we get everybody back that we could play. But I really want to know, is that somebody we should keep? Or do you think it's just going to be this year and he's gone?
You got to think about this. And Ratliff, basically, when you take a look at this guy was all pro at Dallas for 4 years straight. And what went against him was the fact that he hasn't played in over, a year and a half or 2.
A couple of years.
Yeah, he's been on the couch. And the fact is, when you take a look, when he is in that football game, that's just how bad we are, that he shines above the other guys. And I think we need the guy. If the guy can stay healthy and the guy can get better and go back to his form, what he was at Dallas, then, we're way ahead of the football game, Ed.
John and Doug, I will agree with you on that. He doesn't get tossed around and blown out of there like the rest of by the rest of them. So, and answer your question, John, should they bring him back? Yes. Should they bring the rest of those guys back? No, not a one of them. A one of them.
And that's what they're going to have to take a look at. And they're going to have to take a look at Melton. And I'll guarantee you, though, they're going to take a hard look at Melton because of that knee injury and what they're looking for inside.
I think what's going to happen is what they did. In that 1 year, Doug got a free agent and draft choices and blew out that whole offensive line except for the center. And I'm going to tell you what, that's what's going to happen to those inside guys. All these guys that you see in here now, they will not be here. Why? Because they can't play football at this level on the inside position. And they have to be strong and powerful and make things happen, and they just don't, period.
And that's the difference in the offense. That's why you take a look at that offensive line. I don't think our offensive line is getting enough credit here. They're holding people off. They're doing a great job.
What a difference.
Oh, it's like night and day, Ed.
My God, that was a Frank Omiel and those guys.
Oh, please.
Doug, I remember that Omiel, he pulled on an inside trap. It was like a step and a half before he engages the tackle. He whiffed on him.
Yeah. Couldn't play dead, that guy.
That is impossible.
And that's, they got everybody back in order. That's what they'll do with that defensive line. Once you get that defensive line going.
Just get rid of them.
Yep. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to get your business. We're live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number is 644-6767, area code 312. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights. Obradovich and Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. Excuse me. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended.
Ed and I were talking to the guys, our producer and everybody, and we're saying, what went on with the defensive line? Because we were looking at the tackles in it. And we found out something's kind of a little bit disturbing. That there was only the defensive line, I believe Cohen
had one
tackle. That was it. There was nobody else had a tackle.
Radcliffe had two.
And the defensive ends had none.
None. If you go down the line, it's, Radcliffe had 2, and then Cohen had 1. Anderson, 11, Wright 4, Jennings 5, Conti 2, Bostic 5, Green 2, and then, we got. I tell you what, Doug. I know. Again, you said you thought that they played pretty good, or Ratliff or something.
I thought the Ratliff played pretty good.
I'm going to tell you, Doug. It's week after week, and the only thing that can save these guys is blitzing, and I didn't see a lot of that today either. But I tell you, even though the Eagles lost today, Doug, we're going to have our hands full next week.
Well, it's just crazy. Every week, who would have thought, although I did pick them, Miami would beat New England? Who would have thought that this team the Bears played today, last week, was beating New England by 14 points, and New England came back to win the ball game in the last 70 seconds, scored 2 touchdowns to win by 1 point?
Doug, I'm not sure, but I think that would have to have been, if it wasn't the lock of the week, it had to be damn close. I'm talking about the Eagles beating Minnesota.
And Peterson not playing?
And Peterson not playing. I mean,
Stop it.
And then all of a sudden you're looking at what? What happened?
Yeah. It just is. It's strange. It's weird. Let's go out to Rashad in Hyde Park. Rashad, on the score.
What's going on, Doug and OB? I appreciate taking my call.
All right,
what's up,
Rashad.
buddy?
Hey, man, if you can let your son Ryan know to get that plane ready to take Shea McCullum and Conti out down to Purdue and take them out to the yard, man.
Rashad, guess what? Rashad, you're the caller of the day, of the week, and the month.
Are you kidding me?
What is he doing out there, Rashad?
You know what? But I want to get to my point. I think this was step 1 of 3-game plan that they got for Cutler.
Uh-huh.
He had this game, and I wasn't impressed as far as his progression. I know he was going to be rusty, but as far as the things that people have hounded Jay Cutler on, his accuracy, his poise, his leadership as far as in big moments. He played well on third down, but I'm talking about throw after throw. They were high, high, high. And it's looking at it like, come on, man, you got 6'3" guys, and if you're overthrowing 6'3", you're way off the mark. I just want to see if you guys satisfied with his progression throughout the game.
Here's what I'm satisfied with. First of all, number one, the most important thing, they won the football game. Number two, and I'm one that believes in look at quarterback ratings. His quarterback rating for this game was 102.3. You know what the Campbell's was? 67. So that already tells you the difference right there in who was running an offense and running it well. Cutler was running it well. There's no question about it. Made some big plays, made some stupid plays. But I think when it's all said and done, when the smoke clears, that, could McCown have done the same thing today? The answer is yes. He could have done the same thing today.
I agree. The only thing, when you sat there and you watched Cutler, Doug, the whole game, and when he threw it, and when he really had to put something on it, maybe throw that 50, 20-yard pass, et cetera, Doug,
mm-hmm.
Did you see when he'd throw and his follow-through, he'd come off his back foot, his right leg?
Ball went high.
And he would throw it, and it looked like every time he bowed his right leg out.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't come forward with a force. It kind of like looped out. And I saw that time after time now. I'm not quite sure. I never paid that much attention. Has he always thrown like that?
No.
But I'll tell you, if you go back and you look at it, when he would fire that ball, that right leg would bow out. and come in. And that's why I don't think, Doug, there was not a lot of zip on the ball.
Let's go out to Pete in Lake Geneva. Pete, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's
All
up,
right,
Pete?
I don't know. I'm sitting here on hold. My thought process has gone in so many different directions.
Is that why you could make hash out of what the hell they were doing today?
Yeah, well, that's just it. I mean, I don't know. The Bears won. They put up 38 points, and I don't feel good. It was against a team with 4 wins, but a good defense. And, a lot of your callers made a lot of points that I agree with, and I didn't intend on addressing. My intention for calling was, I think that Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall, and I love Brandon Marshall to death, I think they're totally dead even as far as talent goes at this point. And I think, there's a reason when you listen to Brandon Marshall talk that he's Jay Cutler, Jay Cutler, Jay Cutler, because Jay Cutler is Brandon Marshall, Brandon Marshall, Brandon Marshall. And that's going to kill us. And, I called you guys like in week 3, and I was a glass half full. And things are great. Things are on the upswing. And my glass is still half. I just don't know if it's half empty, if it's a sippy cup. I have no idea what to think. I feel like I'm in high school trying to get that pretty girl to go to the prom. I don't know if I should invest in this team. Do they have enough firepower? Forget the defense. The defense is an afterthought at this stage. Can they put up 45 points and make a run through the playoffs, or should I just write them off is my question.
You can't write them off. You can't write them off because what's happening with the rest of the teams.
Yeah, the rest of the teams in this league it's crazy.
It's nuts. It's absolutely insane. I want to tell you something. If they put a gun to my head and they asked me to pick the team, who's going to win? Minnesota or Philadelphia? Oh, this is a joke. Are you kidding me? Don't even talk to me about that. That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life. What do you think? Philadelphia is going to lose to Minnesota? Get real. You don't know crap about football. Oh, yeah? That's what happened today. And that's what scares the hell out of you because these guys, people are all jumping up. New England's got a team, a hell of a team. Their defense is as bad as ours. They rank right behind us defensively. So I don't know what's going on in the National Football League. You're taking a look. I don't know what happened in the Washington game. That was real tight there, first of all. I hope the same thing happens tomorrow night in Detroit. The Baltimore goes up into Detroit and slaps them silly. But they're playing in Detroit. They're playing home. And everybody's saying, wait a minute, Detroit's going to win this football game. I hope it goes according to what's happening in the league right now. The Baltimore goes up there and kicks their ass.
Right. You want to know what, Doug? It just our listeners. And we've been doing this for quite a number of years. And I remember through some of the regimes here and some of the coaches we had, they would. I remember they would say, "Oh, you people that call in the shows or whatever, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You're not a coach. You're not this." You remember, Doug? It was all kind of
all the time.
They would actually come out and make statements in the press like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, Pete. Now he's like, he didn't know really what to make of this game. But I'll tell you one thing he picked up on when he opened his conversation tonight was, and I think the same thing that John did earlier, is that Cutler didn't take his eyes off Brandon Marshall. Now, our callers are sitting there watching and seeing this. What do you think our opposition's looking at? And they'll be looking at that, Doug, real carefully come Sunday night.
Yeah, in fact, Marshall had 6 receptions for 95 yards and 1 touchdown. Marcellus Bennett had 6 receptions for 71 yards. Jeffrey had 5 receptions for 72 yards and 1 touchdown. And Earl Bennett had 4 receptions for 23 yards and a touchdown. So, if you look at that, you say, well, that's pretty well spread out. But we don't know how many times they were targeted. We do know how many times Marshall was targeted. That was 13. I don't know how many times Jeffrey was targeted, and I don't know how many times Marcellus Bennett was targeted. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, that's a hell of a thing that you have to defend. If you're going to go and defend all these guys, what are you going to do? If I take away one guy, then the quarterback, sound reasoning is, then I go to the other guy.
Doug, that's why I said the first series when he took him right down to the field, and we're the goal. We're going in. And in 3 plays, you don't try a corner route or a little dicky post route to one of our 6'4", 6'6" receivers, The hell are you thinking about? We don't even try to get in the end zone. We tried 3 running plays, or they tried that pass out to the flanker screen, Doug.
Yeah, the wide receiver screen.
I mean, my God. Lucky that thing didn't blow up on our face.
Yeah, also, too, they made a huge mistake down there. It's 4th and inches. Now he's going to go for it, right? He's trying to go for the thing. Then all of a sudden now you have a penalty on the offense, and so that penalty is 5 yards. So you take the 5-yard penalty. Now you bring in the field goal to kick the field goal. Then you have the guy making the field goal, but also then you have on top of that someone racked somebody behind the neck and grabbed them by it, and that was called off. So it's another 15 yards. And you had a punt. That little series right there could cost you the whole football game. So, like, during the course of that game, it wasn't all perfect. There's no question about it.
And Doug also, with not them trying to go in to get 6.
Yeah.
That at least throw the ball in the end zone, didn't do it. There's a couple of instances right there. If you're playing a pretty good football team, guess what, pal? You lose.
And if you take a look at the targets, we said that Marshall got targeted 13 times. Jeffrey got targeted 6 times. Marcellus Bennett got targeted 6 times. And Earl Bennett got targeted 4 times. So it was double. Marshall was double targeted compared to the other ball players, the other wide receivers and the tight end.
Somebody better take a good look at that. And coming up with this game plan for Sunday night, I would say definitely take a look at that and make some changes, pal.
Let's go out to Professor in Northbrook. Professor, you're on the score.
Hi, fellas.
Hi, buddy.
It's like the coach, Dennis Brown, used to say, the Bears are what they are, meaning they're not very good. Yeah, they have some good offensive players and a few good players. So with that in mind, if McCowan is the equivalent of Cutler, and I think he's a little better in this particular offense because they have rhythm when he plays. They do not when Cutler plays. Number 2, they can't make mistakes on offense because their defense is so bad. McCowan doesn't make the mistakes that Cutler has. So with this in mind, the bottom line is not getting to the playoffs. The bottom line is to go to the Super Bowl. So, in essence, Cutler has to be let go. McCowan has to stay because they need that money to repair that whole defense so they can be a Super Bowl contender. Yeah, Philadelphia lost. Sure, but they don't have a defense either. But when you're going to play San Francisco or you're going to play Seattle, whose cover guys are right on top of the receivers, if you watch that game between San Francisco and Seattle, that was a great defensive game. There's no defense in Sutherland.
Well, here, Professor. Obviously, you don't like Jay Cutler too much. But I'll tell you what, if we took 100 calls, 50 would like Jay Cutler and 50 would want him shoved out of town. So it's kind of like with a coach, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Lucky we pulled out a victory today, or guess what? I'll tell you what, Tressman would have been buried tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no question about that.
Oh, Doug,
that would have been.
If we'd have lost this game and started Cutler and what Cutler did that first half, woo, it'd have been real ugly.
You're listening to Majestic Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights. Obradovich and Buffon on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We're going to go out to the phone lines. We're going to go out to Tim in Holland, Michigan. Tim, you're on the Score.
Hey, first, I love your show.
Thank you.
And the second thing, we're lucky that Cutler again got picked up too many times. And he's not good managing the football. And I think if you look at the good quarterback in history, the good quarterback should throw the ball when he finds that the receiver is wide open or had a better chance to catch the ball. Not because of that you like some person or you worked with him before, because he threw the ball to Marshall way too many times. And I think if you look at the Jazz success, he's a lot better than Cutler. And last comment, that Cutler is not a franchise quarterback.
Well, that's something the Bears are going to have to decide. Who is the franchise quarterback? And, Ed, I don't know what your thoughts are on that. I know, talking to you last week, you thought Cutler should have the chance to go in there and be the guy to play.
Absolutely. Because
what the Bears they declared that. They said, our quarterback, our number one guy is Cutler. We're going to play them. They couldn't do anything else but play him. But and I understand what you're talking about, but I'm not going to take these phone calls and say, you're acting like this guy played dead today. Cutler didn't play dead today. He had a quarterback rating of about 102. He had touchdowns. He ran for a first down.
Doug, what it was, it's his interceptions.
Yeah, I understand
and him
that.
Forcing it, trying to force it, and lucky. We lucked out, Doug. I know even though he had 102 rating and threw for that yardage, you're lucky we won. And if we didn't win, what do you think Cutler would be buried? But we'd really be talking about is Trestman.
Right, exactly.
Make no date about it. Listen, this game is not an eye game. And I heard some people talk and think and say that, well, they got to play Cutler. He's our guy. He's this. And then if he doesn't play well, and we heard you, OB, you said that in the middle or late in the third quarter, if he's not playing, take him out, put the other guy in. He says, well, if you did that, aren't you breaking the spirit of Cutler or whatever? I said, hell no. I said, at this point in time in this league, this is not an I game. It's we. You need 22 people out there hitting on all cylinders to win a football game. Nowhere in this world I'm worried about Cutler, about whether you're gonna hurt his ego or whatever. You got to be kidding me.
Well, the fact is, it comes back down to the quarterback. And take a look what San Francisco did with Alex Smith. Alex Smith didn't lose any football games. Alex Smith had a quarterback rating of 95, 100 right in there.
Yeah, and he went to Kansas City.
They got rid of him.
Yeah.
They put Kaepernick in there. They got rid of him. It's okay, fine, go to Kansas City and get out of here. So he went down to Kansas City, and he just controlled the football, managed the game, and they had a pretty damn good year so far.
That's how he plays football, though.
Right, exactly right. So who are you looking at? You know damn well what's happening in the National Football League. Everybody is looking at the quarterback. They're looking at the quarterback. That's all they're looking at, Ed.
Doug, if McCown comes in and doesn't do what he has done, and he's really shined, Doug, you got to admit that to the kid.
No question.
We would not have this. We would not have this talk.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you what. No matter how it goes these last couple of games, Doug, I'm going to tell you something. Ownership, management, and the coaches are going to have to make a hell of a decision here. Whether they're going to keep both of them, move one out, keep the other one. I know there's an age difference, et cetera, but there's going to be a lot of candles burning up in Lake Forest, Dougie.
Well, the thing about it is the issue may be forced by McCown himself. He's available.
Lucky we had him, Doug, or we're not in this position. We wouldn't be in a hunt.
You wouldn't think Minnesota would take a good look at McCown to be their starting quarterback?
Oh, my God.
Do you think there's how many teams? This kid is playing well enough to be a starter for most of the teams in the National Football League. And that's exactly where the Bears are with this deal. So they may not be able to sign him. Because you know what? He's going to say to them, well, hey, hold it. I'm your backup. I lived up to what I was supposed to do. But, I want to go out for myself right now because I'm 34 years old. I'm going to be 35. My career's coming to an end.
Doug, we got to go out to the callers. We got a million of them.
Yeah, we do, but we got to take a break first, Eddie. You're listening to Majestic
Star. Folks, it's Doug's fault, not mine.
Chris, Pete, Palatine, Bob, Matt, Ben, Hill, Zach, Lenny. OB said you'll be with you right away.
Hang in there, guys.
We'll be right back. Welcome to Majestic Star post-game show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. To get your business, we're live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights, Obradovich and Buffon on the Score Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears win 38-31 over the guys that we thought that would play a little bit better, probably the Cleveland Browns and what they did last week against New England. But as we said and as we've been talking about, and Ed and I were even talking about here during the break, you can't figure it out. Go figure it out. Go figure out Miami beating New England. Go figure out the fact that, that Minnesota beats Philadelphia without their stars. On any given Sunday, that was always something that somebody said. On any given Sunday, it could happen in the National Football League. Well, it's right now.
More than not.
anymore because it's just you just can't put your finger on it.
Dougie, let's go to the callers. We got a boatload of them.
All right, buddy. Let's go out to Chris in West Side. Chris, you're on the score.
Chris, you're up. Chris. Calling Chris.
Is he disconnected? What do we got? You lost him? Okay. Can we go to Pete in Indiana? Pete.
Doug and Ed, great show as usual. But, guys, I can't believe in this city we're talking about dumping a Pro Bowl quarterback for a journeyman. Yes, he's played well. Josh McCown has saved his team so far this year, but he's a journeyman. He's had his chance. And we're going to get rid of Cutler and all this talk about dumping this guy for a journeyman. I just can't believe it. It stuns me.
Pete, you know what? Just listen to me, pal. There's a ton of people like you that think the same thing. But I'm going to tell you something. On the other side of the coin, honest to God, they're out there. They think that McCown should be the guy. You know, and there's not. It's not going to go away. It's just not going to go away. But I will tell you this, Pete. If we'd have blown this football game and those interceptions that Jay threw and mistakes that he made and we lost, I'll tell you what, both of them, Cutler and Trestman, would have been roasted.
Yeah, and you got to trust Trestman at this point in time. You talked about Cutler. You talked about McCown being a journeyman. Well, don't you think Trestman's a journeyman? Don't you think that you could say the same thing about Trestman, who's been around for 15 years? And he finally got a shot at being the head coach. There's so many little things out there that we have not pinned down yet. And again, it's something that's happened in the National Football League.
But I agree with Pete, Doug. Yeah. I think Cutler is the guy. And,
we all did.
Let's just go from there.
And if he is the guy, the fact is, then you got to support him as much as you can support him and get all the guys out there. And they did to do that. They went out and got the guys, Ed.
Right.
They didn't just say, okay, they got an offensive line, they got receivers, they got everything surrounding the guy. So the fact is, when it's all said and done with, for Cutler to be successful, obviously he has to be healthy, number one. Number two, he's got to listen to Trestman more. The fact that you can control the game a little bit better. But you got to think that, that like the guy said, McCown was a journeyman. But McCown did one hell of a job as a backup. But maybe that's what his lot in life should be. But I'll tell you this, if he would keep on playing, next year he's going to be with some other team. And he's going to be competing for a starting job. You watch what I tell you, because you're not going to let this guy go. The problem with McCown is he's 34 years old. And so next year he's 35. And somebody says, well, where are we going down the road? We got an older guy here. Because as you know, when you start getting older in the National Football League, you have no idea the one day when that piano jumps on your back and all of a sudden you can't play anymore. That's how quick it is. So we're going to go out to the phone lines since we got this straight. Let's go out to Palatine Bob in Arizona. Palatine Bob.
Hi, Doug and Eddie. I'm down here for the holidays, and I want to give kudos to several people on the Bears, particularly that wide receiving core of 3 outstanding wide receivers.
You're right, Bob.
Those guys really helped Cutler make the grade.
That's right.
And I also want to put a little help here on Mr. Forte again. Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Cutler is very fortunate to be surrounded with 3 great wide receivers and a great halfback.
You got that right.
There's no question. I mean, the fact is, you got Forte who ran for 125 yards today.
Yep.
And you got, he coming out of the backfield. He's the kind of guy, they say, well, you got to dump it off. Not really. You can dump it off to him. There's a good chance he's going to make a guy miss, which he did today, and he's going to keep on running. So, yeah, you're right. They did the right thing, though. They went out and they got people that surrounded that quarterback.
Right.
Yeah. Had to do that, Bob.
John Free is great, too, the wide receiver. My God, he had 3 outstanding catches today.
Think about the catches they made. Think about that. But also think about this one.
Yes, sir.
Think about all the quarterbacks that you've ever known or seen or heard of.
Yes.
How many of them had the great wide receivers? They all did. They all did. Look what Bradshaw had in Pittsburgh. Look what Rice over in San Francisco, Montana. Take a look what's going on with in Detroit. They all got him. Without him, you're dead meat. You're not going to be able to do any good. And you got to have those guys. You want that quarterback to perform? Then get him some damn ammunition.
Yeah, but before that, Doug, you got to have a coach that can understand that and figure it out and go and get the people.
Well, that
head
coach
coach
GM
and a general manager.
Right. If you don't have those guys,
instead of shooting yourself in the foot year after year after year,
you're asking for a miracle. And there are no miracles out there when it comes to this game, I'll tell you right now. And there are good quarterbacks, great quarterbacks, but you tell me one quarterback, and I'll tell you what the wide receiver that went with that quarterback. Rice went with Montana. Unitas had his guy. Starr had his guy. Go all the way up the line. All of them have their guys. We didn't have no guys. We had no guys for years. We had no guys. We had a defense. That's what they did. We said we got a good defense. We'll go out there and we'll win 3-2, 6-9, something like that. Something stupid. Now they went and got smart and they got something going offensively. Now it's chances that they got to improve the defense just a tad. I'm not asking for a word like you guys had in 1963.
Here, but quickly before we go to the break, I'm just as enthused, and I think as even all the listeners, whether you're a Jay lover or hater or whatever, it doesn't matter. Can you imagine this team is still in the hunt with 2 games to go?
Absolutely.
That's great. It's great.
You listen to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. So Bradovich and Buffon. We're at Mr. D's. We'll be right back. Well, Bradovich and Buffon on the Score Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. And I can recommend it because I've been a patient there. And Dr. Paul Jones, one of the best throughout the country.
You know what, Doug? The older you get, and, you know, we talk about the doctors we have. Dr. Pat DeSillo, my God, he's been 35, 40 years with him.
Without him,
he's
we're
taking
dead.
care of me. And, Jesus, Dr. Gene Lopez on that surgery I had on my hip, Doug, what a magnificent job he did.
Oh, by the way, you know, I want to just real quickly, how you feeling? Because a lot of people didn't know what happened to you, and it wasn't you had a cold, and I think maybe now would be the time to explain a little bit.
Exactly what happened. 3 weeks ago, last Friday, I was in my condo, and a smoke detector, obviously the battery or whatever, went foul, and this beeping would not stop. Beep. I mean, it just wouldn't stop. So I was trying to find something long enough to hit it and whack it and break it off the wall, and I couldn't do that. So I found this ladder, and I put the ladder up, and I didn't. Thank you very much, Doug. And I thought, if I go up there, son, I said, oh, Christ, I'll get up there. So I go up on the top, and I finally, trying to get it, I just ripped it off the wall. And then I'm going to go step down with my left leg and lost my balance, and I went free-falling all the way back and landed, hit a chair and whatever else I hit, and hit the back of the coffee table with my head. And, Doug, I'll tell you what Gene Lopez said, Dr. Lopez, they took all the x-rays. He said, pal, if you'd have hit here a little bit lower, he says, you wouldn't be here. So I got busted up pretty good and still got a lot of pain, but I'll get through it. But I'll tell you what, Dan Hampton came up with a saying. He called to see how I was doing, and he said, there should be a law against all people 50 and over not going on a ladder.
Yeah.
And guess what? I agree with him. But it was a stupid thing I did, Doug. But I'll tell you what, thank God I'm here because it was a close call.
Did you learn your lesson, though? I mean,
yes, I did.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yes, I did.
I don't think it's funny, Adam.
Oh, God.
I get chuckled because you know what? You got to figure, Ed's a big guy. You know, you fall over backwards, and you're going straight over backwards.
It's a free fall.
It's a free fall.
I don't even know what
I'm going
to hit.
You hit the coffee table on the edge of it, and your head. And Ed, at the time, you were a little whacked out for a while, weren't you? You couldn't get anybody to help you. You were there alone.
My arms went numb immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, it's good to have you back, buddy.
It's good to be back.
All right. Let's go out to Matt in Elk Grove. Let's go out to Matt. Matt.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Love the show. I
Thank
appreciate your guys' insight on how, a former player's perspective.
Thank you.
Normally I was going to go off on, all the Cutler haters and, how, it is what it is. I actually wanted to compliment the defense today. Obviously they didn't play a stellar game, but you look around the league and there is not another defense in the league that has had their best player arguably at each level of the defense go off and, go out on multiple weeks. And to be honest with you, for them to be in this position at this point of the year, it's pretty good. And I just wanted to hear you guys' thoughts on that.
Yeah, the fact is, though, the key here, and I understand what you're talking about, but you got to have guys that are ready to this is part of what they call the pipeline. Guys are in the pipeline. Somebody gets hurt, you always hear the statement, next man up. Well, you got to have that next man up because the NFL guy, it's tough to get through a whole season without getting hurt. You can only think everybody says, "Well, I got this starter, I got those starters, we're all set here." You don't have the guys to back these guys up. You got a major problem on your hands because if you think in your wildest dreams that you're going to go through a whole season with your guys all in health, then you're crazy. It's not going to happen. So you better have guys there, and that comes back down to the general manager to put guys in position to be able to play.
Absolutely, Doug. But with the Bears, what they had to do, they had to fix that offensive line. That was the number one priority.
No question.
I think they've got that fixed. I think we've got the right set. We've got receivers. To me, Doug, I'd take them over anybody in the league. And I'll tell you what, we can fix that defense, which obviously what they've done offensively this year, I think they can do it defensively. And I'm going to tell you, not that we're out of it so far this year, we're still in it. But I tell you, I think there's somebody be some real good years coming along, folks. Believe me, I really do.
If they keep this thing together and they keep these wide receivers together and they add on to that offensive line and they got Forte coming out of the backfield and they get some younger guys, if the defense does certain things, yeah, there's no question about it. Because I still say this. The fact is that in the last 9 years, 10 years under Lovie Smith, there's no way in hell we should not have been to 2 or 3 Super Bowls. No way. Because our defense was so damn good, it was just unbelievable how good it was. But you couldn't find the smarts enough then to go find offensive coordinators who were smart enough to take an offense, nor get players, nor get offensive linemen that could play. And that's a disgrace. Well, how we wasted the defense. That defense was outstanding. And yet again, we couldn't come up and have enough brains to figure out that the offense needed help.
Right. What it is, and let's go to the callers, Doug. It was there for us. And like you said, the smarts, nobody had it in the front office, and certainly the head coach didn't have it. They couldn't figure it out, and it was right in front of them. What are you going to do?
Let's go out to Bill in Arlington Heights. Bill, you're on the score.
Bill.
Billy boy.
You're up, Bill.
Hey, guys, first-time caller and never missed a program, I'll tell you that.
Oh,
Thank you, my friend.
And, Ed, glad you're back. It's, nothing against your partner being by himself with some other guys, but with you back, that's the team, man.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's just awesome to talk to you guys. What an honor. And if you guys could comment on this, 2 pros who's been there, is part of this mystique with McCown the fact that he seems, and don't take this as a negative, I can't think of any other way of saying it, he seems to be a better cheerleader on the field. He pats the guys on the back, he talks to them, and I think personally for me, again, never played football past 5th grade, but I think there's something to that in this discussion that, again, Cutler, a lot of talent, but he just seems to always have this, not to be mean, the sour look on him, and he doesn't seem to be the, I guess the word is kind of cheerleading in a good sense, and I was wanted to have your guys' take on that.
I don't know the answer, and I'm going to have Ed go back to this a little bit. Go back to '63 when they were champions, and your quarterbacks at the time, Ed.
Well, we had Bill Wade,
right?
Who George Halas traded from the Rams. He was out with the Rams for years, and they brought him in here. That he thought he was a quarterback that could take us to the World Championship, and he did. And the backup was Rudy Bukic.
Right.
Now, Rudy Bukic at the time, in '63, I think that was his 10th or his 11th year, something like that. Same thing that McCown is. And I'm going to tell you something. If Bill Wade would go down, Rudy would come in. We never missed anything. We never missed anything. We didn't skip a beat. Rudy could fire that ball like you couldn't believe. So we didn't miss anything. And what you see here today is the same thing, but I got to attribute a lot of this success to Mark Trestman and Cromer, our offensive line coach and coordinator, and Trestman calling, because I think they've done one hell of a job. And like I say, guys, it's not over with yet. What's this week, every week that now things are getting crazier.
And there's no question too about Cutler. Don't judge him by his face. Please, don't judge him by how he looks or he's slumping or he did this. Judge him by what he does. Judge him by how he plays the game.
Well, here, Doug, he's talking about McCown as kind of like a cheater and a cheerleader. Well, exactly. You see him on the sidelines. His demeanor is professional. I mean, he's there talking to the linemen. He's talking to the receivers. He's talking to Jay, to the coaches, and he's not even playing. That's a class act as far as I see it.
It is a class act, and it's an act that's doing very well, and it's an act that has to be really hand it to Trestman for helping McCown, because McCown, all the past, has not done it.
You know what? We're talking too much. We got to, when it comes back, we
right.
got to go.
That's you, not me. Yeah, it's always me.
You said,
yeah, it's always me.
Will you please?
We'll be right back. We are live at Mr. D's in Arlington Heights. Obradovich and Buffon on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Oh, you want to read something?
Yeah, this hour is brought to you by Laurie Children's Hospital. Donate to Ann and Robert H. Laurie's Children's Hospital of Chicago at lauriechildrenshospital.org.
Let's go out to Lenny and Griffith. Lenny, you're on the Score.
Hello, gentlemen. I really enjoy your show. You guys do a great job in your football commentary.
Thank you, Lenny.
Okay, now I just wanted to answer back to all those Cutler haters out there.
Yeah.
Granted, he threw the 2 interceptions, but they were tipped off the hands of the receivers right into the hands of the defenders. But he doesn't get no credit for throwing the ball. He just gets all the blame for the interceptions. He did throw 3 touchdowns. He did have a passer rating of over 100. And I don't care what he does, he's never going to satisfy these Cutler haters. If they let him go, they're really going to be hurting for a starting quarterback. McCullum is a great backup. He's done a great job, but that's what he is. He's a backup.
Well, in fact, Lenny, you're absolutely correct. And I don't understand why, you can like a guy, you can hate a guy. It doesn't matter. The fact what it matters is very simple. Did the guy perform? And if you to ask me, I said, yeah, Cutler performed today. Just like you said, the touchdown passes he threw. I understand there was 2 interceptions. I understand he tried to force one of them, though he was tipped. I know all of that. But the fact was, did he perform well enough to win? And of course he did. He had 102 quarterback rating. With third down situations, they were outstanding. They were 64%. So, again, too, a lot of this stuff, you look at Cutler, and a lot of people don't like Cutler. They just don't like it. They'll give you, he got that jerk face. He's got this. He's got that. Don't judge a guy by that. Judge him by what he can do. And also, McCown, he deserves all the accusations you can give him because of what he has done, Ed. The guy has played extremely well.
There's no question about it. And I firmly believe that both of them will be back. Both of them will be back this year because all they got to do is get a little help on that defensive line, on that interior, Doug. And I think the way this league has changed with all the rules, I think we have a shot at it. That's enough.
Let's go to Zach and Roselle. Zach, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Doug, I completely agree with what you guys were saying before about how you need a backup ready for every position. I mean, look what's happening in Green Bay. But I just wanted to say that Cutler, he went in there, he struggled in the first half, but he made up for it in the second half, and another thing is that Trestman, man, he does a great job at making halftime adjustments. And, I just want to listen to what you guys have to say.
Zach, there's nothing really to say back to you. You nailed it.
Right. I mean,
everything you said,
Zach.
There's nowhere to go from what you said. So we're not going to say anything about you, Zach.
Good call, Zach. Let's go out to Ben in Chatter. Ben, you're on the Score.
Hello.
Hello, Ben.
Hey, Ben. Hello, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Good.
Great show. Well, I'm a long time. I got a little age on me too. So I want you guys I want everybody to understand this. First off, this is a new system, offensive system. So let's just let Jay Cutler do what he do. The guy got pounded, sacked 9 times in one game. So we got to understand this. We got a tough quarterback. Forget how the face looked. The first thing I see in the first game of the season, which was a tough game against Cincinnati, is what we didn't have a defense. And that's what scared me. Not the offense, not the quarterback situation, because you could take 10 quarterbacks in the NFL and put them in the Bears and put them in and let them play for the Bears, and they'll all ring up numbers with the weapons they got. It's just the defense. And watching you guys play, watching Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon play, and sometimes we had porous offense, but we had a hell of a defense. And I want this defense to do one thing, Ed and Doug, and I'm going to let you go. If their defense can have the passion that smoke detector, we would be in good shape.
Well, I got to tell you, again, too, it's we're not asking for the number one defense. What we're asking for maybe be the top 10, Be in there. See, defensively, it's when you not make the plays. When you come out and stop a team. When you put a team back on third down situations. That makes a good defense. And that's what they're trying to do. And now, if you have an offense that can put points up, and then now you have a defense that can stand up when things get bad, when they're starting driving on you, or you make a play to stop the drive, then you're there. You're a good defense. And so I think that's what they have to look at right now.
Well, listen, 2 games to go. Defensively, what do you have to lose? We're going into Philadelphia. We got Green Bay here. Far as I'm concerned, go after them defensively and blitz the hell out of them.
Well, you become aggressive.
Blitz them.
Yep. Go after them. And I think they try to do that sometimes, but the fact is when it's all said and done with, and Ed and I talked about this many times, you can't be a punching bag. You can't let people punch you around. I mean, you say, well, you're worried about mistakes. Don't worry about mistakes. The worst thing in the world is have somebody taking that football and jamming it down your throat.
Here's what's depressing. Again, we talk about a defensive line, it's a problem. Especially in the inside, Doug. And when you're down there, and if it's 3rd and 8, and if you're on the weak side or the strong side of the center, and it's a pass, and Doug, they can't even deliver a blow. They can't knock these offensive guards and centers. They can't take them back 2 yards or 3 yards. They can't get off the line of scrimmage. You got to be able to stay low and deliver a blow.
And that is why they're going to have to go out into the draft choices and start bringing some young guys in that can do that. They're going to have to bring in some Coke machines. I call them Coke machines. Their guys are wider than they are tall. You want those guys in there. You want those guys battling, and that's where the game is. It's in the middle, offensively and defensively. Let's go out to Dan in Denver, Colorado. Dan, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. That last back seemed to steal my thunder. I think people break into what he had came here. They had the worst offensive line. His fact times in his tenure with the Bears than most people ever have.
You're breaking up,
yeah,
Dan.
you're breaking up. I couldn't.
And this call is from Colorado, by the way. And I think what he was talking about was the fact about Cutler out there also. What happened. And the fact is that we saw it. Ed talked about it. O'Meal, that was a guy that played. Do you remember the guy when they played against Detroit and O'Meal was playing tackle?
Doug, remember they brought him in and they signed him as a free agent for what, like $8.5 million or $9 million?
Some ridiculous number, yeah. And there they go. They played the football game. They almost took Cutler out in a body bag. And the fact is, that's why I say to myself, the kid is a tough kid. He's out there. I saw him take a beating at Vanderbilt even. But the fact is, a lot of times somebody looks at him and say, hey, hold it. He's not, his demeanor is wrong. He's not a guy, a guy that you can talk to or whatever. I don't know the answer to all that. All I do know is that, give me the numbers. And I thought today
there is an answer.
Was it good?
There is an answer. Perform 4 quarters of a game. That's the answer.
But even like today, though, people want more out of the guy. Okay, sure, he'll get more. But don't forget the guys in played how many games he had? 3, 4, whatever it is. Let's go out to Andrew in Rockford. Andrew, you're on the score.
Hey, I just wanted to make a couple points here. I think there's one opportunity that a lot of people are ignoring, and the fact that Jay Cutler's contract is up at the end of the year. I think that we could take that money or the Bears could take that money that they're going to give to Jay Cutler and just not re-sign him. Now, I know that sounds like a really bad idea because Jay Cutler is the best quarterback the Bears have had in a very long time, probably ever. And I think that if they went out and signed a really good slot receiver or even drafted one, and they drafted a young quarterback in the first or second round, they could potentially develop a very, very good team here because they've got everything they need to win right now except for the quarterback. Now, I know Jay Cutler could definitely win right now, and that defense needs a lot of improvement. But Jay Cutler, to me, is just not a franchise quarterback because, to me, a franchise quarterback is 2 things. Somebody who can win and is dependable, and somebody who is a team player. And you look at all the guys who are franchise quarterbacks around the league, every single one of them is a team player. And Jay Cutler, most of the time he's a team player, but there's one times where he lets his colors show or his bad side come out, and it kind of just ruins the whole picture. And it's
Hey,
like, oh, well, he's not really a
Andrew,
fan.
Andrew,
Yep.
let me tell you, I've been listening to what you say, okay? But I'm going to have to disagree with you. The way the league sits in today's world, the way this 32 teams sit, we have an offense. This year, we have an offense. And what it's going to do from year to year, game to game, it's going to get better. That is not the problem. They will figure out what with Cutler and Josh McCown. The management and the head coach will figure this out. I'll guarantee you, and it'll all be for the benefit of the Bears. Offense is not. We have to fix the defense. Are you going to have the greatest offense in the world coupled with the greatest defense in the world? Not in today's market. It's not going to happen. But you got to get a defense that can take you to the promised land. We have one now that doesn't. So it's not fixing the offense. It's all about defense, period.
Eddie, we got to move on. I want to thank you to all our guys, our producers, Ethan Shaw, Adam Harris, Rick Camp, our engineer, Dominic Mendocino, promotions, Danny Kalanko, updates by Wayne Randazzo, and up next.
Safeties are back in the end zone. Everybody else in the box. Foles takes the snap. Play fake. Rolling to his right. Foles running out of time. Chased by McClellan. Back of the end zone. Catch is made. Riley Cooper touchdown. Back of the end zone from left to right. Patiently, Foles found him working his way across the end line. And the Eagles have struck first. They lead it 6-0 here in Philadelphia. First down and goal for Foles. Stacks a pair of tight ends tight to the formation left, and McCoy in the backfield. He's under center. Foles takes, giving behind it. James Casey blocking the end zone. He knifes in for the touchdown, Philadelphia. 10th play of the drive. It is third down and goal at the 10-yard line of the Bears. Foles, right to left in the gun. Back on his right hip, takes the snap. Foles hangs in the pocket, coming across left to right at the 6 to the end zone untouched. Brent Selleck, touchdown. Touchdown, Eagles. Foles under center, receiver each way. Takes turns, giving to LaShawn McCoy. Spins away from the tackle. Runs left to the goal line, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown, Eagles. LaShawn McCoy's second touchdown. He goes in from the 1, and the Eagles are walloping the Bears. It's 32-3. The trio left and a single to the right. One safety deep for the Eagles. Snap is back. Jay winds up, throws, and it's picked up by the Eagles. Coming down the near sideline, it's Boykin to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. A pick 6 for the Eagles, and that is an exclamation point on a job well done by the Eagles tonight. Hands up and up the middle, and nobody's touching. Brown, he's to the near side, 40-30, 20-10, goodbye. Unbelievable. One snap and a untouched 65-yard touchdown run for Bryce Brown.
It's now time to break down the action on the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, live from Majestic Star Casino, 1 Buffington Harbor Drive in Gary, with your hosts Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live here at Majestic Star. Also, our phone number 312-644-6767, O'Bradovich and Buffone. And we're talking about the Chicago Bears. They lose 54-11.
Lose.
Offense outplayed. Defense outplayed. Special teams outplayed. Coaches outcoached. Piss poor, all-in-all performance for the Chicago Bears. Eddie, this is the first time I've seen a team lie down and play dead. There was no fight whatsoever in this team.
Doug, I'm going to tell you something. I'm sure this has happened before in the years I've been watching football and the years I've played and since, and played on a world championship team, played on some lousy football teams. I'm going to tell you what, I didn't see one guy on the offense, not one player, show some fire, show some fight, especially in the late in the second quarter. And when you come out to go into the third quarter, Doug, there was nothing. Not one player on offense and on defense that were disgusting. What a gutless performance by the interior of the Chicago Bears defensive line. And if you watch those jamokes in the middle of our line for 4 quarters, it's a disgrace. A disgrace. I didn't see anybody on defense, not one guy, come and show I mean, come on, guys, let's go. They had everything right in front of them. Take this team down, and you're in. You're in. What more do you want?
What's that say for the Chicago Bears? Here's a team fighting to be in the take to win the division.
That's exactly
what does it
correct.
say? What does it say about a team like that? I understand getting your ass whipped. I've had my ass whipped many times.
Doug,
but I'm not going to let anybody just keep whipping my ass.
Doug,
the fact is, they've got to go after him sometimes. You got to play some damn football. You got to tackle. You got to catch. Everything was wrong. And I'm going to tell you this: I'm not letting the coaches off the hook on this one either.
You got that one.
Mel Tucker, whatever he was calling out there, was dead ass wrong. What was going on offensively was dead ass wrong. Whole thing was all out of whack. And you're trying to tell me, oh, well, it was 64 degrees. It was a perfect time. You know, the Packers lost, the Lions lost. What more do you want, for God's sakes? What more do you want? Just say, well, somebody said, well, geez, it was a letdown. Letdown? What kind of letdown you talking about?
They got let down. They got a beating from the beginning to the end.
They got their
but
ass
again, Doug,
stomped.
I want you, what absolutely jumps out at me is not one player that came on that football field that showed something, a desire, some fire. Come on, picking somebody up, patting them on the backside. Come on, buddy, let's go. Not one.
I'm going to tell you when it started, too, by the way. Early in the game, the Bears went down 21 points. But early in that game, Ed and I watched Forte trying to pick up a blitz. Got his ass whipped. Ran over him twice for 2 sacks. I don't give a damn how many yards you run. I don't care how many passes you catch. You block the guy that's coming in on the blitz.
You get your quarterback killed.
Exactly what happened. And it started from then on. There was no fire, no guts, no nothing with that football club. I'm embarrassed to even think that I played for that damn team. Let's go out to Chris in Patterson, New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Good to hear you guys on the radio another week. But you guys are very upset, and I don't know why. Number one, you knew the defense was going to play like this. And two, Mr. Fourth Quarter.
No,
Chris,
you're wrong. Stop yourself.
Stop. No, we did. What you're saying,
they're going to play
that
like
Doug
this.
knew it, and to play
if
like
I told
that.
you they're going to score 56 points,
Yeah,
and we're going to score 11.
Chris, come on.
You know what? Right. But guys, listen to this. Listen to me. You guys basically asked for Cutler to come back. Look at the entire team. Hold on, guys. Look at the entire team. It's changed. The reports that came out last week that there was divide in this locker room, you see it because the players are not playing. OB, you just said it was either OB or Doug. You just said that not one player stepped up. It was like, come on, let's go.
Well,
if he's your franchise quarterback, he is supposed to be the guy.
Let me tell you something about being the guy. Yeah, he's supposed to be the guy. You're going to tell me because Cutler came back, the defense was so damn lousy. You're telling me the defense gave up almost 300 yards rushing. You tell me that's Cutler's fault. The offense did crap. I understand that. But the defense didn't even step up. The guy, they bring in a substitute who runs for a 65-yard touchdown. Give me a break. That's not the way it's supposed to work. I can understand that the offense didn't score, yeah, but not the way the defense played too. I mean, both sides. The special teams were bad, and I'm telling you, go look in the coach's face too, because they got to take a big part of this. Every opportunity in the world was there for them.
That goes on all our coaches, but I tell you, the main tag goes right on Mark Trestman's, right on his forehead, Doug. And I'll tell you what, I thought he's done a hell of a job from all the way up till today when they had it in. They had the door. They were going to shut the door, lock it, and they were on their way. They were free. And I'm going to tell you what, not only did the door get blown out, the whole front of the house got blown out. And you know what? Speaking about Cutler, and I don't know, it's Christie's. Cutler, I think it was his first pass. You people listen, did you see the first pass he threw? Where did he throw it?
Into the ground.
Into the ground. Did anybody see that one? No fire, no zip on it, and he threw it dead into the ground.
Yeah, you take the defense, too. Let me go back to that a little bit. You let a team drive on you, a 70-yard drive per score, a 67-yard drive per score, a 60-yard drive per score, a 72-yard drive per score, a 39-yard drive per score, a 43-yard per score. Baloney! I understand about the quarterback being bad, but what right does the defense have to do this, what they're doing right here? You could even be an average defense. I don't care. I want you to be average. You're not even close to that. 300 yards rushing almost against you. They passed when they wanted to do.
I've never heard of that.
Me neither.
I don't think
I
in
know
my
I played
life
on some
I've never heard of that.
defenses, and we had a bad year in '74, but this was even bad.
Doug, I didn't think there was enough time in a football game for a team to
do
rush
that much.
300 yards against you.
No. How in the hell does that work? I mean, the whole thing was just out of whack. Once again, you had the opportunity there. I understand. What if they would have lost? Okay, they would have lost. They put up a fight. There was no fight there.
Doug.
It was embarrassing. It was 21-0 by the time the first quarter. The first quarter was 21-0. And then all of a sudden they just keep beating the hell out of us. And then we go with a pick six.
Doug.
And then we do this. And then we punt the ball 42 or 26 yards. Dad, there was nothing right
Doug,
about today.
Yeah, before they stepped the foot on the field, they knew exactly what had to be done. And to go out there and absolutely no emotion, no fight,
nothing,
and to get
zero,
flipped and thrown around and run over like a bunch of sick puppies is unbelievable. And I'm going to tell you, that kid, that 92 Paya,
he's on roller skates, number one. Number two, you're trying to ask Lance Briggs to come back and play like he played, 7 games ago? That ain't going to happen. What is wrong with these people? That's not going to happen. And so you saw him go out there and make a play and get hurt one time, come back in the game. Then you see Cutler limping around. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. And the fact is, when it's all said and done with, I am telling you, the players played so badly, it was unbelievable. But I'm going to tell you something again. I'm going to say it. Those coaches got to take a lot of this fault of this football game. That's a fact, Jack.
Doug, I tell you, the other thing again, and just on the defensive side, and when you see they're running and running and running for yards, and you're watching, and they focus in on our defensive line, and you see both defensive tackles, Doug, they're straight up in the air, and they're getting tugged and pushed away, and you want to know what? The guy runs right by him, and they're still pushing him, and they're kind of like, they go limp. They give up on it. I mean, like they got blocked, and they were getting pushed, and then all of a sudden, nothing. Where the hell is the fight? Folks, I'm telling you, fall to the ground, throw your leg out, try to kick somebody, grab somebody. For God's sakes, somebody do something.
And that was the part that really aggravated Ed and I at the beginning of the game. And I said at the beginning of this, but Forte, by the way he's playing, is terrific. But let me tell you something. You make those blocks. Make those blocks tough. You make those blocks hard. You stick your guy. You don't step aside and say, "Ole," like a charging bull.
He can't hide from that.
No way.
He cannot hide from that.
That is called what we call tough by being physically tough, physically ready to go in there and win the football game, physically to do what you need to do to win the damn game. When I saw those two plays, I told Ed, I said, we're in trouble because you're not mentally right to play the football game like it should be played.
Doug, how do you know when the guy's blitzing and you got to take him and you're right there? It's not like you didn't have to come from the strong side or like you're in an H-back or an offset I or whatever, and you got to come across the line to get to him. He's right there, and he kind of ducks his shoulder halfway a little bit. He's protecting Cutler.
2 times, 2 sacks. And again, I'll go back to the coaches. O'Brien out-coached us. Might as well admit to the fact. I mean, that's exactly what he did. He spread us all over the damn field, number one. Number two, he did some great plays. Fake wide receiver screen, come back to the other side. Fake tight end screen, come back to the other side. They just running around in directions.
Dougie,
we look like the Keystone Cops out there defensively.
Dougie, we got 1 million calls here. We should get to them, baby.
All right, let's go to Wiley and Logan Square. Wiley on the score.
We had 2 days. There's so much to talk about. Leave it to the Bears. They have everything set up, crap all over themselves on national TV, and leave more questions than answers.
My God.
You're both right. Listen, they played scared. That's the coaching. Conte was sitting there like he was going to cry. They want to come back in the game. There's no defense, of course, no special teams. You can't talk about everything. So let me talk about my pet peeve. Again, Cutler. And it's not what the other guy said. Here's the thing. Compare him to Foles. Foles made 3 or 4 plays tonight that Cutler on his best day doesn't make. He extended the play, threw against his body. Cutler's I know he's got the physical tools, but he's missing something, whether it's vision of the field, whether it's judgment, sense of timing. He didn't feel that guy get putting pressure on him to knock the ball away. Of course, he threw the inevitable pick six. You said it, Ed. Who stepped up? Not one player stepped up, and it's got to be your QB, guys. It's got to be your QB. If you're ever going to take the next step, it's got to start with the QB.
Wiley, stay on the line, Wiley. Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And Cutler, his first 4 years here, he's taken a beating like no other quarterback has taken a beating.
Yeah.
Do you think, just possibly, I'm just throwing this out there, do you think possibly mentally it has affected him?
I don't think he's ever shown that in his career, Ed. You know, you go back to the high school. Guy's never won at any level, college, high school, or the pros. And he's got all the physical tools. You guys see that. You were players. You understand. He's huge. He can throw all the passes. But there's just something there that separates him from the elite guys, and you can't teach it, and he's never going to get there. So he's fool's gold. You put him on a franchise. You don't let the guy walk for nothing. Right? He's good enough to play for you for another year or so. But you have to look to the future. And if you're going to take the next step, it ain't going to be with Cutler.
Yeah, here's the other thing, Wiley. And I know Cutler's going to take a beating on this. And then somebody say, well, maybe if McNown started, this wouldn't have happened. It would have happened anyway. You don't give up a 70, 63, 60, 72, 39, 43 yards drives on you defensively and let a guy come in off the bench and do a 65-yard run. I don't give a damn what Cutler did. He could do 16 interceptions.
Doug, he wasn't even touched.
How?
Nobody put a finger on him.
No one touched him. No one played him. Here, you look at somebody's total yards for the Eagles. 514. 514 total yards. How many first downs for the Eagles? 28. You take a look at this. 9 yards average per attempt passing the football. 8 yards average running the football. 289 yards. That's Cutler's fault. That's him. Let's bury him. We'll be right back.
Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks, live from Majestic Star Casino, 1 Buffington Harbor Drive in Gary, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business, and a special thanks to Scott Bucco, Director of Marketing here at Majestic. Ed and I had a terrific little lunch, a little dinner, drinks, whatever we had. We really appreciate it. Too bad the game wasn't any good, Bucco.
Yeah, Scotty Bucco. What a nice gentleman.
Yeah. We are live at the Majestic Star, like I said, plus our phone number is 312-644-6767.
Doug Foles.
Rating
131.7, Cutler 73.8, McCown 64.6.
That sounds about right. And when you take a look at it, this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. That's my doctor, Dr. Jones, at Mercy Hospital. And Dr. Jones would like to make an appointment tomorrow morning for after what's going on tonight, because this has been ridiculous. I never in my wildest dreams figured it could be this bad. I thought we could lose. In fact, they did pick us to lose, but not like this. This is ridiculous to what happened to them tonight.
Doug, this is what a team. You got everything right there for you, boy. Laid right out in front of you. All you got to do is step and walk right over it, and you're ready to go. You're all set to get into the playoffs, and to take a pounding, a beating like this. I can't. I'm gonna. Again, all the years.
Not even a word for
can't. I can't, it's so hard to believe. I can't even find the damn words.
Exactly. I mean, I'm totally shocked at this. Totally shocked at this, what happened tonight. When the word came down that Detroit lost and Green Bay lost, I said, here we go. Boy, what an incentive. What a way to go.
Absolutely.
When the smoke didn't clear after, 10 minutes we were down 21 points? Come on, give me a break. Let's go out to Jason in Oklahoma City. Jason.
Hello?
Jason, you on?
You're up, Jason.
I was just saying, why would they play Cutler when McNown went better over Dallas and Baltimore? Why would you put Cutler in when he was hurt?
Well, first of all, let's get down to the nitty-gritty here. I understand what Cutler, let me ask you something. If the defense played the way they played tonight and McCown was the starter, do you honestly believe we would have beat them? Do you honestly believe we would have beat Philadelphia where the defense played?
They put 54 up on the board against
54 points.
The only good thing about it is that they didn't hit 60.
Yeah.
That's what you ought to be happy about if they want to be happy about anything. They didn't let them get over 60.
There's no question our offense, it stunk in my mind, but the defense not only stunk, it was terrible. It was embarrassing. I could have went down in Rush Street and found 11 guys that could play better than that. That's a fact, Jack.
Let's go out to Jeffrey in Des Moines, Iowa. Jeffrey on the score.
Yeah, I want to talk about special teams. I had good friends who were Cowboy fans who celebrated when D. Camillus got fired, and
I
they
don't blame
said,
them.
"Get ready, your special teams is going to go from top 5 to bottom 5," and that's exactly what's happening. They said D. Camillus cost the Cowboys at least 1 or 2 games a year. I hope he's one and done. Their special teams, the only word I have for their special teams is somewhere between sloppy and chaos. I'm not sure what the word would be.
Jeff, let me tell you 2 things. Actually, when you see us on the kickoff return, do you see us where we're supposed to be playing the actual, like fake the reverse almost on every play? Hester gets the ball, the other guy goes running around, and like it's going to be a fake, and it's. I mean, they don't even come close to making it look alike. What do you think that does? You take that one guy, now you're playing with 9 guys trying to block 11 coming down on you. Why? You got one guy running with the ball, and you got the other guy circling behind who was never in there. Instead of keeping them up front and trying to take out one of the guys coming down trying to tackle Hester. You take him out every time. You're playing with 10 guys. Watch it.
He's right about that. He's right about
and
the other thing.
Teams. The other thing, Doug, goes back to this year. What the hell was Peanut Tillman doing on punt return on special teams? 33 years old, probably the best cornerback this team, one of the best, if not the best cornerback that this team has ever known or seen. Certainly one of the best in this league, even at 33. And you got him on the punt return team, and that's when he got hurt. One of the times that he got hurt. What the hell is he doing on the punt team? And what are we doing showing that ridiculous reverse play when that guy should be up in front blocking, trying to free Hester? Stupid plays.
Let's go out to Mike in Orland Park. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, Doug and OB? I agree
Mike?
with both you guys as far as the defense being garbage, but we knew the defense was garbage. And the thing is, I think it's a totally different ball game if Cutler gets a fast start. I just think that he cannot have these starts where you go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. You just cannot have that when you know that they got a prolific offense. Sometimes your best defense is your offense, and he's got to start out better than that. I think that's the complete problem with this game.
Well, the problem, too, with the Bears are, say, what, Jay Cutler, fourth quarter ball player. Fourth quarter. Well, he comes back in the fourth quarter. You don't have the luxury, like you said, to wait till the fourth quarter anymore because of that defense. Because once they jump down your throat, they tap dance all over your lungs, and next thing you know, you're losing by 21 points. And you can't make it up. And then you start trying to make things happen to make it up.
The only thing saving about this, Jeff, is that we're going to be at home. We're going to be at home in Soldier Field, and that's a big plus because we've got the greatest damn fans in the land, period. And I'm going to tell you something. We've got that going for us while those guys are flying back on a plane, and they better start thinking about it right now.
Yeah, you know, the other thing we have an advantage that we got home, we're going to be playing the Green Bay Packers. Let me tell you this right now. We were totally out-coached in this football game. They spread us out. They did what they wanted to do. They screened us. They drew. They did everything possible to beat us up. We couldn't answer that because this coaching staff got their ass whipped. That's exactly what happened. O'Brien whipped our ass. And that's what you have to take a look at. Fortunately, we're coming back to play Green Bay, and we're going back to play more standard football. The Philadelphia Eagles do not play standard football in the National Football League. They spread you out. They got guys coming from every direction. And that's what happens in this football game.
And they're on top of you play after play after play.
And you can't do anything about it. We couldn't do anything about it. And the coaches didn't do a damn thing about it.
But again, Doug, we're home. We've got Green Bay, our arch rival, coming in. And if these guys can't see that and feel that, and this week, and they've got to make a complete 180 turnaround here. And that's everybody. I mean, can they beat the Packers? Yeah. And can they win the division and go on? Yes, they can. But I'm going to tell you, having it right in front of you today, and they get slapped and beat around, I mean, what a disgusting performance.
It was disgusting, and the players were disgusting. The tackling was disgusting, and the thing to me more disgusting to me was we had no idea what was going on out there. They baffled the hell out of us. They really baffled the hell out of us. I'm telling you what O'Brien did offensively to our defense. Our defense is not that good anyway.
But the fact is, add this on top of it. And then you get two guys like Jackson and you get McCoy. They can run circles around all of our guys. That's why you get 293 yards rushing against the Chicago Bears.
Is that what it was, 293 was the final?
293, yeah, something like that.
Wow.
Well, let's see, it was 289, I'm sorry. 289 yards rushing and averaging 8 yards a rush. Come on, give me a break. We'll be right back.
It was a 289-yard rushing day for the Philadelphia Eagles. They won it big, 54-11, jumping out to a 24-0 lead, and they never were challenged by the Bears today.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, live from Majestic Star Casino, 1 Buffington Harbor Drive in Gary, with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Majestic Star Casino, Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And those highlights were courtesy of WBM Radio. And Eddie, we're talking about the Chicago Bears loss. The Bears lose 54-11. I didn't stutter. It's 54-11. That's what they lost. And it looked like more. It looked like it was 100-11.
Doug, I told you the best thing that happened tonight, we kept them under 60.
That's it.
So if they want to tip their hat to that, go ahead and do it.
Well, they're always improving. Let's go out to, let's go out to CJ in Park Ridge. CJ, you're on the score.
Hey, gents, how you guys doing?
Good, CJ.
Buddy.
Yeah. Got a simple question.
Yeah.
We had the playoffs there. If we lose next week, what's going to happen? I mean, it just looked like it was, excuse my French, piss poor coaching. Team wasn't prepared. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen, CJ. I mean, nothing's going to happen to Tressman this first year. I mean, they're going to take a look at it. They're going to say, well, we got to evaluate this, we got to evaluate that. Let me tell you something. He's going to have to evaluate a lot, and especially the defense. He's going to have to evaluate that. Unless your offense is so damn good that you can go out there and you can put up 35, 40 points a game, you best come up with a defense, an average defense. I'm not talking about a superior defense like the Bears had in the past. I'm talking about an average defense. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to figure out how to get this way. Now, a lot of times you look at defenses, and I can understand that when your defensive tackles are not playing that well, they're not playing that well. The fact is that hurts your linebackers. Your linebackers are not playing that well. And so consequently, somebody's running against you for 293 yards.
Doug, the reason why the linebackers couldn't get to most of the times, if all you got to do is see it, they're blowing our defensive line off. And if they're trying to defensive, if it's inside the strong side linebacker, he's trying to come in, he can't get in there because that strong side tackle is blowing off the line, and that's a fact. All you just got to do is look at the damn films.
Yeah, and there's no question about it.
So they're not going to get there.
You become better with your guys up in front of you. There's no question about that.
The game is won up front, offensively and defensively, has been, is now, and forever will be. That's what you got to have, 2 strong fronts.
Well, the fact is we don't have a strong front defensively. And our offense just didn't really do any that much really better than it did in the past. But the fact is it all comes back down to what you take a look at and say to yourself, why can't my defense be better? Is it my coach? Is it my coach, the things that they're putting up in front of me? Is it what kind of defenses you're playing? You had all week to look at the Philadelphia Eagles and see what they do. We weren't prepared to play against them. They weren't prepared to play against that open field stuff that they run. I mean, they whipped us there. They whipped us coaching. I'm telling you. And not only that, they whipped us playing. So it was a whipping all the way around. You don't score, 54 points just because of your defensive players or your offensive players. Somewhere along the line, somebody didn't do the right thing with a game plan. And they got to take part of that, what happened to the Chicago Bears tonight, losing 54-11. Let's go out to Jordan and Carey. Jordan, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you tonight?
Good.
Good. Couple of questions. One, with the coaching for Tressman, why didn't he kind of make a statement to his players, or is it in his nature to even do that at the point where you see they're not doing anything, they don't have the fire like you guys were saying? Where do you tell your players at some point and say, you know what, sit your ass on the bench, it's time to, it's time to let somebody else who might actually want to get out there and play start playing? And then the second thing was, he said during his press conference on TV afterwards, he said they're going to burn the tape Well, don't you learn more from your mistakes than from your successes?
Yeah, that burn the tape is like an old saying that players have, coaches have, meaning they're going to forget about the game. They're not going to burn it. They're going to make you watch it, and they're going to show it over and over and over. What they're doing is saying, listen, we got to forget about this game and take on the Packer game. And we were really terrible tonight. We have to change this by next week. That's what they mean by burning the tape. But the fact that if it was me, and you said pull the guys out, the hell with that. I'd have played another quarter. I'd have made them play each other. I'd have scrimmaged them. Because the fact was there wasn't there. The attitude wasn't there. And also, too, and I keep going back to this, a lot of times you expect your coaches to put you in position for certain things. We weren't ready to play this team. They were totally different than what Trestman is used to, what anybody, what Mel Tucker was used to. We got totally outcoached in this. I mean, you got to see where we were lining up, what we were doing, how they were spreading us out, how they were running screens to the right side, coming back to the left side, how they pulled us out of those positions.
Doug, our quality control guys, they go back basically 3 prior games. I'm talking about looking at the Philadelphia Eagles offense and defense and special teams, and it's broken down. And by the week, prior to the week we're getting ready to play them, when they come back on Wednesday and they get ready, the offensive game plan is set and defensive game plan is set. Why? Because they looked at the past 3 games of the Eagles, and they broke down their tendencies on 1st and 10, 2nd and 8, et cetera, on and on and on, and what they like to do in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. All that stuff is laid out for the coaches, and they put a game plan together, and they work on it for 3 or 4 days before they're playing. So did they know what the hell the Philadelphia Eagles were going to do? Yeah, they did. But what they didn't know, they forgot to bring their heart with them.
Yeah, the other thing, too, though, Ed, the fact that offense has 15 scripted plays. In other words, there's 15 plays they're going to run right away as soon as they come out of the box.
Yeah, scripted against Philadelphia's defense.
It didn't work. It didn't work, did it? I mean, we were down 21-0 before the smoke cleared. It didn't work. And defensively, too, he pulled some things there they didn't pull before, but they did do it. But here's another point. Let's get into this while I'm at it, all right? The fact is there's a lot of things offenses can do to you, but there are certain rules. There are certain rules in football. There are certain rules. I'm going to just talk about the defense now.
You're going to talk about McClellan
again? I'm going to let you take it, what certain rules mean to be a defensive end. Go ahead.
What Doug is talking about, you can see if the play is to the strong side and you're the defensive end, normally it's the defensive end, not strong or the weak side. When the play goes away from you, they know you're not going to get there. But what your key is to go as deep as that ball and trail. Because why? Because on the other side, the defensive end has containment. Linebackers and the defensive tackles, safeties, forced to play, and the fill is from the backside. But you go as deep as that ball. Why? So he doesn't spin or the runner doesn't run and cut back. Okay? First series, twice McClellan got beat. And what was he doing? He wasn't doing his job.
It was crashing down. Now, if you're going to crash down like that, then you better make correspondence with your linebacker and say, take the outside. But he didn't do that.
You always have to have containment, force, and fill. I don't give a damn where it is you're on the field or where it is.
Just basic
rules. That is automatic. Automatic.
Rules. You know, that's why I get on Mel Tucker. That's why I get on this. They're not disciplined in that stuff. They're not disciplined in nothing they do defensively. I mean, their tackling is piss poor. We understand that. But that defensive end thing drives me nuts. The first play, McCoy runs out to the outside. You saw McClellan come down and nobody's outside. He's got to take an outside position and then force him inside where the linebackers can get him.
Absolutely.
Damn. I mean, you know, third grade they do that. Let's go out to Joe in Elmhurst. Joe, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
All right, Joe.
Got a question for you, but before I get to that, I just want to say that was, and I'm not trying to exaggerate here, that was one of the most pitiful performances I've ever seen in my life from a defense.
Joe,
I agree with you.
100%.
Joe, we were sitting there, Doug and I, and the guys, and not one guy stood up and fought. Not one.
I mean, it was honestly, you know, people say, you know, the varsity against the JV or whatever, that looked like the varsity against, you know, the middle school team. I mean, it was awful. I mean, Conti, I don't know what is going through his head. I mean, from offense, I mean, Matt Forte just getting lit up trying to pass block. I mean, it was just all over the field. It was ugly. My question for you is this. What are the chances at the end of the season they get rid of Mel Tucker? And if they do, who's available? I mean, could they bring in a guy like Singletary or what are our options? Because, even if they make the playoffs, they're not going anywhere. We all know what it is. We better as well, call a spade here. This is, it's bad. It's bad, especially on defense.
See, Mel Tucker's not going to pull them out of the hole. In other words, Mel Tucker will not pull that defense out of the hole because one reason why is they don't have the talent to play back here. You come up with those names. Ed comes up with Paia, comes up with the defensive tackles. You come up with the linebackers. Bostic's not a middle linebacker. He's a weak side linebacker. You take, the Conti coming up missing tackles. There's a lot in that defense that has to be improved. But that's why you're a coach. You have to come up with some ideas, some different changes.
Here, Joe, what the basic things that are happening. The basic things that are happening on defense, and it's been all year, and they haven't corrected them. Everybody, the defensive tackles, the ends, the linebackers, on every play, when they call a defense, all those gaps are accounted for. If it's a sweep to the stronger weak side, all areas are accounted for. We have not accounted for them going into the 16th game of the year. And if we don't, and if Rodgers plays quarterback, they're going to kill us.
And that's a fact. The fact is very simply, and that is why I'm down on Mel Tucker, because the fact of these guys not learning the basic rules of the game of defense.
Unbelievable.
You can call all the defenses you want, but you have to play the defense. And the part of that defense is force, fill, and contain. That's what you need to do. And when you come up with defense, there's always a force, there's always a fill, and there's always a contain. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Listen, I agree with everything you're saying. Here's the one thing about Cutler. And you guys, of course, we know that the defense is piss poor. I agree. And I think you guys would agree with me that no matter how we go from here on out, if we win next week and we go in the playoffs, the only way the Chicago Bears are going to win any games this year and including the future of this rest of the season is they have to outscore their opponents. When they got down 21-0, Jay Cutler, as good as he's got his mechanics, and I'm not putting this whole game on him, but guys, they got down 21-0. That's a big hole to climb out of against the offense like this high-power offense they face tonight.
I agree with you.
You've got to admit, when he gets his neck rattled, the guy gets thrown down on the ground, he gets sacked, he gets hit, he's hurried. The guy is out of sync, and he just can't ever come back. His throws are always off. He's missing his receivers, and I'm sick and tired of this excuse because, you guys, look at, I'm not comparing apples to oranges, but look at the other last week when the Packers came out, they were getting killed against the Dallas Cowboys. Matt Flynn, and I know it was against the Dallas defense, but Matt Flynn brought them back, and they overcame and they won. They scored a 23-point deficit, and they came out. Now, if Jay Cutler is the quarterback and Mark Trestman has got this really great offense, there really are no excuses. There was no comeback. There was no firepower. They sucked everywhere around. But I'm sick of the excuses for this guy. And what's going to happen if they go in next week, and I want your guys' opinion on this, if he goes in the game next week and they play, Rodgers or not, and he throws a couple pick sixes and looks like complete crap, you guys, what's the future for this guy? I'll hang up and listen.
I'll tell you what, Doug, before you talk. Mike, that was a hell of a call.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at Cutler, and I understand where you're coming from, and I understand you got to put points up. There's no question about that. We knew this coming in, that the Bears had to score points. You know what the over and under were for this game was? 55. 55, that's pretty damn high. An over and under for one game was 55. So they knew somebody was going to score. I didn't think it was going to be that score was going to be that much toward the Philadelphia Eagles. So what I'm saying to you is that the fact that I understand what Cutler needs to do. But let me tell you something, and I'll go to repeat it again. If McConnell was the quarterback and your defense let that offense run a 70-yard, 62-yard, 60-yard, 72-yard, 39-yard, 43-yard drives for scores, you ain't going to beat them. You're not going to beat them. Bring on Brady. Bring on who you want to beat because you can't get the football.
And that wasn't passing. That was running.
Whatever.
For the most part.
That's always the drives they had. They had the drives to go on the Chicago Bear defense. Somewhere along, you got to make a stand. You got to make a stop. You got to turn something over. Then you find out that Cutler starts pressing it, and then he throws a touchdown to pick six. That's what happens.
Doug, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, I know. I see
McCoy
it.
ran for 133 yards. Brown ran for 115 yards.
Back up.
Wow, my Lord Almighty.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at it, you say, so how could this happen? I mean, that's Cutler's fault, But see, I'm not trying to be funny about this, and I know Cutler didn't play. I don't think Cutler played a damn worth of tonight anyway. But still, there's a major factor here. That defense has got to do something. They've got to do something about it, and I'm telling you, no one could be that bad. I mean, I don't think it could be that bad. Boy, it certainly was tonight. It was not only bad, it was embarrassing. I was totally embarrassed by watching what was going on out there, especially when they stuck it to us with the kid ran for a 65-yard touchdown. And I can't just say, there's no excuse. And the other thing, too, like I said, I got my ass whipped many times. But I'll tell you one thing. You're going to get part of me. You're going to get something else coming after you. I didn't see none of that tonight.
That was not there tonight.
No.
Forte Dougie had 9 rushes, 29 yards. 9 rushes,
That's
29
ridiculous.
yards. I mean, you could sit there and look at Cutler, what his rating were, what this is. You can go through this whole thing, and there's just not a pretty spot anywhere. And boy, you want what an unbelievable collapse.
You listen to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Chicago Bears lose 54-11. We'll be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks, live from Majestic Star Casino, 1 Buffington Harbor Drive in Gary, with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number. 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Philadelphia 54-11. And also we got here, I got to read this. This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended.
Today's player of the game is brought to you by Auto Insurance. Excuse me. The owner's agent of this week is Fazio Insurance in Joliet, Illinois. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit their website at fazioinsurance.com.
Who you want to give the game ball to?
Shady McCoy.
There you go. Shady McCoy, thank you. Let's go out to Jim in McHenry. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing tonight?
Not good.
I wish that the team would have performed as well as you guys did in Brian's song. Might have had a different outcome.
Did you see Ed's part? Yeah, go ahead.
But what I was calling about was the special teams.
Yeah.
Specifically the punting. What has happened to Adam Podlish's punting? I mean, starts off with a 25-yard punt, gives Philadelphia the ball, right there, with inside the 50. Then even on the free kick after the safety, I think he only punted it like 35 yards.
Yeah.
In the air. I mean, I watch college games where these kids are booming it 60 yards in the air. What's going on there?
I don't know. And
this Jody Camillus guy, what's happened to the whole special team unit in 1 year?
A lot of things are falling apart. As much as the offense, I think, has improved, but the other side of the game has gone sour. The special teams and the defense. And they're going to have to address the fact. They're going to have to address that and see what's going on with that.
Here, they're going to play some bad games, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm sure I must have seen it somewhere along the way, but I've never seen a total give up. What I saw tonight, I am absolutely mystified as that nobody stepped up, nobody fought hard, nobody really nobody gave a damn about this game today. And that's the way it looked to me. And I'm going to tell you, you talk about being frustrated, to get slapped around, to get pushed around, to get run over, to have fake a block, can't even protect your quarterback. What the hell? What the hell went on there tonight? It's an absolute disgrace.
It's tough to be a punching bag, and that's what they wore tonight. They were nothing but a punching bag. Let's go out to Frank and Elgin. Frank, you're on the score.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Frank.
First
doing?
of all,
How you doing, Frank?
Real good. Well, not so good. But I'd like to just real quickly say that it's an honor to talk to both of you guys. I hold you guys. I'm 65, and I saw both your careers, and I hold you up with guys on the flags up there that are retired numbers.
Thank
you.
Yeah. But I agree with everything you said tonight. The big thing is we definitely need to lose both the defensive and the special team coordinators, in my opinion. This though, to me, seemed like a real sea change maybe in the game of NFL football. We saw two offensive gurus, and I've generally been a fan of Trestman, and I still am. But I really think this guy has, not only does he have a great running back, obviously, and a great quarterback, that helps always, but this guy has something going, I think, with the continual hurry-up offense, things that are maybe going to shift the whole level of offensive play in the NFL. What do you think?
I agree. I mean, again, too, if you have your players to play that, because Vic came out and he couldn't play that offense, and they put Foles in, and this sudden kid, he dove right in. If you got guys that have some speed and agility, I'm talking about Jackson, about him being on the wide receiver part, and you have a running back that can move around, the fact that you can call all those plays, you can do all those things, and these things may happen in a National Football League. But the one thing you have to do is you have to be prepared for it. And defensively, we were not prepared for it. And not only that, we weren't really physical in this football game. We just were just lining up. We were just became a punching bag.
Doug, and that's the one thing at this level.
Yeah,
you better play physical football. You make some mental mistakes out there, that's going to happen. But boy, just to get whooped and flipped and thrown around like a bunch of rag dolls for 60 minutes, totally and completely unacceptable.
And there's nothing you can say about that. I mean, it was right in front of all of us, and happened to be, in prime time too, by the way. You say, the Chicago Bears, are you kidding me? What kind of division are they in? This and that. Well, yeah, we weren't even close to winning this football game. We weren't even close to coming back to win this football game because we weren't even close to being in this football game. And I told you, when Ed and I looked at each other and we saw Forte trying to make that block on that linebacker that was coming in, that said to me, we're in for a hell of a long day. Because I don't care, like I said, I will keep telling you this. You can run all you want. Catch all you want. But when time comes for you to make that block, when you have to go and stick your head right into that center of that guy that's coming in, that to me is being a full football player. And that did not happen with Forte. And I'm not giving a pass on it either, by the way, because he's having a good year or he's ran for so much yardage, because all those little things add up. That was a little thing. That little thing added up for us getting sacked twice. Twice we got sacked on account of that. Let's go out to Ed and Maywood. Ed, you're on the score.
Good evening. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay,
I'm glad that you're back, Ed.
Thank you.
I actually went to your high school. It's called Proviso East now.
Right. Ed, I'm going to tell you something. There's a lot of guys that played football, baseball, basketball that went to that high school. It's a great high school.
Yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
My point is this. The Eagles were faced with a game next week that meant everything for them, but yet the head coach elected to play his starters. I wish the Bears would have made them regret that decision, win or lose. And I don't advocate hurting anybody intentionally, but physical play would have maybe made the players regret that decision. And then maybe they'd be in the hot tub right now soaking from their soreness. But in this game, we didn't see anything. It was a cakewalk for the Eagles, and so that's what disappointed me.
That's a very good point, Ed. That's a very good point you just made.
It was a joke, Ed. It was a total joke. I'm not kidding around here either. I mean, it was a total joke what happened tonight. Let's go out to Brian in Los Angeles. Brian, you're on the score.
Hello, Doug.
Hello, Brian.
Sir, I am Doug Jr.'s best friend.
Hey, how you doing, Brian?
Not too bad.
You still singing, still writing, doing all those things?
I am still in Los Angeles, sir. I am out here living the dream, as you would imagine.
You're very good at that dream, too, by the way.
Hey, Brad, you running into Miley Cyrus lately?
Unfortunately, actually, no. No, I haven't. But I have run into Jay Cutler out here.
Yeah.
And, yes, he is a jerk face. He's what you imagine. He's NFL A.J. Brzezinski. He called me Kurt Cobain. But I still have to whatever. He is the best quarterback in the team, and thankfully tonight it seems like we avoided a quarterback controversy. But my issue is like, the attrition of the defense to, the special teams to defense. Having Melton go down this year, and who's currently incarcerated in Texas, and then Bostic having to step up, and Wooten moving, into the defensive tackle portion of the game. How much of this is on Mel Tucker? How much of this is, Chris Conte? He's made me hate white people. It's like, the guy basically, I don't know what he's thinking out there. Do you think that Mel Tucker is the issue, or is it the horses that he's running right now?
Well, I'll tell you, I think it's both. Again, too, we're going back, and Ed and I get we get mystified when we see things happen that should not happen.
Constantly.
Defensive ends coming down, nobody out there. We say it very simply. You contain, you force, and you fill. That's what the defenses are all about. No matter what happens, that's what you do. We don't do that. And it's been proven. How do you think somebody ran for 295 yards against us today? Because we're not doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. Somebody say, well, that's the player. Well, the coach has got to get that player in gear. He's got to get up his ass to make him play and to understand what's going on out there. That's not happening.
Embarrassing. I'm going to get evicted in Los Angeles because I'm yelling on the jerk that wears a Chicago Bears t-shirt every day, and in Los Angeles, and it's embarrassing at this point. And
sure it is.
A national embarrassment tonight, and God bless. But thank you for giving me an outlet for my anger.
All right, Brian. Take care, buddy.
Talk to you soon, sir.
Yeah, bye.
Thanks, Brian.
Brian's a good composer, by the way.
There you go.
He writes a lot of good songs. I don't know if you can write one song about tonight. I don't know what the hell you would call it.
Lost.
Lost.
Lost. That's the
Lost
title.
in the wilderness. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. I'd like to go back to the offensive side of the ball. It was just like you guys said, it was just an ass whooping.
Mm-hmm.
But, what happened to the offensive line? They've been pretty good all year, and I didn't see anybody play today.
I saw Long made a couple of tactical mistakes, blocking mistakes, and he got whooped up pretty good tonight.
Yeah, and the center got held, for holding. We got him. There's so many damn things that happened out there that, you don't know where to put your finger on. I guess when you lose 54-11, everybody can step into the, into the puddle that you were a part of the problem. And that's exactly what happened. There's no question about it that our offense wasn't clicking. But that goes to tell you one thing. If your offense doesn't click extremely well, your defense can't carry you like they used to do in the past.
Hey, Mike, what should happen in the 15th game of any season, in the 15th game, whether you have rookies starting or whatever, there are certain rules. There are certain rules that you have to do. Defensively, it's the gaps, containment. This is something where you have to be, and you know where you have to be. You get the breakdown from the 3 prior games, and you know exactly. You run Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You run defensively through it, what gap you have to be in. And if it's a blitz, who's coming in? Is it through the A gap, the B gap? What is it? And you know that going into this game. And yet we still have people making mistakes. How long are you going to say, is it mental mistakes? Or is it stupid mistakes because we have stupid people playing? You figure it out. I don't know.
That's the other thing, too, and Ed, you're right on the money here. You don't have time to be a rookie. You play 10 games, you play 11 games, you play 12 games, you play 13.
Rookie, that's out.
That's out.
That's gone.
By
Forget
this time,
about it.
you have no...
He's a rookie. It's a rookie mistake.
Forget it.
Not at this time.
I don't want to hear it. Not at this time is exactly right. The game, you put enough games under your belt to understand what the hell is going on.
Hang in there, callers. There's a boatload of you, but we're going to get you, I guarantee you.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino, Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. 7. Bears lose 54-11. And the game ball is brought to you by Al Pamani Ford. Al Pamani Ford, visit apford.com. And the game ball goes to who, Eddie?
Is that, you talking about the Bears game ball?
Yes.
You know who it goes to, Doug.
Yes, it does. I know who it goes to. It goes to Chip Kelly, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles.
I was ready to say, if you folks didn't know who Chip Kelly was, you wonder, who's that guy? He's the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Let me tell you this right now. It wasn't traditional. I will guarantee you next week the defense will play a hell of a lot better, no question about it, against the Packers. But this Chip Kelly, it's not traditional. It's not the same. We were so confused out there. They had us tied in knots, and we were not ready. The game plan was sucked, number one. Number two, the players were bad. But number three, you know what? When you get a team like this, like Ed said, you know what the tendencies are. But we were out-coached, boys.
Where were the calls from the sideline? Where were the defensive calls from the sideline? My God. One thing, our listeners, Doug, for years and years, you guys that are greatest. And again, to go back to the Bear fans, you people, and I mentioned this so many times before. I played in so many stadiums. If the fans are, if they're good, they're there. If they're not, they don't give a damn. But come hell or high water, you people in this town have been and forever will be the greatest damn fans in the land.
And you didn't deserve what happened tonight either, by the way. Let's go out to Dean in Centerfield, Virginia. Dean, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How are you?
How you doing, Dean?
Man, great talking to you guys. Big fan over the years. I've been a Bears fan for 45 years, hardcore, and since I was knee-high. And, man, I have never seen anything like tonight. This was a particularly bad game. I've never seen the defense it just looked like they were just out of place. They were poorly coached. They didn't seem motivated. They were out of position constantly all night. There were holes big enough to drive a truck through. You had Pittsburgh, you had the Steelers and the Giants that just set the table today for this team. I mean, all the pieces were in place. And then this team just came out and didn't even pick up the fork for the meal. They just said, well, we don't seem to be that interested in it. Maybe we'll wait till next week.
Yeah, and you know what, Dean? They didn't have to. They had enough cushion that they could have just waited till the next week against Dallas. They didn't have to do anything. And yet they came out and they almost scored a world record in scoring points against us.
Let's go out to Chris in his car. Chris, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. How are you tonight?
What's up, Chris?
All right, Chris.
Hey, first of all, OB, I got to tell you, I got to watch you as a youth back in '63.
You got it.
And second of all, I'm getting a chuckle about all these people calling in going, I've never seen anything so ugly in my life. Because my question is for you, Doug. Having personally witnessed that debacle in 1977 against the Houston Oilers when we got shellacked 47-0, how would you compare that against this?
Well, yeah, I remember that well because
I know you were there, boy.
I know. I was in it for one play. I had pneumonia, and I went out and played one play with pneumonia, and then they took me to the hospital. And then when I found out they scored 70-some points or whatever it was, I didn't play that damn game. I was so pissed off at that, and I'm laying in the hospital, and they come in and said, you're out, you're done. And so I said, what do you mean I'm done? He said, well, you got pneumonia. And so that knocked me out. I played I played 3 plays, and I passed out in the first quarter. So, you know what? That's going back then. What I see right now, what happened tonight, that was bad back then, but that's no reason for it to be this bad now, what's going on out there with that football team. And I'm going to tell you again, I'm going to go back to it. Not only the coaches did not have come up with a good game plan, I think they were confused. I think this knotted up. I think Chip Kelly knotted them up. And I think he just outcoached them all. And I thought he put a game plan out there that we couldn't handle. Could not handle. Because whatever he did offensively, it was successful. Let's go out to Raymond in Madison. Raymond, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I listened to the color commentators tonight throughout the game talking about how much of a smart decision it was to start Cutler over McCown because of arm strength. And I started to wonder how many more quarterbacks in the league Cutler's arm is stronger than. Because it just can't be McCown. I mean, it's stronger than Brady's arm. It's stronger than Breeze's arm. It's stronger than Manning's arm. which led me to the conclusion that arm strength isn't worth a dang thing when evaluating the talent of a quarterback. And if anything, you look at how Cutler played tonight, and now I know he didn't have any time to set up any throws, but a good quarterback, even when he has only 1 second to throw, he'll get rid of that ball in 0.5 seconds. But when you're Cutler and you have all that strength to fall back on, you just sit back there and wait. And you wait for somebody to get open downfield, and you keep on trying to hit home runs, and then you miss an easy completion. And people say that he's better than McCown. McCown may not be the greatest quarterback in the world, but he knows his weaknesses. He knows his arm is not as strong as Cutler, so he's not going to try the same stupid stuff. I'll hang up and let you guys talk.
Sometimes it's a detriment to be gifted. You know why? Because when you're gifted, you think you can do anything or handle anything at any time. And sometimes the workhorse, like McCown is a better offer because that guy's out there and he's doing everything by the book. He's doing everything that was told to him. He's doing everything that will make him a better football player. But once again, I'm going to go back to this football game. And I looked at this game, and I understand about Cutler. I understand what you're talking about. But this is not a question about who should be playing quarterback. This question came tonight that we were totally outcoached by Chip O'Brien. That is exactly what happened. Or Chip Kelly, I'm sorry. That's exactly what happened. And the fact is that we didn't do anything right. Now, again, you're going to call, and you're going to get calls all week about Cutler, about McCown being in there. But once again, I'm going to say it. Who's responsible for 7 drives for 40 yards, 60 yards, 75 yards, 60 yards, 65 yards, 70 yards? Who's responsible? Cutler? No. And I don't know if McCown would have done any better. How could he have done better? How could you have done better when you gave up 54 points? So there's a real bad problem here. And I always said, Ed and I talked about it. The offense, we have to get better. This is going on last year. We said it's a shame. 9 years, we've had a defense that's been tremendous. If we only had an offense that was just close to being good. Well, we got it. We got an offense that's close to being good. But we got a defense that's totally bad. I mean, how can you go from that top to the bottom? Was it because Lovie Smith left? No, some guys got hurt. There's no question about it. But you still can be average,
Your super-duper stores that it stars, Doug, happens with everybody. As yours, you get 32, 31, 32, 33, 34. You
Party's
start to
over.
get nicked, and then you get another injury. And then all of a sudden, things start happening, and it all goes by the wayside. And when you lose Tillman, you lose number 54, and you got 55 with a broken shoulder. Those are 3 guys that are the mainstay of that defense for over a decade, and they're gone. It's a tough thing to do. But I'm going to tell you what, though. There's no reason. And Doug, again, defensively, you're talking about Mel Tucker with the calls. That guy was totally lost. Our defense was in shambles.
Total shambles.
And they couldn't correct it. They couldn't come out of the funk. They were just slapped around all night. That's what the hell happened.
There's no question they got outcoached. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And I'll jump all over those players because they played piss poor. But also, I'm telling you something, the coaches were piss poor tonight also.
I'm going to tell you what, Doug, a lot of times when they really play bad, you just burn the film. I'm going to tell you, with this game tonight, and you're playing Green Bay next week for a big hunk of change, I'm going to tell you, so I might bring them in, sit them down there, bring the whole team together, offensive team and defensive team, and I watch them. Watch number 22 with those god-awful semi-fake blocks or whatever the hell they were, and then I watch our defensive tackles getting pushed, slapped around. And everybody, offense, defense, and special teams are in there with the coaches and go over that film with everybody in that room.
Yeah, and there's no question that's it. Now, I'm going to say this, Ed, and I really mean this. They will show up against the Green Bay Packers because the Packers offense is more standard. I am telling you, they were lost out there, totally lost. He spread them out from 6 ways to Sunday. He did everything possible, I'm talking about Chip O'Brien, to that defense, and we had no answer to it. We had no answer whatsoever because, first of all, we're not strong enough up front to smash something like that.
Doug, but where was the toughness?
No, it was nowhere.
Where was the charge?
Yeah, they beat us to death.
Where was the pursuit? There was no pursuit, Doug. There was no line penetration, D-line penetration to try to upset some of the blocks before the running back even gets to the line of scrimmage. There was nothing. They got beat at the line of scrimmage, play after play, quarter after quarter. And that's what the hell happened out there tonight. Physically, one-on-one, they whipped us 10 ways from Sunday.
And on top of that, I'm telling you, mentally they whipped our ass. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, what are we doing up this late?
I don't know.
Hey, listen, before I get to the highest, most overpaid player, defensive player in the history of the Chicago Bears, I just want to make a point. I agree with the coaching. I am not a fan of Mark Trestman. This offense improved because Emery went out and got an offensive line, a tight end, and Jeffries got healthy. That's how this offense got better. Cutler is what Cutler is. If they take Forte out of the game early in the game, then Cutler's lost. If they cannot run the ball, and Forte was taken out of the game because we got behind by 21 points, okay? We know what Cutler is. But this guy, number 90, the highest paid defensive end in the history of the Chicago Bears, has done nothing. He looked lost out there. They were running screens left and right. I thought Newt Rockne was coaching. Simple running plays. Peppers was lost. And there's a guy, you pay him that kind of money, he better be a vocal leader. He doesn't do anything. He had one season, his first season, and Ed, you tell me he's made more money sitting on the toilet than you made your entire career.
He made more money in playing the first quarter of an exhibition game than I did in 11 years.
Yeah, and me too included. I mean, put us both together. Yeah, Peppers is gone. He's not the same player. They know that. He's not going to be here next year. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, there's no question about it. Well, does that, decide what's going on inside? I thought Ratliff would play better. I didn't see that tonight either from him. He played all right last week, and the week before that, I thought he was going to get better. He's going to be a guy make a big improvement. Really, not that much of improvement. They're terrible. I mean, they're absolutely terrible defensively. I mean, it's almost, look at the tackles. I think our linemen only, Peppers had 2 tackles or something like that. Nobody had any tackles in the defensive line. And then you had your safeties. When your safeties start making all the tackles, then there's a problem.
Doug, I'm going to tell you, all our callers tonight and everything, they're great. They're just great Bear fans. And I'll tell you what, you watch and see. They'll be out there. They'll be out there come Sunday. And there'll be 60, 70, 80,000, whatever the number is out there, they get in there. And they'll cheer this team on. And they'll be behind from the start of that game. And I hope the Packers don't take us out early. I hope these kids come back. Boy, they're better. You talk about a mind check and about a physical and mental game. They got a whole bunch of work to do this week because I'll tell you what, fans don't deserve it. They pay big money to get out there and watch that, and especially when you got a situation handed to you, where the Eagles don't even have to win today. The other 2 teams in our league go down, and you got it right in front of you.
I got to tell you this, Ed, and I really believe this. I believe that the Bears next week against the Packers will give them all they want, and in fact could win that football game. I am telling you.
Well, let's hope so.
The more I think about it, though.
But we're talking about this game.
I know, but what I'm saying is they got out-coached. I'm telling you, they spread their ass out all over the place. They did what they wanted to do. These guys were so goddamn confused out there that their whole problem was with that. That was the biggest part of the problem. And then on top of that, they're not good enough to do a straight pass rush. So they're running around. I'm telling you, the Keystone Cops had more orders than the Bears did defensively.
Well said, Douglas.
Thank you. Jeez, I'm tired of talking about this dumbass team. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino post-game show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino. Ed O'Radovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss or ambush or catastrophe, whatever you want to call it, 54-11. Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Andrew in Rockford. Andrew, you're on the score with RB and Doug.
Hey, yeah, I just want to talk about, well, first of all, it just seemed an awful lot like to me, I don't know if we looked at Josh McCown's numbers when he was starting, how often he got sacked, but it just seemed like the offensive line just played a lot better when he was in there, and they seemed to play a lot like the overall team just played better. I don't know if they just don't care. Jay Cutler's in there, they know, Jay Cutler's in here, we're not going to play as well, but that has nothing to do with what I really wanted to call about. Earlier in the game, Jay Cutler gets sacked, and we all saw it. Jay Cutler fumbled the football. Now, I don't know about 99% of the players in the NFL going to turn around and check and see if their teammate recovered the football, or if they're going to have to punt the ball, or if it's first and goal or whatever, first down for the other team. Jay Cutler didn't care. He fumbled the ball, and all he knew was he had the ball at the beginning of the snap, and after the snap was over, after everything was done, he didn't have the football anymore, and he didn't care. He turned around, he walked off the field, and to me, I called you guys about a week ago, and I talked to you guys about franchise quarterback. I don't know if you remember me or not. I told you that Jay Cutler is not a franchise quarterback because he just doesn't play for anybody but himself, and that is as much proof as you can get because Jay Cutler does not care about this team as far as winning. He cares about winning for himself. He cares about doing good enough this year so that he'll get a contract for next year and the year after that. So as far as I can see, I see somebody who's going to go out there, do what he needs to do to get, play better than anybody else out there that we have right now, but not as good as he needs to, not as good as he can play.
Well, Andrew, I hope you're wrong about that because I'll tell you what. If you don't give it every play of every game at this level, you have no business being here. And I hope you're wrong about that, Andrew, about Cutler or anybody else that plays quarterback or anybody else that plays center or offensive guard. Boy, if you don't know where you're at and how you got here and what you have to do to be a world champion, then get the hell out of the game.
And also on top of that, you talk about the offense. Forte ran the football 9 times. For 29 yards, averaging 3.2 yards per carry. Won't cut it. Will not cut it. Let's go out to Bernie in Algonquin. Bernie, you're on the score.
Good evening, guys. You two guys have got the best show on radio, period. Nobody even close.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Bernie.
My question is on defense, and this is about the running defense. We have not played the run well all year, not just tonight, but all year. And it seems to me on obvious running plays, we do not have one linebacker, meaning the running back, at the line of scrimmage. I don't know what kind of defense they're in on obvious running plays. It seems like they're standing in a zone waiting for a runner to come to them while the running back flies right by him. Could you comment on that at all?
It's the reads. When you read and you see it, like Ed was talking about the reads as a defensive end, and I used to do that too as outside linebacker. If the tight end or the defense or your offensive tackle blocks down, you come across and you crash.
You close.
You close it out. And then you have somebody else make the tackle. Nobody wants to give up themselves, but that's exactly how the defense works. So you close it out. And so the fact is a lot of the linebackers, our linebackers, are not reading quick enough. There's no question about it. But when it's all said and done with, your defensive line has got to make more plays.
Yeah, Bernie, what's happening? They're getting blown off the line of scrimmage or stymied at the line. The linebackers can't get in there half the time. So, I mean, do you make adjustments from that? And when you know they can't do it, yeah, you do. But like Doug has said here tonight, holy cow, defensively, it was awful.
It was terrible.
It was awful. Coaches were in total disarray. They didn't know what the hell defense to put them in. They had no idea to stop Philadelphia. And they can't get around. They can't hide. They can't do anything about this one, boy. Mel Tucker's got to take it right on the chin, just as Trestman does.
We're getting our brains beat in, correct? And they have the football. And we know in the back of your mind what's going to happen is, well, hell, they just want to kill the clock. They're not going to throw the football. Now, that long run, I can't remember, Ed, if we were in an 8-man in the box or 9 in the box or whatever it is. But we should have had guys living in the box. If that was the case when you're down 54-11, they're going to run the football.
Yeah, don't try to hold off like you're faking it, like you're really not going to be there. You're like we're going to out-trick you. Get in there and be a man and play the position and hold your gap.
That's exactly what you needed to do because you know damn well they're not going to want to throw the football. You're going to have to. They're going to want to run the football.
To let that guy, that backup running
please.
back, Doug, run what's 65 yards?
64 yards or something like that.
64 yards, 65 yards. Are you kidding me? Nobody touched him.
Nobody near him.
Nobody touched him.
And that's why I think there was 7 or 8 in the box because those guys got all trampled on each other because usually what happens, there's a safety back there that can take that player and make that tackle. There was no safety back there. I believe he was caught up inside. He got waylaid, and that was it. It was all over. Let's go out to Pistol Pat in Westchester. Pistol Pat, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, OB, the best post-game show in the business.
Thanks for calling, Pat.
I got 2 quick questions, and I'll listen for my answers. I know you got other people on coming on, but the one is I want to know where the Bears rank in points per game for a 16-game schedule. They were got to be at the top of the line. And
they were.
And my second thing is, how come you and Doug went in the movie parts in that Longest Yard, the original with Burt Reynolds? I would like to see you guys in that movie.
Well, Ed was put up for Academy Award in the Piccolo movie. I think you remember the words you said, didn't you, Ed?
Appreciate it.
Well,
Ed, tell me the words you said.
Actually, it was an Emmy.
Emmy.
I was up for the Emmy, and I got beat out by Robert De Niro. He just beat me by Doug the littlest margin.
He edged you.
He had 7 million votes to my 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, that was close, Doug.
We were in the Piccolo movie, and the fact was, though, I didn't have a vocal part about it. I was in the restaurant scene or the scene with luncheon and all that, but Ed had an actual speaking part. And Ed, I guess Abe Gibram came up to you and was jumping all over you about your weight or something like that.
Well, whatever it was, well, he had what lines that he had to say in there,
You remember your line?
The hell no.
Let's go out to Joe and Beverly. Joe, you're on the score.
Doug O'B, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Right, Joe.
Ed, I go back a little bit. Everybody's talking about what a brilliant offensive mind this Kelly guy's got. I remember a brilliant mind in the 60s. His name was Vince Lombardi. All right? In the 63, the Bears had a kind of a brilliant defensive coordinator. His name was George Allen.
The best.
Well, he had some coordinator. He had some defensive names like Atkins and Obranovich. And the linebackers, Bill George, Joe Fortunato, Larry Morris. Well, you guys would adjust on the fly. I don't see the Bears doing that. The game's still the same. It's a block and tackle.
That's not changing, and there's rules on every defensive play that's called, whether it's a blitz, a revolve. It makes no difference. Everybody's got a certain gap. Everybody's got a certain role. Every damn play that's called.
Let's go out to Liz in Mondaline. Liz, you're on the score.
Oh, thank you for taking my call. I enjoy you guys so much. You have the best sports show on the radio. And I thought this was such a screwy game from front to finish, to the every which way, shape, and form. And when I heard the final score, the number hit me right between the eyes. What great player had that number?
Brian Urlacher.
Yes. This game was possessed. I think you should talk to Mr. Urlacher.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what, Liz. You summed this game up pretty good,
exactly
offensively and defensively. You get the caller of the night.
Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to you and all your wonderful listeners.
Merry Christmas to you.
You know
also.
what, Liz? Merry Christmas right back to you. And as a matter of fact, to all you people that week to week to listen to Doug and I, and the people that help run this show and through all the hardships and things that come and go with families, I hope this Christmas is a great Christmas for you all. And I know from Doug and I, we wish you the merriest, and healthiest Christmas and the healthiest 14 to you all.
Yeah, that is correct, Eddie. The fact is that, we a lot of times take a lot of things for granted. And I understand it's just a football game, and there's no question sometimes.
What do you mean we take it for granted?
Well, we take it for granted the fact that,
you look at it and you say to yourself, okay, there's other more important things in football games. There's other things that are going on, and there's this.
Well,
and
there's
that.
other things in all people's lives,
right.
Doug. But it comes down to, and this is the thing. It's a football game, professional football game. It's been around, and the Bears are the footing and foundation of this league. And what happened tonight to the great fans here. I mean, they're sitting there watching this, praying and hoping, and the Bear players go out there and just absolutely get annihilated, get totally outcoached. I never expected this at the 15th game, especially against a team that didn't even have to win this game. Philadelphia Eagles, and he put 54 on us.
There's no question. It was a total shock, Ed. This game was a total shock. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Dave on the Gold Coast. Dave, you're on the score.
Yeah, fellas, Merry Christmas to you guys.
Right back at you.
When the Bears win, I'm happy. When they lose, I'm entertained. So it's a win-win situation with you two cats taking care of business. Doug, you used the right word. That was an ambush.
Yeah.
They see our defensive scheme. Clearly, the coaches around the league know what we do, and they can design their blocking to blow us up left and right, and that's why they've been able to gas us and run down our throats all season. We've got to change the scheme up in a way where the blocking coming off the offense is confused, and they don't know where we're going to be and exactly how we're going to hit them. They know what we're doing, and they're killing us.
Yeah, see, when you do something, and Ed and I talked about this many times, that you're going to line up 4 defensive linemen, and you expect them to get to the quarterback, you better have 4 very good defensive linemen. You've got to come up with something. You've got to do tricks. You've got to make linebackers coming up the middle. You've got to do safety blitzes. You've got to change it up. You're not that good. No one's that good.
And he doesn't do it.
That's what I'm saying. No one's that damn good.
We can't stop it. You're right, Dougie. We can't stop it with what we're doing. For heaven's sakes, throw the kitchen sink at them.
Find something. You couldn't get beat more than you did. It couldn't be any worse than that happened defensively. Let's go out to Mitch in Culver City, California. Mitchell.
Yes, I want to talk about how you guys feel in your analysis moving forward to Green Bay next week. Do you think they have a chance of winning the game with McCown?
Well, I think Cutler's going to be your guy. He's not going to change it. Guys, forget about arguing about who's going to be the quarterback. It's not going to be McCown. So you got to figure it's going to be Cutler. But you got to figure what happens here defensively in our running game. We've got to get it going. And we got to stop that guy, that Lacey guy that runs for the Green Bay Packers. He could run for 200 yards against us.
And I'll tell you, the other guy we got to stop defensively is number 52. But although I think he might have got hurt today, I think maybe in the third quarter, I don't know about his wrist or his arm. Mm-hmm. I'm not quite sure if he came back in the game. But if he is playing, that's the guy you got to watch out for.
You know what? Did you happen to take? And we watched it because we had to wait until obviously the Bears played at nighttime. But you see the battle that went on between Pittsburgh and Green Bay. The battle with the Giants, the battle they put up. I mean, it was the fight down to the end. I mean, that's football, Mister. That's exactly what I expected tonight.
That's the Giants.
Yeah.
What the hell do they have to play for?
Right.
They're one of the worst teams in the league. And did you see him go out there and play in the 15th game, tooth and nail, against the Detroit Lions in Detroit?
And whip them and beat them. And the fact with Pittsburgh going up against the Packers, same thing with the snow and everything flying. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for that kind of attitude. Didn't see it. Didn't happen. That's why. Let's go out to Ron and Gary. Ron, you're on the score.
Hey, great show, guys. I really loved when you played football.
Thanks,
Ron. You know what I think this whole thing is about? Emotion.
Mm-hmm.
One time, Coach told the guys, don't worry about Detroit. They're not your enemies. Well, if you're only going to play in your head, and be as good as you can't go through a football game because emotion is what carries you through the whole thing. And you guys hit it on the head when you said there's a lack of emotion, no drive or nothing. I'll hang up and you guys should talk.
Yeah, tonight was that way. I mean, tonight was, hey, hold it. You don't get beat 54-11.
Emotion's a big part
and being
of
out for the game. I mean, that's simple as that. I mean, there's no question about it. It wasn't even the score 54-11. It is how we took the 54-11. How they just mooned us on this deal.
It just was terrible. It was embarrassing. It was 21-0 before the smoke cleared. You said, okay, well, we'll come back. Well, don't worry. You saw what the Packers did last week. They come back from 23 points. Yeah, okay. We didn't come back from nothing. Let's go out to Mark in Grays Lake. Mark, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, Doug and Ed?
What's up, Mark?
All right, Mark.
You guys are awesome. I love listening to you. Anyway,
thank you.
Just to make a long story short, I am a Packer fan. If you saw the end of that game tonight, you would have thrown up. You would have absolutely thrown up the way that ended. But anyway, I feel for you guys. I thought you guys could beat the Philadelphia Eagles. I thought they were just a better ball club, but that didn't happen tonight. I just wanted to find out, how do you think that game's going to go next week? Frankly, I would like to see Matt Flynn play Sunday. I'm sick of this Aaron Rodgers crap because I think they coddle him too damn much.
Hey, Mark, is he ready to play? Is he medically ready to play?
Doug, they play this game all freaking week. He's not medically cleared. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Mark, was he suited up today?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. And the other thing, Clay Matthews, I think he broke his right thumb again.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, the thing about it is I thought the Packers fought like hell. I think this Lacey kid has made a big difference in your football club. I mean, the kid runs pretty hard. I think it's going to be a real fight, this next game coming up in Soldier Field, whether it's Rodgers or whether it's Flynn. I just think that's the way it's going to be. And, hopefully the Bears win. I know you're a Packer fan. I know you want to win it. But I'm hoping the Bears come out. And sometimes, a lot of times, and most of the times, when the teams get their ass wiped out, the game before the next game, and all of a sudden the next game comes up, there's usually a big bounce back. There's usually a bounce back because all week, nothing in practice is taken for granted. You're going to go out there and you're going to do this and you're going to do that, and you start to bear down a little bit.
I tell you what, Mark and Doug, I hope, those are great words.
Yeah.
And I obviously, do you hope and think that they may understand what the hell is coming up here next Sunday and what the situation is? And I'm going to tell you something, Doug. If they play remotely close to what they did today or like they did today, I'm going to tell you, the fans, you talk about storming the Bastille.
It'll be kind of aggravating.
It'll be ugly.
Yeah. Let's go out to Scott and Aurora. Scott, on the score.
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Scott.
Hey, love listening to your show. You guys are the pride and the jewel of Chicago sports, no doubt about it.
Well, thank you, Scott.
And appreciate your playing for the Bears. Hey, you said it earlier, Doug, and then basically this is what I think. The difference between offense and the difference between defense is attitude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see no attitude. The defense should be climbing these guys. They should be crawling all over these guys. And I don't know if it's the money, the contracts, but it's always they're waiting till the next week, the next week, the next week. There's got to be some attitude out there. There should be guys sticking guys, knocking helmets off. I don't see none of that. No aggressiveness. And Forte, I don't understand what the guy. He's overrated in my book. The guy doesn't run with any passion. He kind of slips around here, slips around there. But I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do against the Packers. I really don't. That's all I got to say, guys.
With Forte, and that summed up what the game. Ed and I looked at each other. I told you this before. It's not acceptable. I don't care how good you think you can run the football or catch the football out of the backfield. What he did was unacceptable.
Well, it's not like, Doug, they're playing in hockey 80-some games or baseball 100. It's basketball. This game isn't built that way. There's 16 games. And you're still in the hunt and you get slapped around like this. God's sakes, they better regroup. That's the coaches and the players. And they come out Sunday against Green Bay, they better come out firing and hammering.
All right, thank yous out to the producer, Ethan Shaw, Mark Joliffe, Rick Camp, our engineer, Dominic Mendocino, promotions, Lexi Zidell, and Ed and I, want to wish everybody out there a very, very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and hope the best for all of you. We want to thank you for listening and hope everything goes well.
Hey, Dougie, we're going to, on the way home, we're going to listen to Les. And Lester, if you're listening now.
Les Probstein will finish up.
Yeah, Les, I'm going to be listening to you probably almost the whole night tonight. So have a good show, my friend. And again, to all you people, God bless you and thank you so much and Merry Christmas.
Good night, everybody.
Shift to the right. Snap Rodgers. Rodgers immediately under pressure, being chased by David Bass. Rodgers throws on the run. It's intercepted in the end zone by Chris Conte. He threw it right to Chris Conte with the takeaway. A rare red zone interception for Aaron Rodgers. And the Bears turn them away after 14 plays. Cutler with 10 on the play clock. 3rd down and goal at the 4-yard line of Green Bay. Takes the shotgun snap. 4-man rush, stepping up, throwing left end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Matt Forte is in, and the Bears have struck first on the Packers. 4-yard toss. Cutler to Matt Forte. Rosario goes into an I formation behind Matt Forte. Cutler from center takes turns. Give it to Matt Forte, bouncing left. Forte's going to stand up and in. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Touchdown Matt Forte from the 5, and we're tied at 13. Aaron Rodgers looks things over. He's got a 3-receiver package. Bears rush. Rodgers throws back in the end zone. Randall Cobb sneaks away with a touchdown catch. Away from Isaiah Fry, and the Packers are back in front. Garza on the ball, sends it back to Cutler. Cutler going to throw, lobs it, right corner. Got it, catch! Touchdown Brandon Marshall, what a grab! What a throw! On Tramon Williams, far side. Touchdown Bears! 1st and goal. Here is Rodgers giving to Lacy. He bangs in the middle of the line, now bouncing left. Eddie Lacy sniffing the goal line. He's in. Packers touchdown. Aaron Rodgers in the gun. 2 safeties deep. 4th and 7. The game in the NFC North maybe on the line right here. Rodgers under pressure evades it. Peppers throwing downfield. Wide open catch. 10-5 end zone. Touchdown Green Bay. Randall Cobb got behind the defense, and with Peppers nearly sacking Rodgers, he lets loose, and Cobb was wide open.
It's now time to break down the action on the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks, live from the Penalty Box Bar and Grill, 16108 South Route 59 in Plainfield. Here are your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at the Penalty Box in Plainfield. Obradovich, Jim Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. The Green Bay Packers 33. The Chicago Bears 28, and I just can't believe that happened.
Wow.
I just can't believe that they would do something like that on 4th and 8. I understand it was an all-out blitz, and you give them that, an easy touchdown like that. I just can't understand it. I don't understand it. You worked your ass off to get all to that 0.9 time with 4th and 8, and you do a blitz, and you have the guys blow coverage, and all of a sudden you got Cobb, who hasn't played in what, how many games?
Just listen to this, folks. Cobb, for the Green Bay Packers, this is his first game back after 10 games. Rodgers, the quarterback, it's his first game back after 7 games. Ba-boom.
It's amazing. The one play, though, the one thing that stands out in your mind, what really killed the Bears, the Chicago Bears, was that stupid-ass play where the quarterback was sitting there watching the play and everybody thought it was an incomplete pass. That was a gimme. Green Bay picks that football up and runs. Now, you're playing defense.
You're a defensive team.
You're supposed to go after it. Absolutely. You have the ball until you hear that whistle. You have to keep going after that football. That cost you. That cost you the football game. But otherwise, when you take a look at this game, it was a hell of a game, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But Eddie, sometimes I just don't understand when it's 4th and 8 like that, how you can give up that many yards and make a mistake like that.
Doug, there were mistakes on both sides. But what I did like about the Bears, after that absolute disgrace last week in Philadelphia, I mean, they really had to turn it 180 to even play a game like they did today. At least the kids came back and they fought hard, and that's great to see, Doug, because last week was, I mean, they just gave up like sick little puppies. But I'll tell you what, it was a game quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter, back and forth, and I'm just proud of the way the Bears stuck in there, Doug. Were there a lot of mistakes defensively? Again, there's a thing called containment, force, and fill, but then you saw it on the Packers. They didn't have containment either. But it's a team that was one mistake, Doug, it was a mistake after mistake after mistake, penalty after penalty, but we really didn't get our offense going until after about 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the third quarter. Hell, we only had 68 yards rushing, and what did we have?
68 yards passing.
68 yards passing and 81 yards rushing, folks. That's 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the third quarter. Again, we had 6 for 11 in rushing for 68 yards and 14 attempts for 81 yards in passing. After that, we got on track and we played a hell of a football game. But, boy, I'll tell you what, again, stupid mistakes. What do? They kill you, and there is no tomorrow in this game.
Well, that's the point. The point is I understand about them fighting back. The point is I understand them getting themselves together. The point is you're out there working as a team, but you should have won the damn football game. Someone's got to look at it and say, hey, Golden, what happened out there? You are not in a thing to make mistakes. You want to go to the championship. You want to go to the playoffs. You cannot make the kind of mistakes. I don't give a damn how good you played.
Doug,
I don't care how hard you tried. I don't give a damn. What it comes down to playing this football game. That was it. 4th and 8. You take 4th and 8, and now you're going to be in the playoffs. And what do? You blow the damn thing. I don't want to hear about the fact that, our guys gave it the old, go Gifford try, the old try this. Try this. Because I'm telling you right now, the fact is that you have to go out and play the game to win the goddamn, to win it.
To win the darn thing, you mean, Doug.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you, that's enough to... You're down to a minute, some seconds left to go. And all of a sudden, you got 4th and 8. You make some nice plays before that, and you're going to give up a bomb? You're going to give up a bomb to a guy that hasn't played in 4 weeks, 5 weeks, to a quarterback who hasn't played in 6 weeks?
No, you have Cobb hadn't played in 10.
10.
And Rodgers in 7 weeks.
I understand about playing hard. I understand about giving it the best effort. I understand about making it a great game. You're not in it for that. It's not going to go down in the record books and say, hey, hold it. You lost the game. You lost the football game. That's what it comes down to.
Well, Doug, what happened if you go through the whole year, all the prior 15 games to this game? What was the weakness on our defense? Same damn thing. Same mental mistakes, same physical mistakes by the same people, Doug, by the same people. And I'm going to tell you something. Emery and Trestman, they better sit down and start thinking about a lot of things. Offensively, they did a great job this year. But I'm going to tell you what, we got a lot of problems defensively. And again, it showed late this afternoon, Doug. Mistakes, either we have some real dumb football players or we've got some bad coaches on defense. Or maybe all the above.
It could be all the above. The fact is, when you take a look at this defense, you take a look at what's going on out there, and there's no question in my mind. There's no question, I think, in your mind. This McClellan kid, nice guy.
Oh, Jesus, don't even bring that kid's name up.
He could be a nice neighbor, but he's not a football player. He's not a defensive end.
And
that's a fact.
The other thing, Doug, that is really bothersome, if you look back at it, they make Wooten, number 98, is a defensive end. First, second, and third. Trust me, he's a defensive end. And he's a good one. Is he a great one? No, but he's a good one. And this year, he should have been playing that left defensive end. But they have done, I don't know if it's Emery or who it is, they've made every adjustment with every player you could think of out there to keep that McClellan on the field. It should have been Wooten, that left defensive end. That's who should have been playing all year long. They bring Ratliff along, that's fine. The other guys, the other 3 or 4 remaining defensive tackles, let them rotate in that other, and then we have the other side, number 90. I'm going to tell you what, Doug. I feel bad. As silly as this is going to sound, I feel bad for Wooten. He gave up a whole year of learning professional football at playing left defensive end, and again, that's where he should be because they moved him inside. They moved everybody around but McClellan just to keep this kid on the football field. And by the way, that's the way I saw it.
And the other thing, too, when you take a look at this football game, I understand the great catches that Marshall made. You understand the catches that Jeffrey made. Where was Martellus Bennett? I don't think he was even targeted.
Wasn't in the game plan.
Was he targeted at all?
I bet he wasn't, Doug.
Yeah, I know he didn't catch a pass. I don't even know if he was targeted. He caught one pass. That's not good enough either. That's not good enough because let me tell you something. The Green Bay Packers got a piss-poor defense.
And that, Doug,
there should be more points put up by the offense than we put up.
To our listeners that don't even know, 2 of their starting linebackers were out. One of them had to be Matthews, number 52, who arguably is the best defensive player in the league. 2 starting linebackers for Green Bay didn't even play.
Yeah, I guess you know what it is, Ed? You go through the whole game, the ups and downs of the football game, but that's ridiculous. 4th and 8, you're going to let a guy catch a football like that, like Cobb did, and score the winning touchdown to beat you, to take you away from going to the playoffs? That's not.
How
it's not acceptable.
When you're playing a defensive back and you hear what the call is in the huddle, and you know
it's
it's a full-out blitz, you don't let anybody run by you.
No. Let's go out to Frank in Milwaukee. Frank, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, it's a pleasure for you to take my call. But you know what? I'm ashamed as a Bear fan right now. I've been a Bear fan since I was seeing Gale Sayers play, and this defense sucks. I'm sorry. Something got to be done. And I'll listen, and I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
Frank, my answer is real short. You don't have to worry about listening long. I agree with you.
And the other point, too, with that defense, a lot of times you ask your defense to make stops at certain points of the football game. They're the most important parts of the football game. And that was that last play, that 4th and 8. It was time for them to stand up, to make a stand. That's exactly what you need to do. Don't forget about how much yardage you were against you, what's going on. You got to make a stand at 4th and 8. And you do something like that. Somebody said, well, Doug, it's just a mistake. It was no damn mistake. You can't make mistakes like that. That's stupidity. That's not mistakes.
Boy, to have a season the way we had, Doug, and to come down and be at home and still have a shot to win the North Division and try to win a Super Bowl, no matter what it is, I mean, it is unbelievable. Congratulations to the Trustmen and the Bears for actually even getting to this point. You know, and I my hat's to them off on that, Doug. I mean, how they got here, there's all kinds of things had to happen, but the fact of the matter was they still fought through some games, and they got to this point. But, boy, again, I agree with what Doug said. You cannot continually make these mistakes. You're just never, ever, are you ever going to get to win a Super Bowl. And I don't want to hear, well, our goal next year is to get to the playoff. The damn words better be, we want to go and win the Super Bowl. That's it, period, folks.
When you take a look at some of these stats, and the total yards the Packers had was 473. The Bears had 345 yards.
Came halfway between the third quarter and on, Doug.
And the quarterback rating, 103.8 for Cutler. And take a look at Rodgers here, an 85.2. So we'll get more into the stats.
Yeah, but guess what? Rodgers comes up
big
with
plays at
25 for 39 for 313 yards.
Chicago Bears lose. Ed and I are talking about it. We'll be right back. Back to the Magic Stars Casino Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at the penalty box in Plainfield. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers 33-28, and how they lost it at the last end of the football game when they had the lead. They let a touchdown go. They had a blitz on. I'm not sure whose man that was, but it looks like the Conte was the closest guy to it. I can't verify that because I'd have to see that back on tape. But the fact is that on 4th down and 8 to go, we blitz, an all-out blitz. Guys don't pick up their man for man, and all of a sudden now we lose the football game. Now, going into the whole football game, what happened in this, a lot of times, the one thing that stands out the most in my mind is the fact that the time of possession for the Green Bay Packers was 35 minutes. The Bears was 24. So they had 11 more minutes basically than the Bears had, meaning they could put more points up. They had the football more. And we did not make the stop when we had to make the stop, and that was at the end of the football game with the defense. But even though the offense made some nice plays, some nice catches, I thought they could put more points up than they did.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dougie. Aaron Rodgers, I mean, my Lord, this guy hasn't played in over seven weeks. And he came in, he was as cool as a cucumber, although he hit his passes. I mean, normally this guy is right on a button. He floated some. But I'll tell you what, I didn't believe he'd come back and could be that basically consistent, Doug, because he pretty much was. He never got flustered. He never rushed it. He never pushed it. He was cool as usual under fire. And what have we done defensively all year? Same guys making the same mistakes, and that's what it was, folks. You saw it in the run defense, in the pass defense, saw it in our tackling, and lo and behold, when it counted, what did we do? We blew it on mistakes.
See, that's you hit the right word, Ed.
Blew it on mistakes.
You hit the right word. When it counted.
That's right.
That's when you play this game. When it counts. When something's up for grabs, when something's there for you to either win it or lose it. When it counts. And it counted at the end there, and we didn't do it. In between, those things happen. You play the game, you go back and forth, but when you make plays, when it counts, that makes the difference of you being a winner or a loser.
You know, Doug, I'm not going to get there today. I'm not getting emotional, but when you get at this position, okay, when you get a chance to win that Super Bowl and you're there, I mean, you cannot lose the football game. You cannot. You think you're going to be back there the next year and the following year and the following, oh, yeah, next year it's going to get better. They're going to fix the defense, and we're going to beat there, and we're going to beat the Packers, and then the following year and the following year. It doesn't happen, folks, i.e. the 85 Bears. Probably one of the greatest footballs, if not the greatest football team put together. And they, and they never got back.
I'm in no mood for your crap either, buddy. This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-4-KIDS. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Tony.
Hey, how you doing, guys? It's a real honor to talk to you.
All right, Tone.
All right, great. You know, I've been giving this a lot of thought lately, guys. This isn't something that just, you know, dawned on me, but that last drive that Cutler had, the Bears had, you get the ball to midfield, past midfield with, 26 seconds left with a timeout left in your pocket. What are you saving a timeout for? You know, they should have worked the ball up to the middle of the field, called another timeout to maybe execute a more manageable play. And this is something that, like I said, didn't dawn upon me just this last drive. It's just been an accumulation of things. I don't think the Bears should go out of their way to do anything drastic as far as re-signing Cutler. I'm pretty sure they're going to franchise him. But if they even think about trying to give this guy a long-term extension, I don't think that'd be a wise move. I think Cutler's a very talented quarterback, but if you ask me, I don't really feel like he's that smart.
Well, there are more problems than Cutler. That's exactly how you have to look at this football game. There's more problems than that. You want to take Rodgers came back, I understand, but he had a lot of drops. I mean, his guys dropped a lot of footballs, Ed, before Rodgers.
Yes, they did.
I mean, there was a lot. I mean, when one tipped in the air, and so everybody got their breaks back and forth. I understand that. That happens in a football game. It will happen. Things will go against you, then they'll go for you. They'll go against you, then you go for you. But there comes a time in that football game when you make a stand. When you stand up and say, this is it. This is for the marbles. This is what we have to do. They had the time. 4th and 8, they had the time to make the stand. And they didn't do it. That's the difference between winners and losers. That's all you can say about the whole damn thing. Let's go out to Ed and Maywood. Ed's on the score.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for taking the call. I would like to say that I think the offense lost the game early and the defense lost it late, because it was just a matter of time before Rodgers and the Packers offense got things going. And by the time the Packers got things going, the Bears should have been up 10, 14, 21-0. Then it wouldn't have been an issue.
Ed, I had mentioned earlier, and I agree with you, because it wasn't until the third quarter. And I think when they came out, I think they made some adjustments. In other words, run the football. And I think when they came out, you're going in to right around that 7-minute and 30-second mark in the third quarter, we had 81 yards passing and 68 yards rushing. And then all of a sudden, bang, we started moving the ball and putting points on the board. So you almost blew like 2.5 quarters. I kind of agree with you on that, Ed.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We'll be right back. Obradovich on the phone.
Cutler to throw, 8 seconds to go. Stepping up, coming to his near side. Cutler's going to launch this one. This will be it. 4 seconds left, throwing to the end zone. Jump ball underthrown and picked up by Green Bay. And that'll do it. Picked up by the Packers. Sam Shields on the takeaway. The ball never made it deep enough for the miraculous bid for the Hail Mary catch. And the Green Bay Packers are the NFC North Division champs again.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks, live from the Penalty Box Bar and Grill, 16108 South Route 59 in Plainfield, with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at the penalty box in Plainfield. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. We also want to thank Mike Majors, the guy that owns this, his partner Tony. What a great place, and they treated us extremely well. The food is outstanding. Also brought food in La Dolce Vita that Mike owns, another restaurant he owns. So Ed and I just want to thank everybody here for everything they have done. Let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Tony in Beverly. Tony on the score.
Hey, Doug, AOB. Thanks for taking my call, first-time caller. Just want to let you guys know, I'm pissed as hell right now, as everyone else, about the loss, but I just want to give an observation and then a comment. Lovie Smith, I know a lot of people hated him, but he finished 10-6 last year with a great defense and a terrible offense. And here's Mark Trestman finishing 8-8, 2 games less, with a great offense but a terrible defense. And I know that Lovie Smith went through a lot of offensive coordinators. Could this be a foreshadowing of the next couple of years with Mark Trestman because he can't get the defense fixed and because he's an offensive mind? Second thing is, do you think, or what type of changes do the Bears need to make on defense? Thanks.
Well, the first one you talked about, the defense and defensive coordinator. I mean, that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do, and that's what they're judged upon. And I don't think that'll happen next year or something like that. But the fact is, I'm very disappointed in how the defense played. I'm disappointed in what was called. I'm disappointed in how they handled it. They didn't get better. They really didn't get better in what they do. And so that comes back to the defensive coordinator, plus the defensive line coach, plus the defensive back coach, all those guys put together. So that's what you have to look at. And as far as next year's concerned, there's no question you have to improve your defense.
Well, the key was to improve the offense.
Well, they did.
I mean, that's why he was gone. Roby was gone. He had 10 years to get this offense going with a wonderful defense. But let me just tell you something, Tony. Defensively, since Hart left in the middle, Doug, when he got his knee busted out, we've had problems at that defensive tackle spot for the last, Doug, 5 years, 6 years? Mm-hmm. Something like that, son. They've been running through us like nothing. And you know what we got today? Paya, our starting tackle again. And they ran right at him all day. You know how many tackles he had today? 60 minutes of football? 0.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at that defensive line, there's no question defensive tackles are not playing. You bring up Paya all the time. I go back to the outside, and I bring up McCullen. Oh, how he's playing. There's no question.
If those two guys are on this football team next year,
they will be. I mean, McCullen.
If they're on here, then somebody has really got a problem in their head. You want to know why? They cannot play football at this level and at these two positions. I don't know where you'd put Paya. Assisted trainer, maybe, Doug?
With Paya, Ed, the fact is that you need that inside presence. With McCullen, I thought when they did draft him that he was a defensive end because you and I never heard of him, first of all. Number one. Number two, I said, okay, you're doing this for one reason only. Urlacher's going to retire. They're going to make a middle linebacker out of the guy.
And let me tell you another thing.
They didn't do that.
I'll tell you just quickly here, Doug. It seems to me all year long that they have done everything in their power to put number 99 out on that football field. I said it again earlier, and I'll say it again now. Wooten should have been at left defensive end all year, trying to get better each play, each game, each month. And what do? So we could get this 99 out on the field, we stick him in at tackle. He's never going to be a tackle in this league, but he could be a hell of a defensive end. We've got defensive tackles there. Why don't you put them in, or what the hell are they doing on the football team?
Well, that's the point. The point is the defense needs so much damn help. The defense needs help all the way around. There's no question about that. And very sad today what happened. Very sad how they had, because they were playing, there were times they made their moves defensively. Not strong all the times, but was there for a couple of interceptions. The tip. I understand that's lucky. The ball comes in your hand. Conte makes an interception in the end zone. The red zone, they were down there all day long, Green Bay, but couldn't put it in to score. The thing about it is that it's so, you played enough games, Ed, and I played enough. You got somebody 4th and 8 at the end of a football game, and there's only one down basically left for them to play. And if you stop them on that down, you win the football game to go to playoffs. You do it.
Doug,
do it. You just don't screw around and say, geez, we almost got this win. Boy, tap myself on the shoulder. What a football game I played, mister. You didn't play a football game. The only time you play a football game is when you win the damn thing. And they didn't do that.
Doug,
that's what pisses me off the most about this whole ordeal.
When you break this huddle and you know you're coming with a blitz, and it's in that particular situation.
Who I got?
I was out there. I've heard it. You've been out there. You've called the defense and everything. You call that defense and you look at those guys in the back. Nobody gets behind you. Those are your last words. Those are your last. Nobody gets behind you.
And you're standing there. You blow a whole game, a whole workload that you go out there and you work and sweat and you punch and you fight and you scratch to come down to this. To come down to one stupid play.
Mistakes.
And somebody said, well, Doug, you make mistakes. No, you don't make mistakes like that. You don't make mistakes like that if you want to win. Now, if you want to be a loser, if you want to be one of those guys, they say, hey, what a great job you did. You really got one for the Gipper, and you really went hard. Okay, fine. That's not the case. That's not what you do out there. Out there, there comes a time, they call it the moment of truth. That was the moment of truth, and that was there. And it all adds up to, how am I going to make a play? Am I going to do my job? They didn't do your job. And consequently, what happens? It costs you the football game and costs you a playoff game. Let's go out to Jim and McHenry. Jim, you're on the score.
Hello, gentlemen. Thanks for another great season.
Yep.
I mean, you two. Talking about the Bears. Just want to reflect on tonight's game. Really, you had a couple of balanced teams. No great defenses, a couple of high-powered offenses, quarterbacks running the game. I'm not out to fire people, but if 47's not out there again next year, that would be fine with me. What it came down to is somebody jumps out a fumble there in the first half. Mainly number 50, who's really had a pretty good year. It might be a different game too. Just disappointing to let a game like this on your home field against the Green Bay Packers. Number 87, doing whatever he wants to do. The Kansas State Cougar or whatever they are, letting them run all over. I didn't like the way it ended up. The Bears should have showed up better than that. They didn't. Damn it. Now they got to watch the game from the TV next week, and I hope they enjoy it. And quite frankly, if you're going to send Cutler out of town, send number 15 with him, because he won't play without his bromance.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at this, here are the quarterback ratings. Cutler was 103.8 quarterback rating, and we take a look at Rodgers. He was 85.2.
I think in the first quarter, Doug, Rodgers was 45
something? 44.7, something like that, yeah. So, it was there. Again, too. It comes down to specific times during a football game when you have to make a play, offensively and defensively. There's no question about it, and there is also no question about what you brought up. You can't stand around defensively. If that whistle does not blow, you're taught that as soon as you get on the field, as soon as you start playing football. If it does not blow,
that's ABC. When you're defense,
it's open. It's there. It's live. Everything goes. You can go smack the referee if you want to. The referee is standing there, clobber him, because the whistle hasn't blown.
And guess what? And Doug, the thing that is absolutely, when it does, and then Green Bay's hollering on the sideline, hollering the guys, pick up the ball and run in. It's a fumble. It's live. It's live. Yeah. The Bear players are standing right there, and look, and they don't have a clue.
Go right by them. Hey, here, pick it up. Surprising we didn't pick it up and run back for a touchdown anyway against us. I don't know.
I guess maybe I'm just going too far with some of the stuff because of the disappointment. The fact it was right there in our hands. It would have got wiped out and blown out like in Philadelphia. That's one thing. This was ours to take. It was the Bears to take. We're playing at home. It's right then and there. Here's the other thing, too, and I'm going to say this. Ed and I are sitting there watching this football game. We're watching the game. Bears are winning 7-0. He looks at me, and I look at him. I says, we're in trouble. I said, what are you talking about? We should have at least 25 points, 21 points. We're in trouble. It happens. How many damn times, Ed, have you seen something like that happen?
I'll tell you what, and that's first 10 minutes of that ball game, or 12, and I'm going to tell you what, we should have been 17-0, and there we were, 7 points, and we were struggling, and all the good things were happening to us. That's right, what Doug just told you, so we're just looking. And I'm going to tell you, when that normally happens, up pops the devil.
And it popped up, no question about it. Let's go out to Bill and Addison. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah.
Bill, you're up.
Bill.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I was disappointed in the outcome of the game, too, but my concern really focuses on Phil Emery and Trustman. I mean, Emery brought in Trustman because he was supposed to be a good teacher, and he was able to bring in good people who could teach players. But what we keep seeing week after week are players who aren't learning. They're not learning from their mistakes. And that's really got me concerned. And, Emery was great at bringing in offensive playmakers, but I think the litmus test for him going forward is he able to bring in people on the defensive side of the ball that are as good as he can do on offense. And that's my big concern going forward, and I'll hang up and listen.
That's a great concern. You should be concerned about that because the thought process is very simple. How do we improve? Have you improved? Have you gotten better? Take specific guys. Take out a ball player and say, look, did Bostic get better? Did McClellan get better? Did all these guys get better? That's when you have to judge who's coaching these guys. And if it's not happening, then there's something wrong. Either the player's been that damn good, but you drafted him. You brought him in, so you must thought something about him was good, but there is no development whatsoever.
Because they keep making the same damn mistakes, Doug.
Over and over.
And then again, now, are these players that dumb, which I mentioned earlier in the show? Or are the coaches not doing their job? I would think going into the 16th game that they would correct these errors, simple errors of force containment. And Phil, and again, the Packers were guilty of it today too, big time, but we've been that way all year. Now going into this game, we did it again.
And that's the fact when you take a look at this, especially in that last play, wouldn't you not know when you make a defense call, would you not know the guy that's around there and say, listen, you know who your guy is? Who do you got?
You got it. That's what you do.
You reconfirm everything.
You let nobody get behind you.
Exactly. You reconfirm the whole works. This is what we're going to do. What a fire drill.
That's exactly.
You let this guy throw a football 47 how far he threw it, a fire drill, a whole game blowed up in smoke in one play.
Doug, and what we're telling you, folks, is right. We've been there. I'm telling you, that's what happens. Play your man. If it's your man, if it's zone, anybody comes in there, but you don't let anybody get behind you when you're in that situation.
We'll be right back.
15th play of the drive. With a game hanging on it on 4th and 8. Wentz. Rodgers gets out. Floats it. Cobb. Touchdown! Randall Cobb!
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at the penalty box in Plainfield. Obradovich Jimbo phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The other thing, too, Ed, I want to get back onto that. Remember the play that McClellan jumped on the guy? They called a penalty. Probably some guys.
Yeah, he jumped on Rodgers.
Yeah, he piled on him.
He was down. It was so. And this moron comes and piles right on top of him.
And it was a third down situation that had been out of it. I'm just saying.
This guy, no. Go ahead,
let's go out to Dale in Appletown, Wisconsin. Dale.
How's it going?
Dale.
First-time caller. Appreciate it.
Good. Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to kind of keep everything in perspective. I feel like we've kind of gotten spoiled with our offense. We're taking it for granted. Jay Cutler, I don't really think cost us the game. I know wins and losses are the only thing that matters, and he ends with an interception. But I believe at some point in the fourth quarter, he had a rating of like 148, and Aaron Rodgers was like 38 points, and we should want that every time. But Chicago Bears are a defensive team, and it's all about mentality and leaving the ball on the ground. It's pretty sad. Isn't that the gold brick? Everyone wants the ball.
Yeah, but the point is not blaming Jay Cutler for all of this. I'm just talking about stupidity, the stuff that happened out there. There's only so many good players, and maybe you don't get enough of those players, but you have to put together what you have, and you have to play with what you have. And what you have you have to be out there and do your best with all of it. That's why you come down to the last play. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about two plays before that, one play before that. The game came down to one play. In that one play, I'm asking you, as a defensive player, to do your job, to be the guy that if I got hit man for man, I do it. I pass rush, I contain, I do all the things that are necessary for me to get the hell out of that position on 4th and 8, because you know why? If I do that, I win the football game. It's that damn simple. It's that simple when you come down to it. And the fact is, I don't want to hear, like I said at the beginning, at the start, we start talking about, well, it was a good game. No, it wasn't a good game. You lost the damn thing. Well, that's not a good game.
Dougie, I opening up the show, I did say they did make a hell of a comeback from the prior week. On that week 15, Doug, that game 15, Doug, that was just god-awful on both sides of the ball, coaching. I don't even think I've ever seen a game like that where the player just absolutely gave up. They came back. I believe they played with their hearts today, and I believe they gave it everything they have. But, Doug, it comes down to this. Where was the problem? Defensively. And who? The same people getting pushed around and mauled and making the same mistakes, and that's what it came down to. But thank God they did come back and fight to the end. Yes, they did. Kudos for that. But again, Doug, what it came down to is the same old basic stupid football, same guys doing the same damn thing.
It was there for them to take. That's all I'm saying, Ed. It's not the fact that they didn't try. I know
they had nothing to lose.
It was right there. Come on. It was right in front of them. They could have taken it and walked away with it. I'm saying there comes a time in a football game, I call it the moment of truth. And the Bears seem like they falter every time that moment of truth comes up. They faltered against Philadelphia, that moment of truth. Same with today. Same damn thing happened today. On basically the last couple plays of the game. Let's go, Chris in Oak Park. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. I'm just going to say it out loud. I think that Tucker is inept as a coach because I'm seeing Pro Bowl players like Jennings, who usually wraps a guy up, and wasn't just today when Jordy Nelson made that catch. He couldn't wrap him up. He had 2 shots at him, didn't wrap him up. And I think that's just a lack of coaching. I think you're seeing guys that cannot tackle. This is like I'm playing out in a field with the fellas. It's like a schoolyard game on the defensive end. And that call on 4th and 8 was ridiculous. An all-out blitz when you know that you don't have the talent on that defense to go man-to-man. So you do a blitz on a 4th and 8. That's the game. And he calls a blitz on 4th and 8. He's fired. If I'm Emory, I bring him in and say, thank you for nothing, goodbye. You're in the Bears record book. You're in the record book. You just annihilated our defensive history for the last 5 decades.
And it's the other thing, too, with that, when you call a blitz on a 4th and 8, you got to think about who you're calling the blitz against. I understand he could be a little rusty.
Yeah, and Doug, and who's got who? Trust me, when you break up on that huddle, I didn't mean to jump in there, Doug. When you break up on a huddle like that and a play like that, that's it. Everything's on this play. Before you break that huddle, if you're coming with a blitz, if it's a safety blitz corner, whatever blitz it is, everybody knows what the hell's going on. By the time they break that huddle, I'll guarantee you that.
The other thing we got to look at, I'm not quite sure whose fault it was. It looked like it was Conti's fault, but I can't say that, basically, because the fact is you have to look at that film and run it back and see what the hell the call was, where the blitzes came from. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, everybody has to do what they have to do to win. And I understand what you're talking about, the fact that, the Bears played a pretty good game. Well, it doesn't sit well with me. because you can die playing a pretty good game.
But at least they came back and fought, Doug, from that debacle last week.
You know, and what, Ed, I'll tell you what, it wouldn't take much to come back and fight after that crap that they did last week. I mean, that's how bad they were. But they had an opportunity here to really do something really good.
Special.
It's a word. Special. Do something special. You're listening to Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at the penalty box in Plainfield. O'Bradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And special thanks goes out to Scott Vuku from the guys from Majestic Star and Craig.
Vuku, he's a good guy.
We want to thank him for, being on board with us through the whole season.
You know what, Doug? A little shout out to one of our best fans is Mike D. He's the head baseball coach at the UIC Flames. And I'm going to tell you what, I think he's going to have a hell of a season. He's had some great seasons there.
Oh, they have.
And he listens to our show. So, Mike, go get him, kiddo.
Let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Scott in Plainfield. Scott, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Scott?
Hey, listen, I just got a couple points to make. The first play of the game, like you guys talked about before, I knew we were in trouble. I mean, how do you have the ball at the 42-yard line on the first possession with Jay Cutler and you don't score a touchdown or at least get a field goal out of that? Second of all, the 85 offense, do you guys realize that they still scored about a point and a half more on offense than this offense that we have now? And when you're talking about the 85 Bears, you're thinking defense, right? I mean, it's ridiculous. Second of all I want to say is, take the $100 million you're going to pay Cutler and build a defense. Get a defense back in Chicago because that's where it belongs. We lived with a QB for years, without a QB for years. We can do it again. You get somebody like McCown in there who can run the offense with that talent and those weapons. Hey, take the money, build a defense. Let's get something going back here because this was ridiculous. If they had a defense today, they would have won the damn game, period.
If the Bears would have scored 40 points today, they would have tied or beaten the record the 85 Bears did for scoring points for 1 year. That's what they needed. I mean, that's how many points they put up. They put up a ton of points. Again, too, they got to sit down and talk about what's going to happen to the defense, what's going to happen to Cutler. There's no question about there's a lot of things that has to be discussed and a lot of questions to be answered. The game ball is brought to you by Al Piemonte Ford. Al Piemonte Ford, visit apford.com. And I decided to give that big game ball to Forte, who I thought had a hell of a football game with 3 touchdowns and catching the football coming out of the backfield. This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit gerbercollision.com. They come highly recommended. Let's go back out to the lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey,
up,
let's
Chris?
get down to business here. I've been talking to you guys all year, and it's been a pleasure. Now the season is over. Let me say this. Watching this game and seeing what I saw, I'm not upset. But what I'm going to say is that I feel like the organization, after watching Green Bay for years, with Aaron Rodgers beat our teams, you've got to start to understand and recognize talent. I'm not going to put it solely on Cutler, but you have to start to recognize that this guy is not the type of guy that you can put the pressure on. Last year, the years prior, we used to talk about the line all the time. You guys, we talked about the line. What happened? We fixed the line. They're not even part of the subject anymore. We don't even talk about the line. It's obsolete, okay? Now the thing is, if Aaron Rodgers had the weapons we had, do you think that score would have been close? Let's be honest. If he had Forte and the receivers we had and Bennett, do you think that game would have been close? That team sucked today. We played them like if they were at full strength. That team was beat up and hurt, and we played them like they were at full strength. At some point, you got to start. Somebody has to take accountability and do a better job in the draft or free agency. And please, don't spend that kind of money on Cutler because he's not worth it. Because you know what? Head-to-head, he is not beating that opponent, which is Aaron Rodgers. And if he can't beat him, then you don't sign him. Have a good New Year, guys.
Thank you, Chris. Again, we brought out a point here, Doug. Let me just say this again. Green Bay played, their 2 starting linebackers were out against us. One of them being Matthews, 52 again, number 52, arguably best defensive player in the league, let alone linebacker, okay? And the other Packer thing, Cobb, the receiver, out for 10 weeks. This is his first week back. Rodgers, their quarterback, out 7 weeks. He comes back. We have 2 players on offense that haven't played in a total of 17 weeks, and 2 of their defensive linebackers back. They were out. They play a 3-4, so linebackers are very intricate in that system. They weren't out, and we lost.
Well, the thing about it is, both sides of the ball, and the Bears too, Ed. I mean, I could give you that same thing in scenario. The Bears are out. They have the linebackers.
Who was out offensively for the Bears?
Offensively, well, they lost their starting right tackle. He's out. He's gone. I mean, the fact is, there's a lot of things. But I'm saying that in this game, you got to have people that can step up and play. You'll hear that word all the time. Well, they're going to step up and play. Well, you need that. And again, too, there's somebody say, well, he's young. No, I'm done with that. I told you I was done with that a long time ago. You got to be a professional. You get paid as a professional. Do your damn job. We'll be right back.
Oh, we're out.
This is Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago Sports Station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We're live at the penalty box in Plainfield. Bradford Simba phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 33-28 to the Green Bay Packers. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in Iowa. Mike on the score with Opie and Doug.
Hi, Doug. Ed.
Hi.
Yeah, Mike.
Right off the bat, I just want to say thanks for being there all year, win or lose. It's fun listening to you.
Thank you.
But when you go back and look at it, Conte peaked on 4th and 8. I have no clue why that man has a jersey on. I really don't. I don't know what it costs to buy a decent safety, because the Bears haven't been able to draft one for 10 years.
Well, that's a fact. They've had problems with the safety problems. Again, too, I'm lost for words for some of the stuff that I see happening out there. The tackling, I'm lost for words on that. I'm lost for words, like you said, how could you screw up that last play, knowing who got who's covering who. It wasn't nothing that was that complicated that they ran. It wasn't complicated. They had Cobb run straight down the field from a slot position.
Yep.
It wasn't complicated.
Mike, defensively, and I assume what you're talking about is this year and looking into next year. I mean, what they really got to take out, a definite hard look and definite moves have to be made. You've got the interior of this defensive line. There has to be multiple changes. You better take another hard look at the linebacking situation and our defensive backs. So last year when Trestman came in, basically, what did he have? Hopefully get another receiver, which they did, and get an offensive line. They did it in 1 year, Mike. Now they got to go out defensively. They got to do a hell of a lot more defensively. We're just not there. And what really bothers me, and I know it bothers Doug, that, boy, this here now, after 16 games, the same people getting knocked around, the same people making the same mistakes. And when does it end? Well, it's over with now. The problem, again, will be defensively. They got a lot of areas to go to correct, to be competitive next year. How they get it done, or do they get it done? Time will tell.
Let's go out to Alex and Palatine. Alex on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Alex.
Hey, this first off goes to Mitch Rosen. I don't know what you're paying Doug and Ed, but I think you should double it because it's the best entertainment on radio, and I think you guys are great. And so he should give you both a big raise.
Alex, you are now
our agent.
Our agent.
Well, I'm serious though. I really think it's a great show. But
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here's my thing. I know Ed, you're gonna agree with me.
I think, a lot of the times that we bring in Conti into the equation and the safeties, the defensive backs, it's because the guys in front of them aren't doing their job. The defensive line really, really sucks. I mean, they do. Ed, you played defensive line.
Yeah.
Are you happy with what you're seeing? I mean, they're terrible. They don't get a pass rush at all, especially in important situations. And that's why a guy like Chris Conti is exposed, because the defensive line sucks. The next layer sucks. And then it has to go down to the third layer, and, they're incompetent too. But, it's not just them. It's just that they're the last layer to be exposed.
Great, Alex, great call. I can't argue with you, buddy.
Well, that's that's true, but that still doesn't give you the right to make a mistake like you did in the last game and the last play. And I think
you're
it's
saying a mental mistake,
yeah, right,
physical.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm not sure because I want to make sure this is what we're talking about here, because a lot of times you see a play real quick. I just didn't pick it up because we had to get back over here. And the fact is that I don't know, but it looked like it was Conti's man. I'm not sure. But if that was the case, that has nothing to do with the front guys. What it has to do is mental, that not making that mistakes. And that's what I'm asking about, taking the right angles, doing the right pursuit, doing a lot of things that you should be doing to make that defense better. Let's go out to Will in North Dakota. Will, you're on the score.
Okay, this is Lou. It was a pleasure watching you guys play football, and you are absolutely fantastic players, and you're wonderful announcers. My question is, do you think that the Bears, generally speaking, were better or worse with Cutler in the last 3 games?
Well, I got to tell you, I'm a Cutler fan, and I just thought I always made that one statement, and the statement was, you got a Mercedes and you put 4 bald tires on it when Cutler got here. And I just think you got to be surrounded by good football players.
He got killed for 4 years,
Yeah.
Doug. I mean, he was battered, beaten,
Bruised.
unbelievable.
And I think that's exactly what the direction they're going to go to. Is he worth $100 million? I don't think so. But he's worth something to Chicago Bears. And the fact is, I think the Bears can see it too. And they have to go out, and they're going to have to, bite the bullet on it. They talk about McCown. Once again, you got a quarterback that's 34 years old. He'll be 35 next year. And then when you say, well, go out there and grab one from the, from the rookie ranks, go draft one. Well, that's easier said than done. So you got something in your hand that you can work around. I'm telling you something.
Well,
just get your defense propped up a little bit better. You'll be in great shape.
Defense is I told you, it's got 3 significant areas where they need help. What I would like to see, and Lou, what I would like to see be done, and Doug, I don't want you to fall off the seat or anything else. I would love to see right now, starting tomorrow would be day 1, Doug. I would love them to see go after Cutler and McCown and wrap them up now. Get it done, then you're done with the offense. You're not worried about drafts. You're not worried about a quarterback controversy, this, that. Get him in here, do some serious work, puts a little bit of money out there, you're going to have to, and get them signed and get it over with. And then going into the draft, you got a lot of time, and focus in on the draft, which is defense, and free agency, which is defense. That would be the course I'd like to see him take.
If you think about it, the fact is that you talked about Trestman, you talk about Emery. Did they not do a pretty damn good job of building that offense in 1 year?
Unbelievable. And they went out and got the right people where the problem was. Offensive line. How many years have we been saying it? How many years have we been saying, where's the problem? The main problem, the defensive line. Same fix.
And so what they have to do is take a look at that defense and fix it also, just like they fixed the offense. Now, a lot of times, I like to see us getting more internal guys. When I say internal, meaning that, your team is made up of mostly guys that you drafted, or there were, your guys without bringing in guys.
That's how you build a house.
That's how you build a house. So that has to be done. There's no question about it. But I guess why it is so disappointing that what happened today. I'm going to be honest with you. I'd rather would have got blown out sideways than the way we lost today.
I tell you what, I felt so bad, Doug. I couldn't believe it. But I'm going to tell you, what do they have out there with all the boxes and everything? 70,000, 75, 80,000 people out there. Yeah. All the people listening on radio, watching on television. And what? What happened? And they ripped their guts out, the fans. They ripped their fans' heart out. And it's all gone in one swoop.
And the other thing, too, you look at your defense. You talk about being alert. That wasn't an alert play when the whistle wasn't blown and the ball was laying there. Most of the time, if you watched it, most guys pick it up and run all the way down there because they're saying, you blow the whistle first before I stop. Well, that didn't even happen. The whistle did not blow. Everybody's standing around looking at each other. Boykin goes in for a touchdown.
Dougie, you don't and I know it. Folks, believe me, you're taught this. With that ball, you play till you hear the whistle. If you don't hear it, just keep going. And that was a fumble, not unless you got a vision problem. And what does our defense do? You got 11 guys standing around. You got the guys from the Packers sideline screaming, and our guys are just sitting there looking at each other. Guys, you're the defensive player. When that happens, you're the ones that are to recognize it and react.
That gift should have been ours, not theirs. You listen to Majestic Star Casino post-game show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at the penalty box in Plainfield. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
This is where the Bears should come for dinner tonight, the penalty box.
Oh, yeah, and not get out for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers in the gun. 2 safeties deep, 4th and 7. The game in the NFC North, maybe on the line right here. Rodgers under pressure, evades. Peppers throwing downfield. Wide open catch, 10-5 end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. Randall Cobb got behind the defense. And with Peppers nearly sacking Rodgers, he lets loose. And Cobb was wide open. Cutler to throw, 8 seconds to go. Stepping up, coming to his near side. Cutler's going to launch this one. This will be it. 4 seconds left, throwing to the end zone. Jump ball underthrown and picked up by Green Bay. And that'll do it. Picked up by the Packers. Sam Shields on the takeaway. The ball never made it deep enough for the miraculous bid for the Hail Mary catch. And the Green Bay Packers are the NFC North Division champs again.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks, live from the Penalty Box Bar and Grill, 16108 South Route 59 in Plainfield, with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at the penalty box in Plainfield. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lost today to the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay 33, Chicago 28. And this segment and this hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids, and also brought to you by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center. This segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. I'm a customer. Dr. Paul Jones, looking him up, one of the best in the city. What do you got here, Eddie?
Doug, I think a special thanks for people that have been with us for years, and I do think we should just say a big thank you to them. And the first
How
one,
about Motorworks
Motorworks
Barrington.
Of Barrington, certainly Mr. Paul Tamraz and Mr. James Hubb. Big, huge thank you.
Al Pomani Ford.
Al Pomani, the man himself, and he is Al Pomani.
Patrick Auto Group.
Johnny Leonardi. I've known Johnny for a long time, and what a job he does.
Mike Muller Auto Group.
That would be Sir Michael Muller.
Sir Michael Muller.
Sir Michael Muller, yes.
In Arlington Heights Ford.
And that would be John Guido and his great brother Tony and his son Johnny Jr. Just wonderful, great people. And again, from Doug and I, just a few of these people and some others, but we just can't get them all. But just a great big thank you for being with us and being with the Score and being Score fans and Bear fans. And by the way, just running great dealerships. Thank you.
And also to the Majestic Star Casino, Scott Vocal and also Craig down there. They do a great job. They've been with us forever, and we want to thank all the people, that they advertise with us, that work with us, and also to here today, it's terrific. Mike Majors, this place we're out here, this is a tremendous place. The penalty box, great food, great people, his partner Tony. So, Ed and I want to put out a special thanks to everybody here for all of their help. Let's go to Joe in Deerfield. Joe, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, a couple quick points. I'm disappointed we lost today, but I really think it would have just been delaying the inevitable. This team is not good enough to win a Super Bowl. I'd rather lose today than if we were to get so lucky to make it to the Super Bowl, lose, because we weren't winning one. Their defense is just too bad. The other thing I'm pissed off about is I watch guys who are notorious for playing after the whistle, push and shove and throw elbows, yet when there's no whistle blown, nobody picks up the ball. If that defense next year doesn't fall on every ball that's on the ground, I'm really going to be pissed off they didn't learn from their mistakes. The other thing that pisses me off is we've got someone on our roster who's a backup to Chris Conte. If he's not good enough to start ahead of Conte, he should not be on a roster. And the other thing that annoys me is Cutler should not be kept. Why do you want to keep him? He's got a great arm. So did Bobby Douglas. He's mobile. So was Bobby Douglas. I wouldn't have kept him either.
Well, there's a lot of things you talked about there, and I think the fact is that we all think it's really that easy to get a quarterback. I'm not going to blame Cutler today. I'm not going to take Cutler and slap him around and say, geez, if this would happen, that would happen. The kid had 104 quarterback rating. I mean, let's face it. There were just so many things that happened in this football game, which goes back to stupidity. One is the guy standing around defensively letting the ball bounce in front of him. Two was that at the end of the football game, when it's 4th and 8, you let a guy go all the way for a touchdown to win the football game. That's what I call stupidity. I mean, there were some great plays out there. There were some great catches by Marshall. There were some great catches by Jeffrey. Things were cooking out there. Forte had a hell of a game. The fact comes down to is that, like I said, when you lean, we always said, and I talked about it, you can't win in the NFL unless you have an offense. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I think we have an offense. I think we put up, 28 points? How would you like to have 28 points in the past years, having the 28 points? Our defense now has fallen apart, and they've got to do something about it. They've got to do something. The offensive coordinator's got to take a look at it. They got to take a look at him. They got to take a look at the defensive line coaches. They got to look at everything that belongs to the defense, and that's what they need to do. Let's go out to Ray in the South Side. Ray, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. First, I want to say that you guys, I love listening to your show. I hate that this season is over, but thank you guys for a great season for what you guys do. You guys are the best.
Appreciate that, Ray. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Everybody's talking about Phil Emery, and he did a good job with the offense, but I blame him for hiring Mel Tucker. The reason he hired Mel Tucker because he wanted to please the players when Lovey left. When Lovey leaves, that cover 2 leaves. So Mel Tucker, he has to go. Chrissy Conte, he's got to go. Julius Peppers was so inconsistent, he's got to go. And Shea McClellan, he can kick rocks as far as I'm concerned. I love what the offense did, but as a Bears fan, and I've seen good Bears defense, this was the worst defense that I've ever seen. And all these so-called Mel Tucker fans that's on Facebook, they're real quiet now because they see what I've been saying for the last few weeks. I mean, Mel Tucker was terrible at Jacksonville, and he should have never been hired here in Chicago. So Mel Tucker's got to go. You start with there, and then you fix that defense. In that first round, get a defensive tackle because, like you guys said, it start up front with that defensive line. That's all I got to say. Thanks for taking my call.
Well, Ray, you did a hell of a job. I've got nothing to say after what you said.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Ray. I mean, the fact is that we all knew what was going on with our offense. Our coordinators were bad. Not only were our players bad, our coordinators were all bad. Mike Martz and Mike Tice. They were dumber than rocks sometimes. But the fact is they got to do the same thing defensively. You're going to have to get some more players in. You got to check out Mel Tucker. Because like you said, the fact is we hired Mel Tucker. And we know exactly what happened in Jacksonville last year. They were 32nd in defense. And I understand you want to keep the same defenses, but the fact is we didn't have the same players. So that's something they got to scrutinize very closely. I am not asking for a number 1 or number 2 or number 3 or number 4 or number 5 defense. I want a defense that's right around her, that can handle themselves and maybe right around 15th and let that offense put up their 28 to 35 points a game. Let's go out to Ken in Lakeview. Ken, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Good, Kenny.
All right, you and Ed, my favorite Bears. Hey, let me ask you something. Did Cutler lose that game today? Did Cutler let the man get a 48-yard bomb? Did Cutler lose in Philadelphia?
Kenny, you're right. He didn't.
Well, what are these fans talking about? Oh, we got to get rid of Cutler and Cutler this and Cutler that.
Kenny, they don't like him. I don't know.
Yeah.
They do not like the guy.
You know, they just don't like him.
Ken, just because of his looks and those smirky looks he gets on his face.
Right.
They forget about him playing football. This kid is not liked by a lot of people. And the first thing they'll do is boo, and they don't like him. And then from there it goes on. He can't play football. It's this, it's that. It's everything.
Tell me about it. And one guy said, Bobby Douglas? Oh, give me a break. Bobby Douglas couldn't even throw an accurate pass. He ran for his life most of the time. So how can you compare Cutler to that? Cutler is a good quarterback. I really hope he leaves. I hope he goes to another team and do just like what Doug Flutie did to the Bears in '88. Remember that?
Yep.
They criticized him, and when he went with New England, he lit them up. And I really do, because some of these people, they don't know anything about football and probably don't watch it.
Kenny, I'll just reiterate what I said, and I'd love to jump on, and that would eliminate everything. Get him signed, sealed, and delivered, and let all the talk. It'll all fade right away. If they don't sign Cutler for a while, believe me, this is going to go on, and it's going to fester and fester. What they have to, I believe, is bring him in, set him in, get it done, get his contract done, get McCown, and get it over with, and then go on for the rest of the team. And if they don't, this thing will fester, and it'll get out of hand. It'll get ugly.
Yeah, and the fact is, not too many of us out there figured the offense would turn into what it did turn into this quickly. And then it turned into a legitimate offense for the National Football League.
Yes, they did.
I mean, legitimate. And so now they got to do the same thing defensively. They got to put their efforts into their defense. That means you got to keep everything intact. That means you got to keep Cutler as your quarterback. Let's go out to Joe in the South Side. Joe, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, happy holidays. How are you?
Hi, Joe.
At you.
You know, I've been listening for a while now, and I will watch my language, even though, gentlemen, I'm an Irishman, and I was freaking earlier, man. Listen, Jay Cutler, you guys both nailed it. Jay Cutler needs to stay. I got a message for the Chicagoans that are listening right now, and I'm not you, present party excluded, because I heard you guys. I know what you guys feel. If you get rid of Jay, you might as well go draft somebody like Rex Grossman or somebody unproven. Then Brandon Marshall will flip out like he did in Denver. Matt Forte, because running backs they don't have long shelf life anymore. And then, Jeffrey will be double covered, and then, we'll have hell to pay. No, keep Jay. I don't like his attitude either, but I love his arm. Get rid of the defense. Get rid of Mel Tucker. Figure it out. Spend your money. Phil's a smart guy. Trestman's a smart guy. I hope the Packers die a slow death against San Francisco. And Merry belated Christmas. Happy early New Year. Love you guys. Love your show. And great job this year, boys.
Well, thank you. I think you summed it up pretty good. The fact is that, this is what we're looking for the Chicago Bears to do exactly what they did to their offense, they'll do to their defense. And then once they get that going, because I think what's happening here is, like Ed and I were talking about, you just can't go out and find a quarterback. And you're going to say, well, come about McCown. McCown's 34 years old. He'll be 35. He may not even be here on this team because the fact is maybe some other team's going to go after him. They're going to spend some money on him. Your guy is Jay Cutler. So your key now is to build around Jay Cutler. You did that offensively. Now you have to come back and change your defense. I do not want this to happen. We knew the offensive coordinators were bad on our offense for 9-10 years. I can't wait. No one can wait. The fact that if they see that with Mel Tucker, they got to make a move sooner or later.
And I'll tell you, and the way, hey, listen, if they did what they did to the offense in 1 year, and Doug can do it to the defense, then we're going to have a legitimate shot, folks.
Absolutely, more than legitimate. We'll be right back. Obradovich and Buffon. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino post-game show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to get your business. We're live at the penalty box in Plainfield. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Josh in Fairfield, Iowa. Josh, you're on the score.
The first thing I just want to say is, my dad told me when I was like 3 years old, you always play to the whistle. So it's pretty sad to sit there and see, these guys make millions of dollars. they have to wait for the whistle to blow for them to end up stopping the game. But the other point that I want to say is, the defense has been absolutely horrendous all year. It shouldn't take till week 17 where fans and people sit there and say, well, I hope our defense can stop the Packers. It's Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. We haven't stopped a nosebleed all year. So it finally comes down to Jay Cutler. He had time. He had 2 timeouts. And I really believe that if he would have made an actual throw to Brandon Marshall in the middle of the field with about 15 seconds left and not a back shoulder throw when there was no coverage around him, we would have had a better chance. But at the end of the day, it falls on Cutler's shoulders. He sits there in the middle of the week and says, oh, this is no game, it's not that big of a deal, things like that. But, it is a big deal. It's the Packers. It's to go to the playoffs. He just doesn't care. He doesn't care about this. He has no excuses. He has receivers. He has an offensive line. He has one of the best running backs in the league. There's no excuse. It's him. So I'll listen to what you guys have to say about that.
Well, again, too, it's split up about Cutler, and you're on the one side of the Cutler against him, everything he does do.
Like I tell you, Doug, that it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. 50
if I told you,
50 against them.
You had a quarterback rating of 104, and the fact that, what he did, he scored some touchdowns, threw some good passes, some major passes, was in Glade. Did he really blow this game? I don't think so.
Well, I don't think that he blew the game, Doug, but I can tell you this, offensively wise, there has to be something, again, with Trestman a little bit with the game plan, because we didn't start to move the ball and put points on the board till halfway through the third quarter, then we moved.
Yeah, well, then Green Bay did too. I mean, that's, it's the game, Ed, and you're absolutely correct. We, like I said, you and I looked at each other after we were winning 7-0. We said to ourselves, hey, hold it. I don't like what the hell's going on here. So what are you talking about? What's 7-0? The fact is, though, you have to take advantage of everything you can at the beginning of the game because it makes a difference. Let's go to Tony and Carroll Stream. Tony, you're on the score. Tony.
You're up, Tony, you're up. Hello?
Let's go to Bob in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Ed. How you guys doing tonight? Honored to talk to you.
What's up, Bob?
Good, lifelong Bears fan from Winnetka. Living up here in god-awful Wisconsin for the last few years. Hey, let me go off the line and tell me, I like how you guys tell it like it is. You don't sugarcoat it. Tough loss for the Bears tonight, though.
What happened?
What happened? Break off?
I don't know what happened to him.
Let's go out to Bruce in Crestfield. Bruce, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. You guys are the best.
Bruce.
Hey, you know what? The only thing I got to say is this game should not even have happened. You know what? You take care of your division. You win the games you should have won against Washington, Detroit, Minnesota, and we're resting everybody waiting for the playoffs like everybody else. I mean, Cutler is what he is. I hope he's our future. I like Cutler. I like the way the offense goes. Nobody knew what the defense was going to happen to him this year. But the bottom line is, as a franchise, this game should not even have happened. We should have wrapped this division up 3 games ago.
Bruce, that's a very good point, and I will say this. The point is this. Last week, we went up to Philadelphia. Everybody ready to go. We had all hands on deck. They were playing for nothing. The Eagles were playing for nothing, and we were playing for our lives. That is the worst game that I have seen. I couldn't tell you when. Maybe it was the worst game I've ever seen in this point. I never saw so many players on our team on both sides of the ball get slapped around for 4 quarters and never retaliate. But listen, if we'd have taken care of business playing against a team that it didn't matter, the Eagles, this game wouldn't have counted.
There's no question the fact is, and you had an excellent point, we put everything unloaded on this one game. Whereas the truth of the matter is we could have ended this thing a long time ago. You could have took care of Minnesota. You could have took care of Detroit. You could have taken care of the Rams. It could have been done a long time ago. So what does that tell you? The fact that tells you that you're not as good as you think you are, number one. And number two, if you have to wait till the end and lose that game like you lost it today, that proves you're not as good as you think you are. So you have to go back to the drawing board. Let's go out to John in Lakeview. John, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing tonight?
All right,
What's up, John?
Johnny.
All right. Well, tonight you said that the D-line was the problem, and you said you've been saying that for years. But you've been saying the O-line was the problem for years. So what the heck? Come on, guys. What's the bigger problem, the O-line, the quarterback, the D-line, or the coaching staff? I mean, there's top to bottom. We got a lot of questions here. What's going on?
You have no problem with the O-line, John. Come on.
John, I don't know.
You know,
it got fixed.
It got fixed. I mean,
we brought a new coach in with a new offensive system, and they knew that the guys had playing for them up in front weren't good enough. They went out into free agency, and they drafted well. And in 1 year, we brought another wideout in, and they fixed the problems in 1 year. I've been saying about the defensive line for years. You're damn right, because it is a problem, as was the offensive line. And they fixed it. Let's see what happens next year in 14. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can pull off the same thing.
Time for thank yous. I want to thank Ethan Shaw, Mark Joliffe, Rick Camp, Dominic Mendocino, our promotions, Danny Calaco, updates, Wayne Randazzo. Up next, Wayne Randazzo will be taking calls till 10:30, talking about the Chicago Bears, and obviously thank the owners of Penalty Box, Mike Majors up here, for having a great evening with us, with Obradovich and myself, and also Ed and I, thanks to all of you listeners for the year we had. And Eddie, I mean, it's been a decent year. It's been a good year. But all our callers and all our listeners, we really appreciate it.
Absolutely, Doug. And I'll tell you, it's nice to be with you, my dear friend and partner, and to all you listeners for all the years we've been doing it. I know we bring the passion, but we also come with a lot of understanding in this game. And we thank you all so very much for listening to our show. And just have a blessed 14 and a healthy 14 to you and your loved ones. Thanks again for listening. God's love.
Have a good year, folks. We'll see you next year.